The carriage jolted as it rolled over the gravel road. Lu Chen leaned against the window, his head swaying gently with the motion of the coach. Outside stretched vast fields of farmland, and farther away a range of rolling mountains. Atop the distant peaks, the faint silhouettes of several tower spires could be seen. Greenwell Magic Academy. 16 years. He withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at his own hands. His fingers were long and well-defined, the joints clear and elegant, hands perfectly suited for spellcasting. In his previous life on Earth, these hands had tapped out code-written academic papers and carried out countless experiments. Now they were to be used to learn magic. A thin, small-framed boy sat opposite him. "I heard the entrance examination is really hard," the boy suddenly said. "They test your elemental affinity. My neighbor's older brother scored an E last year and was sent straight back home." Lu Chen did not respond. The boy went on talking to himself. "My expectations aren't high. As long as I can get into the academy, I'll be satisfied. A C would be fine, a D would be fine, as long as I can stay." "We've arrived," Lu Chen said. The full silhouette of Greenwell Academy unfolded before their eyes. 5 towering spires, each representing one of the 5 elements, stood ahead. Vines crawled up the stone walls, and on either side of the main gate rose colossal statues embodying the 5 elemental forces. Exclamations of "awe" rippled through the carriage. Lu Chen was also looking, studying the arrangement of the towers and the flow of magical currents. "Hey, make some space, make some space." A brownish red-haired boy squeezed through the crowd and accidentally bumped into Lu Chen's shoulder. Sorry. He turned his head, revealing a round face split by a broad grin. "Too many people, is crowded." "Hey, are you a new student too?" Lu Chen nodded. "Great. I'm Alan White." He freed one hand and reached it out. "What?" Lu Chen. Alan grinned. "Come on, let's go line up together." Without giving him a chance to refuse, he dragged Lu Chen into the crowd. The corridor outside the testing hall was long. The new students stood in several lines, the queue stretching from the hall in trance all the way to the far end of the corridor. People continually emerged from the testing room, some with faces drained of color, others flushed red with excitement. A boy who had just finished his test stumbled out, lips trembling. E rank. They told me I have to go back tomorrow." The line fell silent for a brief moment. Alan whispered, "I'm guessing I can get an A. Fire element, no doubt." He turned to Lu Chen. "What about you?" "I don't know. It's fine." Alan patted him on the shoulder. "As long as we get into the academy, that's enough. Who knows, maybe we'll end up as roommates someday." Lu Chen did not reply. His gaze swept toward the end of the corridor where a blond boy stood alone, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, speaking to no one. The boy seemed to sense his attention and turned his head. The two of them held each other's gaze across the crowd for a brief second, then looked away. "Who was that?" Lu Chen asked. Alan followed his line of sight, then shook his head. "No idea. But standing there all alone like that, he looks really cold. See that expression? Like the whole academy owes him money." The line shuffled forward a few steps. Another new student emerged from the testing room, his voice trembling with excitement. "B rank. I'm B rank." A smattering of applause broke out around him. Lu Chen stared at the door of the testing room. Vice Dean Gray had sent him a message through someone the previous night. "Come for the test today, don't worry about anything else, just place your hand on the crystal." Next, the voice came from inside the room. Lu Chen stepped through the doorway. The testing room was larger than it appeared from the outside. A crystal sphere 1/2 meter in diameter rested at the center. 3 examiners sat behind the crystal sphere. The one in the middle had neatly combed gray hair, a high nose, deep-set eyes, and pronounced lines at the corners of his mouth. "Gray Aldrich." He cast a glance at Lu Chen. "Place your hand on it. Relax. The crystal will sense your elemental affinity." Lu Chen stepped forward. He pressed his palm against the surface of the crystal. It was cool to the touch. Then the crystal began to glow. Red light blossomed from beneath his palm, forming a distinct flame pattern within the sphere. The radiance climbed steadily upward, passing the marked scale, continuing to rise until it finally came to a steady stop at the very top. Gray wrote a few words in his record book. Before his pen could be set down, blue light flared to life as well. Water element. Red and blue interlaced within the crystal sphere. The blue radiance too surged up to the highest mark. Gray's pen halted. The assistant beside him drew in a sharp breath. Dual elements, and both at S rank. Then a green light kindled. Wind element. Brown. Earth element. Purple. Lightning element. 5 beams of light shone within the crystal sphere, all at once. The crimson of fire, the azure of water, the verdant of wind, the earthy brown, and the violet of lightning intertwined, bathing the entire testing room in 5-fold color. For 3 heartbeats the room fell utterly silent. The assistant stood there, mouth agape, unable to form a word. Lu Chen's hand still rested on the crystal sphere. He could feel 5 distinct elemental forces coursing through his palm. Warmth, coolness, lightness, weight, and a sharp sting. Each was perfectly distinct. All 5 at S rank. That was a bit beyond even his expectations. Gray shut his record book. His expression grew even more severe. He rose to his feet and walked over to Lu Chun. "What is your name?" "Lu Chun." Gray wrote the name in his record book and said to the assistant, "Do not file today's test records just yet. I will handle them personally. I will take care of them myself." His tone was calm. Then he turned back to Lu Chun. "Come to the dean's office tomorrow morning. Your class schedule will have to be rearranged." Lu Chun nodded, then turned and left the testing room. The new students in the corridor all looked his way. The blonde boy was still leaning against the wall. As he walked past, their eyes met once again. In the blonde boy's gaze there was neither curiosity nor hostility. Then he looked away. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and continued forward. What he did not see was Gray standing in the doorway of the testing room watching him until he vanished at the far end of the corridor. "All 5 elements at S rank," Gray murmured. Then he went into his office, closed the door, and took an empty red folder from a drawer. On the cover he wrote 2 characters, Lu Chun. By the time Lu Chun returned to the temporary dormitory, the sky had already turned completely dark. He closed the door behind him. It was a single room, not large. 1 bed, 1 desk, 1 chair. He sat down on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. A translucent panel surfaced in his mind's eye. This was not the first time he had brought it up. It had appeared on the day he crossed over and had accompanied him for 16 full years. Yet for all those 16 years it had remained dim and lifeless, until he placed his hand on the crystal sphere. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel. Fire Element Fireball. Proficiency 0-100 Initiate. Water Element Ice Spike. Proficiency 0-100 Initiate. Wind Element Windblade. Proficiency 0-100 Initiate. Earth Element Earth Spike. Proficiency 0-100 Initiate. Lightning Element Thunderstrike. Proficiency 0-100 Initiate. Lu Chun stared at the panel for a long time. In his previous life on Earth he had been a science major. He believed in data and repetition, in the transformation of quantity into quality. Effort brings reward. This conviction had been etched into his very bones. The numbers on the panel, 0-100, were the starting point. He raised his right hand palm, facing upward. Magic power surged from his dantian, flowing along the meridians of his arm into his palm. A warm power gathered in his palm, compressing, taking form. A fireball the size of a fist hovered above his hand. The firelight illuminated his face. He lowered his head to study the fireball, then gently closed his fingers. The fireball winked out. He glanced back at the panel. Fireball, proficiency 1100 Initiate. From 0 to 1. Lu Chun walked over to the window. The academy outside lay draped in night. At the distant summits of the 5 towers faint magical lights glimmered. 16 years. He drew his gaze back from the window and raised his right hand once more. Firelight bloomed again in his... When Lu Chun stepped out of the dormitory, dawn had not yet fully broken. He walked alone through the corridor, following yesterday's route toward the dean's office. The dean's office was on the 3rd floor of the east tower. By the time Lu Chun arrived, the office door was already open. Gray was seated behind his desk. He lifted his head and gave Lu Chun a brief glance. "Sit." Lu Chun sat down. Gray pushed a document across the desk toward him. It was a class schedule. The table was densely filled with course names: Basic Magical Theory, Introduction to Elemental Manipulation, Fundamentals of Combat Drills, General History of the Continent, Magical Beast Identification. All of them the standard curriculum for ordinary freshmen. Most of the courses had a red line drawn beside them marked with the word exempted. In their place, a single bolded line had been added at the very top of the table: Independent Training, East Training Room No. 3. Instructor Gray Aldrich. "The regular class curriculum is meaningless for you," Gray finally spoke. "You can memorize the basic theory after a single reading of the textbook. As for Introduction to Elemental Manipulation, your affinity needs no further initiation. As for basic combat drills, we will only consider them once you have mastered the fundamental spells of all 5 elements." Lu Chun nodded. Gray glanced at him. "Aren't you curious why I arranged independent training for you?" "You mentioned yesterday that the schedule had to be rearranged," Lu Chun replied. "I am asking why," Gray said. Lu Chun thought for a moment. "My affinity level is not suited for regular courses. If I attend them by force, it will either waste my time or expose my talent." "You think further ahead than your peers," Gray commented. "Your talent is top tier across all 5 elements. In the recorded history of the continent, there have been fewer than 10 such cases. Every one of them became a powerhouse who altered the course of their era, on the condition that they lived long enough to reach that point. Do you understand what this implies?" "Someone will want to use me," Lu Chun replied, "or eliminate me." Gray fell silent for a moment. "Your schedule lists only independent training. But that does not mean you have nothing else to learn. In fact, you must learn far more than ordinary freshmen, just not in open classes. Starting today, I will personally teach you the correct circulation path for Fireball. Your talent needs no further confirmation, but your foundations must be solid." He raised his hand. A fireball blossomed in his palm. It was different from the glow within the crystal sphere during yesterday's test. Gray's fireball burned a deeper shade, its edges sharper. It rotated in his palm, emitting a faint humming sound. Watch carefully, Gray said. The mana route of fireball is not a straight line, but a spiral. He turned his palm over, and the fireball slowly hovered in the air. In that slow-down motion, Lu Chen saw it clearly. The mana surged from Gray's dantian, rose along the meridians of his arm, and in his palm, formed an inward rotating spiral. At the heart of that spiral lay the core of the fireball. With every rotation of mana, more heat was poured into that core. Ordinary fireball channels mana in a straight line, condensing it into a sphere in the palm, Gray explained. That method is simple, but wastes mana. The spiral path compresses the mana within the palm first, so that every unit of power released is utilized to its fullest. He closed his hand, and the fireball vanished. Your turn. Lu Chun raised his right hand, replaying in his mind the circulation route Gray had just demonstrated. Dantian, arm, palm. Not a straight line, but a spiral. First attempt. The mana spun within the meridians of his arm, but its speed was uneven. Halfway through it scattered. Second attempt. He slowed the mana's flow, stabilizing each ring of the spiral. The mana reached his palm and began to condense, but the spiral tilted off course, bursting into a spray of sparks above his palm. Third attempt. He adjusted the angle of mana input. Yesterday, he had practiced fireball 37 times and was thoroughly familiar with the straight path from dantian to palm. Now what he needed was to reshape that straight line into a spiral, a process that demanded more time. On the fourth attempt, the mana flowed more smoothly than in any of the previous trials. The spiral tightened at the center of his palm, and the fireball took form, denser and more stable than before. Though its color was not as deep as Gray's, and its outline not as sharply defined, the fireball hovered steadily above his palm, without flickering. On his interface, the proficiency of fireball jumped from 37 to 40. Gray came over and glanced at the fireball in his palm. The rotation is too slow, he remarked. Each ring of the spiral should complete in 0.1 seconds. Just now your speed was about 0.3 seconds per rotation. Lu Chun adjusted the rotation speed. Fifth attempt. The edges of the fireball grew a little clearer. Sixth attempt. Its stability improved. Seventh attempt. The fireball spun in his palm, emitting the same faint hum. That's enough, Gray said. We'll stop here for today. When you return, practice along this route every day until spiral release becomes your instinct. He took another document from the drawer. Your afternoon schedule. You'll attend the regular classes, Fundamentals of Combat Drills. He handed the document to Lu Chun. You're not there to learn, you're there to observe. See the level of your peers and judge to what extent you must restrain your own strength. Gray called out to him just as Lu Chun was about to leave. Having talent is not a crime, but do not be hasty. Knowing when to display your strength and when to conceal it, that is more difficult than cultivation itself. Lu Chun stood at the doorway. Understood. The window looked directly out onto the academy's main plaza. There the blonde youth from yesterday, the one who had been leaning against the corridor wall Rhine cast, was now walking alone across the plaza. He stood in stark contrast to the clusters of freshmen around him. That afternoon, the Fundamentals of Combat Drills class was held at the East Training Ground. The training ground was vast, its floor paved with durable bluestone slabs. Magic-absorbing stones were embedded in the surrounding walls to prevent stray magical shockwaves from injuring those in the stands. The freshmen stood in several rows at the center of the field with a middle-aged male instructor positioned before them. Lu Chun took his place at the corner of the last row. First class, assessment, the instructor announced. Each of you will cast fireball once. No limits on power or speed. I want to see your foundations. We'll go by student number. The first freshman stepped forward. He took a deep breath, formed a hand seal with both hands, and chanted for a full 4 seconds before a trembling fireball finally emerged from his palm, striking a target 5 meters away and leaving only a faint scorch mark. The instructor nodded and jotted a few notes in his record book. The second freshman did slightly better, chanting for 3 seconds and landing his fireball on the edge of the target. The third freshman missed entirely. His fireball veered toward the side barrier of the training ground and was absorbed by the magic field. One by one, more students took their turns. Most of their fireballs lacked power. Their chant times ranged from 3 to 5 seconds, and their accuracy varied greatly. Alan stepped up using the standard straight-line release route and chanting for about 2 seconds. His fireball struck dead center on the target. The instructor wrote a few more words in his notebook and nodded. Next, Lu Chun. Lu Chun raised his right hand. He did not chant, nor did he form any hand seals. He simply released the spell. Of course, he deliberately suppressed its power. The amount of mana output was precisely held at a good level, stronger than the average freshman, yet not so high as to stand out too much. Accuracy, however, was something he could not completely conceal. The fireball settled squarely in the center of the target. The scorch mark was slightly deeper than Alan's, but still far from astonishing. He had used roughly 30% of his strength. The instructor gave him a brief glance. Not bad. Next. Alan sidled closer. That fireball of yours just now, what about the chant? Why didn't you chant? I practiced a lot, Luchin replied. Practiced a lot? Alan exclaimed. You only enrolled yesterday. When did you practice? Luchin did not answer. Just as Alan was about to press further, a commotion rose from the front of the line. Ryan had taken the field. He walked up to the target. He lifted his hand and released. A bolt of lightning burst from his palm, striking the center of the target with unerring precision. The basic lightning spell lightning strike. Its casting speed was even faster than Luchin's deliberately suppressed fireball. The thunderbolt pierced straight through the target, leaving a jagged crack at its center. The entire field fell silent for an instant. The instructor consulted the roster. Ryan cast Lightning Affinity Grade S. The surrounding freshmen began whispering among themselves. Luchin did not join their discussion. Lightning Strike possessed tremendous penetration, but what drew his attention more was Ryan's casting form. He had not needed a chant nor any hand seals. Like him, Ryan's use of basic magic had already approached pure instinct. As Ryan walked back from the target, his gaze paused on Luchin for a heartbeat as he passed. Training concluded. The freshmen drifted out of the training ground in small groups. Alan dragged Luchin toward the cafeteria, chattering about that day's lessons and the next day's schedule. Luchin responded only occasionally. When they reached the cafeteria entrance, he noticed a figure leaning against one of the corridor's pillars. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Ryan. He said nothing, simply watched Luchin. Alan muttered something under his breath. Luchin and Ryan held each other's gaze for 2 seconds. Then Ryan looked away. Why does he keep staring at us? Alan grumbled. Luchin did not answer. Gray's words from earlier resurfaced in his mind. Knowing when to display your strength and when to hide it is harder than cultivation itself. The interface in his mind glowed faintly. Fireball Proficiency 46100 initiate. 54 more casts to the next breakthrough. The dinner in the cafeteria was quite simple. Bread, thick soup, and a few slices of roasted meat. Alan sat down opposite Luchin with a plate in hand, eating and talking simultaneously, not delaying either task. Did you see that, Ryan, during the practical class today? Lightning Strike. A freshman knows Lightning Strike on the very first day of school. I still need to practice Fireball first, but I'm not doing badly either. The instructor said my Fireball stability ranks in the top 3 among my peers. Hee. Luchin quietly continued to eat. Why are you so quiet? Alan asked. By the way, where did you go this morning? You weren't in the dorm when I woke up. Just handling a few matters. What matters? Registration procedures. No, the registration procedures were handled collectively yesterday. Alan lowered his voice. Is it related to your schedule? I saw your schedule yesterday. It said independent training, Alan. Your soup is getting cold. Alan glanced down at his bowl of pumpkin soup, then looked up. So it really is independent training. Who is guiding you? What are you learning? Is it? Never mind, I won't ask. He grinned. Anyway, you're my roommate, so I'll have plenty of chances to ask later. Let's eat first. Luchin remained silent, simply passing the last piece of roasted meat from his plate to Alan's side. Alan was taken aback. Is this for me? I'm not hungry. Alan placed the piece of meat on his own plate, murmuring, you're a bit odd, but not a bad person, before diving back into his meal. Luchin withdrew his gaze. He truly wasn't hungry for today. He had consumed far more magical energy than usual, and his body prioritized restoring the energy circuit, naturally reducing blood supply to his stomach. This was knowledge he had learned in his past life, applicable in this world as well. On the way back to the dorm, Alan headed to the bathhouse. Luchin returned to his room alone and closed the door. He had something to do today. Confirm the system logic of the panel. During the practical class in the daytime, he had cast Fireball once. He had deliberately suppressed its power, controlling the magical energy output to about 30% of the normal level. Yet the proficiency on the panel still increased by 1 point. Just like last night. Regardless of whether he released it at full strength or suppressed, as long as he completed the standard release process for Fireball, the panel recorded it once. In other words, the system only counted the number of times it was completed, not the power of the release. Luchin sat on the edge of his bed, mentally organizing the information he had gathered today. The spiral magical energy route taught by Gray could enhance the quality of Fireball, but fundamentally, it was still a variant method of releasing Fireball. The panel recognized it as practice of Fireball as well. This meant he could attempt different release techniques to practice the same magic, and proficiency would accumulate as usual. He raised his right hand, trying to release Fireball using the spiral route. The magical energy spun, compressed, and formed. Fireball was more stable than last night, its edges no longer dispersing, and its color was a bit darker. On the panel, Fireball proficiency jumped from 46 to 47. He extinguished the flame and tried a normal linear release again. The Fireball was loose, its light dimmer, but the number on the panel still jumped from 47 to 48. Confirmed. The system only recorded whether the magic had been released without distinguishing the method of release or considering the power. This discovery meant he could practice proficiency in the most energy-efficient way. No need to output full force every time. However, Luchun did not choose to practice the lowest power fireball only. As he wrote down today's training insights in his notebook, he analyzed it with thoughts from his past life low-power releases, while Energize Saving were not effective for training the magical energy circuit. The spiral route, though wasteful, could enhance the capacity and precision of the magical energy circuit. So he practiced quality with the spiral route during the day and accumulated quantity with normal releases at night. Walking on two legs, he raised his right hand again. He was still dozens of times away from breaking through the beginner level. He should be able to practice close to 100 tonight. Then he paused. No, he couldn't just practice fireball. He remembered the 50-100 on the panel. Ice Spike, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Lightning Strike. He hadn't even started practicing the basic magic of the other four elements. Gray had only marked independent training for fireball on the schedule because the first lesson for freshmen was in the fire system. But Luchun knew that his advantage was never in mastering a single system. It was in cultivating all 5 systems. If he only practiced fireball, by the time fireball reached proficiency, or even perfection, the other 4 systems would still be in the beginner stage. That would be counterproductive. He opened a new page in his notebook and began to draft a training schedule. The table was divided into 5 rows corresponding to the 5 systems. Each row indicated the minimum daily training requirements 100 times for the fire system and 50 times each for the other 4 systems. The rotation order was fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, to be carried out in cycles. After exhausting magical energy, he would meditate to recover, expecting a complete cycle to take about an hour and a half. He could run 3 cycles daily, 1 during the independent training time in the morning, 1 after class in the afternoon, and 1 before bed at night. At this pace, it would take about 10 days to break through the proficiency in fireball. The other 4 systems would take 20 days each. He calculated all the numbers on paper and checked the logic again. There were no issues. Theoretically, this plan was flawless. The only thing that needed verification was whether his body could handle the release of basic magic 300 times a day. He raised his right hand and began practicing the simplest exercise in the room. Release fireball, extinguish it, release, extinguish. Each flow of magical energy from the dantian to the palm strengthened that pathway. The numbers on the panel jumped up one by one. After exhausting his magical energy, he sat on the bed to meditate. Recover, continue practicing. He practiced until his arms began to feel sore and the number on the panel stopped at 94. He was 6 times away from reaching the peak of the beginner level. He wouldn't break through tonight, but he did not continue. He began to attempt water magic. Ice Spike. According to the textbook, the flow of water magic was entirely different from that of fire magic. Fire magic was explosive output, like a torrent rushing through a riverbed. Water magic was soft and flowing like water slowly seeping through a hose, requiring more delicate control. Luchun released Ice Spike for the first time. The magical energy started from the dantian running along the water route, not spiraling, but advancing in a wave-like manner. When it reached his palm, the magical energy condensed into a slender ice spike, but it shattered the moment it formed. It was not a failure. It was due to the insufficient cohesion of the water element. He adjusted the rhythm of magical energy output and tried a second time. The ice spike formed more stable than the first time, but it lasted less than 2 seconds before shattering again. Third time, 4th time, 5th time. By the 10th attempt, the ice spike finally stabilized, hovering above his palm. A transparent conical shape, its tip glinting with cold light. On the panel, Ice Spike proficiency jumped from 0 to 1. Luchun stared at the ice spike in silence for a while. He truly could practice all 5 types of magic simultaneously. Moreover, the panel would record every progress made in each type of magic. He retracted the ice spike, then released fireball again. Fireball and ice spike appeared simultaneously in both hands. Ice spike in the left hand, fireball in the right. 2 entirely different magical energy routes ran parallel within him, not interfering with each other. This was something an ordinary single-element mage could not achieve. He maintained it for less than a second before voluntarily retracting, but this verification was sufficient. On the panel, the proficiency of both fireball and ice spike increased by 1 point. Luchun extinguished the fireball, turning the ice spike into water vapor. That was enough for tonight. Tomorrow he had Gray's independent training class and needed to maintain the best state of his magical energy circuit. He lay down on the bed. His mind was still revolving around that matter. Gray. What Gray said today in the office. Having talent is not a sin, but don't rush knowing when to show strength and when to hide it is harder than cultivation itself. These didn't sound like casual advice. They felt more like words of experience. Moreover, Gray's way of scheduling classes for him was too adept. He knew that the courses for ordinary classes were useless for him, knew that he needed to block test results, and knew to arrange independent training instead of directly placing him in the elite class. It was as if he had done something similar before. Never mind. It was pointless to think about this now. He had gained more experience and data than yesterday. Outside the window, the clock tower of the academy struck 12. Only the numbers on the panel had changed. Fireball proficiency 94100, beginner ice spike proficiency 10100, beginner 6 more times to break through the first level. There was still a long way to go for the 5 systems to reach the beginner level. Early the next morning, Lu Chun was awakened by Alan's snoring. He got up, washed up, and changed into the standardized robe issued by the academy. The deep blue robe had silver starry emblems of Greenville Academy at the cuffs and collar. The starry emblem had 5 rays of light, representing the 5 elemental systems. A newly admitted freshman wearing such a robe looked no different from anyone else. This was exactly what Gray wanted. "You're up, eh?" Alan squinted at him. "What time is it?" 10 past 6. 6 o'clock. Don't you ever sleep?" Lu Chun did not answer. He was organizing his cultivation notebook from last night. Alan climbed out of bed, walked over to the desk, and glanced at the chart. "What is this?" "Cultivation plan." Alan's eyes widened. 100 times for fire system every day, 50 times each for water, wind, earth, and lightning systems. A total of 300 times in a day. "Yes." "Are you serious?" "Yes." "Then I need to practice more." "Why, oi?" "You're my roommate," Alan said matter-of-factly. "If my roommate is working so hard, how can I slack off and still have the face to stand with you later?" Lu Chun remained silent. He watched Alan lean over the desk, modifying today's training volume in his training log, from the original Fireball technique 30 times to Fireball technique 50 times. "Is 50 times enough?" Lu Chun asked. "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can increase it. You can use the spiral magic route. The same number of times, but the effect will be better." "What's the spiral magic route?" Alan asked. "The spiral magic route. An advanced release method for the Fireball technique. The magic power rotates and compresses in the palm, enhancing both power and stability." "Isn't that a high-level technique? Where did you learn it?" "Independent training class." Alan fell silent for a moment. Then he broke into a bright smile. "So what are we waiting for? Teach me." After breakfast, the bulletin board was crowded with people. What was posted today was the official dormitory allocation list. Lu Chun and Alan's names were listed on the same line: West District, 3rd floor, room 307. "We really got assigned together." Alan slapped Lu Chun on the back. "I told you we are fated. Let's go move our stuff." The official dormitory was twice the size of the temporary dormitory. It was a double room with 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 wardrobes facing the training ground, allowing them to see the 5 towers in the distance. As Alan moved his luggage and it spilled all over the floor, clothes, snacks, a worn-out introductory book on fire magic, a polished talisman, and a letter from home. While Lu Chun was organizing his desk, he heard Alan say from behind, "That's a letter from my mom." "Oh, she writes me a letter every month. I keep every letter. She says everything is good at home and tells me to focus on my studies. I know she only shares good news. My dad isn't well, and last year our land had a drought, leaving not much after paying for tuition." He turned around, his face lighting up with that bright smile again. "So, I need to work hard. An A grade is already good, but I want a better score. I want to get the academy's subsidy and send it back home so they can have a better life." He paused. "What about you? What does your family do?" "An ordinary family," Lu Chun replied. Alan waited a few seconds, realizing Lu Chun had no intention of continuing, and changed the subject. "By the way, I saw another notice on the bulletin board that seems to be about the monthly test. Did you see it?" "I did. 3 weeks from now." 3 weeks. Basic magic release, targeted shooting, practical combat. 3 events. Practical combat will also be randomly paired. He flipped the training log to a new page and began calculating the training volume he would need. After finishing, his expression was somewhat complicated. "If I practice 2 extra hours each day, I should be able to master the Fireball technique before the monthly test. But the other events, targeted shooting should be fine, but practical combat is uncertain. If I end up matched against someone like Ryan, I fear I might not even have a chance to fight back." "Not necessarily," Alan replied. "What do you mean?" "Practical combat is not about whose magic is more powerful. It's about who hits the opponent first." Lu Chun's tone was calm. "The speed of the lightning strike is indeed fast, but its precision is greatly affected by distance. If you can control the distance well and aim the fireball at his footing instead of at him, you can disrupt his release rhythm." Alan was taken aback. "When did you study these things?" "I thought about it while training." "Thought about it?" Alan shook his head. "Your thought about it probably equals my half a day's deep contemplation. Let's go to the training room. Teach me that spiral route you mentioned on the way. First, let's have breakfast. We'll eat after training. Training on an empty stomach can cause the magic circuits to contract, reducing release efficiency by 15%. Lu Chun stood up. "Let's eat first." All right, I'll listen to you. You and your data brain can even calculate percentages for breakfast." Lu Chun did not deny it. As the two walked out of the dormitory, Alan expertly greeted everyone while Lu Chun quietly walked beside him. Suddenly, Lu Chun fell to gaze. He turned his head to look. At the other end of the corridor, a blonde youth was standing alone by the window. "Ryan Castle, The two exchanged glances from a distance of over 10 meters for a second. Then Ryan turned and walked into his dormitory. There was no hostility in his gaze nor curiosity, just a calm scrutiny, just like last time. That person lives on our floor. Alan also saw him. Great, we're going to run into him every time we go for water. The pressure is immense. Despite saying he felt pressure, his pace did not slow, pulling Lu Chun toward the cafeteria. The training room after breakfast was very quiet. In the east training room, no. 3rd Gray had not yet arrived. Lu Chun and Alan had come early and took this time to explain the basic principles of the spiral magic route to him. Alan tried 5 times, failing the first 4. By the 8th attempt, a noticeably tighter fireball finally appeared. I did it. He stared at the fireball, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Look, it's much more stable than before. This spiral route, it's amazing. You learn quickly. That's because you teach well. If I had to figure it out on my own, it would probably take me several days to find the way. He extinguished the fireball and released it once more. He was watching Alan. Alan was staring at his 3rd successful spiral fireball, his eyes shining as if he had discovered a new world. The pure excitement that came from mastering a new skill mirrored the expression he had in his past life when he saw the data curve perfectly fit in the laboratory. Lu Chun did not disturb him. He walked to the other end of the training room, starting his own fireball technique practice. First shot, 95. Second shot, 96. Alan continued practicing the spiral fireball at the other end of the training room, occasionally exclaiming in excitement, "Got it." Lu Chun's 3rd fireball, 97. 4th shot, 98. Releasing 2 shots in a row. The proficiency jumped to 99, and then 100. The panel flashed momentarily. The label behind fireball technique changed from beginner to mastered. A warm current flowed through the magic circuits, making the magic operation smoother. The spiral route, which originally required deliberate control, now became a natural muscle memory. He released a mastered fireball. Alan's voice came from the other end of the training room. Yes. Your yes is too calm. You just mastered the fireball technique. You've only been in school for less than a week. He walked over wearing an expression of why aren't you more excited? If you ever become the #1 mage in the continent, you'd probably only say yes when receiving an award. It's still early. What do you mean it's still early? Still early to be #1 on the continent. Still early to achieve perfection. But at least I'm heading in the right direction. Then I need to work harder. My roommate has already mastered it. I can't fall too far behind. Gray's footsteps were approaching from down the corridor. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and raised his right hand again. When Gray pushed the door open, Alan was attempting the spiral fireball for the 3rd time. The fireball wobbled unsteadily above his palms, spinning twice before bursting into a wisp of black smoke. Alan looked up and saw Gray standing at the door, nearly tossing the residual magic power from his hands in surprise. Gray, Professor. Gray glanced at him, then at Lu Chun standing on the other side, and said, continue practicing. He then walked over to Lu Chun. How many times did you practice the spiral route yesterday? From last night until this morning, probably over 60 times. Show me. Lu Chun raised his hand. Magic spiraled up from his dantian, flowing through the meridians in his arms and rotating in his palm. The fireball took shape, faster and more stable than before, its edges no longer fraying and its color deepening. The fireball spun in his palm, emitting a faint humming sound. Gray remarked, you've broken through. Yes, I just achieved mastery this morning. Gray extended his hand, signaling Lu Chun to pass him the fireball. Lu Chun complied. The fireball left his palm and hovered above Gray's hand. Gray looked down at the fireball, gently rotating it with his right hand, enveloping it in his own magic to feel the internal structure of its magical energy. The spiral rotation speed is stable. The core temperature is even. The magic consumption has decreased by about 40% compared to yesterday. He returned the fireball to Lu Chun. Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary novice to go from entry to mastery? The textbook says 3 to 6 months. That's the normal pace. Your progress is abnormal. Yesterday, your spiral route had issues with inconsistent rotation speed. Today, it has been completely resolved, and you broke through on your own without my guidance. Not entirely without. Lu Chun replied, you taught me the basic principles of the spiral route yesterday. I just practiced what you taught me a few more times. Gray glanced at him, but Lu Chun sensed a slight, almost imperceptible disturbance within. You have talent, but don't rush. Gray turned and walked towards the center of the training room. Continue practicing the spiral route today. Breaking through to mastery is just the beginning. The distance between mastery and perfection is much greater than from entry to mastery. Lu Chun nodded. Also, Gray stopped in his tracks. Is your roommate's fireball technique? Did you teach him? Lu Chun glanced at Alan, who was secretly practicing. Alan caught his gaze and immediately hid the fireball behind him, only to realize he couldn't hide it and had to grin awkwardly. I taught him the basic principles of the spiral route. The specifics of the magic flow were discovered by him. How long did he take to learn it? From this morning until now, about an hour. Gray walked towards Alan. Alan stood up straight, no longer hiding the fireball, simply holding it above his palm. It wobbled and fluctuated in speed, but it was indeed following the spiral route. Is your name Alan White? Yes. Great Professor. Your spiral route's rotation speed is insufficient. There is a noticeable gap between the fourth and fifth circles in the core. Gray raised his hand, guiding Alan's fireball to spin with his own magic. Divide the magic flow from your wrist to your palm into 5 equal parts. Each part should complete one rotation, all 5 circles simultaneously. Do not do it 1 circle at a time. 5 circles must spin at the same time. Alan nodded vigorously. Following Gray's guidance, he adjusted the magic output. This time the fireball in his palm stabilized significantly. Although it was still not as compact as Lu Chen's, each circle of the spiral was in the correct position. Thank you, Gray Professor. Gray returned to Lu Chen. Your roommate has decent talent and a grade fire system, but he learns faster than the average grade. Teaching him was the right choice. Some things when teaching others you will also understand better yourself. Lu Chen nodded. He remembered how this morning, while Alan bit his lip modifying his training log at the dormitory. At that time he thought Alan just didn't want to be left too far behind by his roommate. Now it seemed that Alan's potential was greater than he had thought. Today's training plan. Gray handed over a piece of paper, variant practice of the fireball techniques. Your basic magic output route has stabilized, and now you need to practice maintaining the spiral in different postures, sideways retreating, and during rapid movements. Combat is not just standing still and shooting. Lu Chen took the plan and noticed another training arrangement on the paper. Basic water magic, ice spike. The magic flow route wavy knot spiral. A compatibility test with water affinity. Your affinities for the 5 elements are equal. Gray said, since you have mastered the fireball technique, you need to simultaneously advance the other 4 elements. Do not specialize. The independent training classes are not just to teach you fire. They are to teach you everything you can learn. Lu Chen put the plan into his pocket. Understood. Begin practicing. The morning's training pace was tighter than yesterday. Lu Chen first completed the variant practice of the fireball technique. Sideways release. Shifting the boat's center of gravity would affect the magic conduction path, requiring a readjustment of the starting angle of the spiral. It took him 5 attempts to find the correct angle. Retreating release. When the heel touches the ground first, the magic would break flow, requiring the ball of the foot to touch first to maintain the continuity of the magic circuit. Rapid movement release. This was the most difficult, needing to maintain the spiral rotation speed while moving the body, equivalent to handling 2 different magical commands simultaneously. Alan practiced beside him. He didn't have Gray's direct guidance, but that earlier hint was enough for him to practice all. His fireball grew increasingly stable, occasionally revealing a hint of satisfaction after releasing it, only to quickly hide it as Gray was still present. The essence of the spiral route is not to make the fireball stronger. Gray spoke after Lu Chen completed a set of exercises. It is to make your magic circuit accustomed to a more efficient output mode. Once you engrave this mode into muscle memory, learning any fire magic in the future, flame burst, firewall, meteor, fire rain, will be faster than others. If the foundation is not solid, everything else will be a house of cards. Once the foundation is solid, everything else will accelerate. Lu Chen did not respond. He was thinking of another matter. Gray had just said that the spiral route was the advanced foundation for fire magic, but what about the other 4 elements? Did water also have a similar efficient magic route? Did the wind system's magic operation emphasize speed over stability? Earth is heavy and lightning is penetrating. Each elemental basic route might be completely different from the fire system's spiral. This was the direction he needed to explore next. By the end of the training, Lu Chen's proficiency in the fireball technique had increased by over 30 points. The proficiency cap for mastery level is 10,000, just 1/5 of the way to perfection. But today's gains were not just in numbers. He tried sideways release, retreating release, and movement release, each variation deepening the spiral route in his magic circuit. Alan also completed his training quota. His fireball technique's spiral route was already taking shape, although his rotation speed and stability were still far inferior to Lu Chen's, but his progress was visibly rapid. Today was the most exhausting day since I came to the academy. Alan said, it was also the most exhilarating day. Do you do this every day? Pretty much. Your pretty much probably cost me half my life. But speaking of which, Gray Professor isn't as terrifying as the rumors say. Rumor has it that he is the type who can freeze students with just a glance. Yet today he actually came over to guide me. Personally guide me. I, Alan White, personally guided by the vice principal. He doesn't just guide anyone, Lu Chen said. He only speaks if he thinks you're worth teaching. Alan's mouth broke into a wide grin, shining with joy. On the way back to the dormitory, the two passed by the bulletin board. A new notice was posted. detailing the arrangements for the monthly exam 3 weeks from now. Basic magic release fixed-point target practice and combat confrontation with scores for each item, and the top 20 overall will receive additional magic crystal quotas. Alan said to Lu Chun, I don't have high goals, just getting into the top 20 is fine. What about you? Lu Chun thought for a moment. Let's see first, he said, check out the level of others. Also see what level I need to control my strength at. Alan nodded. What you just said was control at what level? Not display. Lu Chun did not answer. The first class in the afternoon is a grand lecture on magical theory. The central auditorium is a semicircular large classroom with tiered seats extending from the podium accommodating 300 people. On the podium stands an elderly professor, his robe's cuffs embroidered with silver feathers representing a scholar of magical history. He writes his name on the blackboard, Edwin Moore. Magic is not the privilege of the gifted. Before the era of starlight magic was considered a gift of bloodline. Those with magical circuits were called gods favored while those without could only look up in admiration. But the Starlight Empire proved one thing. Magic can be studied. He draws a basic structure of a magical circuit on the blackboard. Elemental affinity is innate, and that cannot be changed. However, the methods of releasing magic, running routes, and optimizing efficiency, these can be learned. The scholars of the Starlight Empire spent 300 years transforming magic from an esoteric art into a science. Lu Chun straightened up a little. Why do different mages have vastly different power and consumption when casting the same fireball? Professor Moore scanned the room. Can anyone answer this? A few freshmen in the front row raised their hands. A girl who was called upon stood up. Because the affinity is different. The higher the affinity, the more stable the release. Correct. And what else? Another boy added. Because the total magical power differs. The higher the magical power, the greater the output. That's right. But there's another factor that isn't written in the textbooks. Professor Moore paused. The precision of the magical circuit's running route. The room fell silent. For the same fireball, the effects of a linear output and a spiral output are complete. A fireball precisely controlled to maintain a stable spiral speed can be 1.5 times more powerful than a normal fireball, yet consume only half the magical power. Professor Moore pushed his glasses up. This is the power of knowledge. Talent determines the upper limit, but knowledge determines the lower limit. He continued with his lecture. How many nodes are there in the standard magical route of fireball? He scanned the audience, his gaze moving slowly through the crowd. This question isn't in the textbooks. But I hope someone here can answer. No one raised their hand. Professor Moore's gaze swept over the middle and that student with black hair. You answer. Lu Chun stood up. 7 nodes. 2 in the wrist, 2 in the forearm, 1 in the upper arm, 1 in the shoulder, and 1 in the dantian. Professor Moore was silent for 2 seconds. Absolutely correct. What is your name? Lu Chun. Professor Moore found his name on the roll call. Next to it was a special mark made by Gray. A tiny 6-pointed snowflake, an internal code used by the Greenwill Academy, signifying key attention. Sit down. Well answered. Alan whispered. How do you know everything? That node. It's not even. I read it in a book before. What book? I want to check it out too. I forgot. Alan didn't press further. He had grown accustomed to Lu Chun's peculiar state of knowing everything but being clueless. Professor Moore continued his lesson, but Lu Chun noticed that after answering the question, a few students in the front row turned to look at him. One person's gaze lingered a bit longer. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Ryan. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and continued listening. In the latter half of the class, Professor Moore began discussing the losses and repairs of magical circuits. This content was not part of the monthly assessment, but he explained it in detail. The microscopic structure of magical circuits, how the heat generated when casting spells damages the inner walls of the circuit, and why frequent meditation can accelerate the self-repair of the circuit. The human magical circuit is like muscle, Professor Moore stated. After moderate exercise, muscles become sore, then recover, becoming stronger. The same goes for magical circuits. Releasing magic causes minor damage. During meditation, the circuit automatically repairs itself, and the repaired circuit becomes tougher and more fluid than before. But the key is here. He turned around. This repair process takes time. If you continue to release magic at high intensity before the circuit is fully repaired, the damage will accumulate. Accumulating to a certain degree results in irreversible circuit hardening. In severe cases, you may never be able to release magic again. Alan shivered at the thought. Lu Chun noted down a line in his notebook regarding the principle of stronger after repair. This principle validated his previous training method. Practice until exhaustion, then meditate to recover, and then practice again. Each cycle of exhaustion and recovery strengthens the magical circuit. The premise is not to overdo it. He recalled the node he practiced this morning, releasing until his arm felt sore, then pausing to meditate. That node might be the safety line of irreversible damage that Professor Moore mentioned. After class, Alan remarked, "This old professor is more interesting than I expected. But it was too long, 2 hours. My legs feel numb." A few freshmen gathered around. You are Luchin, right? The answer about the 7 nodes. Where did you learn that? I read some books before. Luchin replied. What books? Alan chimed in. He's a top student. The type who spends all day, let's go, let's eat. He pulled Luchin out of the crowd, whispering as they walked. See, you've caught someone's attention again. I told you to be low-key. I have been very restrained. Is that what you call restraint? Alan rolled his eyes. When answering questions, you didn't even pause, rattling off all 7 nodes, as if reciting a menu. Is that called restraint? Luchin thought for a moment. It indeed was his problem. An ordinary freshman, even if knowing the answer, should hesitate slightly. When Professor Moore asked, he instinctively blurted out the answer. He needed to pay more attention next time. When asked, he should pause or intentionally skip a node. The cafeteria was not crowded. Alan was still analyzing the theory class they just had. That theory about circuit damage is quite scary. Circuit hardening. It sounds terrifying. Moderate training won't lead to hardening. Luchin clarified, the key is moderation. Meditating to restore after exhausting magical power is the mechanism that strengthens the circuits. As long as you don't continue practicing before the circuits have recovered, there won't be accumulated damage. How do you know so much? Have you studied before? Just guessing. Just guessing. Huh. Alan no longer believed this excuse. He had developed his own coping strategy. Whatever Luchin didn't want to say was useless to ask. When he wanted to speak, he would naturally open up. After all, it didn't affect his eating bread. In the evening, training room. Luchin's plan for today, independent training after class. Today he was going to practice the water element. The spiral route is an efficient output mode for the fire element. However, the magical running method of the water element is completely different. Fire is explosive while water is permeating. Fire magic flows like a torrent rushing through a riverbed, needing to be spiraled and constricted. Water magic flows like water slowly seeping through a hose, requiring wave-like propulsion. This morning he used a wave route to cast Ice Spike, and the results were quite good, but he was still far from stable. He repeatedly cast Ice Spike in the corner of the training room. The first attempt, Ice Spike formed, but the tip was off. The second attempt, it was straighter, but the latter half was too thin and the structure was unstable. The third attempt, complete straight, the tip gleaming with a cold light. Wave-like propulsion, with each wave storing energy for the next. Suddenly someone spoke nearby. Are you done practicing? Ryan stood at the door of the training room. Not yet. Ryan did not leave. He walked into the training room, standing next to Luchin at the target position, raising his right hand. A bolt of lightning shot from his palm, accurately hitting the bullseye. Today's theory class. Ryan said 7 nodes. Your answer was very decisive. It doesn't seem like something you just read last minute. You know it well after practicing a lot. Is that so? Ryan finally turned his head. The speed at which you release fireball in the combat class, you were deliberately holding back, right? That speed isn't good. It's what remained after holding back. Luchin did not respond. Ice Spike. Ryan glanced at the target position he had just practiced. Dual affinity. Are you of dual elemental affinity? Sort of. Ryan withdrew his gaze. You don't need to tell me. I will find the answer myself. During the monthly assessment, don't hold back. Luchin watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor and raised his right hand again. The proficiency of Ice Spike increased slightly on the panel. The next morning, the content of the independent training changed. Gray no longer had him repeat the variations of the spiral fireball practice, but instead handed him a new training schedule. Wind blade technique, magical energy flow route, fluid cutting. The wind element differs from the fire element, Gray said, hands behind his back. Fire is explosive, while the spiral constriction allows explosive force to concentrate at a single point. The essence of the wind element is speed. The flow of magical energy cannot rely on spirals. Spirals slow down the flow of the wind element itself. He raised his hand without chanting, and a blue wind blade shot out from his fingertips, tracing an almost invisible arc in the air, striking a training target 10 meters away. There were no scorch marks on the target, only an extremely fine and shallow cut, as if something sharp had lightly grazed it. The magical energy route of the wind blade is fluid cutting. Gray withdrew his hand. The magical energy maintains a laminar flow state within the body. Not spirals, not waves, but laminar flow. Each layer of magical energy advances at different speeds, with the outer layer being the fastest, followed by the inner layer, creating a speed gradient. This gradient is the source of the cutting force. Luchin raised his right hand, operating the magical energy as Gray described. Not spirals, not waves, but laminar flow. The outer layer of magical energy moved first, closely followed by the inner layer, but at a slightly slower speed. This asymmetrical flow generated a strange pulling sensation in his body, as if something was being peeled away layer by layer in his arm. On the first attempt, the magical energy dissipated as soon as it reached his forearm. Laminar flow requires extremely high control precision. Any speed deviation in one layer of magical energy can cause the entire flow layer to collapse. On the second try, he slowed down, first ensuring that each layer of magical energy was in the correct position and then gradually accelerating. The laminar flow reached his wrist, collapse. On the third attempt, he adjusted the speed difference between the outer and inner layers. Gray had mentioned the outer layer is the fastest, the inner layer second, but did not specify the exact speed ratio. He tried a 2-to-1 ratio. The outer layer's speed was double that of the inner layer. The laminar flow reached his palm, and a thin, almost transparent blue wind blade shot out from his fingertips, flying about half a meter in the air before dissipating. Yet its edge cut through the air, leaving behind a faint, buzzing sound. On the fourth attempt, the speed was 2.5-to-1. The wind blade flew out 1 meter. On the fifth attempt, the speed was 3-to-1. The wind blade struck the target 5 meters away, leaving a cut that was much shallower than Gray's, but still clearly visible. Gray walked over and glanced at the cut on the target. Have you practiced the wind element before? No, this is the first time. He was silent for a moment. Continue practicing. Today's training volume is doubled. Before turning away, he added, come to my office after the theory class this afternoon. I have something to show you. Lu Chen did not ask what it was. He simply raised his right hand again and continued practicing the wind blade technique. By the end of the independent training, his proficiency in the wind blade technique had increased by over 40 points. He was still halfway away from mastery. At lunchtime, Alan was absent. His practical combat fundamentals class in the morning had been extended by the instructor, supposedly due to the upcoming monthly assessment and the need for additional combat practice. Lu Chen sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria eating while mentally reviewing the wind blade practice from the morning. Control precision of laminar flow is key. For the fire element, maintaining a uniform rotation speed is sufficient, but the wind element's laminar flow requires simultaneous control of more than 3 layers of magical energy advancing at different speeds. This demands far greater fine control of the arm's magical circuit than the fireball technique. Gray's training plans for him always straddled the boundary of his capabilities, challenging enough not to be impossible, but not so simple as to require no thought. The old professor had an uncanny ability to assess his students. After the theory class in the afternoon, Lu Chen went to Gray's office. The top sheet on Gray's desk was a handwritten training schedule. Sit down, Gray said. After the monthly assessment, the academy will organize a secret realm trial. The top 20 in the competition are required to participate, while other students may volunteer. But your situation is different. You are already the champion of the competition and do not need to pass the monthly assessment to qualify. What you need is a suitable teammate configuration. Lu Chen looked at the document. It was a preliminary arrangement for the secret realm trial, time, location, and team formation rules. The team formation rules stated each team consists of 5 members freely formed, but must include at least 1 senior student as the captain. You need to form your own team, Gray said. I do not recommend you join a senior team. At your level, following seniors will only limit your performance. What you need is a peer who can work well with you. Preferably someone who can keep up with your pace and will not hold you back. Alan and Ryan. Alan is fine. His affinity for fire is rated A, and his learning speed is not slow. He has basically mastered the spiral route you taught him. More importantly, he trusts you. Gray paused. But Ryan is not suitable. He is in class lightning element, and while his strength is not an issue, he is not your teammate yet. What is he? An opponent, Gray said, his tone calm. At least for now. An opponent is not a bad thing. A good opponent can make you stronger than 10 ordinary teammates. However, the secret realm trial is not an unknown contest. It requires teamwork. If you remain in an opponent state in the secret realm, coordination will be problematic. Lu Chen nodded. Gray did not pursue the topic further. There is one more thing. About your 5-element training. He flipped the document over. It showed the training progress for the 5 basic magical elements, with fire marked as proficient, water and wind marked as in training, and earth and lightning left blank. Your current daily training routine: fireball technique, spiral variations, ice spike technique, wave route, wind blade technique, laminar cutting, 3 subjects simultaneously. But earth and lightning have not yet begun. It's not that you're not allowed to learn them. It's a matter of gradual progression. Your magical circuit is already nearing the safety limit with the training load of 3 elemental magics. Adding a 4th element would exponentially increase the risk of circuit damage. Wait until you have mastered the wind element before starting on the 4th element. Correct. The efficient route for the earth element is pulsing compaction, and for the lightning element, it is pulse penetration. These 2 consume more magical circuits than the wind element. You need to give your body enough time to adapt. Understood. Also, Gray said about that golden-haired kid, Ryan cast. He came to see me this afternoon. He asked about your training schedule. Specifically, he wanted to know if you were learning multi-element magic. Gray's lips twitched slightly. I did not answer him, but I told him, if he wants to know the answer, he should go look in the training room. So he should already know now. He should know part of it, Gray said. What do you plan to do? I do not plan to do anything. Lu Chen stood up. If he wants to watch, let him watch. If he wants to be an opponent, so be it. Whenever he feels he has seen enough, he will naturally change his approach. Do you think he will, eh? What will he do? Change his approach. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He glanced back at me during the theory class this afternoon. Not because of the 7 nodes, but because he noticed someone was practicing just like him. Practicing repeatedly in a place where others could not see. Such a person will not be satisfied with merely being an opponent. Gray watched him for a moment and added another line to the training schedule. Tomorrow's independent training will proceed as usual. Continue practicing the wind blade techniques, laminar cutting, aiming to break through to mastery within 3 days, he said. Don't let me down. Lu Chen walked out of the office. Outside the side door of the training ground stood a person. Golden hair, blue eyes. Ryan cast. He saw Lu Chen approaching and spoke. Professor Gray said you are learning the wind blade technique. Lu Chen stopped. Yes. Ryan was silent for a moment. The wind element is the 3rd element. He said, his tone not questioning. Fire, water, and wind. You are learning 3 elements simultaneously in independent training. Plus your performance in the practical class. You are not limited to 3 elements. You are proficient in all 5. The sound of rain fell between the two. Yes, Lu Chen said. Ryan did not show any signs of surprise. He nodded. Good. Turning to walk into the rain, he added, I will draw you for the practical combat during the monthly assessment. Don't dodge. Rain's silhouette disappeared into the rain curtain. The 5 elemental S. Rain was not a guess. He deduced it. From the suppressed fireball in the practical class to the 7 nodes he blurted out in the theory class, and then to the hint that Gray just gave him. If you want to know the answer, go look in the training room yourself. Each fragment alone does not constitute evidence, but when pieced together it can only lead to one conclusion. His reaction just now was not shock, not jealousy, nor was it how could you possibly be stronger than me. It was confirmation. When he pushed open the dormitory door, Alan was bent over the table writing a letter home. He heard the door sound, glanced up, then continued writing. He wrote a few lines, paused, then wrote a few more. My mom asked if I'm eating well here, he said without looking up. I told her the bread in the cafeteria is not bad. Actually, I think it's not as good as what she bakes, but I can't tell the truth. If I do, she'll send bread over, and the shipping costs more than the bread. He sealed the letter and then turned around. He noticed the damp mark on Lu Chen's shoulder. Did you get caught in the rain on your way back? Why didn't you use magic to shield yourself? I forgot. Alan shook his head. Do you know who you sound more and more like? Like Professor Gray. Taking everything for granted, explaining nothing, and if you ask too much, just shut up. He grinned and tossed a clean towel from the cabinet to Lu Chen. Lu Chen caught the towel and wiped his hair. The preliminary arrangement for the secret realm trial, given by Gray, was still beside the pillow. He picked it up and looked at it again. Teaming rules: 5 people per team, free to form teams. Alan is 1 spot, still needs 3 more people. Alan. After the monthly assessment, there will be a secret realm trial. Teams of 5. Are you interested? Alan did not answer immediately. He looked down at his hands. There were a few new calluses on his fingers left from practicing the spiral fireball during this time. Then he spoke. What if I go and hold you back? Your fireball technique is already stabilizing on the edge of mastery. Although the rotational speed of the spiral route still fluctuates, it's already considered rapid progress among those with a level affinity. Lu Chen's tone was calm. The secret realm trial is not a grand competition. You don't have to bear all the opponents alone. It's closer to actual combat. Some will focus on offense, some will control the field, and some will assist. You don't need to be the strongest, you just need to do well in your own position. Your role is fire support. They'll handle the control and offense. Alan listened. Suddenly he spoke up. Why did you choose me? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Because you trust me. While others are still guessing what elemental affinity, I have you no longer ask that question. You know what to practice and why to practice it. Teammates can be found gradually, but trust takes time. We already have that. Alan did not speak immediately. Looking at the training log, it was densely filled with daily training records. From the first day of practicing 30 fireballs to now practicing 50 spiral fireballs and 50 regular fireballs every day. At the end of each page, there was a line of small text, which was the estimated mana consumption for that day, calculated by Lu Chen every morning. All right, he said, I'll go with you. But there's a condition. From now until the trial starts, we need to practice an extra hour every day. Sure. Also, you need to teach me that advanced technique for the spiral route in advance. We can't wait until we enter the secret realm to learn it. We'll start tomorrow. Alan grinned slightly. Then he'll start extra practice today. Let's go to the training room. Now. The training room is not open at night. But Lu Chen had a special pass signed by Gray. This was a small privilege attached to the independent training class, allowing him to use training room No. 3 during non-peak hours. Alan followed him into the training room. What are we practicing tonight? Alan asked. The spiral variation of the fireball technique. Side release and backward release. Actual combat is not about standing still and shooting targets. It's dynamic confrontation. If your spiral route can only be used while stationary, then practicing in the secret realm is equivalent to wasted effort. Alan nodded. He walked to the center of the training room, raised his right hand, took a deep breath, sideways release. The spiral fireball flew out, but its aim was off by half a meter, hitting the edge of the target. He frowned, adjusted his stance, and tried again. Still off. This time it was further off. Try again. On the fourth attempt, the fireball grazed the target's center. He exhaled, raised his left hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and then continued. Lu Chun began his practice at the other end of the training room. Wind blade technique. Layered flow cutting. He had just scratched the surface this morning, only at the entry level with proficiency under 100. In the independent training class, Gray had given him 3 days to break through to the entry level. 3 days at the current pace, he needed to practice at least 30 more times every day. He raised his hand. The outer layer of mana moved first, followed closely by the inner layer. Speed in a 3-to-1 ratio. The wind blade took shape, flying from his fingertips, hitting the target. The cut was a bit deeper than in the morning, but still not enough. Try again. Only 2 sounds remained in the training room. Alan's fireball exploding against the target, and Lu Chen's wind blade slicing through the air with a faint hum. The 2 sounds alternated, occasionally interrupted by Alan's heavy breathing and Lu Chen's brief silences as he adjusted his mana output. Training into the night, Alan was the first to give in. He said to Lu Chen, "I'm out of mana. If I try one more time, I'll be overdrawn. I need to head back." Alan walked to the door, looking back at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was still releasing the wind blade. Alan did not speak. He gently closed the door. Only Lu Chen was left in the training room. Over an hour passed. The proficiency of the wind blade technique finally broke 100. Entry level. He retracted his hand, feeling the mana circuits in his arms slightly warm. This was what Professor Moore had referred to as minor damage, needing meditation for recovery. But he did not begin meditating immediately. He raised his other hand, fireball in the left, wind blade in the right. Both types of magic were released simultaneously. The fireball spiraled and constricted while the wind blade sliced through the layers. 2 entirely different magical paths ran parallel in his body. Spiral in the left, arm, layered flow in the right. The 2 forces met at the center line of his body without interfering with each other, each following its own path. He maintained this for a full 3 seconds. Then he retracted voluntarily. This was preparation for the practical confrontation of the monthly assessment. Rain said he would draw Lu Chen. He extinguished the fireball and turned the wind blade into a gentle breeze. When he returned to the dormitory, Alan was already asleep. Lu Chen sat cross-legged to begin meditating. The mana circuits gradually repaired in meditation, and the burning sensation slowly faded, replaced by a refreshing comfort. He opened his eyes. The rain outside had stopped, and the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. The panel quietly lit up in his mind. Fireball technique proficiency 876. 1000 mastery. Ice spike technique proficiency 482. 1000 mastery. Wind blade technique proficiency 103. 1000 entry level. Still far from perfecting the fireball technique. Still far from mastering all 5 elements. But every day the numbers were rising. He lay down, and the sounds from the training room that night still echoed in his mind. The dull thud of the spiral fireball, the humming of the layered wind blade, and the faint sound of Alan gently closing the door as he left. There are 2 weeks until the monthly assessment. The day of the monthly exam was overcast. 6 platforms were hastily set up in the martial arts arena with a magical sensing crystal floating above each one. The crystal was transparent, encircled by a set of gradations that could monitor the intensity and precision of the magic in real time. Hundreds of new students waited in the staging area, some softly reciting incantations, while others repeatedly flexed their fingers. Alan took a deep breath beside him. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. This isn't working. I'm still nervous. I wasn't this nervous even when I participated in the archery competition in town. At worst, missing the target is one thing, but missing in front of the entire academy will make it hard to hold my head up for 3 years. Nervousness affects the flow of magic, Lu Chen said. Sweaty palms can increase friction during magic output, leading to a decrease in release precision. Deep breathing is correct, but don't do it too fast. 6 to 8 times per minute is sufficient. Right now you're probably at 20 times a minute, making you more anxious with every breath. Alan was taken aback, then adjusted his breathing rate, trying a few times before looking back at him. How do you know everything? I read about it in a book before. The coupling relationship between breathing rate and heart rate. What coupling? When you breathe too fast, your heartbeat speeds up in response. An accelerated heartbeat stimulates the adrenal glands to secrete hormones, which makes you more anxious, and increased anxiety leads to faster breathing. A vicious cycle. Alan opened his mouth, then closed it. He managed to reduce his breathing to 6 times a minute, and after about 2 minutes his shoulders visibly relaxed a bit. Then he suddenly turned his head. What are adrenal glands? Lu Chen didn't answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain. The examiner was already calling the first group. The first round involved casting basic magic spells at designated targets. The rules were simple. Each person would cast the fireball spell 5 times, or its equivalent in the corresponding element with scores based on precision and power. The target was a standard magical target with a bullseye about the size of a fist. The scoring was divided into 2 parts. Precision accounted for 60%, while power accounted for 40%. A score of 60 was passing, and 80 or above was considered excellent. The first new student on stage was a tall, thin boy who stood at the firing position, raised his hand. The fireball wobbled and flew out, completely missing the target. The second attempt, still a miss. The third attempt brushed the edge of the target, and the fourth and fifth attempts barely hit. The overall score 41. 41, Alan whispered. Can he stay it? The monthly assessment isn't an elimination system, Luchin replied. But 2 consecutive failures will require additional training. If you fail again after that, you'll be advised to withdraw. How do you know this again? It's written in the Student Handbook, Chapter 3, Article 42. Alan pulled out the student handbook given at enrollment. It was brand new with no creases. He indeed found that clause on one of the later pages. He looked up at Lu Chun, his expression complex. You memorized the student handbook in your first week. I had nothing to do while waiting in line. You have too much time on your hands. The examiner called the next name. One by one, students took their turns. Most new students scored between 60 and 80. When a red-haired girl stepped up, she cast 5 ice spikes, 4 of which hit the bullseye area with decent power. Her score was 89. She had an level affinity for the water element. Alan nudged Lu Chun with his elbow. That girl is strong. Ice spike. Shouldn't water element be harder? The precision for pinpoint casting in the water element is indeed harder to control than for fire, Lu Chun explained. Her ability to hit 4 bullseyes indicates solid foundational skills. So does that mean I don't stand a chance? Your fireball spell is currently stable at the edge of mastery. Your precision is not inferior to hers, and your power might even be higher. You just need to perform normally. Alan remained silent. Then the examiner called his name. Alan walked. He raised his hand, his first shot. The fireball flew from his palm and struck the bullseye. The examiner looked down to record the score. The second shot. Again the bullseye. The scorch marks overlapped with the first shot, making it nearly indistinguishable. The third, fourth, and fifth shots. All 5 hits struck the target. 3 hit the bullseye area, and 2 were slightly off, just on the edge, not leaving the center circle. The examiner announced the score, 87. As Alan walked down, his legs were still slightly trembling. 87. I scored 87. Did you see that? 3 bullseyes. I've never cast fireball this accurately in my life. The examiner almost made my legs go weak when he announced the score. You were trembling just now. That was earlier. Now it's a different kind of weak. Happy weak. Alan. The red-haired girl who scored 89 stood at the edge of the staging area, nodding at Alan. Alan was momentarily stunned, then nodded back. The 2 exchanged nods without a word. Lu Chun did not participate in this silent exchange. The examiner called his name. He stepped onto the platform. Lu Chun raised his hand. The first shot. The fireball spiraled out from his palm, striking the bullseye perfectly. He suppressed the power to a normal level, about 30% of his true output. The scorch mark landed right in the center of the bullseye, neither too big nor too small, comparable to Alan's power just now. But he couldn't completely mask his precision. The instinctive level of magic control brought by his affinity for 5 elements made him subconsciously adjust the spiral rotation speed and flight trajectory as he released. The second shot, third shot, fourth shot, fifth shot. All 5 struck the same spot on the bullseye. Only a single charred that remained with the 5 shots stacked together, edges so neat they seemed measured with a ruler. The scorch mark was slightly darker than Alan's, but far from being termed remarkable. Precision was perfect and power was slightly above average. The examiner looked down at the readings from the crystal ball, his brow slightly furrowed. Precision is perfect. Power, slightly above average. Overall score 85. He looked up at Lu Chun, wanting to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. Lu Chun nodded and turned to walk off the platform. 85. 2 points lower than he estimated. It wasn't an issue of precision. He couldn't suppress that. His sensitivity to magic perception from the 5-element affinity was too acute. The moment he released, he instinctively knew if the trajectory was off. It was the power that he had intentionally suppressed too much. He returned to the staging area. Alan approached him. 85. We're about even. Wait, how come your precision is perfect, but your total score is still 2 points lower than mine? Not enough power, Lu Chun said. Not enough power. Alan's expression was quite nuanced. That spiral fireball could blast a crater in the training target, and you tell me it's not enough power. Did you suppress it again? Lu Chun did not deny it. Alan was silent for a moment. You calculate how many points you want to score before every exam, and then go take it. Taking an exam with you is more stressful than with Rain. At least he crushes openly, you crush secretly. 85 is already quite high. It won't attract too much attention. You call stacking 5 shots on a single point not attracting too much attention. Alan's voice was lowered. Look around. Several new students who had just finished their exams were looking at him. The red-haired girl was also watching. Their expressions were not of awe, but confusion. Perfect precision, but slightly above average power. This combination was too strange. It was like an archer hitting the bullseye every time, but the arrows were embedded shallower than others. It felt like he was deliberately holding back. But why? Lu Chun withdrew his gaze. He needed to pay more attention. He couldn't suppress his precision for now. That was unavoidable. The sensitivity to magic perception brought by the 5-element affinity was too keen. The moment he released, he instinctively knew whether the trajectory was off, and the adjustment was subconscious. However, he could lower his power a bit more. Next time, he would control his output to about 15%. The scorch marks would be lighter than today, and the stacking would be less noticeable. Alan was still rambling beside him. Lu Chun didn't respond. He mentally calculated again. At 15% output with unchanged precision, the overall score would probably drop to around 75. Not too high, not too low, just enough to make it into the top 20. The premise was that he wouldn't face too strong of an opponent in the actual combat round. If he drew rain, then he would have to reconsider. At this moment in the observation room above the examination hall, Gray stood inside. When Lu Chun's 5 fireballs all stacked on the same scorch mark, he wrote beside the scoring table, "Suppression is evident. Power control still has flaws, too deliberate." The assistant beside him said, "Vice Dean, this student. Keep watching." Gray. Lu Chun's next round was actual combat against an opponent. It would be drawn randomly. He still didn't know who his opponent was. However, based on Lu Chun's demonstrated precision in the first round, no matter who he drew, it was bound to be a match that wouldn't go unnoticed. As the results of the draw scrolled across the big screen, Alan was munching on a piece of his own provisions. "Don't be nervous, it doesn't matter who you draw, as long as it's not Rain," he said while chewing. "Think about it, among the new students apart from Rain, how many can actually fight? The red-haired girl is water type, which doesn't conflict with your attributes, and those few level students. Even if you hold back, you can still win." Lu Chun remained silent, watching the big screen. His name paused first. Then came another name. A level fire type affinity, a name he had never heard before. Alan let out a long sigh beside him. "Level. All good, all good." He patted Lu Chun's shoulder. "I drew a level. I need to practice harder tonight." Lu Chun did not respond. He was looking at the lower part of the matchup chart. Next to Rain's name was also paired with a level new student. In the first round, the two would not encounter each other. "Stop looking," Alan said. "You two will meet sooner or later. But not today." The first actual match would be in the afternoon. When Lu Chun stepped onto the stage, the opposing level student was already trembling. The referee raised his hand. "Begin." The level student made the first move. Fireball technique, a shaky one emerging from his palm, with a chant time of about 4 seconds. Lu Chun sidestepped the fireball, grazed past his robe, striking the magical barrier behind him, not even causing a ripple. Lu Chun raised his hand. No chant. The fireball shot out from his palm in a straight line, without any spiral added. The fireball brushed past the opponent's shoulder, hitting the ground behind him. The stone slab was blown out with a small char mark, and the shockwave pushed the opponent back 2 steps. He did not continue to attack. The opponent steadied himself, looking at the robe on his shoulder that had been grazed. No burn marks, no damage, just a shallow wrinkle caused by the heat. Then he raised his hand. "I concede." The referee nodded. Lu Chun wins. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. As Lu Chun walked back to the waiting area, Alan handed him a bottle of water. "Was your fighting style deliberately off target?" "Why? Isn't hitting directly faster?" "He lacks combat experience. If it hits directly, the magical shield will automatically trigger, which might rebound and hurt him." Lu Chun took the water bottle and took a sip. Missing deliberately allows him to judge the gap better, which is more useful than the referee judging a loss. Alan shook his head. Even when you win, consider how to minimize the opponent's injuries." "You're a strange one." The draw for the second round. Lu Chun's opponent changed to a level new student with wind type affinity. This level is already considered above average among newcomers. Level means at least one element can output consistently, and wind type attacks are faster than fire type, giving it a speed advantage over fire. The referee announced the start. The wind type student made the first move. 3 wind blades sliced through from different angles, indeed faster than the fireball. Lu Chun did not dodge. He raised his hand to release the fireballs. 2 fireballs flew out in succession, colliding heat-in with 2 wind blades, fire and wind exploding in the air while he sidestepped the third wind blade. Then he seized the gap in the opponent's magical connection, sending a third fireball along the ground, hitting right in front of the opponent's feet. The impact shattered the stone slab, causing the opponent to jump back and lose balance, while the 4th fireball was already hovering in front of him. No launch. The opponent froze for a moment, then raised his hand. "I concede." The referee raised Lu Chun's hand. Lu Chun wins. As he walked down from the platform, the noise in the waiting area was noticeably louder than in the first round. Several students who hadn't yet competed huddled together speaking in hushed tones, but each word drilled into Lu Chen's ears. Did you see that fireball of his? Completely different from the first round. He only launched 2 against the level, yet 4 against the level, and not even using full power. How did he know the trajectory of the wind blades? Alan also heard it. He leaned over and whispered, "See it starting again. You should keep a low profile." I was very restrained. You call breaking a level with 4 fireballs restrained? Alan's voice was kept very low. That third fireball. Flying low, you shattered the stone slab. Is that restraint? That was to avoid hitting him directly. Alan sighed deeply, like someone who had given up arguing, offering a final statement. On the other side of the waiting area, Rain turned off the screen after watching the match replay. Just now he could see clearly Lu Chen's battle against the level wind type. The interval between his fireball releases was less than a second. Ordinary newcomers need over 3 seconds for magical recovery. Lu Chen did not require that. It was not talent, but repetition. It was muscle memory replacing conscious control. The bracket for the next elimination match had been updated on the screen. Lu Chen's next opponent was a water-type level student. He could use water screen technique to defend against fireballs, which had an attribute advantage over fire. Alan looked at the matchup chart and turned to Lu Chen. Water-type counters fire. Your fireballs are sufficient. That's a water type. The effect of water screen technique against fireballs is halved. You know the attribute counter rules. Attribute counters are mutual, Lu Chen said. If the fireballs are fast enough and numerous enough, even the water screen cannot stop them. And he can only defend from the front. Alan opened his mouth. He had now learned. When Lu Chen said sufficient, it was not bravado, but truly. The first match of the elimination round was in the afternoon. When Lu Chen stepped onto the platform, the opposing water-type student had already set up the water screen. A transparent wall of water unfolded before him, approximately 2 meters wide and reaching from the ground to chest height. The water screen looked thin, but the water elements were constantly flowing. This flowing structure could effectively absorb the heat of fire-type magic, reducing the power of fireballs by at least half as they passed through the water screen. The referee announced the start. The water-type student did not initiate an attack. He chose to defend, maintaining the water screen while shrinking back, waiting for Lu Chen's fireballs to be weakened by the water screen before counterattacking with water magic. This was a cautious strategy. Lu Chen raised his hand. The first fireball crashed into the water screen heated. Just as the textbooks said, the fireball's power dropped drastically after passing through the water screen, easily dodged by the opponent. The second and third fireballs, he aimed them at the water screen with the same effect. A hint of relaxation appeared on the water-type student's face. Then Lu Chen moved. He circled around. He moved quickly along the edge of the platform, while the water-type student's water screen could only defend from the front. When Lu Chen circled to a 45-degree angle, the opponent's defensive angle had not yet completely turned. Lu Chen raised his hand. The fireball did not strike the opponent, but hit the ground. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The fireball successively crashed onto the stone slabs beneath the opponent's feet. There was still some accumulated water from the previous water screen splashed in the cracks of the stone slabs on the platform. As the high-temperature fireballs made contact, the accumulated water evaporated instantly, sending a large cloud of scalding steam rising from the ground. The water-type student was scalded by the steam, retreating repeatedly, and the magical supply for the water screen was interrupted, causing the water wall to wobble. Lu Chen's fourth fireball passed through the gap in the water screen. The fireball hovered in front of the opponent's chest. It was not launched. The water-type student looked down at the fireball suspended in front of his chest, feeling its spiraling heat inside, but it did not burn a corner of his clothing. I concede. The referee raised his hand. Lu Chen wins. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then the waiting area erupted in excitement. Did he just use steam to break the water screen? That's not a tactic from the textbook. The textbook didn't mention using steam to counter the water screen. How did he think of that? Lu Chen walked down from the platform. Alan approached with a complicated look. That tactic you just used, using fireballs to blast the ground to create steam, not from the textbook. Did you come up with it yourself? Water counters fire is a conventional rule. But fire evaporates water to create steam, and steam itself is an attack method, Lu Chen said. Rules are dead, physics is alive. I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Alan shook his head. Forget it. Do you know your current standings? 3rd in precision shooting, and you've already made it to the top 16 in practical combat. If you win one more match, you'll be in the top 8. Lu Chen nodded, saying nothing. The elimination match schedule was updated that evening. Lu Chen stood in front of the bulletin board, his finger tracing down the list until it stopped at his name. Next round opponent, grade B water affinity, ranked in the top 30 by student number and 5th in the fixed point target shooting. Alan leaned over Lu Chen's shoulder and gasped upon seeing the name. Water affinity. You encountered a water user again. His voice rose slightly, catching the attention of several freshmen nearby, who were also looking at the match list. Elemental restraint, your fireball is sufficient. You said that last time too. Alan lowered his voice. The last water user was only B, this time it's B, and ranked 5th in fixed-point target shooting. The thickness of the water curtain is at least 30% stronger than the last one. Luchin did not reply, continuing to look down the list. Alan's name was in another group with an opponent who was a grade B Earth user. Earth users excel at defense. The stone wall technique can block most fireball attacks, making it more challenging for Alan, who primarily practices fire magic. Earth user. Alan saw this too, his expression falling. Once the stone wall is up, my fireball can't break through, it's over. I'm out of the top 16. The stone wall technique requires continuous magical energy supply. The defensive strength of the wall depends on the density of the magic, but the longer it lasts, the more magical energy is consumed. You don't necessarily need to break through it. You can force it to collapse under its own weight. Your spiral fireball consumes less energy than a regular fireball. If you force him to keep reinforcing the stone wall, it will be him who runs out of magic first, not you. Alan paused for a moment, then quickly took out his training journal, jotting down some notes on the blank page at the back. Spiral fireball consumes less. This he knew, a war of attrition forcing the opponent to exhaust their energy. This he had not considered. When he looked up, his expression had changed. How did your mind even come up with that? Look more, think more. Forget I asked. He stuffed the training journal back into his pocket. The elimination match was in the afternoon of the next day. 3 temporary stages in the training arena had been dismantled, while the remaining 3 had their boundaries widened, and the magical barrier's energy threshold had been raised to accommodate increasingly intense battles. The audience was noticeably larger than yesterday. Not just freshmen, but also many second-year students came to join the excitement. When Lu Chun took the stage, the water user was already waiting on the opposite side. He did not cower behind a water curtain like the previous opponent. Instead, he actively unleashed 3 ice spikes. An ice spike technique, an attack branch of water magic faster than fireballs, with sharp tips, shooting forward, glimmering with cold light. Lu Chun did not meet them heat, and he sidestepped the first 2, and the third one was dispersed by his fireball. Ice and fire exploded into a cloud of white mist in the air. Then he made his move, using the same tactic as the last match, flanking from the side. But this time the water user clearly had watched his previous matches. The angle of the water curtain's defense shifted rapidly, and as Lu Chun rounded to 45 degrees, the water curtain followed closely. The thickness of the water wall was indeed much stronger than the previous opponent, and the speed of the water flow's rotation indicated a higher density of magical energy. He unleashed a series of fireballs, striking the ground, evaporating the water pooled on the stone slab, steam rising. The opponent retreated in anticipation. He had foreseen that Lu Chun would use the steam. Those who made it to the top 16 were indeed not mere novices who only knew how to output damage while standing still. Lu Chun paused, standing at the center of the stage. Steam filled the space between him and the water user, blurring their vision. He raised his hand, not using fireballs this time. Ice spike technique. Basic water magic shot out from his fingertips. The ice spike pierced through the steam, carving a clear trajectory through the mist. The opponent clearly did not expect him to suddenly switch to water magic, hurriedly reinforcing a layer of magic on the water curtain. The ice spike struck the water curtain, failing to penetrate it, but the massive temperature difference caused a thin layer of ice to form on the surface of the water curtain. The second ice spike followed closely behind, striking the thin ice layer. The ice layer cracked, and the flowing structure of the water curtain experienced a momentary pause. In that instant, Lu Chun unleashed his third spell. Not an ice spike, but a fireball, spirally focused, striking right at the crack in the water curtain. The fireball slipped through the gap in the water curtain, grazed the opponent's shoulder, and struck the magical barrier behind him. The barrier shook, but did not shatter, though the ripples spread across half the arc. The water user looked down at the scorch mark on his shoulder, then raised his gaze to the black-haired youth across the stage. He fell silent for 2 seconds before raising his hand. I concede. Lu Chun retracted his hand. As the referee announced the result, a murmur of confusion and amazement rippled through the audience. He walked back to the waiting area where Alan was waiting for him, his expression indescribably complex. Ice spike technique, Alan said. When did you practice that? Recently. How recent? A little over a week. A little over a week. You managed to practice the ice spike technique to the point of penetrating a grade B water curtain. Alan's voice was low, but each word seemed to bounce out. Do you know how long it takes an ordinary person to stabilize the release of ice spikes from scratch? The textbook states at least a month. You did it in a little over a week. And you did it while simultaneously practicing fireball and wind blade techniques. I just practiced more. How many times? Dozens of times each day? Didn't keep track. Alan fell silent. He leaned against a pillar in the waiting area, watching Lu Chun with a complicated expression. Not jealousy, but rather a bewilderment of what kind of creature is my roommate. Over the past month, he had become accustomed to the data and analyses that would occasionally spring from Lu Chen's mouth, and had accepted the fact that his roommate was much stronger than himself. But each time he thought he had grasped Lu Chen's limits, Lu Chen would casually push them a little higher. Not sudden bursts, but steady progress. Like a snail climbing a wall, just when you think it should stop, it keeps climbing higher. Who was the next opponent? Alan snapped back to reality, glancing at the match list. Having won in the top 16, the next match is for the quarterfinals. Your opponent, Dual Fire and Earth Affinity Grade A, a third-year student. Third year? Yes, a repeat student. Alan's expression became serious. Not a repeat due to lack of talent, but because he was severely injured last year and took a year off from school. He is now repeating the first year. His strength is considered top tier among freshmen with much more practical combat experience than us. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. Dual Fire and Earth Affinity Fire as the main attack and Earth as the main defense. Balanced in both offense and defense with practical combat experience. Unlike previous opponents who could only use one type of magic, this person has a system. He has combat experience and I do too, Lu Chen said. What combat experience? You've only been in school for a little over a month. The combat experience from the training room. Every spar with you, every independent training session with Professor Gray counts as combat experience. The quantity is not inferior to his. Alan paused for a moment. Then he smiled slightly. That smile wasn't as bright as usual, but it felt more grounded than ever. All right, then you do your best. He'll go prepare too. I'm still waiting to exhaust his magical energy on the Earth side. He turned and walked toward his own stage. After walking a few steps, he turned back. See you in the quarterfinals. Lu Chen nodded. He turned to look at the bulletin board. Next to his name, the name of his next opponent was already marked in red. Dual Fire and Earth Affinity Grade A, third-year student. More combat experience than himself, more types of magic than himself. If only counting fire magic, that is. But he was not limited to just fire magic. With 3 affinities at his disposal, he had no intention of stopping at the quarterfinals. On the day of the quarterfinals, only one arena remained in the training ground. The other 5 had been dismantled, the stone slabs removed, and the bases of the magical barriers thoroughly cleared. In the center of the venue, only a widened arena was left, and the surrounding spectator stands were more densely packed than in previous days, attended not only by newcomers, but also by many second and third-year students. Lu Chen was making his final preparations in the waiting area. Today his goal was not to conceal his strength, but to defeat a dual-element opponent without revealing all his cards. A fire and earth dual-element user with fire as the main offense and earth as the primary defense, possessing rich combat experience. Such a configuration was difficult to deal with at the same level. Offensive fire had explosive power, while defensive earth was heavy and resilient. Engaging in a battle of attrition would be disadvantageous for Lu Chen. A quick resolution was the optimal solution. Alan had been rambling beside him for quite a while. Marcus, a repeat third-year student. It wasn't that he lacked talent, he had sustained severe injuries during last year's Secret Realm trial, with his magical circuits torn, and had taken a year off to recover. It was said that he had reached the top 8 last year, and though his current state was not at its peak, his experience far surpassed that of the newcomers. Fire and earth dual elements, a class affinity capable of using the stone wall technique, which had withstood mid-tier magic in last year's academy competition. Have you seen his match footage? I stayed up all night to catch up. Alan shoved a crumpled note over densely packed with notes on the opponent's attack habits. He likes to start by raising a stone wall, then hides behind it to use fireballs for long-range attrition. He plays defensively and strikes back. In the last round, he wore down a class wind element user like this. The opponent's wind blades couldn't penetrate the stone wall, and their magical energy was exhausted first. Lu Chen took the notes and skimmed through them. The data was comprehensive. It recorded attack habits, magical energy consumption rhythms, average thickness of the stone walls, and intervals for releasing fireballs. More than a month ago, the Alan who only shouted loudly had now learned to gather intelligence before the match. He returned the notes to Alan without saying anything, simply nodding. Then the referee called his name. On the arena, Marcus was already waiting on the opposite side. He was half a head taller than Lu Chen, with broad shoulders, standing in the center of the arena like a wall. The sleeves of his robe were rolled up to his elbows, revealing several old scars on his forearms. Scars not from training, but from real combat. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, he neither looked down on him nor was afraid. He simply nodded calmly. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Marcus pressed both hands to the ground. The stone wall technique. 2 thick stone walls rose from beneath the arena, stones, one in front and one behind, enclosing him in between. A half-meter gap was left between the stone walls, just enough for him to release fireballs through the opening. This was a standard fortress tactic, first ensuring defense, then attacking from behind cover. He had clearly studied Lu Chen's matches. Knowing that Lu Chen's fireballs were quick, he chose to forego direct confrontation and retreated behind cover immediately. Lu Chen did not rush to attack. He walked around the stone walls, raised his hand, and tried a fireball. The spiral fireball struck the stone wall, exploding a small patch of rubble, but the stone wall remained steadfast. The second fireball hit the same spot, producing more rubble and revealing fine cracks on the surface of the stone wall. However, he had only used 30% of his power. This output was insufficient to breach the stone wall. Marcus' fireballs shot out from the gaps in the stone walls one after another, forcing Lu Chen to keep moving. The murmurs from the audience began to grow denser. He can't break through. The stone wall is too thick. The fireballs lack enough power. Didn't he use ice spikes before? Why isn't he switching to water element? Switching wouldn't help. Ice spikes would be less effective against the stone wall than fireballs. Lu Chen heard those discussions. He neither looked back nor switched to the water element. He continued to move, persistently bombarding the same point on the stone wall with fireballs. 1 hit, 2 hits, 5 hits, 10 hits. The crack on the wall expanded from the width of a hair to that of a finger. But the stone wall still stood firm. Marcus intensified his magical energy output. The crack began to heal slowly. Lu Chen stopped. He stood on the left side of the arena with 2 stone walls in front of him, while Marcus' fireballs continued to shoot through the gaps. He raised his left hand. This was not a fireball. It was a wind blade. A thin, almost transparent azure wind blade flew from his fingertips, moving much faster than a fireball, precisely slipping through the gap in the stone wall, grazing Marcus' ear, and striking the magical barrier behind him. The audience fell silent for a moment. Marcus paused as well. Wind element. This was Lu Chen's first time publicly using wind magic. Previously, he had only used fire and water elements. The wind blade technique was from the third element. Dual element geniuses were rare, while 3-element users were considered monsters. Then came the second wind blade. This time he did not aim for the gap. He targeted the stone wall itself, not the front, but the side. The angle of the wind blade's cut was extremely precise, slicing into the edge of a slightly protruding stone slab along the side of the stone wall, like a blade cutting through tofu. A stone slab was sheared off. A gap appeared in the structure of the stone wall. Marcus launched a fireball to try to seal the gap, but Lu Chen was already no longer in his original position. He used a wind element acceleration technique, dramatically increasing his speed, and circled to the other side of the stone wall. He raised his right hand. Not a fireball, not a wind blade. It was an ice spike. 3 ice spikes shot out in quick succession, piercing through the gap in the stone wall, blocking Marcus' movements. Marcus sidestepped the first 2, while the third grazed his calf, leaving a thin layer of ice on the stone floor. He slipped, slightly disrupting the rhythm of his fireball casting. At that moment, the stone wall lost its magical energy supply. Lu Chen seized this opportunity. With his left hand, a fireball crashed into the gap in the stone wall. The fireball traversed the space between the 2 layers of stone walls, spiraling inward and striking Marcus' magical shield squarely in the chest. The shield absorbed most of the impact, but Marcus was still knocked back 2 steps. He did not pursue. Once stabilized, Marcus glanced at the scorch marks left on his shield before looking at the black-haired youth across the arena. Fire, water, wind. The transitions among the 3 elements were as smooth as breathing. This was not a haphazard mix born of impulse, but a systematic output honed through extensive practice. Marcus raised his hand. I concede. Before the referee's announcement had even finished, the audience erupted. Lu Chen turned and walked off the arena. The 3 elements made their debut, advancing to the top 8. But more importantly, he proved one thing. It wasn't the ferocity of a single element mastery that mattered, but the vast tactical space provided by multi-element coordination. Fire as the main offense, water for control, and wind for mobility, the power of this 3-element combination far exceeded that of a single element. He reached the waiting area where Alan had yet to recover from the earlier match. You, wind element, ice spikes. When did you? The wind element is something I practiced recently. I had already used ice spikes before. Lu Chen took a sip from his water bottle. As for that stone wall, there was an issue with his magical energy supply. He maintained 2 stone walls while casting fireballs, distributing his magical energy too evenly. A direct attack consumed his defensive magical energy, while the side wind blades disrupted its structure. Finally, the ice spikes interrupted his movement rhythm. There was no need to breach the stone wall, just to prevent it from sustaining. Alan fell silent for a long time. Then he glanced down at the crumpled notes in his hand. He had spent 2 hours last night analyzing the opponent's attack habits, while Lu Chen had found the opponent's system flaws in less than a match's time. It wasn't that intelligence was useless. It was that Lu Chen's analysis speed surpassed his intelligence gathering. Living with you as a roommate is really stressful, he said, then grinned. That smile was complex yet devoid of jealousy. When the list of the top 4 was posted on the bulletin board, Lu Chen's name was on the second line, while Ryan's was on the 4th. One in the upper half, the other in the lower half. They would not meet in the semifinals. Yet everyone's gaze was bouncing back and forth between the two names. Since the day of the entrance examination, these two individuals had been the most talked about among the new students. One was a 5-element Alls rank who never publicly acknowledged it, and the other was an S rank in Lightning who had declared from day one that he aimed to be the top. Now they were just one match away from facing each other in the finals. Alan squeezed out of the crowd. His quarterfinal match was over. His opponent was AB rank in Earth with a stone wall that was not as thick as Marcus, but had excellent endurance. The two of them had exhausted nearly 20 minutes, and finally the opponent's magic power ran out first, causing the stone wall to collapse. Alan won in a rather messy fashion with his robe sleeve torn by a stone spike and a gray mark on his face. Top 8. He rushed in front of Lu Chun, his voice cracking. I made it to the top 8. Do you know how I won just now? By the consumption battle you mentioned. I kept bombarding the same point of his stone wall. Oh, every time he repaired it, I would strike again. After over 10 attempts, his magic power ran out and the wall collapsed on its own. He paused to catch his breath. What about you? Who's your next opponent? Abel. A third-year repeat student. Fire and Earth dual element, A affinity. Alan's smile froze for a moment. Fire and Earth dual element. Another one of those balanced configurations. You needed 3 elements to break through Marcus' defenses last time, and this Abel is half a level higher than Marcus. His stone wall is about 20% thicker than Marcus. The interval between fireball releases is half a second shorter than Marcus, Lu Chun said. But with the same configuration comes the same weakness. Maintaining both defense and offense simultaneously requires a distribution of magic power. His total magic power is higher than Marcus, but the distribution ratio should be similar. As long as I can force him to use both the stone wall and fireball at the same time, his magic power consumption rate will exceed mine by more than double. Alan was silent for a moment. Then he stuffed the crumpled note into his pocket. All right. I won't worry about you then. You always say you'll win, and you really do. I'm used to it. In the evening, Lu Chun went to training room No. 3 alone. The special pass that Gray signed for him was still valid during the monthly assessment period, as long as he didn't use it late at night. He pushed the door open. The training room was empty with the magical lights half on, and 2 rows of training targets quietly standing against the wall. He walked to the central target position, not in a hurry to make a move. He stood for a while, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the match footage of Abel. Abel's match style was basically consistent with Alan's analysis from last night, starting with erecting a stone wall, then hiding behind cover to use fireballs for long-range consumption. However, in one match against AB rank in Wind, the opponent used wind blades to continuously harass his side, forcing him to expose a flaw. The stone wall's defensive angle could only cover a front arc of 180 degrees, leaving the sides and back as blind spots. When the wind element newcomer circled behind him, Abel had no choice but to abandon the stone wall and engage in fireball combat. That was the only time he relinquished his defensive stance during a match. The flanks and the rear were his weaknesses. Lu Chun opened his eyes, raised his hand, and began to simulate the battle for tomorrow in the training room. Not practicing a single magic spell, but practicing combinations. Left hand for wind blades to cut the side, right hand for fireballs to strike the front, with intermittent water element ice spikes to block escape routes. 3 spells were released in alternation, and the interval between each switch was decreasing. By the third round, as the wind blade left his hand, the fireball was already coalescing in his palm. Before the fireball hit the target, the ice spike had already sealed off the target's escape route on the side. He stopped, looking down at his hands. The switching speed among 3 elements had improved significantly compared to a week ago, but there was still a distance to go before achieving true, seamless connection. On the panel, the proficiency of the wind blade spell had just passed 200, the ice spike spell was nearing 500, and the fireball spell was steadily advancing towards proficiency mid-range. Each magic spell's proficiency was increasing, but the fluidity of using them in combination, the panel did not record this. Fluidity could only rely on muscle memory achieved through repeated practice until it required no thought. He raised his hand again, continuing to practice. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the training room was pushed open. It was neither Alan nor an instructor. Golden hair, blue eyes, the cuffs of his robe slightly rolled up, revealing small electric arc marks on his forearms. Ryan walked in without greeting, heading straight to the target next to Lu Chun, and raised his hand to unleash a lightning strike. Another charred mark was added to the target, stacking atop the previous ones. The 2 practiced in silence. The training room was filled only with the humming of fireballs and the crackling of lightning strikes, the 2 sounds alternating with a small pause in between. After about half an hour, Ryan stopped. He looked at his target. The bullseye was densely covered with charred marks, new ones pressing down on the old, with the deepest cracks reaching into the stone slab. Then he spoke. Abel's flank is his weakness. When you circle around him, he will abandon the stone wall. At that moment, his defense is at its weakest. Lu Chun also stopped his fireball. Have you watched his matches? I have. The one against that wind element newcomer, when his flanks were harassed, his reaction time was longer by a few tenths of a second compared to the front. Ryan paused. A few tenths of a second is enough for you. Lu Chen remained silent. He was still pondering Ryan's earlier statement. Enough for you. Not enough for us, but enough for you. Ryan had already acknowledged the gap in reaction speed between him and Lu Chen, yet there was no jealousy or resentment in his tone. Only a statement, as if solving a problem whose answer was already known. Your lightning armor, how many times can it withstand mid-level magic within 3 seconds? Lu Chen asked. For a single attack, about 7 to 8 times. Continuous attacks will consume it faster. What if 2 spells strike different locations at the same time? Ryan replied. That depends on how far apart the locations are. If it's over half a meter, the current of the lightning armor needs to be redistributed, and its defensive power will be compromised. Ryan paused. Are you calculating how to break through my lightning armor? Lu Chen said, let's finish the semifinals first. He withdrew his hand, walked to the training room's door, paused for a moment, and glanced back at Ryan. See you in the finals. Ryan didn't respond, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile. It was the expression of someone who had completed all calculations, waiting for the final exam. Lu Chen exited the training room. The night breeze swept through the corridor, taking away the lingering warmth left on his palms from training. The day after tomorrow, if he won, his opponent in the finals would be Ryan. He looked down at his hands. On his fingertips, the remnants of 3 types of magic still pulsed faintly. The warmth of fire, the coolness of water, and the lightness of wind. With 3 elements at his disposal, it was enough to win tomorrow's match. But what about the day after tomorrow? If he faced Ryan in the finals, would 3 elements be enough? Ryan's lightning armor had far superior defense compared to Abel's stone wall, and his attack speed was the only one among the newcomers that could contend directly with Lu Chen. 3 elements might not be sufficient. Perhaps a 4th element was needed. As he walked back to the dormitory, he mentally reviewed the few trump cards he hadn't yet used. He hadn't started practicing the earth element yet, nor the lightning element. Gray had said that these 2 consumed magic power circuits more than the wind element, and he needed to wait for his body to adapt to the 3 elements before starting. But what if the finals truly required it? On the day of the semifinals, the training arena was packed to capacity. It was not just the freshmen, 2nd and 3rd year students had also come, and even several senior instructors who usually kept a low profile were seated in the back row of the audience. The magic sensing crystal above the arena shone twice as bright as usual. This was due to the examiners manually increasing the sensitivity to capture every detail of the match. Lu Chen stood on the stage. Opposite him was Abel, a 3rd year student with a dual affinity for fire and earth, rated A. He was taller than Marcus, with broader shoulders, and his palms bore calluses from years of practicing the earth wall technique. He did not boast before the match like his previous opponents. Instead, he quietly stood opposite Lu Chen with his arms crossed, waiting for the referee to announce the start. Lu Chen observed his stance. His feet were parallel with his weight, slightly back, a standard position for a defensive opening. Just as they had analyzed the night before, he would definitely erect an earth wall at the start. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Abel pressed his hands to the ground. The earth wall rose, 3 walls, not 2. A main wall in front with 1 auxiliary wall on each side, forming a fan-shaped defensive area. The thickness of the earth wall was at least 20% stronger than Marcus, its surface glimmering with a dark brown sheen from the earth element reinforcement. Each wall left a gap just wide enough for a fireball to shoot through. He had clearly studied all of Lu Chen's previous matches, knowing that the flanks were a weakness, so he used a fan-shaped defense to cover a larger defensive angle. Lu Chen did not attack immediately. He circled the earth wall, taking his time, but each step was an observation, assessing the wall's thickness, the size of the gaps, and the reaction time of his opponent in switching defensive angles. Upon completing the 3rd circle, he raised his hand to test a fireball. The spiral fireball struck the same spot on the main wall, and the debris that exploded was significantly less than when he had faced Marcus. The surface of the earth wall only bore a fist-sized shallow pit. His 2nd fireball struck the same point, deepening the pit slightly. Abel reinforced the earth wall. Earth magic flowed from his palms into the stone slab, and the cracks around the shallow pit began to slowly heal. His fireballs shot out from the gaps, the intervals indeed shorter than with Marcus, about half a second. Each fireball sealed off the path Lu Chen wanted to take around the side. Lu Chen moved. Not walked, but ran. With the acceleration spell of the wind system, his speed suddenly doubled. Abel's fireballs pursued his trajectory, but each was a beat slower. By the time the fireballs reached where he had just been, he had already moved to the next position. The magic consumption of the wind acceleration spell was not low, but he had no intention of dragging the fight out. He circled to the right side of the earth wall at a 45-degree angle. Abel's defensive angle shifted accordingly. As the earth wall moved, the slabs rubbed against the ground, producing a low rumble. When Abel turned his body, his left leg dragged slightly. This was not a technical issue, but an old injury. Lu Chun recalled the information Alan had mentioned last night. Abel had injured his left knee during last year's Secret Realm trial and had taken a half-year leave of absence. This habitual motion was not noticeable in everyday situations, but would be exposed during high-speed turns. Lu Chun circled again, this time to the left. Abel's defensive angle adjusted once more, and his left leg dragged noticeably. After 2 high-speed turns, his rhythm of magic supply experienced a brief interruption, less than half a second. But in that moment, the earth element reinforcement layer on the surface of the earth wall dimmed. Now's the chance. Lu Chun did not attack from the side. He charged directly toward the gap in the front of the earth wall, the shallow pit created by his previous 2 fireballs. The impact of the wind acceleration spell combined with the penetrating power of the spiral fireball allowed the 3rd fireball to strike precisely into the gap of the earth wall, breaking through the shallow pit. Abel took a step back to reinforce the earth wall, but Lu Chun was no longer in front. He had changed direction the instant he launched the 3rd fireball, the wind acceleration spell propelling him toward the flank of the earth wall, the side where the left leg had been dragging. His left hand rose, casting ice spike. Not just 1 but 3 were shot in succession. The ice spikes did not strike Abel directly, instead they hit the stone slab beneath his feet. The ice spread rapidly over the surface of the stone slab. As Abel retreated, his left foot stepped onto the icy surface, throwing off his balance. The magic supply to the earth wall was completely interrupted at that moment. Lu Chun's wind blades arrived. They did not target Abel, but aimed at the base of the earth wall. The 3 wind blades precisely cut into the connection between the bottom of the earth wall and the stone slab, loosening the slabs and causing the structure of the fan-shaped defense to begin to collapse. Abel abandoned the earth wall. He judged that the defense could no longer hold and poured all his magic into fireball attacks, releasing with both hands. 2 fireballs, 1 left and 1 right, blocking Lu Chun's movements. This was his last desperate attempt. Lu Chun did not dodge. He raised both hands, shattering the left fireball with his left ice spike, while his right fireball collided head-on with the right fireball. At the moment of impact, the 2 fireballs exploded in the air, and the shockwave sent ripples through the magical barriers on either side of the arena. In the instant the fireballs collided, Abel saw the glow of Lu Chun's magic shield on his chest, that steady, calm light that barely fluctuated. That was a manifestation of having reached the pinnacle of mastery in magic control precision. As the smoke cleared, Lu Chun stood in the center of the arena, less than 10 steps away from Abel. He did not continue to attack. Abel glanced at the earth element debris left on his hands, then looked at the black-haired boy across the arena. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand. "I concede." The referee raised Lu Chun's hand. Lu Chun wins. Advances to the finals. The audience erupted. As Lu Chun stepped down from the stage, Alan rushed over from the waiting area. "That wind blade you targeted at the base of the earth wall. How did you know hitting the base could break the structure?" "It wasn't in the textbooks. The structural weaknesses of the earth wall technique aren't taught in the textbooks." He took a breath. "Did you come up with that yourself?" "The magic supply to the earth wall comes from the base. If the base is damaged, the magic transmission will be interrupted. The structure is similar to the human body. If the lower half is unstable, no matter how thick the upper half is, it won't hold." "The structure is similar to the human body," Alan repeated, shaking his head. "You analyzing anatomy while competing?" Lu Chun did not respond. He turned to look at the other side of the arena. Rain's match had also concluded. Rain's opponent was a Blevel water mage, adept at using water screens for defense. This match lasted less than 2 minutes. Rain did not strike the water screen with lightning directly. Instead, he waited until the water flow on the surface of the screen reached maximum speed, then struck with lightning at the moment when the friction of the water molecules created an electric field. The water screen conducted electricity briefly as the current passed through, allowing the lightning to penetrate the screen and win the match. The crowd erupted in cheers. The two exchanged a glance across the waiting area for a second. Rain's blue eyes were still as straightforward as on the first day, but there was something new in them. Not hostility, but anticipation. The finals. Lu Chun versus Rain. The two strongest individuals among this year's freshmen were finally set to clash on the arena. In the evening, Lu Chun sat alone at his desk in the dormitory. Alan had gone to the training room to practice more. He said that since he had no part in the finals, he had to at least perform well in the preliminary matches. On the desk lay an old worn notebook recording all the training data from his first independent training to the present. The proficiency of Fireball had approached the middle stage of mastery, while Ice Spike and Windblade were steadily increasing. The Earth and Lightning elements had not been opened yet, as Gray had said not to rush, waiting until the body adapted to the three elements before opening the fourth. He closed the notebook and walked to the window. Outside was the night scene of the academy. The faint glow of magical lights illuminated the tops of 5 tall towers in the distance, and the training grounds windows were still lit. Alan was still practicing. On the day of the finals, there were no clouds. The magical sensing crystal above the training ground gleamed with a faint blue light under the sunlight, its sensitivity adjusted to the highest level. The arena had been newly paved. The old stone slabs had been battered and pockmarked during yesterday's semifinals by the stone wall technique and wind blade. The construction crew had worked overnight to replace them. The gray stone slabs were as smooth as a mirror reflecting shallow patterns in the sunlight. The audience seats were filled from the front row to the last. Not only the freshmen were present, second and third year students had also come with mentors from various departments sitting in the front row, including Gray. Unlike the other mentors, he did not engage in hushed conversations, but quietly sat in the corner, his hands crossed on his knees. As Luchin stepped onto the stage, Ryan was already waiting on the opposite side. His blonde hair was meticulously styled, and the light in his blue eyes shone brighter than usual. Today he was not wearing a robe, just a dark training outfit with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Small arcs of electricity danced on his forearms. This was not the release of magic, but a sign that his magical circuits had entered a fully activated state. Ryan remained silent. The referee also refrained from unnecessary words, simply raising his hand to signal both sides to confirm their readiness. Begin. Ryan struck first. It was not the Thunder Strike technique, but Thunder Armor. Lightning poured from his body, forming a set of translucent armor around him. This version of Thunder Armor was different from the one he had used in practical combat lessons. It was tighter this time, with a more even distribution of arcs, each current precisely covering vital areas. This indicated that Ryan had also been making progress during this time. Lu Chun was not the only one training hard. He did not retreat. He raised his hand to unleash a fireball, not one but three. The three spiral fireballs targeted Ryan's face, abdomen, and right knee, blocking his direct path of charge. Ryan did not stop. He bore the first two hits with his Thunder Armor. The fireballs exploded against the armor's surface, arcs and flames tearing at each other, and Ryan's figure only swayed slightly. He sidestepped the third fireball, simultaneously raising his right hand. Thunder Strike technique. Not one but three. 3 bolts of lightning shot from his palm, moving so fast that their trajectories were nearly invisible. Lu Chun used a wind acceleration technique to shift aside, dodging the first 2 strikes, while the third narrowly brushed past the sleeve of his robe, scorching a charred mark on the cuff. There were gasps from the audience. Lu Chun looked down at the scorch mark on his sleeve, then raised his head. He mentally calculated. Ryan's interval for releasing thunder strikes was nearly half a second shorter than during training. This was not an ordinary rate of improvement. At the same time, he also noticed that every second of maintaining the Thunder Armor consumed magical energy, meaning that the sooner Ryan ended the match, the more advantageous it would be for him. So he would go for the offense and do so with all his might. This was the correct tactical choice, but coincidentally Lu Chun was thinking the same. He raised both hands. Ice Spike in his left hand, fireball in his right. The 2 spells were released simultaneously. The Ice Spike was cast first, blocking Ryan's right side maneuver. The fireball followed, crashing directly towards Ryan's chest. The Ice Spike grazed Ryan's Thunder Armor, the arcs evaporating it into vapor. The fireball struck the front of the armor, the explosion's shockwave, forcing Ryan back 2 steps. Yet the Thunder Armor did not shatter. Ryan burst forth from the vapor, moving faster than before with the electric currents behind him, leaving a golden trail. He clenched his right fist, gathering high-density lightning on his knuckles. Thunder Fist, a close combat technique that compressed the penetrative power of the Thunder Strike into the surface of his fist for a zero-distance detonation. The distance was less than 3 steps. Lu Chun did not dodge. He stomped his right foot, invoking the Earth Spike technique. Not a stone stalagmite, but an extremely thin stone spike, precisely targeting Ryan's advancing ankle. This move was not in his publicly shared list of spells, but its principle was similar to the Earth Element's pulsating suppression. He was not practicing Earth Element magic. He was borrowing the force generation method of Earth Element. Ryan's momentum was disrupted for a fraction of a second, causing his punch to veer off course. Lu Chun's wind blades arrived. Not one but 2. The first sliced into the gap under Ryan's arm, while the second struck at the same spot. The layered cutting of the wind blades overlapped at the same gap, briefly disrupting the current distribution of Ryan's Thunder Armor. Ryan's right arm's armor dimmed for a moment. Lu Chun's fireball crashed into that gap. The fireball exploded inside the Thunder Armor. Ryan let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps. The surface of the armor showed obvious cracks, with arcs jumping irregularly at the fissures. Without hesitation, he poured all his remaining magical energy into the Thunder Armor. The cracks began to heal. But Lu Chun knew. The repair of the Thunder Armor required magical energy, and Ryan was already low on it. Lu Chun did not pursue. He stood still, his hands hanging at his sides, watching Ryan repair his Thunder Armor. Then he raised his hand. It was not a fireball, not a wind blade, nor an ice spike. 3 spells were simultaneously gathering in his palms. Ice Spike in his left hand, Wind Blade in his right, while he chanted the Fireball spell. He had never used 3 elements simultaneously in a match before. Against Abel, it had been a rotation of 3 elements, not simultaneous. Ryan saw the 3 glimmers. He fell silent for a moment, then made a gesture that silenced the entire arena. He retracted his thunder armor. I concede. The referee's announcement was drowned in the uproar of the crowd. Alan rushed up from the waiting area, his voice cracking. Champion. New student competition champion. Freshman champion. He shook Lu Chen's shoulders vigorously, only to realize that Lu Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. Can't you be a bit more excited? Freshman champion. The first freshman champion in the entire academy. He hasn't used his full strength, Lu Chen replied. Alan was momentarily stunned following Lu Chen's gaze. Ryan stood at the edge of the platform, unwrapping the training bandages from his arms. His movements were slow and orderly. Then he looked up, his blue eyes locking onto Lu Chen. Next time, Ryan said, his voice not loud, but each word steady. Next time, I will force you to use all 5 elements. They'll look forward to it. Lu Chen nodded. He did not say I'm waiting or give it a try. Just a nod. But Ryan understood the meaning behind that nod. He had been chasing Lu Chen since day 1, from the 7 key points in theory classes to every morning encounter in the training room. Today he conceded, not because he did not want to win, but because he understood where the current gap lay. Acknowledging the gap was not conceding defeat, it was a way to chase faster. Ryan turned and walked off the stage, standing tall and straight. In the evening, Lu Chen sat at his desk. The champion badge rested at the corner of the desk, its silver 5-element pattern reflecting fragmented light under the lamp. Alan had already fallen asleep. Today, he was more excited than Lu Chen, dragging Lu Chen to celebrate in the cafeteria until late at night, and then collapsing into bed. The training log was still spread out on the desk, with the latest page reading, my roommate won the championship. Next year I will make it to the finals too. Below there was a scribbled, crooked smiley face. Lu Chen gently closed Alan's log and placed it beside his pillow. Then he opened his notebook, flipped to a new page, and wrote at the top, monthly assessment concluded. Next step, Secret Realm trial. He closed the notebook and turned off the light. Moonlight seeped through the curtain's gap, illuminating the silver badge on the corner of the desk. Starting tomorrow, continue training. There is still a long way to go to achieve mastery of all 5 elements. On the first morning after the monthly assessment, Lu Chen woke up as usual before dawn. Alan was still asleep. Last night he had celebrated in the cafeteria until late, devouring 2 servings of roasted meat, 3 bowls of thick soup, and a piece of honey cake. He had returned while leaning against the wall, muttering, next time I want to reach the finals. Now he was wrapped in his blanket, snoring louder than usual. Lu Chen did not wake him. Today was an independent training day, and Gray had informed him on the day the monthly assessment ended. Training would proceed as usual, and he should not be late. He washed up quietly, changed into his robe, and pushed the door open. The corridor was very quiet. The monthly assessment had just concluded, and most of the new students were still catching up on sleep. Only a few senior students were softly chatting near the staircase. As Lu Chen passed by, their gazes lingered on him for a brief moment before shifting away. The title of monthly assessment champion had already spread throughout the academy, but Lu Chen walked with the same speed and expression as before. The door to training room 3 was already open. Gray stood in the center of the room, hands behind his back, with a fireball slowly rotating in front of him. It was not in a combat state. It was in demonstration mode. The fireball's spiral rotation was extremely slow, each revolution easily traceable by the naked eye. Lu Chen closed the door and stepped 3 paces in front of him. Gray did not turn around. The monthly assessment is over. What are your thoughts? The attributes and tactical types of my opponents were not diverse enough. There were too many water attributes and too few earth attributes. Only 2 wind attributes, and aside from rain, there were basically no lightning attributes. Lu Chen paused. I have experience in practical combat, but the sample size is not large enough. Gray turned around. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile, but an instinctive reaction after having his judgment confirmed. Most people would be happy for a few days after winning the championship. You analyzed the sample size first after winning. He shook his head and extinguished the fireball. That's fine. Let your roommate be the one to celebrate for you. Let's discuss serious matters. He raised his hand and released another fireball. Unlike the previous one, this fireball's spiral direction was reversed. You are already proficient with the right spiral. However, in real combat, if the opponent is familiar with your spiral direction, they can predict the trajectory of your fireball. So starting today, you will practice the reverse spiral fireball. The spiral direction will be opposite, and the trajectory will lean toward the other side. At the same time, practice switching between the right and reverse spirals, compressing the switch time to within 1 second. He flipped his palm, and the spiral direction of the fireball switched in an instant from right to left. The entire process took less than a breath. The surface of the fireball showed no signs of instability. Lu Chen raised his hand to try it once. Right spiral. Muscle memory activated instantly, and the fireball took shape. Then he attempted to reverse the spiral direction. As soon as the magic energy twisted midway, the fireball dissipated. It was not a technical issue, it was muscle memory resisting. After practicing the right spiral thousands of times, his arm's magic energy circuit had formed a fixed operation pattern. Forcing a reversal meant retraining the circuit. He tried again. This time it dissipated even faster. The first reversal will always fail. You have not failed, your circuit is merely protecting the pattern that has already formed. Gray set his tone flat, but patterns are meant to be broken. Continue. Lu Chen did not respond, and continued raising his hand. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. By the 11th attempt, the reverse spiral fireball finally took shape. Its rotation speed was unstable, the edges slightly trembling, but the spiral direction was indeed reversed. The fireball hovered above his palm, like a screw twisted in the opposite direction. Maintain this rotation speed and practice 20 more times, Gray said. After 20 times, try switching between right and reverse spirals. He walked to the other end of the training room, beginning to adjust the arrangement of training targets. He changed the alignment of 5 targets from a straight line to an arc, simulating the scenario of facing multiple opponents approaching from different directions. While adjusting, he spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear. The monthly assessment was only the beginning. Next you will face the Secret Realm trial. The Secret Realm is not a competition stage. There are no judges, no pauses. Magical beasts will not give you time to analyze the sample size. What your teammates need is a core that can provide stable output in any situation. Teammates, Lu Chen asked. The Secret Realm trial is a 5-person team. Alan counts as 1. You still need 3 more. Gray replied, you need a water attribute crowd control. There is a red-haired girl among the new students, Lena, who ranked second in the monthly assessment's pinpoint shooting with the highest accuracy in ice spike technique among the newcomers. She did not make it to the top 8 in the individual competition due to being countered by an earth attribute, but it was not her fault. Water attribute attacks are indeed less effective against earth attributes. Her crowd control ability is more useful in team battles than in unknown. And 2 more? 1 earth defense type, 1 wind mobility type, or 1 lightning output type, Gray said. I have a few recommendations for earth and wind types. I'll send you the list later. As for the lightning type, he paused and turned to look at Lu Chen. You already have someone in mind. Rain. He is not yet your teammate. Gray repeated what he had said before, but added, however, after the monthly assessment, it might be time soon. This morning, he came to the training room looking for me. He was not there to train. He came to ask about the team formation rules for the Secret Realm trial. He paused. He was not asking about qualifications for individual competition. He was asking if a first-year student can be the captain of a 5-person team. Lu Chen did not reply. The reverse spiral fireball in his hand was still spinning, its rotation speed more stable than before. He was thinking of what Rain had said at the end of that day's finals. Next time I will force you to bring out all 5 attributes. Rain was not just making a threat. He was reserving the next duel in advance. And the Secret Realm trial required teamwork, not unknown duels. If Rain truly wanted to join his team, he would have to transition from opponent to teammate. This was not a technical question. It was a question of trust. By the end of the training, Lu Chen had managed to release the reverse spiral fireball, stably compressing the time for switching between right and reverse spirals to under 2 seconds. There was still a gap to Gray's request of 1 second, but achieving this level on the first day had already exceeded his own expectations. The proficiency of ice spike technique and wind blade technique was steadily increasing, both nearing the mid-level of proficiency. In the afternoon, he went to the library, not to look for cultivation materials, but to check the historical records of the Secret Realm trial. Gray had mentioned that there were ancient relics within the Secret Realm, and during the last Secret Realm trial someone had discovered fragments of runes from the Starshine era. He flipped through several old files and found a recurring descriptive term, traction. Multiple students mentioned in their reports that after entering the depths of the Secret Realm, they would feel a sense of some elements being drawn all directions, pointing toward the core area of the Secret Realm. He noted down this keyword in his notebook. Then he turned to a new page and began drafting a team formation list for the Secret Realm trial. Alan, firepower support. Lena, water attribute crowd control. He still needed 1 defensive type and 1 mobility type or output type. He drew a question mark next to the name Rain. Then he closed the notebook. As he walked out of the library, the sky had darkened. The distant eastern training room was still lit. Not room 3, but room 5. Room 5 was designated for lightning types. Lu Chen stood at the end of the corridor gazing at the brightly lit window. The sounds of thunder echoed through the wall. He stood for a moment, not entering. He turned and returned to the dormitory. The moonlight spilled onto the corridor floor, just like on the first night of enrollment. But that day he had only 5 zeros on his panel. Now he had a champion badge, a team that was about to take shape, and an unfinished question mark. He tucked his hands into the pockets of his robe and continued walking forward. After the theory class ended, Lu Chen did not immediately head to the training room. He paused in front of the bulletin board in the corridor. A new notice had been posted. The official date for the Secret Realm trial was set for 3 weeks later with the team registration deadline a week earlier. What caught his attention was the blank team registration form beside it. 2 more people were needed. Alan occupied 1 spot, leaving 3 still available. There were several names on the list recommended by Gray, but the one he wanted to find most, or rather the one most suitable for the water element control position, was just one. What are you looking at? Alan suddenly appeared from behind, holding 2 cups of pumpkin juice he had brought from the cafeteria, shoving 1 cup into Lu Chen's hands. Then he followed Lu Chen's gaze to the bulletin board and saw the team registration form. Are you still thinking about the Secret Realm? Isn't there still 3 weeks left? I took a big sip of pumpkin juice and wiped my mouth. Have you found anyone from that list? Not yet. The girl with red hair, Lena. She ranked 2nd in the monthly assessment precision shooting, and her ice spike technique was the best in the entire academy. Alan's tone was different than usual, serious and analytical. I watched her match in the top 8. She didn't lose to the earth element due to lack of skill, but because of elemental weakness. But her precision with ice spike, honestly, it's not much worse than yours. If our team can bring her in the control position, we'll be secure. I remember you said you were feeling pressured. Pressure is one thing, but good synergy is another. Those are 2 different matters. Alan grinned, and think about it. If you're dealing damage and I'm providing fire support with a water element control, the 3 of us can cover fire, water, and wind elements. We won't be afraid of any magical beasts we encounter in the Secret Realm. We also need earth and thunder elements. We can find those slowly. Let's secure Lena first. Alan finished the last sip of pumpkin juice and turned towards the training room. After a few steps, he turned back. Hey, do you know where she trains? In the training room near the girls' dormitory, West Zone No. 2. Lu Chen watched his retreating figure. Alan's earlier analysis was clear and structured, from the monthly assessment ranking to elemental countering and team synergy. He finished the last sip of pumpkin juice in his cup and walked towards the West Zone. The West Zone training room was half a campus away from the East Zone. The door to the West Zone No. 2 training room was not fully closed. Through the crack in the door, he could see the magic lights inside, cold light leaking through the gap. Lu Chen raised his hand about to knock, but suddenly stopped. He could see the interior of the training room. Not the full view, but he could see a red-haired girl standing in the center. Lena was not alone. In front of her, a row of moving targets was floating, drifting in the air along irregular trajectories. Lena raised her right hand, unleashing ice spikes in quick succession. 1, 2, 3, 3 ice spikes accurately pinned to the bullseyes of 3 different targets. Indeed, her accuracy was as high as Alan had said. Then she made a strange gesture. She pressed her left hand against her right wrist, closing her eyes as if sensing something. After a moment, she switched to her left hand to release an ice spike. The trajectory was off. It grazed the edge of the target, striking the magic absorption stone behind it and shattering into ice shards. She frowned and pressed her left hand against her right wrist again. This time Lu Chen saw clearly. She was using the magic output circuit of her right wrist as a reference, trying to adjust the release accuracy of her left hand. It wasn't a lack of skill, it was a mismatch in precision between her hands. You've been standing there for a while. Lena's voice came from inside the training room, her tone neutral, making it hard to tell if she was unhappy. Lu Chen pushed the door open. I just got here. Then you're unlucky, you've seen something you shouldn't have. She withdrew her hand and turned around. Her red hair appeared somewhat dark under the cold light of the magic lamps, but her eyes were very bright. Do you need something from me? Secret Realm trial. A 5-person team. We still need a water element control. Lena did not answer immediately. She took a towel from the side and leisurely wiped the ice shards off her fingers. Then she looked up and scrutinized Lu Chen anew. That kind of anew. Why did you come to find me? I only made it to the top 16 in the monthly assessment individual battles. The water element isn't as advantageous as the fire and thunder elements in the freshman combat exercises. You are the champion among freshmen, you should look for someone stronger. You ranked 2nd in precision shooting. Your accuracy with ice spike on dynamic targets is the highest among freshmen. Being eliminated in the individual battles wasn't due to your control ability, but rather the inherent disadvantage of the water element against earth. But the Secret Realm trial is a team battle. What the team needs is control, not unknown fights. Lu Chen paused. I need someone who can maintain control in actual combat, not just someone who can win on the arena. Lena placed the towel on the weapon rack. You certainly made the distinction between unknown and team battles very clear. She walked to the wall of the training room and turned off the magic drive device for the moving targets. The targets floated back to their original positions one by one. But you noticed the deviation in my left hand just now. This deviation could become a breakthrough point in high-intensity combat. You don't mind. Deviations can be practiced. Control awareness is much harder to train. Your control awareness is rarer than your precision. Lena fell silent for a moment. She lightly tapped her left wrist twice with her index finger, as if doing some calculations. All right, I can join. But there's one condition. What condition? Help me solve this. She raised her left hand, revealing a very fine blue magic circuit pattern on the inner side of her wrist, which was nearly half as shallow as the pattern on her right wrist. The circuit precision of my left hand can't keep up with my right. I've tried adjusting the frequency myself, but the results were poor. Your theoretical knowledge of magic circuits should be top-notch. Can you help me take a look? Lu Chen stepped forward. He reached out, not directly touching her wrist, but scanning the circuit with the faint heat radiation of fire element magic from a short distance. It took about 10 seconds. The frequency isn't the problem. Your left-hand circuit frequency is compatible with your right hand. The issue is that the magic output path for your left hand lacks a branch, from the wrist to the index finger. This branch is open in the right hand, but only partially closed in the left. It's not damaged, it's simply not fully open by nature. If you reduce the magic output of your left index finger by 1/3, the trajectory deviation should decrease. Lena adjusted the output of her left index finger as he suggested, and raised her hand to try another ice spike. The deviation in the trajectory clearly shrank from grazing the edge to just touching the line. Although it didn't hit the bullseye, the deviation had significantly reduced. She looked down at her left hand, and then raised her gaze to Lu Chen. How did you see that without touching my wrist? Magic sensing. Magic sensing. She repeated the term, then nodded as if she had solved a problem she had long pondered over. Okay. I accept this reason. Then you need to completely resolve my deviation issue first, and then we can discuss the secret realm tactics. She turned towards the training room door. Starting tomorrow. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, West Zone. No. 2. I didn't say I would. You've already helped me identify the problem with the closed branch. If you don't come for the correction training in the second half, how will I know if the adjustment direction is correct? She glanced back at Lu Chen, her expression mirroring that of when she analyzed data. Calm, precise, devoid of any unnecessary emotions. And besides, since you came to recruit someone, you have to put in some effort. She pushed the door open and left. Lu Chen watched her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, mentally adding a new note to his understanding of Lena's character. Calm and precise, with no unnecessary chatter, but never hesitating to speak when it mattered. Unlike Alan's liveliness or Ryan's bluntness, she was like a precise alchemical instrument, performing only necessary calculations and producing only necessary results. People like her may not be good at expressing emotions, but they are absolutely reliable in doing things. He walked out of the training room, heading towards the cafeteria. One more person was still needed. Lu Chen found Alan in the cafeteria. Lena has been dealt with, Lu Chen said as he sat down opposite him. Really? Alan looked up, crumbs of bread still on his lips. How did you persuade her? Someone like her can't be swayed just by words. I helped her analyze the issue with her left-hand magic circuit. Her index finger's side branch was partially closed, affecting the precision of her release. That's it. That's it. Alan fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Your method of recruiting is quite different from others. Others recruit by patting shoulders, drinking together to build rapport. You diagnose magic circuits. Fine, all roads lead to the same destination. He put down his cup. Now we still need one more. Who do you want to find? There are still a few names on the list Professor Gray gave. There's a defensive type called Baron in the earth element, and a mobile type called Kevin in the wind element. Both are in their second year. None of them are optimal solutions. Then who is the optimal choice? Lu Chen did not answer. Alan followed his gaze to the cafeteria entrance. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure in a robe with slightly rolled-up sleeves, holding a tray and looking for a seat. Rain also spotted them. He did not avoid them, walking straight over and placing his tray on the empty seat beside them. You are forming a team. Rain sat down, getting straight to the point. Mystical Realm Trial. 5-person team. Lena just mentioned it to me in the corridor. Alan nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. I haven't confirmed the last position yet, Lu Chen said. Then let me take it. Your team already has fire, water, and wind elements. You count as half a wind element. Alan is fire output and Lena is water control. We lack thunder element. Rain merely stated a conclusion he had derived many times before. You can find someone else for the earth defense type, but when facing high defense magical beasts in the mystical realm, you will need penetrating power. Fire can't break through, but thunder can. How do you know we lack thunder? Because you don't lack anything else, Rain replied. You have all elements at S rank, but it's impossible to cover all 5 positions at once. Your fire is the main attack while water and wind are support. You haven't even started practicing earth and thunder yet. Even if you begin with earth now, you won't reach a usable level in the mystical realm within 3 weeks. So we need to find at least one person for both earth and thunder. Alan was stunned listening to this. He turned to look at Lu Chen, hoping to find a hint of surprise on Lu Chen's face, but found nothing. Lu Chen's expression was just as usual. You analyzed well, Lu Chen said. But there's one issue. Since the beginning of the semester, our only interactions have been as rivals. Monthly assessment finals, every accidental meeting in the training room. You've always been challenging me. The mystical realm trial isn't an unknown match, it's team combat. What I need are teammates, not rivals. Rivals and teammates are not contradictory. Rain put down his fork, his blue eyes locked onto Lu Chun. I challenge you because you are stronger than me. Admitting this is not shameful. In a team, the strongest one takes the lead, and everyone else plays their roles. That's the most basic combat principle. You are the captain, and I will follow your command. But during training, I will continue to challenge you. Alan beside them made an ambiguous sound of surprise. He leaned back, adopting a spectator's posture. Lu Chun didn't respond immediately. He thought for a few seconds, and then asked, how long can your thunder armor last in a team battle? Normally about 10 minutes under standard strength. In high-intensity battles, it will shorten to about 3 minutes. Team battles don't require you to bear all attacks alone. Your thunder armor is mainly used to penetrate high-defense targets, so it doesn't need to be activated continuously. Each assault should be controlled within 2 minutes. AI will use wind to help you accelerate into the fray and retreat. Control will be left to Lena, and firepower cover will be provided by Alan. I'll be the main attacker for penetration. Who handles defense? Professor Gray will recommend someone for the Earth position. I'll go look for one tonight. Ray nodded. So am I joining. There's a condition. What condition? Starting tomorrow, the early training will begin an hour earlier. I need your thunder armor to coordinate with my wind acceleration technique. Timing rhythm and tailing routes for entry and exit cannot be achieved by yelling at the last minute. It must be practiced. Rain fell silent for a moment. What time do you start early training each day? 5:40 at the training room. I'll arrive by 4:50. Alan across the table suddenly slammed his palm on the table, drawing the attention of several nearby tables. He shrank his neck and lowered his voice. I say you too. One wakes up earlier than the other. Is the training room open for you? 5:40, and the rooster hasn't crowed for me yet. He sighed, picked up his pumpkin juice. All right, I'll be the only one sleeping in the dorm from now on. That's fine. One less person to compete with me for breakfast. Lu Chun did not engage in his complaints. He was reorganizing his training schedule before the mystical realm trial in his mind. Continue with independent training lessons with Gray on reverse spirals and magic circuit optimization. Increase early training by 1 hour to practice the coordination of thunder armor and wind acceleration with Rain A, and practice team coordination with Alan and Lena in the afternoon. Lena's left-hand deviation needs at least a week of corrective training, and during this period her ice spike accuracy may fluctuate, requiring Alan's firepower cover for support. Rain's use of thunder armor in team battles is entirely different from Onion duels. He can output at full power in duels, but team battles require him to conserve magic for penetration. He cannot treat thunder armor as regular defense. These cannot be resolved with just a plan. They must be honed repeatedly in training. What are you thinking about? Training arrangements. Team coordination needs to be redesigned. Each person's output rhythm is different. Lena's ice spikes are precision strikes, your fireballs are firepower coverage, and Rain's thunder strikes are penetrating thrusts. If these 3 different rhythms are not coordinated well, they will interfere with each other in actual combat. How do you resolve interference? A signaling system is needed. No shouting required. Magical beasts don't understand human language, but teammates can interpret the changes in magic fluctuations. Lu Chun raised his hand, gathering a small ball of wind magic at his fingertips, making it flicker at a specific frequency. Wind can serve as a signal carrier. The fluctuations of wind elements spread the fastest and cover the widest range. I release the signal, and you act according to the predetermined plan. Rain stared at the flickering wind magic, falling silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand, similarly gathering a small arc of electricity at his fingertips, making it flicker at the same frequency, responding to the signal. Is this frequency stable enough? It's enough. The first thing in tomorrow's early training is to practice the signal. Alan watched the wind blade and electric arc in their hands, then lowered his head to look at his palm, his fingers unconsciously drawing spirals on the table edge. That was muscle memory. I seem to be out of the loop. Can fireballs be used as signals? You don't need to make signals. You will be the first responder, Lu Chun said. Once the signal is sent out, Lena will initiate control, and you will follow up with firepower coverage. Rain will advance under the dual cover of control and firepower. The steadier your fireballs are, the safer Rain's advance will be. Alan was momentarily taken aback. Then he grinned. All right, they'll go practice spirals now. 50 more tonight. Rain stood up, walked a few steps, and turned back. You just mentioned needing an earth element. Did Professor Gray give you any candidates? He gave me a few second years. I'll go look for them tonight. Second years, Rain frowned. There's one called Barn Earth Element. Be great. His stone wall technique ranked in the top 3 among last year's freshmen. But he has a bad temper, so be direct when you talk to him. Don't beat around the bush. How do you know? He's my roommate. Lu Chun nodded. Rain took his tray and walked away. Alan watched his departing figure, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Don't you think Rain has changed a bit? In the past, the way he looked at you was like looking at prey. Now, although he still doesn't smile much, he's clearly negotiating with you when he speaks, not just challenging you unilaterally. He hasn't changed. He's just found a more suitable identity. What identity? Teammate. Luchin stood up, picked up his tray. Let's go find Baron. If it's late, there won't be any spots left in the training room. Baron Tor sat on the stone floor in the far corner of the senior training area, practicing mana penetration with one hand pressed against a half-a-man-high stone slab. Earth magic seeped from his palm into the stone slab, slowly advancing through the stone's texture like water infiltrating dry sand. The surface of the slab had no cracks, no broken stones. It was not shattered, but permeated. This was a practice in controlling the precision of magical power, not destruction. Luchin stood at the door for a moment before raising his hand to knock on the open door. Baron Tor. Baron looked up. His build was larger than Ryan's, with shoulders broad as door panels, and his deep brown hair was cut very short, close to his scalp. His deep brown eyes glanced at Lu Chun before he continued to focus on the stone slab. Who are you? Lu Chun, champion of the new student group from the monthly assessment. I came to ask you to team up. New student champion. Baron repeated the term, his output of magical power unceasing. The earth element inside the slab was still being slowly pushed aside by his magic, like water eroding a riverbed. Why would you want someone like me who didn't even make it to the top 16? Aren't there several capable ones among the new students? You are the only one among the new students who can use the stone wall technique to achieve 3 layers of overlapping at the same time. Luchin paused. My team needs a defensive type. There are already people for fire output, water control, and lightning penetration, but we need someone who can withstand the charge of magical beasts up front. Baron fell silent for a few seconds before moving his hand away from the slab. The spot where he had pressed left a deep gray palm print. Not due to high temperature, but because the earth element had been compressed to the extreme, leaving a difference in density. The outline of the palm print was as clear as if carved with a chisel, without a single burr on the edges. You mentioned team battles. Baron stood up, brushing off the stone dust from his hands. He was nearly a head taller than Lu Chun, but his gaze remained level, showing no sense of superiority. Team battles are different from individual matches. In individual matches, I only need to manage my own defense. In team battles, I need to withstand the charge of magical beasts while ensuring I don't block my teammates' lines of fire. What is the output rhythm of your team? High-frequency switches. My fire and wind elements alternate in output with intervals of about a few tenths of a second. Ryan's lightning penetration needs to follow immediately after my fireball hits, about a half-second window. Lena's ice cone control will intersperse during the output intervals. Alan's fire coverage is responsible for suppressing the flanks. Half-second window. Baron's brow furrowed. Within half a second, my stone wall needs to clear a path for your fireball, while also blocking the charge of the magical beasts up front. That is impossible. The release speed of the stone wall technique cannot keep up. I need nearly a second to raise a wall. You don't need to erect a complete wall. You just need to adjust the size of the shooting holes in the wall. Have you practiced localized thinning of the stone wall? Localized thinning. Baron was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. Are you saying to create small holes in the stone wall? That would be too easily penetrated by magical beasts. A small hole's defense is not as robust as a complete wall. It doesn't need to be impenetrable. It just needs to delay. When the claws of the magical beast pass through the small hole, Lena's ice cone will seal that hole behind you. Your stone wall only needs to stop the first hit. Baron fell silent. He turned his head and glanced at the stone slab he had just practiced on. There were now 2 palm prints on that slab, one from when he initially pressed down, and the other from when he instinctively pressed as he stood up. The 2 palm prints were aligned on the surface of the slab, their depths nearly identical. The precision control was indeed commendable. But true defense requires more than just precision. It also needs tactical coordination. How did you come up with this tactic? He asked. It was not a question of doubt, but a confirmation. I watched your match footage. Your stone wall release speed is slower than the average earth element, but the structure is denser. Your walls are rarely breached from the front. The downside is speed, but the advantage is stability. Luchin said, my team doesn't need you to be faster. You just need to open holes when necessary and seal them when needed. I will set the rhythm, you respond to the signals. Baron remained silent for a long time. He rubbed the palm prints on the slab with his thumb as if calculating something. Then he looked up. Are you the captain? Yes. Who decided that? The team voted. For votes in favor. Alan interjected from the doorway. Actually, no one really voted. He arranged the tactics from start to finish, and we just nodded along. If you join, you will be the 5th one to nod. Baron's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't a smile. It was the recognition of a defensive warrior who understood the tactical arrangement. He reached out and pushed down the stone slab he had been pressing for a long time. The slab fell onto the training room floor, kicking up a small cloud of dust. All right, count me in. In the evening, Lu Chun gathered the 5 of them in training room 3 in the east. Greta allowed them to use this training room for team tactical drills during non-peak hours. Lena leaned against the wall holding an open notebook filled with the magical attributes and release data of each person. Ryan stood opposite her, arms crossed, performing cross calculations with his lightning strike frequency and Lena's ice cone cooldown time. Alan crouched beside the target, sketching a formation diagram on the ground with chalk. Baron sat in a corner practicing localized thinning of the stone wall technique with one hand pressed against a training stone slab. Lu Chun stood in the center. He raised his hand, gathering a small ball of wind magic at his fingertips. The wind element flickered at a specific frequency, 3 short, 1 long, and then a short. Signal system. 3 short, 1 long, and 1 short. Already. 2 long, 1 short. Defensive formation. Baron erects the wall. Lena controls the area. 1 short, 3 long. Ryan penetrates and advances. Alan provides fire cover. Continuous flickering. Emergency retreat. Everyone must remember. 3 short, 1 long, 1 short. Prepare. 2 long, 1 short. Defense. 1 short, 3 long. Advance. Continuous flickering. Retreat. Alan recited while drawing the corresponding symbols on the ground, then looked up. It's like a secret signal. Can magical beasts understand this? Magical beasts don't need to understand. As long as you understand, it's fine. Lu Chun extinguished the wind element at his fingertips. Starting tonight, we will practice signal coordination for the last half hour of training every day. First, static signals, standing still to send signals, observing each person's response time. Then dynamic signals. I will send signals while moving and you will respond while moving. What is the response time requirement? Lena asked. Static within 1 second. Dynamic within 2 seconds. Lena nodded and wrote a line in her notebook. Ryan said nothing, but he gathered a small arc of electricity at his wrist, beginning to practice flickering at a specific frequency. The arc danced at his fingertips, the frequency gradually stabilizing. 3 short, 1 long, then 1 short. It was completely consistent with the signal Lu Chun had just sent. Baron looked up, watching the flickering wind element and arcs of electricity in the training room. Lena's notebook glowed a faint blue under the cold-colored magical light. Alan's chalk formation diagram had covered half the floor of the training room, and Ryan's fingertip arc was still repeatedly practicing that signal frequency. Lu Chun stood among the 5, raised his hand, and reignited the wind element at his fingertips. 3 short, 1 long, 1 short. Prepare. The 4 of them simultaneously lit up their respective signals. The tip of Lena's ice cone flickered, casting a hexagonal spot of cold light on the white walls of the training room. Alan's fireball bounced above his palm, and he was grinning. Ryan's arc of electricity responded steadily at the same frequency. A dark brown halo of earth element glowed around the back of Baron's stone slab. The signals were unified. Response time 0.8 seconds. Static is qualified. Tomorrow we start practicing dynamic. Lu Chun withdrew his hand and walked to the corner of the training room to grab a water bottle. Lena's voice came from behind. Wait a minute. He turned around. Lena flipped her notebook to a new page where she had already written a title: First Team Signal Test Record. Below were listed the response times of the 4 individuals' signal deviation values and her own suggestions for adjusting the release precision of her left hand. Your signal frequency deviation is 0.2 seconds. It's not a big issue, but in high-intensity combat it might be disturbed by the magical fluctuations of the beasts. I suggest adding a layer of stable low-frequency bands to the signal using earth magic as a carrier. Earth elements are the most stable and not easily disturbed. Did you take notes? Of course. Otherwise, why would I join? She retracted her notebook and turned to continue adjusting her left hand's ice cone. The ice cone at her fingertips sparkled with a faint blue light under the cold light, much more stable than yesterday. On the last day before the entrance to the Secret Realm trial, Lu Chun gathered the 5 individuals in training room 3 of the East Wing. Greta allowed them to conduct one final practice session before their official departure. This was not a practice for new tactics, but rather a consolidation of their already familiar coordination rhythm. The signaling system had been fine-tuned nearly 100 times, with each person's response time compressed to under a second. Baron's localized thinning of the stone wall had also stabilized. As the training ended, the 4 individuals left one after another. Alan, on his way out, left his water bottle on the bench and returned to retrieve it. When he pushed the door open, he happened to see Lu Chun standing in the center of the training room, a fireball hovering in his hand. This was no ordinary spiral fireball. It was a dual-layered structure with positive and negative spirals rotating alternately. The core of the fireball rotated in a positive direction, while the shell rotated in the opposite direction, with the 2 opposing forces balancing each other, forming an extremely stable sphere. However, the magical energy consumed by this fireball was 3 times that of a regular spiral fireball. Are you still practicing? Alan picked up his water bottle and walked over to him. Today is already the last day before departure. Shouldn't you rest early? There are still a few things that haven't been confirmed yet. Lu Chun extinguished the fireball and raised his left hand. An ice spike began to gather in his palm, while he simultaneously released a wind blade with his right hand. The ice spike and wind blade crossed in front of him, the cold light of ice and the azure glow of wind carving 2 parallel arcs in the air. Then he switched, left hand wind blade, right hand ice spike. Switching again, left hand fireball, right hand ice spike, while chanting the prelude to the wind blade incantation. The 3 elements were released simultaneously, not in rotation, but at the same time. Alan took a step back. He watched the magical lights shifting between Lu Chen's hands, remaining silent for quite a while. Your switching speed. It's significantly faster than during the monthly assessment finals. I've practiced a lot. How many times? Lu Chen did not answer immediately. He mentally reviewed the numbers on the panel. Fireball technique over 8,000 times, ice spike technique over 6,000, wind blade technique nearly 5,000. The 3 basic magical arts added up to around 20,000 times. But he could not disclose the details of the panel. The panel was the one thing he could not share, not due to a lack of trust, but because explaining it was too troublesome. I haven't calculated it precisely, he said, but roughly 300 to 400 times a day. It's been over 2 months since school started. Over 2 months, 300 to 400 times a day. Alan repeated this number and then lowered his gaze to his own hands. There were a few new calluses on his palms formed from repeatedly releasing fireballs burnt by the magical energy circuits. He had also been practicing intensively, doing 150 spiral fireballs a day, which was already 5 times more than when he started school. But he knew that the gap between 150 times and 300 to 400 times could not be closed simply by stacking time. So your ability to use 3 elements simultaneously is not a matter of talent, Alan said. It's about the frequency. Practicing until muscle memory replaces conscious control. Talent determines the upper limit. Frequency determines the lower limit. Lu Chun extinguished the last trace of wind magic in his hand. Your spiral fireball has stabilized a lot recently, with rotational fluctuations reduced by at least half compared to the monthly assessment. At this rate, in 2 months your fireball technique will break through to mastery. 2 months, Alan grinned. Then I'll push for another 2 months. He stuffed the water bottle into his backpack and turned to head to the door. After taking a few steps, he paused without looking back. Hey, if we encounter magical beasts in the secret realm tomorrow, don't take them all down by yourself. Leave one for me. Preferably a 4th tier. I find 3rd tier ones uninteresting. 4th tier beasts have thick hides. Thick hides are good practice for penetration. He waved his hand and pushed the door open. Lu Chun watched his silhouette disappear at the end of the corridor. The training room fell silent once more. He looked down at his hands. The magical residue from the dualer, the spiral fireball, still slightly warmed his fingertips, and the chill of the ice spike had yet to dissipate completely. He walked over to the window. The night was deep and the lights of the 5 towers shone quietly, just like 2 months ago. The window next to the east training ground that was lit still flickered. It was not training room 5 for lightning, but training room 1. Baron was practicing the localized thinning of the stone wall. He had been practicing the stone wall technique for a long time, and each time he left shallower and more precise handprints than the last. When he returned to the dormitory, Alan was already asleep. On the table was a cup of still warm pumpkin juice with a note pressed at the bottom. The handwriting was crooked, typical of Alan departing tomorrow. Sleep early. Don't practice until midnight. Next to the cup was a piece of bread wrapped in paper left over from the cafeteria tonight, saved for him by Alan. Lu Chun carefully folded the note and tucked it into the drawer sitting on the edge of his bed. He did not sleep immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and opened the panel. A pale blue light screen unfolded in his mind with the proficiency of the 5 magical elements neatly arranged. Fireball technique proficiency 865410000, mastery ice spike technique proficiency 638210000, mastery wind blade technique proficiency 49101000, mastery earth spike technique proficiency 21401000, mastery lightning strike technique proficiency 186310000. Mastery. The fireball technique was less than 1,400 times away from perfection. At a pace of 200 times a day, he could break through within a week. The ice spike technique and wind blade technique were steadily progressing. Although the earth spike technique and lightning strike technique were started later, they had also broken through the mastery threshold with stable basic releases that could be used as auxiliary means in actual combat. He mentally reviewed the process for tomorrow, gathering at 6 in the morning, entering the entrance of the secret realm at 7, and expected to arrive at the first reconnaissance point by the afternoon. The concentration of elements inside the secret realm was several times that of the outside world, beneficial to his 5 magical elements, but equally advantageous to the magical beasts. A threefold increase in elemental concentration meant the recovery speed of the beasts would also double. He opened his eyes, and the moonlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the silver champion badge on the corner of the table. The pattern of the 5 elemental symbols reflected fragmented light in the moonlight. Tomorrow, the first true test for this team was about to come. 5 individuals, 5 types of magic, and a complete signaling system. All the training data would be verified in actual combat. He had done everything he could. The only thing left was to set off. The morning mist enveloped the academy square. When Lu Chun arrived, Alan was already there, standing at the gathering point in the center of the square. Upon seeing Lu Chun, he waved the oil paper bag in his hand. The cafeteria opened early today. Oh, I snatched 5 buns. They are filled with honey. He shoved one into Lu Chun's hands. The bag was still warm. I didn't sleep well last night, tossing and turning, my mind filled with beasts. Do you think there are really 4th-tier beasts in the secret realm? Yes, it's written in the student handbook. The handbook. Alan took a bite of the bun. Your brain is just a living handbook. Lu Chun remained silent. He unwrapped the oil paper and took a bite of the bun. Baron was the 3rd to arrive, carrying a backpack that was half his height and a training stone slab on his shoulder. Lena asked him why he brought the stone slab. He said it was for practice, as there might not be enough stones in the secret realm. Lena glanced at him, said nothing, and continued flipping through her notebook. Rain arrived last. He wasn't wearing his robe today, but was in a dark training outfit, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He nodded at everyone and stood next to Lu Chun. Gray was already waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, standing before the stone archway at the back of the academy, hands clasped behind his back. The ancient runes on the arch glowed faintly blue in the morning light, with layers of light radiating outward from the center of the runes, like ripples on water. The entrance had been activated. Through the arch, one could see the scenery on the other side. Not the trees of the academy's back mountain, but a dense, unfamiliar forest shimmering with a dark green hue. The concentration of magic power in the air was significantly higher than outside, and even a deep breath made him feel the magic circuits within him tremble slightly. Gray had no unnecessary words. The secret realm trial lasts for 3 days. You have all seen the rules. No judges, no pauses, and no magic barriers. In case of an unmanageable situation, crush the teleportation talisman, and you will be instantly transported back to the entrance. However, once the talisman is crushed, your qualification for the trial will be void. I do not wish for anyone to return early. Understood, the 5 responded almost simultaneously. Lu Chun was the first to step into the secret realm. The moment he crossed the arch, the magic circuits throughout his body trembled in unison, as if something had washed over him from the inside out. The 5 elemental energies began to flow autonomously within him. Fire's warmth, water's coolness, wind's lightness, earth's heaviness, and the sting of lightning, all 5 distinct sensations of magic power activated simultaneously, sharper than at any moment in the academy's training room. The elemental concentration was 3 times higher. The air here itself acted as a continuously operating magic amplifier. He paused inside the arch, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light within the secret realm. The sky was a pale purple, with the light source lacking a distinct direction, resembling scattered light evenly permeating from the clouds. There was a damp plant-like scent in the air, mingled with a more primal odor, the scent of beasts. All around were unknown plants with tree trunks so thick that 2 or 3 people could not encircle them. Alan was the second to enter, followed closely by Lena, Baron, and Rain. This concentration of magic power, I've never seen anything like it, even in the academy's magic spring. Alan raised his hand, and a spiraling fireball formed automatically in his palm, spinning faster than usual. Practicing here for a day is worth several days outside, right? The environmental magic concentration enhances release speed, but it does not equate to training efficiency. Lena had already squatted down, using a twig to stir the soil and test the magic content in the soil sample. With the outside environment's magic so dense, the magic absorbed by the body enters the circuits without its own conversion, causing the purity to actually decrease. It is recommended to pause for meditation after a period of training to filter the magic again through one's own circuits. Otherwise, the more one practices, the more impure the magic becomes. You're already pouring cold water on me on the first day. Alan sighed, but in his hands he began adjusting his magic output according to Lena's suggested rhythm. Lu Chun said nothing. He crouched down and pressed his palm against the surface of the soil. The perception of the 5 elemental magics unfolded at his fingertips. Fire was the most active in the air, water concentrated at the roots of the vegetation, wind flowed above the canopy, earth was stable but had a slight vibration deep within, and lightning was the most sparse. But there was one commonality: all elements slightly tilted in the same direction. The direction deep within the secret realm, the densest part of the forest. Some force was guiding them. Just as Gray had said before they departed, the secret realm held ancient seals, the fluctuations of which would affect the flow of the elements. If this guiding force emanated from the seal, then the energy of the seal should come from the underground. He stood up and pointed towards the northwest. Let's head that way. We need to find the first reconnaissance point. The five formed a line. Baron walked at the front, pressing a stone slab with one hand, the guiding incantation of the stone wall technique already activated in his palm. Lena was to his right rear, and the cold light of the ice spike technique flickered at her fingertips. Her left hand was slightly adjusting the magic output of her index finger. The effects of her deviation correction training were still consolidating. Alan was positioned slightly to the left of center, maintaining the fireball technique in a semi-released state, the slight humming of the spiraling compression blending with the sounds of the forest. Rain brought up the rear, his lightning armor, not fully deployed, but arcs of electricity were already dancing at the shoulder blades, ready to cover his entire body at any moment. Lu Chun was in the center, with wind magic flickering at his fingertips. They entered the dense forest where the pale purple daylight was mostly obscured by the treetops. After walking for about half an hour, sounds of water could be heard ahead. A small stream flowed through the woods, its clear water revealing the pebbles at the bottom, but the color of the pebbles was off, dull rust red. Lena squatted by the stream and sniffed. The water contained sulfur. The concentration isn't high, but there must be geothermal activity downstream. Geothermal activity, hot springs. Alan's eyes lit up. It could also be volcanic fissures. For beasts, geothermal areas are natural magic supply stations. If there are beasts nearby, they are likely to gather there. She stood up. Should we avoid it? Lu Chen shook his head. The geothermal area is also a peak point for magic concentration. Let's scout it out and confirm the types and numbers of beasts. If the density is too high, we'll deter. Baron readjusted the starting gesture of the stone wall technique, shifting to one-handed maintenance while using the other hand for magic infusion. This was a localized thinning technique he had practiced countless times, allowing him to create walls while reserving shooting holes. I'll go ahead and scout the path. Earth-type defenses have resistance against fire-type beasts in geothermal areas. He had just taken 2 steps when a series of deep, muffled growls suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. It wasn't just one growl, there were many. The frequencies overlapped like a whole pack of beasts breathing in unison. Rain's lightning armor instantly enveloped his body. Alan's fireball spiraled and accelerated, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. Lena raised her palm, the cold light of the ice spike extending from her fingertips to her palm. Lu Chen raised his right hand, wind magic coalescing into 5 azure light spots between his fingers. Defensive formation, he said. Baron clapped his palms on the ground, and 3 stone walls rose simultaneously. The central main wall was the thickest, while the left and right side walls were slightly thinner, forming a fan-shaped defense that shielded the 5 behind them. Each wall had shooting holes reserved just large enough for fireballs and ice spikes to pass through. The bottom of the stone walls sank into the soil, rooting like tree roots, their stability far superior to when they were tested during the monthly assessment. The bushes ahead shook violently, and a beast emerged. It wasn't a 4th-tier beast, nor a 3rd-tier. Its size was close to that of an adult bull, covered in deep gray scales with a row of bony plates extending from its head to the tip of its tail. Its eyes were dark red with vertical pupils. Saliva dripped from the gaps between its fangs, landing on the fallen leaves with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Earth-armored lizard, Lena's voice was low, 4th tier. Its skin is thick with a weak point in the abdomen. It is sensitive to changes in light and fears bright light. 4th tier. Alan's fireball spun rapidly in his palm. I mentioned yesterday that I wanted a 4th-tier beast. Here it is. Don't let your guard down. There are more behind it, Lu Chen said. 2 more earth-armored lizards emerged from the bushes. 3 of them lined up, their dark red eyes simultaneously locking onto the 5 behind the stone walls. A strong scent of sulfur mixed with a bloody odor wafted from the direction of the geothermal area. The leading earth-armored lizard let out a low growl, scraping its front claws against the ground, its bony plates standing upright. The wind magic signal at Lu Chen's fingertips flashed, 3 short and 1 long signal. Everyone prepare. The 4 others simultaneously lit up their response signals. Response time was 0.6 seconds. The first real battle was about to begin. The 3 earth-armored lizards gave them no time to prepare. The largest of the trio, positioned in the middle, launched the charge first. Its 4 limbs crashed onto the gravel by the stream, each step gouging a shallow pit. The bony plates along its spine struck one another as it ran, producing a grating metallic rasp. Baluin pressed both palms against the stone wall. Earth magic seeped along the seams of the slabs and into the structure, casting a dull brown sheen of reinforcement across the surface. The left wing one is trying to flank, Lena's voice came from the right rear. Its left front leg lands half a beat slower than the other 3, probably an old injury. AI Lun suppressed the left wing, Lu Chen said. AI Lun's fireballs were already launched, 3 in rapid succession. The 3 spiraling fireballs flew out in a wedge, passing through the firing slit cut into the wall and striking the flank of the left-wing lizard with precision. The fireballs detonated against its scales without penetrating. Fourth-rank beasts wore scales far tougher than training targets, but the impact knocked it off its flanking course. It stumbled, its forepaw gouging a deep furrow through the gravel. The scales are too thick, the fireballs couldn't pierce. AI Luan shouted. No need to pierce. Just pin it down, Lu Chun said, his fingertips flashing a wind signal twice long and one short, the defensive formation. Ba Luan immediately reinforced the frontal wall. Li Na's ice spikes shot through the slit and hammered into the ground ahead of the middle lizard. The ice quickly spread across the gravel, forming a slick pane. The lead lizard slipped the instant its forepaw hit the ice, and half of its charging momentum vanished. It did not stop. Riding its remaining inertia, it swiveled and smashed its shoulder plates against the stone wall. The bony plates slammed into the slab with brutal force. The wall shuddered violently. Ba Luan grunted as the mana output from his palms spiked. The earth element patterns inside the wall rearranged and stiffened around the impact point. A fissure less than 2 inches wide was forced closed by sheer pressure. The right-wing one is gathering its strength. Lei Yan's voice called from the rear. His lightning cuirass had already been ramped to full power, arcs of electricity leaping from his shoulder blades down his arms, ozone scorching the air. The right-wing lizard lay by the stream, its belly swollen, a deep gurgle rising from its throat. A dark green fluid oozed from the gaps between its scales and dripped onto the pebbles, immediately corroding their surface into a foamy ruin. It's spitting acid. Li Na's voice tightened. Acid can eat through the stone wall, but we cannot let it spit. Lei Yan. Lu Chun said only the name. Lei Yan moved at once. His lightning cuirass flashed, he became a streak of gold, and darted through a firing slit on the right side of the wall. The strike would not come from the front. He aimed beneath the swollen throat, where the scales were thinnest. The hit landed. Lightning arced through the scale gaps into the soft tissue. The lizard screamed a piercing shriek as half-formed acid overflowed from its maw and sprayed onto the streamside stones in a burst of acrid white smoke. Its acid sac ruptured, the belly collapsed in on itself. Lei Yan, withdraw. Lu Chen's fingertip signal flashed repeatedly, urgent retreat. Lei Yan did not linger. The cuirass shifted into defense as he fell back, the currents redistributing from an offensive focus to an even coverage across his body. He moved with furious speed, passing back through the gap and into formation in less than a single breath. As he retreated, Li Na drove 2 more ice spikes into the ground beneath the pursuing lizard. The sudden ice slowed its pursuit by half a beat. Right wing's acid sac is ruined, Lei Yan reported as he landed. The middle one is still ramming the wall. Its plates are denser than a typical fourth rank. Ba Lun's teeth clicked together. The mana at his palms pushed to the limit, and hairline cracks on the wall's surface continued to spider outward. 2 more strikes like that, and the frontal wall could shatter. Li Na pinned its left front leg with ice spikes. AI Luan, keep the fireballs pressing the left wing. Do not let it link up with the middle one. Lei Yan, shift to the right and watch the acid spinner. Its sac is destroyed, but it still has momentum. Lu Chun issued the orders rapidly and then raised his hand. Ba Luan, the moment you hear my signal, withdraw the frontal wall at once. Do not reinforce it, retract it. Withdraw the wall. Ba Luan almost roared. If we pull it, it will charge straight through, exactly what we want it to do. The fireball Lu Chun gathered in his right hand was no ordinary spiral. A clockwise spiral at its core and an anti-clockwise shell outside, opposing forces balanced in his. The double-layered fireball consumed many times the mana of a standard fireball, but its penetration was likewise multiplied. The double spiral pierced with 1.5 times the force of a normal fireball. He had given the technique a provisional name, Spiral Burst Luoxuanbeo. The name mattered little, the effect mattered greatly. When the opposing spirals tore apart, they produced 2 countering forces whose penetration far exceeded a simple fireball. Li Na's ice spike struck first. 3 spikes nailed precisely into the knee joint of the middle lizard's left foreleg, jamming the gaps between scales and restricting the joint's mobility. The lizard howled, its center of gravity thrown off. Ba Lun's hands remained fixed to the wall, his fingers trembled, and the skin of his palms had reddened, the signs of mana output overload. But his hands did not leave the stone. Now, Lu Chen's fingertip wind signal flared violently. Ba Luan withdrew both palms, and 3 sections of wall vanished at once. Dust from the shattered wall had barely settled when the middle lizard surged through. Its left foreleg was trapped by the ice spike, and though its charge remained fierce, its path was skewed. A bony plate scraped within a foot of Lu Chen's left side. Lu Chen did not dodge. The spiral burst in his right hand had reached maximum rotational velocity. He thrust both arms forward, and the fireball blasted into the seam between the lizard's plates. The clockwise and counterclockwise spirals detonated together, not an explosion, but a tearing. 2 opposing rotational forces ripped along the plate, seam flaying back dark gray scales to reveal the deep red soft tissue beneath. The lizard released a deafening, anguished howl. A great swath of plates along its right side was sheared away, the massive body stumbled and toppled onto the gravel by the stream, sending up a spray of water. "Lay in, finish it," Luchin shouted. Lay-in's lightning struck into the gaping wound from the side. The current tore through the soft tissue and struck the heart. The beast convulsed violently and then lay still. The remaining two lizards hesitated for a single telling moment upon seeing their companion fall. The left wing had been singed all over by AI Lun's fireballs. The right wing, its acid sac ruined, and its movement sluggish, could not withstand the pincer of Lay-in and Lu Chun, and soon collapsed beside the stream as well. The fight was over. Baluan sat down heavily, leaning his back against the gravel and breathing in great gasps. He could not speak. He raised 2 fingers instead to indicate he was alive. Lay-in withdrew his lightning cuirass. A scorch mark seared the training sleeve of his right arm, but he glanced at it and merely said, "It's fine." Lina knelt to inspect him, confirming it was only a superficial burn. AI Lun stood beside the largest corpse, staring at the scorch marks left by his fireballs and at the wide rent Lu Chin's spiral burst had torn open. He was silent for a long moment. "A 4th-rank magical beast," he murmured, excitement threaded through his voice. "Yesterday I said I wanted one. So you really left this for me. You held down the left wing on your own. Only held it. The killing blow was yours." AI Lun turned to him. "That double spiral. When did you learn it?" "The last night before we set out." "You mastered it in one night." "I didn't master it. The rotation is still unstable. If I could push the speed higher, Lay, and wouldn't have needed to finish it." Lu Chen looked at his right hand. The spiral burst had indeed drained him. That single shot had taken nearly. He would need to improve the efficiency of switching the double spirals, or else he could only use it at most 3 times in a battle. Lina crouched by the corpse and pried open its jaws with an ice spike to inspect the residual mana within its mouth. These 3 came from the geothermal area. Their bodies contained soil components unique to that zone. That means the geothermal area is nearby and the density of beasts there may be higher than we expected. They came to the stream to drink, not specifically to attack us. So we were just unlucky to run into them. AI Lun said. Lucky, Lina corrected. If we'd run into them closer to the geothermal zone, more beasts might have been drawn by the commotion. Meeting them here ahead of time meant we learned something valuable about 4th-rank beasts with just one battle. Next time it will be easier. AI Lun shrugged and did not argue. He looked up at Lu Chun. Captain, do we press on toward the geothermal area or detour around it? Lu Chun glanced at the stream's flow. All the elements inclined in that direction. The geothermal zone. Lu Chun did not answer AI Lun at once. He crouched by the stream and plunged his palm into the water. The sulfur made the creek slightly warmer than usual, and as the elemental water flowed across his fingertips, it carried a dull, viscous sensation. The elements here had been tainted, not by the corrosive chaos factor, but by natural impurities born of geothermal activity. Rest for 15 minutes. He stood flicking droplets from his hand. Baluan needs to recover his mana. Those 3 were only drinking. There must be more near the geothermal vents. Baluan sat against a thick trunk, palms up on his knees, the lines of an earth-type mana circuit faintly glimmering in his hands. I will need about 30 minutes. The stone wall took the biggest one's 2 charges, and it drained my mana hard. I will give you 22 minutes. Lina, cool his mana circuit. Lina was already crouched beside Baluan. She gathered a thin film of water between her hands and pressed it to the nodes of the mana circuit on his forearm. The water film was slightly cooler than body temperature and hastened the repair of the circuit's inner lining. Baluan hissed, his shoulder tensing for a moment before easing. Without looking up from her work, Lina said, there are roughly 2 kinds of beasts in geothermal zones. One kind are ordinary monsters attracted by sulfurous steam, like the 3 earth-armored lizards just now. They come to lick sulfur-rich water to replenish minerals. The other are long-term residents of geothermal areas that have mutated their scales and bones absorb geothermal mana, giving them hardness and magic resistance beyond that of ordinary 4th-tier beasts. If we meet mutants, the middle one you tore open would not have had its plating rent by a single fireball. Your fireball penetrative power is enough for a normal 4th-tier, but against mutants it may only break their defense. How do you know? By the sulfur content in the stream. In a normal geothermal area, sulfur concentration should be around 0.03%. This creek is approaching 0.05%. An abnormal concentration indicates recent intensification of geothermal activity. Increased geothermal activity accelerates beast mutation. That is basic theory in Secret Realm ecology. You read Secret Realm ecology too? AI Lun leaned in. I finished it 3 days before departure, Lina replied with a tone as casual as a weather report. AI Lun opened his mouth and then closed it. He had learned not to blurt in front of Lina. How do you know everything? Because she truly did know everything, and she said it in a flat way that left others no foothold in reply. Layan came over from the stream. The The scorch on the right sleeve of his training shirt had been rolled above the elbow. He sat beside Lu Chun and took a long draft from his canteen. If the geothermal zone houses mutants, do we change tactics? It depends on the number. If there is only one, use the linked defense-breaking method from before. Lean-ass ice spears lock the joints, ice spiral blast the plates, you finish with lightning. We should be able to resolve it within 2 rounds. If there are more than 2, do not meet them heated. Mutants have denser plating, a spiral blast might only break their defense and not leave time for a second strike. We will need to lure them into open ground and kite them to exhaust their mana. The larger the mutant, the greater the cost to sustain high-intensity charges. Drag them until their mana drops. The plates will retract on their own, exposing the joint seams. Kiting requires mobility. Leon looked at Lu Chun. You and I can do it. AI Luan and Lena can handle it. Ba Lun's stone wall is too heavy to keep pace with kiting. He need not keep up. During the kiting phase, Ba Luan will not move. He will preset stone walls at the positions, and we will lead the beasts into them. The stone walls do not need to stop the beasts. They only need to alter the charge direction, so the beasts expose their flanks to a pincer of fire between us. Ba Luan opened his eyes and turned his palm over to inspect it. The earth mana circuit's lines had recovered from a withered gray back to a normal deep brown. Lean-ass cold compress had taken effect. Recovery was noticeably faster than usual. I can preset 3 layers of walls. Not in a straight line, but staggered. The beast hits the first layer, its direction deflects onto the second, then deflects again onto the third. After 3 deflections, its side will be fully exposed. How long to set them up? If we ignore wall thickness, 15 minutes will suffice. Each wall needs only a thin layer. The key is the angle and placement. The wall itself does not have to stop the beast. It only needs to shift its center of gravity. Lu Chun nodded and rose to his feet. Everyone on the team was folding their specialty into the tactic. AI Luan had learned fire suppression to control tempo. Lena used ecological knowledge for pre-battle analysis. Lei-In adjusted his thunder armor's mana distribution for different tactics, and Ba Luan began designing wall layouts with principles of civil engineering. A good team is not 5 people each fighting their own fight. It is everyone thinking about how to make their teammates work smoother. Move out. First, scout the geothermal perimeter and confirm beast types and numbers. If mutated beasts exceed 2, withdraw at once. Do not fight an unprepared battle. Downstream, the smell of sulfur grew stronger. The steam in the air formed a thin mist beneath the canopy, reducing visibility from tens of meters to a dozen or so. Although the low-power signal could not convey complex commands, it allowed the teammates behind to perceive his movement direction and changes in speed. After skirting several fallen dead trees, the ground began to slope down. Ahead, the woods suddenly opened. The canopy had been torn, leaving a gash through which pale violet sky shone unobstructed. Lu Chun raised his right hand to signal a stop, crouched, and peered downward from behind the last trees. Below was a vast depression. Several fissures split the floor at the basin's center, sulfurous steam constantly venting from the cracks and forming a pale, yellow haze above the hollow. At least 10 beasts lay along the fissure edges. Earth-armored lizards and several much larger forms with asymmetrical bony spikes along their spines, their scales darker and shimmering with an abnormal dull red sheen. Mutants. Lu Chun counted roughly, at least 4. All the beasts gathered around the basin's center, where a vent larger than the others belched the thickest sulfur steam, and the beasts clustered most densely. AI Luan whispered to ask how many. Lu Chun raised 4 fingers. AI Lun's expression shifted, and he asked if they could beat them. Lu Chun said nothing. He was watching the central vent, the point of densest steam. The ground there was not merely cracked, it had collapsed. Moreover, the rim of the collapse had regular facets. These were not natural fissures, but man-made, or at least reinforced by hands. He narrowed his eyes, and through gaps in the sulfur steam could faintly make out several regular grooves carved into the stone wall of the collapse's edge. From this distance, the details were unclear, but the direction of those grooves bore some resemblance to the ancient runes on the arch of the secret realm's entrance. It was not caused by geothermal activity. It was a seal or remnants of one. Lena was right. The intensified geothermal activity was not natural, but mana leakage from a loosening seal, and the beasts were drawn by the leaking mana. If the seal kept loosening and the leakage intensified, beasts here would multiply and mutate ever. Retreat. He lowered his voice. The 5-man squad slipped silently back to the wood's safety. Once clear, Lu Chun described the seal fragments he had observed. Lena was silent for a few seconds after hearing him, then she offered the same conclusion as Lu Chun. The geothermal intensification was caused by a loosening seal and resultant mana leakage. Ba Luan proposed finding a secure campsite first, and then drafting a detailed plan. He needed time to design the stone wall layout. If they were to fight near the seal, the walls must not only block beasts, but also prevent battle shocks from shattering the seal fragments. Lena warned that the strata around a leaking seal are extremely unstable. High-power magic could trigger secondary collapse. The battle must be fought on the seal's perimeter, not near the core. AI Lun listened a long while, and then asked the most practical question. So those 4 mutants we must fight on the perimeter and not lure them to the seal edge. How to attack? Lu Chen glanced toward the direction where the violet light was dimming. Night was falling. Move before dawn tomorrow. Strike while the beasts sleep. Take one down first, and the rest will be easier. As the bonfire ignited on the leeward side of the colossal rock, the sky had completely darkened. The night within the secret realm was unlike that of the outside world. There were no stars in the sky, and the pale violet light quickly faded after sunset, replaced by a thick darkness that poured over the entire forest like spilled ink. The illumination from the bonfire was reduced to about 2/3 of its normal range. Beyond that lay a pitch-black void, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. From the distance, the sound of snapping branches occasionally echoed through the woods. It was not the wind, but something moving. Lu Chun had chosen a campsite beneath a large rock that jutted out of the ground. The massive rock leaned against a steep slope, requiring defense only from the front and sides, making it far safer than an open area. Baron had set up 3 staggered stone walls around the campsite. Although each wall was thin and could only withstand 1 charge from a magical beast, the 3 layers were sufficient to alter any trajectory of impact. They'll take the first watch. Rian, you take the second. Baron the third. Alan and Lena have primary output tasks tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep tonight. Lu Chun said, adding a branch to the bonfire. Alan had already laid out his sleeping bag beside the fire with only his head poking out. Lena leaned against the large rock, writing in her notebook by the faint light of the bonfire. Rian sat cross-legged at the edge of the stone wall, his lightning armor in low-power standby mode with arcs of electricity occasionally flickering on his shoulder before quickly extinguishing. What are you writing? Alan poked his head out from the sleeping bag, resting his chin on the edge. The attack route for dawn tomorrow. Lena did not look up, the tip of her pen scratching against the paper. The outer perimeter of the geothermal area to the point of seal collapse is roughly 120 meters. There are 6 staggered points in between where stone walls can be placed. The angles between each wall need to be maintained between 15 to 20 degrees. If the angle is too large, the magical beast will circumvent it, and if too small, it won't achieve the desired deflection. Did you remember all of this while scouting this afternoon? What else could I do? If I keep it in my head, I'll forget. She turned to a new page, sketching a simple topographic map at the top, marking the location, angle, and expected deflection direction of each stone wall. Barring your second wall, needs to shift left by 3 degrees. This afternoon you marked a dead tree that will block the magical beast's rightward deflection path. If it crashes into the dead tree and topples to the right, it could directly fall into the seal collapse zone. Baron walked over, squatting beside Lena, to look at her drawing, remaining silent for a moment. Are your eyes made? Lena didn't answer, simply tearing off the drawing and handing it to him, then flipping to the next page to begin calculating everyone's magical power distribution plan for tomorrow morning. Based on her estimates of the density of the variance bone plates, Lu Chen's spiral explosion could likely break through the first layer but would not reach the second. Rian's lightning strike would require 2 hits to penetrate the soft tissue. Alan's fire suppression need not focus on power, but rather frequency, as long as it could disrupt the magical beast's line of sight. Alan rolled over in his sleeping bag, wriggling toward the bonfire like a massive caterpillar. I feel like I'm holding everyone back. Lu Chen can break defenses, Rian can penetrate, Baron can tank the monsters, and Lena can control the battlefield and draw maps. What else can I do besides throw fireballs? Without your fire suppression, the earth-armored lizard on the left flank has already circled behind us. Lu Chen's voice came from across the bonfire. He was not looking at Alan, but was poking the charcoal in the fire with a stick. Fire suppression does not need to penetrate the scales. You only need to make the magical beast feel threatened on the flank, and it won't charge straight ahead. Your fireball is the most crucial element in the entire strategy. Without suppression, Baron's walls would be circumvented, Lena's ice spikes would be dodged, and Rain's assault would be exposed. The most crucial element. Alan repeated the phrase, then grinned and wrapped his sleeping bag tighter. All right, then I'll fire a few more tomorrow. Until my magic is exhausted. The bonfire burned for a while, and Baron and Lena fell asleep one after another. Rian took the second watch, sitting on the stone wall with his lightning armor emitting a faint golden glow in the darkness. Lu Chen lay down, closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep immediately. He went over the tactics for tomorrow morning in his head a couple more times, then opened his panel to take a look. The proficiency of his fireball technique was nearing 9,000, getting closer to perfection. If he could achieve perfection before tomorrow's battle, the penetrative power of the spiral explosion could potentially increase by another 10%. He turned off the panel and rolled over. The bonfire emitted faint crackling sounds behind him. After an unknown period, Lina's voice suddenly broke the darkness soft enough that only he and the awake Rien could hear. About the seal. This afternoon in the geothermal area, I mentioned that the geothermal activity was caused by the seal loosening. It might not be that simple. The cross-section of the rock layers at the edges of the seal fragments consists of 3 layers. The top layer is volcanic rock, the middle layer is sedimentary rock, and the bottom layer is an artificially reinforced layer. The material of the artificially reinforced layer is of the same type as the runestone of the archway at the entrance of the secret realm, but the direction of the collapse is not from the inside out. It's from the outside in. It's not that the seal itself has loosened, but something from the outside is digging it up. Lucien opened his eyes in the darkness and after a few seconds of silence lowered his voice to ask, "Can you be sure?" 90% sure. Lina's sleeping bag shifted slightly, as if she was turning over. The remaining 10% will need to wait until tomorrow morning, when we can check the cross-section again to confirm. If some magical beast is digging at the seal, its ability to sense magical energy must far surpass that of ordinary variants. Any battles we fight on the perimeter will be detected by it, even possibly already detected. She paused. If whatever is digging at the seal has noticed us, we won't have time for passive defense tomorrow morning. Lucien sat up, the light of the bonfire reflecting on his face, his expression as calm as usual, but his eyes shone brightly in the firelight. After a moment he spoke. The plan remains unchanged. We strike before dawn, taking the initiative to eliminate a variant. If there truly is something beneath the seal, our speed must be faster than it. He lay back down and closed his eyes. Rien adjusted his sitting position on the stone wall. The glow of his lightning armor dimmed slightly, and the arcs of electricity quietly danced in the darkness. The bonfire continued to burn, and the sound of snapping branches from the distant woods echoed again, but no one spoke further. The night was still long. There was time before dawn. The campfire was reduced to the last layer of dark red embers. Lucien opened his eyes. A thin layer of dew condensed on the surface of the giant rock overhead, shimmering faintly in the residual glow of the fire. The sky was still dark, but it was no longer the thick black of midnight. Around the eastern treetops a hint of grayish white faintly emerged. There was less than an hour until dawn. Rain was still sitting against the stone wall. All night his thunder armor maintained a standby state at the lowest power, with arcs of electricity quietly dancing on his shoulders like an unquenchable lamp. Seeing Lucien sit up, he leaped down from the stone wall, landing almost silently. "It's not time for the shift yet. I'm not sleeping anymore. Go wake Barn up." Lucien pushed aside his sleeping bag, stood up, and walked to the edge of the campsite. The 3 layers of staggered stone walls stood silently in the night, with dew on the walls reflecting subtle light. He raised his hand and pressed against the innermost wall, earth-type magical power seeping into the stone slab through his palm. The internal magical structure of the wall was intact, and the stress points that Baron had reinforced before sleeping had not cracked. Lina was also awake. She crawled out of her sleeping bag, her red hair swaying slightly in the morning breeze, clutching the terrain map she had drawn the night before. Using the faint light from the dying embers, she confirmed the angles of the wall layout and each person's magical power distribution plan for the morning, once more, then nodded at Lucien. Aiden was the last to wake up. He struggled out of his sleeping bag, his hair sticking up like a bundle of straw blown by the wind, his eyes not fully open, yet his right hand instinctively gathered a spiral fireball in his palm. Muscle memory awakened before consciousness. The fireball spun in the morning light, its spiral speed steady and its edges clear. Lucien glanced at everyone, then squatted down, drawing a simple terrain map in the mud beside the campfire. The 6 staggered points of the walls, the estimated positions of the 4 mutated creatures, and the outer contour of the collapsed ceiling area were all marked with numbers and distances. During dawn, the body temperature of the magical beasts hasn't fully risen, and their reaction speed is slower than during the day. Baron has already marked the staggered angles of the 3 walls. Aiden and Lina will position themselves behind the first wall, and upon hearing my signal, Aiden will first deploy the firewall, not to attack the magical beast, but to seal its escape route towards the ceiling collapsed area. Lina's ice spear will be used after it crashes into the first wall, and its center of gravity shifts, aiming for its left front leg's knee joint. Rain and I will circle to the side of the second wall, and when its side is exposed, I will first use a spiral explosion defense, and Rain will follow up with penetration. If we can't resolve it within 2 rounds, we will immediately retreat to the campsite without hesitation. "Let me deliver the final blow this time," Aiden suddenly spoke. It was not his usual carefree tone. His fireball was quietly spinning in his palm, its spiral speed steadier than ever. "Yesterday I held the left flank for so long, and you delivered the fatal blow in the end. Let me handle the smallest one today." Lucien looked at him. Aiden did not shy away from his gaze. After a moment, Lucien nodded. "All right. But you must wait until Lina's ice spear pins its left front leg, and I break its bone plate before you can act. Do not expose our position prematurely." "Understood." The 5 of them gathered their backpacks beneath the giant rock, only taking the necessary magic cores and magical crystals. Lena folded the terrain map and tucked it into the inside of her sleeve, while Barn lifted his training stone slab. Before setting off, he said he wanted to practice his feel. This stone slab had been permeated by his Earth-type magical power countless times, making its internal texture much denser than an ordinary slab, which could serve as an emergency shield at critical moments. Rain's thunder armor unfolded again. This time, he distributed more current to his legs and right arm. Assault mode. Lu Chen's wind-type signal lit up at his fingertips, 3 short flashes followed by 1 long and 1 short. The 4 of them simultaneously lit their response signals. In the dark woods, 5 faint lights flickered beneath the giant rock before extinguishing. They set off. The woods were eerily silent at the darkest moment before dawn. Even the sounds of branches snapping from the previous night had disappeared, leaving only the faint footfalls of the 5 and the occasional rustle of Barnes' stone slab brushing against the underbrush. The sulfur smell from the geothermal area had lessened in the morning breeze, replaced by a more intense magical aura. Different from the heavy and oppressive sulfur steam from the previous afternoon, the magical fluctuations before dawn were clearer, as if washed clean by the night dew. Lu Chun walked at the front, his wind-type magical power flickering at the lowest power at his fingertips, not to send a signal, but to perceive changes in the airflow ahead. The solitary mutated creature lay beneath a protruding rock on the eastern edge of the depression, further away from the other 3, its size smaller than that of the leading one from yesterday. It was sleeping, not in deep sleep, but in a light doze, half awake. With each breath, faint sulfur steam emerged from the gaps in its scales, appearing pale yellow in the morning light. Lu Chun raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. 5 people, all in position. Barn inserted the stone slab into the soil. The first layer of the 3 staggered walls had already been activated, and the magical patterns inside the wall glowed faintly in his palm. Aiden and Lena crouched behind the first wall. The fireball in Aiden's right hand had already taken shape, the spiral's rotational speed compressed to a low hum, nearly silent. Lena's left fingertip rested against her right wrist, making the final calibration adjustment for deviation. Lu Chun and Rain circled to the side of the second wall, crouching behind a moss-covered boulder less than 30 steps from the mutated creature. He could smell the sulfur scent emanating from its scales and see the slow rise and fall of its abdomen as it breathed. Lu Chen's wind-type signal suddenly flashed, 3 short flashes followed by 1 long and 1 short. Aiden's firewall was the first to ignite. A Tunter-high flame barrier erupted behind the mutated creature, not to attack it, but to seal off its escape route towards the ceiling collapsed area. The high temperature of the firewall caused the air to expand the heat wave, pushing the sulfur steam back towards the center of the depression. The mutated creature jolted awake, its bone plates standing erect as it let out a low guttural roar. But before it could turn, its front paw had already stepped into Barnes' first layer of staggered wall. The wall was thin and it shattered immediately under its weight, but the place where it broke was precisely calculated by Barn. The impact of the wall shattering diverted its forward momentum by nearly 20 degrees. It stumbled, exposing its right side to Lena's shooting angle. Lena's ice spear struck. 3 shots fired in rapid succession, accurately pinning it at the knee joint of its right front leg. The ice spread rapidly through the gaps in its scales, locking the range of motion at the joint, causing the mutated creature's right front leg to drag stiffly on the ground, its center of gravity tilted. Lu Chun leaped out from behind the rubble, pushing both hands forward. Spiral explosion. The dual structure of the positive and negative spirals had only been charged for less than half a second in his palm. The fireball crashed through the gap between the bone plates, the positive and negative spirals exploding simultaneously, fragments of bone flying, as the mutated creature let out a deafening wail. Aiden! Lu Chun shouted. Aiden had already charged out from behind the stone wall. His spiral fireball accelerated in rotation as he ran, its spiral speed more than doubled compared to usual. The fireball pierced through the crack in the bone plate that Lu Chun had torn open, driving deep into the soft tissue, exploding within the mutated creature. Its body stiffened suddenly before crashing to the side. The impact of its fall kicked up a cloud of sulfur dust. Aiden stood there, panting, the magical circuits in his right hand still burning hot, his palm slightly reddened. He looked down at the mutated creature he had brought down, then raised his gaze to Lu Chun. His eyes were slightly red, but his face bore a smile of triumph after giving it his all. I hit it. A fatal blow, Lu Chun said. In the distance, roars of other awakened mutated creatures echoed from the center of the depression. Sulfur steam swirled in the morning light, the remaining 3 mutated creatures quickly moving towards this side, their bone plates clashing against each other, producing a piercing metallic sound. There was one more than estimated. A larger one was rising from beside the ceiling collapsed area, its size greater than that of the leading one from yesterday. Its back spines were asymmetrically tilted to one side, and the color of its scales had changed from dark red to nearly black. Lena lowered her ice spear, her voice low. 4 of them. Lu Chen stood atop the pile of rubble looking at the 4 approaching mutated creatures. He raised his left hand, the wind-type signal flickering at his fingertips with a new command. Rapid attack, target the leftmost one. 4 mutated beasts charged from the center of the depression, their bone plates clashing together as they ran, producing a sharp metallic sound. The morning light barely crested the treetops, and the sulfuric steam from the geothermal area swirled restlessly. 4 mutated beasts charged from the center of the depression, their bone plates clashing together as they ran, producing a sharp metallic sound. The morning light barely crested the treetops, and the sulfuric steam from the geothermal area. Lu Chun stood atop a pile of rubble, his left hand signaling a wind-based spell, just as it flickered out, while his right hand began to gather power for a spiral explosion. The double helix structure spun in his palm, the flames illuminating the rubble beneath his feet. Rain, strike its left front leg first, he instructed. Rain leaped out from behind the rubble, his thunder armor fully activated. Electric arcs extended from his shoulder blades to his arms, and the current density in his legs doubled. Assault mode. He covered the distance of nearly 30 steps from the rubble pile to the leftmost mutated beast in under 2 seconds, leaving a trail of charred marks on the ground from the arcs of electricity beneath his feet. The mutated beast sensed the threat from the side and attempted to turn. However, its left front leg clearly dragged during the abrupt movement. The old injury still lingered. In that split second of delay, Rain's lightning strike hit the knee joint of its left front leg. The lightning penetrated the gaps in its scales and struck the soft tissue of the joint, eliciting a sharp, shrill roar from the mutated beast as it knelt. The momentum was interrupted and its center of gravity skewed. Baron's stone wall followed closely behind. It was not a frontal block, but a thin wall was precisely angled to intercept its path directly ahead, identical to the angle used when setting up the first layer of staggered walls. The mutated beast was redirected by the stone wall, its body rolling to the side, fully exposing the gaps between its right side bone plates to Lu Chen's line of fire. The spiral explosion blasted into the gaps between the bone plates. The dual spirals detonated simultaneously, shattering fragments of bone and flipping large sections of scales, revealing the dark red soft tissue beneath. Lena, seal its hind legs. Alan, provide firepower suppression on those 3 in the back. Lena's ice spikes were already in motion. 3 shots fired accurately, pinning the knee joints of the mutated beast's hind legs. The ice rapidly spread through the gaps in the scales, locking its hind limbs, rendering the mutated beast It attempted to swipe with its tail, but just as the tail tip lifted, Lu Chen's second spiral explosion had already struck the previously torn wound from the side. The fireball pierced through the gap in the bone plates, striking the chest cavity, causing the mutated beast to convulse violently before falling still. The second one had been taken down. It took less than 2 minutes. The third one is charging in. Alan shouted from behind the stone wall. His fireballs continued to rain down, but the largest mutated beast in the back, the one with scales nearly black in color, seemed to almost completely disregard his fireballs. The fireball struck its bone plates, leaving only faint scorch marks, not even a crack. Its speed did not diminish. Baron established 3 layers of staggered walls. No thin walls, use thick walls. Lu Chun commanded as he began to run. With the wind-based acceleration spell enhancing his speed, he suddenly surged forward, his toes brushing the edge of the rubble pile, maneuvering around the fallen, mutated beast's corpse, creating distance to the right. He needed to draw the black, mutated beast away from the other 2, taking them down one by one. Baron clapped his palms against the ground. 3 layers of stone walls rose simultaneously, each layer twice as thick as the previous one. The magical reinforcement patterns at the base of the stone walls penetrated deep into the soil, with the thickness of the first layer's front wall nearing half a meter. The black mutated beast crashed into the first layer. The stone wall trembled violently, and Baron groaned softly, channeling maximum magical output through his palms. The wall didn't shatter, but the surface cracked with dozens of fine fissures. The mutated beast shook its head, preparing for a second charge. Its bone plate density is too high. Lena quickly adjusted the aiming point of her ice spikes, saying, "Don't aim for the joints, target the eyes. Its eyes lack scale protection. If we can temporarily blind it, the direction of its charge will be thrown off. Can you do it?" "I can hit the left eye. The right eye lacks the right angle. The left eye will be enough." Lu Chun maneuvered to the side and rear of the black, mutated beast. His third spiral explosion was fully charged, but he did not act immediately. He was waiting for Lena's ice spikes. If the ice spike hit the left eye, the mutated beast would instinctively turn its head to the right. In that instant, the soft tissue structure between its right bone plate and jaw would be exposed. That spot had the lowest scale coverage, the only weakness that could be penetrated in one strike. Lena took a deep breath, slightly adjusting the final angle with her left index finger. The ice spike shot out from the shooting hole in the stone wall, tracing a very low arc in the air, before precisely piercing the left eye of the black mutated beast. The mutated beast let out a deafening roar, its entire head jerking violently to the right. Now was the moment. Lu Chen's spiral explosion crashed into the soft tissue structure between its jaw and right bone plate, piercing through. The mutated beast's roar abruptly changed pitch, its massive body swayed twice, but did not fall. With its remaining right eye it locked onto Lu Chen, its remaining bone plates standing upright, its four limbs scraping the ground, as it prepared to launch one last charge before death. Rain's lightning strike plunged into the wound torn by the spiral explosion from the front. The lightning surged through the soft tissue, striking its brain, causing the mutated beast's limbs to stiffen simultaneously before it crashed to the ground. The tremors from the ground reached Baron's stone wall, adding a few more cracks to the surface, but it did not shatter. The third one had fallen. The remaining two mutated beasts hesitated noticeably upon seeing the black mutated beast go down. They stood side by side at the edge of the depression, scratching the ground with their front claws, emitting threatening low growls, but did not charge again. After a moment of stalemate, they turned and disappeared into the depths of the sulfuric steam. The battle was over. Baron sat down heavily, leaning against the first layer of stone wall he had erected. The wall was covered in cracks resembling a parched riverbed. He looked down at his trembling hands, the earth magic circuit patterns in his palms, already reddened, a sign of magical output overload. Lena approached him, squatting down to form a thin layer of water membrane, applying it to his forearm for cooling. This time Baron did not wince, merely closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. Rain retracted his thunder armor, a new scorch mark appearing on the training suit of his right arm parallel to the one from yesterday. Alan leaned against the remains of his firewall, still holding a fireball that had yet to be released. The fireball spun slowly, its edges trembling slightly. His magical energy was running low. Lu Chen walked up to him. Your firepower suppression today was steadier than yesterday. The black one wasn't your problem. Its scale density has exceeded that of ordinary mutated beasts. Alan smiled faintly. The smile was somewhat weary but reassuring. Next time I'll use a larger fireball. He retracted the last fireball. Lu Chen turned and walked toward the center of the depression. As the sounds of battle faded, the geothermal area fell silent again. He crouched at the edge of the collapsed ceiling zone, sulfuric steam continuously billowing from the cracks. The depth of the collapse had deepened by nearly a foot since yesterday, and there were more regular cut surfaces. These cut surfaces were not naturally occurring cracks, but rather traces of artificial chiseling. One of the cut surfaces even revealed a clear chisel mark. It was not something that could have been left by a magical beast's claws, but rather some kind of tool or something with tool-like properties. He reached out to touch the chisel mark. The stone was already weathered and brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. It was not a recent mark. It had been here for at least several hundred years. But the collapse had only recently expanded. This meant that someone had excavated the seal here hundreds of years ago, but had interrupted before completion. Now something was continuing the excavation. He stood up, gazing into the depths of the collapse where the thick sulfuric steam coiled like a dense fog, and said nothing more. On the edge of the collapse, 5 points of magical burn have long since cooled. Lu Chen crouched beside the nearest burn point, his fingers hovering over the surface of the stone wall without making contact. The burn marks took on a regular circular shape with radiating cracks at the edges and a faint magical fluctuation lingering in the central depression. It was not a chaotic factor. Rather, it was pure elemental scalding. The arrangement of the 5 burn points corresponds one tune with the distribution of the 5 elements: the fire burn point at the top, water on the lower right, wind on the left, earth at the bottom, and thunder at the center. Lena crouched beside him, using water magic to probe the depth of the burn point. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, a fine layer of stone powder dusting her fingers. The depth of the burn exceeds 2 inches. The penetrative power is beyond what basic magic can achieve. It is at least mid-level magic or higher. Moreover, the 5 burn marks were caused simultaneously. Someone struck this seal with the 5 elemental magics at the same moment. All 5 elements at once. Rain repeated these words, looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not respond. He stood up and walked halfway around the edge of the collapse. The overall shape of the collapse was an irregular oval with the longest diameter about 15 steps. The deepest part was shrouded in sulfur vapor, obscuring the bottom. However, on the cut surface of the collapse's edge, the regular chisel marks and the 5 burn points were on the same horizontal plane. The chisel marks came first, followed by the burn points. This means that someone first used physical means, or some kind of tool, to chisel open the outer reinforced structure of the seal, and then simultaneously bombarded the core of the seal with 5 elemental magics. It was a precise calculation, not a spurofement decision. This person knew the structure of the seal, Lu Chen said, and understood that it required 5 elemental magics to destroy it. After chiseling away the outer layer, they simultaneously destroyed the 5 magical nodes of the seal with the 5 burn points. The seal was dismantled from within, not loosened naturally. Alan walked over from the remnants of the stone wall, still clutching the magic core that had been scorched by a fireball. So someone deliberately damaged the seal. Why destroy the seal? Not destroy. Open. Lena stood up, brushing the stone powder from her hands. The purpose of the seal is to confine something. If you want to extract what is inside the seal, you must first open the seal. This person did not wish to destroy the seal. They wanted to obtain what lay beneath it. Baron was still sitting on the ground, leaning against the cracked stone wall. Lena's cold compress had restored most of the magic circuits in his forearm from the overload, but his voice was still somewhat hoarse. Obtain what? What could be down there? I don't know. Lu Chun gazed into the depths of the sulfur vapor. But the seal is still operational. The 5 burn points had damaged the 5 magical nodes of the seal, but the magical cycle of the seal itself continued. This indicates that the seal is not single-layered. The outer layer has been breached, yet the inner layer remains functional. If the inner layer had also failed, the sulfur vapor would not be at this concentration. It would erupt forth directly. Right now it is merely leaking, not collapsing. We still have time. He turned and walked back to the camp, retrieving a notebook from his backpack, flipping to a new page to begin recording. The shape of the collapse, the characteristics of the chisel marks the arrangement of the burn points, and the residual frequency of the magical cycle of the seal were each neatly recorded on the same page. After finishing, he closed the notebook and looked up at his teammates. The sun had risen above the treetops, and the pale purple sunlight streamed through the sulfur vapor, casting a layer of constantly changing colorful hues in the depression. Set up camp near the teleport point at the exit of the secret realm. Tomorrow we continue to the second phase, exploring the ancient tree area on the western side of the secret realm. Set up camp near the teleport point at the exit of the secret realm. Tomorrow we continue to the second phase, exploring the ancient tree area on the western side of the secret realm. As he spoke, he put the notebook back in his backpack. Alan stood up from beside the stone wall remnants, stuffing the magic core into the side pocket of his backpack. Rain retracted his thunder armor, the electric arcs flickering one last time on his shoulder before extinguishing. Baron hoisted his training stone slab, while Lena stowed away the water bottle and notebook. The 5 of them retraced their steps, crossing the edge of the sulfur vapor-filled depression and re-entering the dense forest. The stream continued to flow in its original position, but the sulfur foam on the water's surface had increased since their arrival. The charred marks left from yesterday's battle still lingered on the rocky shore, and the remains of 3 earth-armored lizards had been mostly dragged away by scavengers in the secret realm, leaving only a few shattered bone plates scattered among the pebbles. As they exited the geothermal area, the scent of sulfur gradually faded. The forest became quiet again, and pale purple sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating the leaf-covered path. When they returned to the teleport point near the entrance of the secret realm, the sun was already overhead. The teleport point was a flat circular stone slab inscribed with the same ancient runes as the entrance archway, glowing faintly blue in the sunlight. Next to the stone slab was a small clearing, just enough for camping. Baron rebuilt 3 layers of stone walls around the camp, this time using a normal thickness. There was no need to worry about the collapse of the seal here, and the walls could be sturdier. In the evening, the campfire was rekindled. Alan broke the last piece of honey bread he had brought from the mess hall into 5 portions, giving each person a small piece. Baron finished his portion in 2 bites, then used the stone slab to prop up his backpack as a pillow. Lena leaned against a tree, flipping through her notebook, the crease on the cover deeper than before their departure. Lu Chin sat beside the campfire, opened his notebook, and wrote a note below today's records. The inner layer of the seal is still operational, but the collapse is expanding. If something is continuing to dig, how long can the inner layer hold? He closed the notebook, watching the sparks dancing in the campfire without voicing this thought. Yet Lena lifted her head from under the tree, glancing at him across the campfire. The two exchanged a brief look before averting their gazes. That sound, the dull thumping noise emanating from deep within the seal before dawn. They both heard it, but chose not to mention it in front of the others. 3 strikes rhythmically, even not a frequency produced by a natural phenomenon. The sound came from the deepest part of the collapse, piercing through the sulfur vapor, muffled and echoing in the geothermal area's depression. It was as if something deep underground was knocking on the door. On the second day of the secret realm trial, Lu Chun chose a high ground at the edge of the ancient tree area. The ancient tree area was completely different from the geothermal zone. Here the trees were so thick that it took 5 or 6 people to embrace, their canopies blocking out the sunlight, allowing only a few rays of purple light to filter through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the ground covered in decaying leaves like shattered glass. There was no smell of sulfur in the air. Instead, it was filled with a damp, humus-like scent, heavy as a soaked old blanket. Lu Chun stood at the edge of the high ground, his gaze sweeping over the layers of tree trunks, landing on a grove of trees at the foot of the mountain. It was too quiet. In other parts of the ancient tree area, there were birds chirping and insects buzzing, but in that grove there was not a sound. Even the rustling of the wind through the treetops seemed to have been swallowed by something. He called for Lena. She crouched beside him, using water-based detection magic to analyze the magical energy distribution at the edge of the grove. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, her fingertips dusted with a fine layer of grayish-white powder. "It's a shadow wolf," she said. "A third-tier magical beast, social in groups, typically 5 to 8 in a pack. They are nocturnal, hiding in tree hollows or rock crevices during the day and becoming active at dusk. They mark their territorial boundaries, and this grayish-white powder is the residue left behind after their urine dries. That grove is their territory, which is why birds and insects avoid it." "Third tier," Alan said as he placed his backpack beside a tree root, stretching his shoulders. "Yesterday we fought 4 fourth-tier mutated beasts, and today we're up against third-tier ones. That feels like a downgrade. Individually, third-tier shadow wolves are not as strong as fourth-tier earth-armored lizards, but they are social animals." Lena brushed off the powder from her hands and stood up. "One shadow wolf isn't scary, but 8 attacking from different directions is problematic. Moreover, the claws of the shadow wolves carry paralysis toxins. If scratched, the magical circuits will temporarily short-circuit, causing spells to be released intermittently. They are accustomed to surrounding their prey before attacking. Elderly or sickly ones feign an assault from the front, while the strongest ones launch a surprise attack from behind. So we can't wait for them to surround us," Lu Chun said, then turned to Ryan. "Do shadow wolves have any special reaction to lightning?" "Yes. The fur of shadow wolves is extremely sensitive to electricity. Arcs of lightning instinctively cause them to retreat. It's not that they fear injury. They are instinctively afraid of thunder. It's likely that lightning interferes with their magical perception, which they use to locate prey in the dark," Ryan said as he ignited a small arc of electricity at his fingertips, the light flickering in the forest. "In a fully activated state of my thunder armor, a third-tier shadow wolf wouldn't even be able to get close. Then we don't have to wait for them to come looking for us." Lu Chen crouched down, drawing a simple encirclement in the mud. "Ryan, you don't need to guard the camp tonight. Go out proactively, fully activate your thunder armor, and circle around the perimeter of the campsite, creating an oppressive atmosphere with the lightning. The instinctive fear of shadow wolves towards lightning will force them to retreat. Once they are pushed back a certain distance, their formation will become chaotic. When the formation is disrupted, the lead male wolf will be isolated. Lena and I will flank it using ice spikes to control the joints and fireballs to break its bones, first taking down the lead wolf. Once the lead wolf falls, the rest will scatter." Ryan nodded. Baron had already reinforced the stone wall around the campsite. He mentioned that while meditating and recovering last night, he noticed that the scratches made by shadow wolves' claws on the wall were quite shallow. The hardness of third-tier claws is not as strong as that of fourth-tier earth-armored lizards, so a thin wall would be sufficient to block a single ambush. However, he still made the back wall thick. The direction was the darkest, the trees were densest, and it was the most likely point for a night raid. As evening approached, although the sky had not fully darkened, the ancient tree area was already as dark as midnight. The light from the campfire was largely absorbed by the massive tree trunks and thick decaying leaves, illuminating only a few steps around the campsite. Mist seeped from the low-lying areas between the tree roots, spreading slowly along the ground, forming a blurred grayish-white boundary at the edge of the campfire's light. Alan practiced the low-power form of the spiral fireball beside the campfire, with flames rotating in his palm, slow but steady, consuming only a quarter of the usual energy. Lena sat on a fallen dead tree trunk, her left index finger trembling slightly. She was practicing the final step of deviation correction, her fingertip pressed against the magical circuit node on her right wrist, repeatedly adjusting the output. Baron suddenly halted his practice with the stone slab, looking towards the depths of the forest. "They're coming." Outside the light of the campfire, the first pair of dark yellow eyes lit up in the darkness. Then came the second pair, the third pair, numerous scattered throughout the surrounding woods, high and low, at least 7 or 8 pairs. They did not attack immediately. They simply stood quietly outside the light, watching from the darkness. Occasionally, a low guttural whine would escape, as if they were communicating or testing. Lu Chen stood up and said one sentence to Ryan. "Action." Ryan's thunder armor instantly activated. Arcs of electricity spread from his shoulder blades down his arms and legs, the golden light tearing through the fog surrounding the campsite. He leapt over the stone wall, his figure enveloped in lightning, darting swiftly around the perimeter of the campsite like a moving pillar of light. When the thunder armor was fully operational, the charge density in the air rose sharply, causing the fireball in Alan's hand to flicker slightly due to static interference. The eyes in the darkness began to retreat. It wasn't fleeing. They were instinctively avoiding the lightning. Ryan completed the first lap around the campsite, pushing the encirclement of the shadow wolves back by about 10 steps. On the second lap, a few smaller shadow wolves began to emit anxious low howls, and the edges of the encirclement started to scatter. By the third lap, cracks finally appeared in the formation. A few young shadow wolves broke away from the ranks and hid behind farther trees, causing the encirclement to disintegrate. A figure significantly larger than the other shadow wolves emerged from the darkness. The lead wolf. Its size was nearly 2/3 that of a fourth-tier earth-armored lizard with dark gray fur and a chunk missing from its left ear. In the instant it lost the cover of the pack, its side was exposed to Lu Chun and Lina's view. Lina was the first to strike with her ice spike. 3 shots fired in succession, accurately hitting the knees of the lead wolf's hind legs. The ice rapidly spread over its fur, locking the joints, causing the lead wolf's forward momentum to drop sharply, dragging its hind legs along the ground, its body tilting to one side. Lu Chen's spiral explosion followed closely, crashing into the exposed area above its shoulder blade. The bone beneath the fur was shattered, and the lead wolf let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, struggling twice, but unable to rise again. Upon seeing their leader fall, the remaining shadow wolves completely scattered. They did not counterattack or linger, turning one by one and disappearing into the dark forest. Ryan withdrew his thunder armor and returned to the campsite. A new scorch mark appeared on the training suit of his right arm, joining the ones from the previous days. Lina asked him if it hurt. He replied that it was an old injury and didn't hurt. Ignoring him, Lina directly conjured a layer of water membrane to apply to his forearm. Ryan's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not pull away. Alan stood at the edge of the campsite, still maintaining that spiral fireball in his hand. He glanced down at the fireball, then looked up towards the direction where the lead wolf had fallen. The largest lead wolf was now lying on the ground, its head with the missing left ear drooping into the pile of fallen leaves, its chest still faintly rising and falling, but it could no longer stand. Baron walked over to the lead wolf's corpse, crouched down to examine its claws, and then looked at the stone wall he had erected. There were only a few shallow claw marks on the wall, along with some clusters of residual grayish-white wolf fur. Third tier, he muttered to himself, the claws indeed aren't as hard as those of the fourth tier. Then he shouldered the stone slab and walked back to the campsite to continue practicing his localized thinning. Lina noted down the battle data from tonight in her notebook. The reaction time of the shadow wolf pack, the dispersal distance of the thunder armor against the shadow wolves, the exposure time of the lead wolf after leaving the formation, each item marked with precise timestamps. After finishing, she looked up at Lu Chun. This pack of shadow wolves won't wander far. After the lead wolf falls, they will choose a new leader nearby. They might come back tonight. She closed her notebook and stood up. Also, when I hit the lead wolf just now, I detected another smell on its fur. It wasn't sulfur, but a mixture of humus and crystallized magical energy, more concentrated than anywhere else in the ancient tree area. This indicates that this pack of shadow wolves has frequently visited a place with extremely high magical energy. It could be in the center of the ancient tree area, where the trees hold the oldest magical energy. Let's scout tomorrow. For now, we should rest. Lu Chun walked to the edge of the campsite, gazing into the thick darkness beyond the campfire's glow. In the distant woods, those dark yellow eyes had vanished, but he knew they were still there. They had merely retreated to a farther distance, waiting, observing. Like this ancient tree area, silent and ancient, hiding something beneath layers of roots and decaying leaves. After dawn tomorrow, they would continue deeper into the forest. In the early morning of the ancient tree area, there was no bird song. As Lu Chun unzipped his sleeping bag, he found the campfire had already died down, leaving only a wisp of thin blue smoke in the ashes. Baron sat on the stone wall at the edge of the camp, his back facing the camp, his silhouette resembling a large. He said that something had been moving in the woods during the latter half of the night, not coming close, but circling around, probably making 4 or 5 laps before leaving, just as dawn approached. It was not a shadow wolf. Shadow wolves moved silently, while that thing made heavy footfalls, crunching on fallen leaves with a slow, deliberate rhythm. It seemed to be searching for something. Lu Chun neatly rolled up his sleeping bag and stuffed it into his backpack. Lina had already crouched at the edge of the camp, her fingers pressed on the ground as water element magic seeped from her fingertips into the soil. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, revealing a layer of fine grayish-white powder on her fingertips, the same substance as the marking powder found at the edge of the shadow wolf territory yesterday. However, this powder was finer, lighter in color, mixed with trace amounts of magical crystal fragments. That group of shadow wolves was here last night. She brushed off the powder from her hand and stood up. It's not just them. There are footprints from other magical beings. She pointed to a patch of dew-soaked mud on the east side of the camp, where several sets of footprints were imprinted. Some were the crescent-shaped claw prints of shadow wolves, while others were larger and deeper, 4 toes with claw marks at the tips, and a stride of nearly 1 meter. Baron walked over and compared, noting that the footprint was larger than his palm by a circle, sinking nearly 2 inches into the mud. This weight must be at least 400 or 500 pounds. Lu Chun crouched down to examine the set of footprints. The claw marks at the toes were tilted forward, the stride even showing no signs of running. It wasn't here to hunt. It merely passed through, or was searching for something. He stood up and looked deeper into the ancient tree area in the direction of the footprints. The morning light had yet to penetrate the canopy, and the depths of the forest remained a thick, dark green shadow. Proceed as planned. Today we will move along the central axis of the ancient tree area, marking any points of abnormal elemental concentration along the way. If we find the source of the mycelium and magical crystals, do not act alone, I'll regroup immediately. As he spoke, he lit a wind-type signal at his fingertips. The 5 of them formed a reconnaissance formation. Baron led the way, pressing one hand against the stone slab, the stone wall technique, in a semi-activated state. Lu Chun followed closely behind, maintaining a low-power flickering signal of wind-type magic at his fingertips. Olina was in the center, releasing water detection magic every so often. Alan was slightly to the left, holding a fireball technique in his palm, with a very low rotational speed, and Ryan brought up the rear, his thunder armor, in standby mode. The deeper they went, the denser the canopy became, and the trunks grew thicker. The bark patterns were no longer the normal tree bark, but densely packed spiral protrusions resembling countless desiccated blood vessels entwined around the trunk. The concentration of magic in the air continued to rise, yet it differed from the sulfurous, chaotic concentration of the geothermal area. Here the magic was heavy and tranquil, like water that had accumulated for hundreds of years, calm on the surface, but with turbulent undercurrents. Lena crouched down to release her detection magic every so often. During the third release, she paused, her fingers pressed into the soil, lingering before she lifted them. She said there was something beneath the tree roots, not a stone or a magical beast with magical feedback originating from the ancient tree itself, but more concentrated, as if all the magic of the ancient tree area was converging on one point. That point was not far ahead, roughly less than half a mile away. Lu Chun instructed Baron to erect a thin wall as a temporary cover, while Lena and Alan stayed behind the cover on standby, and Ryan accompanied him to scout ahead. The 2 of them walked forward, stepping on the carpet of decayed leaves, the soil beneath their feet growing softer, the concentration of magic in the air rising to a level that could be felt without deliberate perception. Suddenly the canopy broke open, revealing a vast circular clearing before them. The clearing was about 50 paces in diameter, devoid of trees, shrubs, or anything else. Only a gray-white carpet of mycelium covered the entire area, thick as snow. The surface of the mycelium glowed with a faint blue luminescence, the light flickering like a slow, rhythmic breath. In the center of the clearing stood a giant tree, its trunk thicker than any tree in the ancient tree area, yet its crown was completely withered, the bare branches stretching upward like a massive skeleton beneath the purple twilight. The trunk was embedded with magical crystals, not growing outside the bark, but rather squeezed out from the sharp edges of the crystals pierced through the bark, the edges still bearing the traces of desiccated tree sap, reflecting a dense, cold light under the luminescence. Lu Chun crouched down, his fingers hovering above the mycelium without directly touching it. Wind-type magic seeped from his fingertips, gently parting a layer of mycelium. Beneath the mycelium was not soil, but more crystals. The roots of the crystals plunged deep into the soil, entwining around the roots of the ancient tree. The magic within the root system was being slowly siphoned away by these crystals. Each time a portion of magic was extracted, the luminescence on the mycelium brightened. He withdrew his hand and stood up, gazing at the giant tree, slowly being killed by the crystals sprouting from its own roots. Then he said, "These are not natural magical crystals. The shapes of those crystals were too regular. Natural magical crystals have irregular edges resembling broken glass. Yet every edge of these crystals had a fixed angle identical to the cutting techniques of magic nuclei outside the secret realm. Someone buried crystal seeds within the root system of this tree. It was not a seal. It was an artificial magical energy collection device. Buried hundreds of years ago, still operating after all this time. All the magical anomalies in this ancient tree area stemmed from this device. The mycelium served as its roots, the crystals as its fruits, and the roots of the ancient tree as its nourishment, and it continues to draw upon them." Lu Chun squatted at the edge of the mycelium carpet, his fingers hovering just above the grayish-white filaments, not making direct contact. Wind-type magical energy seeped from his fingertips, gently parting the top layer of mycelium. Beneath the mycelium, the crystalline roots were densely intertwined with the ancient tree's root system, each root resembling a translucent blood vessel, with faint blue light points slowly flowing inside. This was the magical energy being transported upwards. The direction of the transport was unified, all pointing towards the center of the trunk. "This device is still operational." He retracted his hand and stood up. "The crystals are continuously absorbing the magical energy from the roots, and the mycelium serves as the conduit. If it continues to operate, the root system of this ancient tree will eventually be drained. Once the tree dies, the ecosystem of this ancient tree area will collapse as well." Lena crouched down beside him, pulling out 5 small glass vials from the inside of her sleeve and placing them sequentially at the edge of the mycelium. She gently pried a piece of crystalline fragment from beneath a layer of mycelium using the ice spike technique. As the fragment detached from the mycelium, it emitted a faint crisp sound, and a light blue liquid oozed from the break, quickly evaporating into a small cloud of glowing mist in the air. The crystalline fragments will rapidly deactivate once separated from the mycelium. She placed the fragment into the first glass vial, corked it, and wrote the sampling location and magical energy concentration on the label. We can take a maximum of 5 samples. Taking too many will trigger the device's self-protection response. When that fragment detached, just now the surrounding mycelium noticeably contracted. It is sensing external interference. What exactly is the self-protection response? Hard to say, but the structure of the mycelium network is similar to a neural network. Localized stimulation can cause overall contraction. If the stimulation exceeds a threshold, it may trigger a stronger countermeasure. Magical backlash, excessive mycelium growth, or activate backup crystals buried deeper in the root system. As Lena spoke, she worked steadily, each fragment taken from different crystalline roots, her handwriting on the labels neat and orderly, just like her battle notes. By the time she had collected 5 samples, a thin layer of sweat had formed on her forehead. Meanwhile, Ryan stimulated several clusters of crystals on the surface of the trunk with a faint electric current from his thunder armor. Each time the electric arc struck the crystalline edges, the fluorescent mycelium carpet would flicker. He repeatedly tested several locations, confirming one thing: the crystals reacted to lightning-type magical energy. At the moment of impact, the crystals actively absorbed the current and then transmitted the absorbed energy through the mycelium network to the center of the trunk. This means that lightning-type attacks are ineffective against this device. Not only do they not shatter it, but they are converted into magical energy to supply it. Physical attacks are feasible. The crystals themselves are not very hard. Using a fireball or wind blade to shatter them should sever the mycelial connections. However, we need to cut multiple critical nodes simultaneously. Otherwise, the remaining mycelium will immediately reconnect. Ryan retracted the electric arc, and the new burn mark on his right arm's training suit was aligned next to the old burn mark left by him yesterday. Alan's fireball was already spinning in his palm. He had maintained the spiral fireball in a ready state since earlier, waiting for Lu Chen's signal to attack. Then let's sever it. Where do we need to strike? How many points? You mark them, and it'll detonate. Lu Chen did not give the order immediately. He looked at the crystalline edges that were squeezed out from beneath the bark of the trunk, paused for a moment, then shook his head. Hold off on the destruction for now. The device was buried hundreds of years ago, and the technical level of its creator far exceeds any ancient alchemy we've encountered. If we can bring it back intact, we might be able to reverse engineer its magical energy conversion principles. He sketched a simplified diagram of the magical energy flow of the device in his notebook, the tip of his pen scratching on the paper. Moreover, the fact that the device is still operational indicates that its source of magical energy is still connected. The crystals collected here only draw on the magical energy from the ancient tree's roots, but the main network of the entire device should extend deeper, likely connected to ancient ruins at the core of the secret realm. If we recklessly destroy the nodes, it could trigger countermeasures from the device. Baron rebuilt a stone wall behind the cover, this time using a double-layered structure, an outer thin wall for cushioning and an inner thick wall for support. He left magic detection holes in the gaps of the stone wall, pressing his palm against the holes at intervals to sense the changes in the magical energy pulses beneath the ground. The magical energy fluctuations from the crystalline core are slowing down. He retracted his hand. Since earlier, the frequency of the mycelium transporting magical energy has been decreasing. It is not because we took a few samples. It's the device's operational cycle that has reached its end. It is entering a dormant phase. This periodic magical energy pulse is very similar to the principle of the earth element pulse. When I practiced the stone wall earlier, there are peaks and troughs, absorbing energy at the peaks and resting at the troughs. How long is the dormant cycle? Based on the rate of decay of the fluctuations, just now it should be about 2 to 3 hours. During the trough, the magical energy supply will be weakest, and the resilience of the mycelium will also decrease. At that time, damaging nodes or removing the core would carry the least backlash risk. Lu Chen nodded. He squatted down again, recording the magical energy fluctuation cycle and the mycelium's dormant time in his notebook before putting the pen back in the side pocket of his backpack. Next, we need to attempt to separate the device's core from the center of the trunk during the trough period of the mycelium. One person needs to go in with him, one person monitoring the magical energy fluctuations from outside, one person guarding the escape route, and one person handling emergencies. Alan raised his hand to volunteer to go in. He still owed a lethal strike from when he fought the Shadow Wolf last night. Ryan suggested that using the thunder armor at close range could enhance the charge of Alan's fireball, increasing its penetration by another 10%. Lena proposed monitoring from outside. Her water-type detection technique could monitor the magical energy flow of the mycelium in real time, signaling immediately if there were any abnormal fluctuations. Baron was responsible for erecting a double-layer stone wall at the entrance, sealing it off in case the mycelium went rampant, preventing the device's backlash from spreading outside. He would stay outside the wall ready to assist at any moment. If you seal it off, how will you get out? From above. Lu Chun pointed to the bare branch bifurcation high up on the trunk. The densest concentration of crystals is at the center of the trunk, but the crown layer has already withered. There should be decayed holes at the top. If the mycelium runs rampant and seals the entrance, we will blast open the trunk from the inside and exit from the top. Baron looked up at the dead crown of the giant tree, paused for a moment, and then shouldered a stone slab toward the entrance. They'll wait for you outside the wall. Lu Chun stowed his notebook in his backpack and walked to the largest crack in the bark at the base of the giant tree. The edges of the crack had been pierced by the crystalline edges riddled with holes, and faint blue fluorescence seeped out from deep within the crack, carrying the unique damp and cold aura of the mycelium. He squeezed sideways into the crack with Alan following behind, holding the fireball. The flames illuminated the narrow inner walls of the tree hollow, where two thick crystalline columns were embedded side by side at the center of the tree. The angles of the edges on the surface of the columns were regular, consistent with the external crystalline fragments, but magnified countless times. Between the two crystalline columns, a light blue orb the size of a fist was slowly rotating. With each rotation of the orb, the surrounding mycelium network pulsed in sync, and the frequency of the magical energy fluctuations completely matched the dormant cycle that Baron had predicted earlier. This is it, the core of the device. Inside, the tree hollow was narrower than it appeared from the outside. As Lu Chun squeezed through the crystal-edged fissure in the bark, his shoulder brushed against a protruding shard of crystal, leaving a shallow mark on the sleeve of his robe. The edges of the crystal were sharp, but what caught his attention more was the inner wall of the fissure. The wood beneath the bark had been eroded by mycelium riddled with holes, and a faint blue glow seeped out from every mycelial conduit, casting the entire tree hollow in a dim blue hue. Alan held a fireball behind him. The firelight illuminated a distance of 2 steps ahead, while further on lay that eerie blue glow mingled with the damp chill unique to the mycelium, sending a shiver down the back of his neck. This smell, it's like old straw left in a cellar for half a year. Alan lowered his voice, the fireball hovering steadily in his palm, its rotational speed slower than usual, but with clear edges showing no sign of tremor. Did you say this device has been running for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years without anyone coming in. The crystal edges are free of dust. Either someone entered recently, or the growth rate of the mycelium is fast enough to cover the dust. Lu Chun squatted in the narrow passage, his fingers hovering above a junction of mycelial conduits, releasing wind magic from his fingertips to gently part the outermost layer of mycelium. Beneath the mycelium was a denser mesh arranged so orderly it resembled a meticulously woven filter layer rather than a naturally grown structure. He withdrew his hand and made a note in his notebook: layered structure of mycelium. The outer layer conveys magic, while the inner layer filters impurities. The designer of the device not only knows how to gather magic, but also understands how to purify its quality. The two continued to squeeze deeper. The end of the tree hollow opened up suddenly. It was a cavity formed by the erosion of the crystal, large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing side by side. In the center of the cavity were 2 thick crystal pillars extending from the top of the tree's heart down into the deep roots. The edges of the pillars were as orderly as the external crystal shards, but their size was dozens of times larger. Between the 2 crystal pillars, a fist-sized pale blue light orb was slowly rotating. With each turn of the orb, the surrounding mycelial network pulsed in sync, a wave of magical fluctuation perfectly aligned with the trough phase, with its amplitude even weaker than Baron had anticipated. The device was in deep sleep. This is it, Lu Chun said. He stepped forward to the crystal pillar, raised his right hand, and gathered wind blades at his fingertips. Not to attack. He used the thinnest form of the wind blade like a delicate surgical knife, carefully cutting along the connection between the core and the mycelial network one by one. The resilience of the outer mycelium had indeed decreased during the sleep phase. The wind blades met almost no resistance, with the cut edges contracting neatly, leaving a small dark charm mark on the inner wall of the tree hollow. Alan held the fireball beside him, breathing lightly. He watched as Lu Chun severed the mycelial connections one by one, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the surface of the fireball. As the mycelium was cut one by one, the rotation of the light orb gradually slowed down, shifting from a steady rotation to intermittent, irregular pulsations. Like a heart slowing down. It's decelerating. Because the supply of magic is decreasing, Lu Chun did not stop his hands. The core's rotation relies on the magic supplied by the mycelium. As I cut the mycelium one by one, the amount of magic it can receive is diminishing, so naturally the rotation speed will decrease. The last mycelium connection was severed. The light orb stopped rotating. It hovered between the two crystal pillars, motionless, its soft and stable pale blue glow resembling a solidified star. Lu Chen did not immediately reach out to take it. He took out a pair of dragon leather gloves from his backpack and put them on, then said to Alan, "Can you reduce the rotation speed of your left-hand spiral fireball to the minimum, only keeping the outermost layer of spirals and completely extinguishing the core?" Alan paused for a moment, looking down at the fireball in his palm. "Just keep the shell? What's the use of that? The core remains temperature sensitive even in a state of sleep. When I cut the mycelium just now, the few strands close to the core were contracting, not because they were severed, but because the temperature from my fingertips was transferred over. If your spiral fireball retains only the outer layer of the rotating structure, it can form a heat-insulating layer between your palm and the core, preventing direct contact between your body temperature and the core's surface. Using the fireball as an insulating layer." Alan repeated this phrase, then grinned. "Your mind, even when retrieving something, can come up with a whole theory." He adjusted the magic output, and the core of the fireball slowly extinguished, leaving only the thinnest outer layer of spiral flames, forming a pale red light membrane on the surface of his palm. He reached toward the core, fingers spread wide, the light membrane trembling slightly at his fingertips. Lu Chen used wind magic to support the bottom of the core, while Alan held the side of the core, both exerting force simultaneously. The core detached from the slot of the crystal pillar, feeling much lighter than expected. A fist-sized light orb, practically weightless in his palm, with only a mildly cool sensation passing through the dragon leather gloves and the fireball's insulating layer. At the moment the core was removed from the slot, both crystal pillars emitted a muffled cracking sound. It wasn't shattering, it was collapsing. The edges of the pillars slowly caved inward like ice melting at room temperature. The glow on the mycelium carpet began to fade at a visible speed, radiating outward from the position where the core had originally been, dimming in concentric circles. "The core has been removed," the cycle interrupted, "and the device has stopped operating." Lu Chen stood up and handed the core to Alan. "Hold it carefully. Use both hands to keep the insulating layer stable." Alan took the core with both hands, cradling it in his palms. The faint light of the spiral fireball filtered through the core's pale blue glow, casting a constantly shifting shadow on his face. He looked down at the fist-sized light orb, remained silent for several seconds, then softly said, "It's not hot. It's cool. Like touching a stone from a river." Outside the tree hollow, Baron's voice came through the bark fissure, muffled. "The magical fluctuations inside have completely stopped. The mycelium is wilting. Hurry and come out." Lena's voice followed closely. "The wilting speed of the mycelium is rapid. The outer areas have already collapsed in large patches." "Are you injured?" Her tone was still calm as usual, but her speech was a bit quicker than usual. "I'm fine. The core has been taken out," Lu Chen replied, then tilted his head toward Alan. Alan carefully sidled out through the bark fissure while cradling the core, with Lu Chen following closely. He turned back to take one last look at the inside of the tree hollow. The two crystal pillars had completely collapsed, and the dark blue glow flickered one last time deep within the pillar's core before extinguishing entirely. The mycelial conduits had largely peeled away from the inner wall of the tree, crumbling into dust. It had been hundreds of years. Now it was over. The gray-white mycelial carpet that had once covered the entire open space was wilting in large patches, its edges curling and yellowing, crumbling into dust with a gust of wind. The crystal edges embedded in the trunk's surface had lost their glow, their luster dimmed, as if their souls had been extracted. Yet the ancient tree was not dead. With the flow of magic within the tree roots no longer siphoned by the device, an extremely faint intrinsic magic belonging to the ancient tree was slowly rising. Lena crouched beside the tree roots, her palm pressed against the ground. After a moment, she raised her head, her voice carrying a faint, almost imperceptible sense of relief. She said the tree was still alive. The magic circuit in the roots had not completely perished. It would probably take decades to recover to its state before the injury, but it could recover. Baron withdrew the stone wall and came over to examine the core in Alan's hands. He lowered his head to inspect it for a moment, touched the surface of the core, nodded, and said it was indeed cool. Alan laughed, saying, "That evaluation is too earthy for you." Lena took out a specially sealed bottle from her backpack, its inner wall etched with simple magic isolation runes which she had carved after collecting samples earlier. She placed the core into the bottle, sealed it with a cork, and labeled the bottle with the sampling location and the rate of the core decays very slowly once removed from the device. According to her estimation, it should be able to be preserved in the isolation container until the trial ends, to be brought back to the academy for analysis by the alchemy workshop. In the evening, the team retreated to the elevated ground on the edge of the ancient tree area. The campfire was rekindled. Lena placed the sealed core bottle at the innermost part of her backpack, wrapping it again with her sleeping bag. Alan had already lain down snoring as loudly as the previous night. Baron said he wouldn't sleep tonight, keeping watch all night, still pondering over the footsteps circling in the woods last night. Rain sat on the stone wall, the arcs of his low-power lightning armor quietly flickering in the dark, just as they had the night before. Lu Chun sat by the campfire, opening his notebook and adding a line of notes beside the magical flow diagram, ancient alchemical product. The core has been extracted and the device has ceased operations. The tree is still alive. He paused for a moment, then added another note below. The mycelium was briefly active when Alan contacted the core, reason unknown. He closed the notebook, watching the sparks dancing in the campfire. Tomorrow would be the last day of the trial. There were still 2 blank pages in the task log, enough to write the final chapter. The campfire extinguished in the darkest hour before dawn. Baron had kept watch all night, leaning against the stone wall at the edge of the campsite, only closing his eyes for a brief moment when the grayish-white light began to appear on the horizon. He said the footsteps had not returned, but from deep within the forest came another sound. Very faint, like something hard striking against stone, identical to the brittle sound of the fungal mycelium shattering last night. After the device ceased to operate, the flow of magic in the ancient tree area has been readjusting. Lena squatted at the edge of the campsite, sealing the last glass vial and placing it into her backpack. Having collected 5 samples of mycelium yesterday, she supplemented them with several crystalline fragments last night, and now the interior of her backpack was packed to the brim. The roots of the ancient trees are reabsorbing magic. After the mycelium withers, it will release the previously stored crystalline fragments. The sound you hear is likely those fragments falling from the trunk. Baron nodded, though his expression remained tense. He hoisted the stone slab and walked back to the perimeter of the campsite, beginning to dismantle the stone wall he had set up last night layer by layer. The magical patterns within the wall had stabilized after a night of cooling, leaving only a few faint cracks on the surface of the stone slabs when removed. Lu Chen sat on a protruding tree root at the edge of the campsite, his eyes closed. It was not meditation. The magic circuit within him was attempting a new operating method, earth-based fundamental magic, the earth spike technique. Gray had said that the efficient route for earth magic is pulsing compaction, which is different from the spiral explosion of fire, the wave propulsion of water, and the laminar flow cutting of wind. Earth magic does not benefit from rapid output. Instead, it requires intermittent pulsing propulsion, with each pulse needing to penetrate deeper and more solidly than the last. He directed the magic from his dantian into his legs, then transmitted it through the soles of his feet into the ground. The first pulse, magic barely seeped into the soil for a few inches before dispersing, causing only a slight tremor in the ground, with a few dry leaves being lifted and then falling back down. The second pulse, he adjusted the interval of the pulses, reducing the gap between the two, and the transmission distance of the vibrations was about a foot further than the first time. The third pulse, the tip of the pulse began to form the outline of a stalagmite, but just as it emerged from the soil, it shattered. "You are practicing earth magic." Lena's voice came from nearby. She had already sealed her backpack and was holding a notebook, having stood beside him for an unknown length of time. Earth magic is one of the most dependent on the foundation of magic circuits among the 5 elements. You have never practiced earth magic before, so starting from scratch and expecting to reach combat level in one day is unrealistic. But you can still get started. You just need to let your magic circuit adapt to the rhythm of the pulses. Any suggestions? Yes, she opened her notebook. Ellen, come over here. Ellen was squatting by the ashes of the campfire, drying his boots, soaked with mycelium slime. Upon hearing his name called, he walked over barefoot, holding his boots. Lena instructed him to cast a fireball onto the ground, not too powerful, but precise, targeting a small section of stone left over from Baron's dismantling of the wall. "What does hitting a stone have to do with me practicing earth magic?" Lu Chen asked. "The key to the pulsing of earth magic lies in perceiving the feedback vibrations of the ground. You need an external vibration source to calibrate your pulse frequency. Ellen's fireball will create a fixed frequency vibration on the stone, and you can feel that vibration frequency through the soles of your feet, then match it with your own earth magic. Once your pulse frequency completely aligns with the external source, the formation rate of the earth spike will increase significantly." Ellen put on his boots, raised his hand, and accurately launched a spiral fireball at the stone. Debris flew, and the ground reverberated with a brief tremor. Lu Chun closed his eyes, feeling the frequency of the vibrations. Short, fast, sharp, quite different from the deep pulsations required for earth magic, but it could serve as a calibration reference. He adjusted the interval of the magic pulses, aligning the rhythm of each wave with the aftershocks of the falling debris. Fourth release. The stalagmite emerged from the soil, complete with a sharp tip. Fifth release. The stalagmite rose to knee height, its surface displaying rough, rocky textures. Sixth release. The tip of the stalagmite became blunted, but the entire structure stood stably in the soil without shattering. The proficiency for the earth spike technique on the panel jumped to a new number. Though still a bit away from the basics, the magic circuit had begun to adapt to the rhythm of the pulses. You've made a start. Lena closed her notebook, not fast but steady. Your current level in earth magic is approximately equivalent to that of an average freshman after practicing for a month. A month is enough. The rest relies on repetition. Lu Chun withdrew his magic, and the stalagmite slowly retracted into the soil, leaving only a shallow depression on the ground. Ellen, who was beside him drying another boot, suddenly remarked, "You're opening the fourth element. Once you master earth magic, you'll have access to fire, water, wind, and earth. Together with Ryan's lightning magic, our team will have all 5 elements covered. Not yet mastered. Just started. Starting is still opening. You never say I've achieved it, always I'm still I've been your roommate for almost 3 months and have never heard you say the words enough. Because it's truly not enough. Only those who know they are lacking are the true masters." Ellen slipped on his dried boots, stood up, and stomped on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. "Let's go." The final stretch of the trial in the secret realm is the return from the ancient tree area to the teleportation point. The 5 of them walked back along the path they came. The sulfur steam in the geothermal zone has dissipated significantly, with a few remaining fissures still emitting faint yellow smoke, but at a much lower concentration than 2 days ago. Lena mentioned that the leakage of magical power in the inner layer of the seal was slowing down, likely because the outer layer had temporarily stabilized after collapsing. Lu Chun walked at the back of the group, jotting notes in his notebook as he went. 5 fungal samples, a device, core measurement data from the collapsed seal area, the territorial markings of the shadow wolves, and the activity patterns of magical beasts in the geothermal zone. These data need to be organized into a formal report once back at the academy. But more importantly, there are those details that haven't been analyzed yet. For instance, who was the creator of the device in the ancient tree area? Who carved open the outer layer of the seal? And then there are the sounds of knocking. Twice, once from the depths before dawn, and once from deep within the woods at midnight, the same rhythm, the same dullness. He closed his notebook and stuffed it into the side pocket of his backpack. The faint blue light of the teleportation point was already visible ahead. The ancient runes on the gray-white stone slab glowed quietly under the purple sky, just as they had 3 days ago. Gray stood beside the teleportation point, hands behind his back, his gray hair fluttering slightly in the wind. When he saw the 5 emerge from the woods, his gaze swept over each of their faces, finally resting on Lu Chun. He asked if everything went smoothly. Lu Chun replied that the mission was accomplished. Gray did not inquire further into the details, merely nodded, opened the passage, and said they would discuss it later. Alan was the first to step through the teleportation gate. Then came Baron, carrying the training stone slab he had shouldered from the start. Lena followed, third, hugging a backpack filled with samples. Rain was fourth. Lu Chun stepped in last. The faint blue light flickered before him and then dissipated. The ground transformed back into the familiar stone path of the Academy's rear mountain. The concentration of magical power in the air plummeted, returning from the thick syrupy density of the secret realm to the normal levels of the outside world. Gray led them to complete the trial and registration. Lu Chun filled out the registration form with the number of magical beasts, recorded the scale of the seal collapse, and the location of the device in the ancient tree area, his handwriting neat, with each data point accurate to the last digit. Lena submitted the 5 fungal samples and a sealing core. When the staff took the sealed bottle, the faint blue light sphere at the bottom was still slowly rotating. She asked what it was. Lu Chun replied it was an ancient alchemical product collected from the ancient tree area, which needed to be analyzed at the alchemy workshop. The staff paused for a moment, then stamped the registration form with a red urgent seal. Alan, watching the red stamp, exclaimed in surprise that there was actually an expedited channel, recalling how he had to wait 3 days for his late submission of the monthly training log to be processed. After the registration was completed, Gray called the 5 of them to his office. He stated that he would personally review the report from this trial, and the investigation related to the seal would be directly handled by the Academy. He instructed them not to disclose specific findings from within the secret realm for the next week. Then he looked at Lu Chun and added, "You opened the 4th system in the secret realm." It was not a question. The Earth system was just initiated yesterday. I haven't had a chance to undergo systematic training yet. Initiation is enough. The remaining systematic training will begin tomorrow. He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting from Lu Chun to the window. His tone did not change, but the last 2 words carried a heavier weight than usual. Just come back. That evening in the cafeteria, Alan ordered a large table of dishes, making up for 3 days' worth of meals. Roasted meat, thick soup, honey bread, pumpkin juice. The table was filled to the brim. Baron sat across from him, also demolishing food at an astonishing pace. Rain sat next to Alan, saying little, but the roasted meat on his plate disappeared faster than Alan's. Lena sat in the corner with only a bowl of soup in front of her, still flipping through her notebook. Luchin sat in the middle holding a cup of pumpkin juice, gazing at the small mountain of empty plates on the table. About the seal, Alan suddenly spoke. While chewing on bread, Lena said the chisel marks at the edge of the collapse weren't left by magical beasts, but by humans. Who would go to such a place to dig at a seal? Not necessarily humans. It could also be some entity capable of using tools. Lena didn't look up. The secret realm has been sealed off since the Starshine era, and very few have survived to enter. Even fewer have survived to chisel holes next to the seal. So it's a mystery. Fine. Alan stuffed the last piece of roasted meat into his mouth. In any case, we brought back the samples, and we'll know after the analysis is done. Right? He looked at Luchin. Luchin did not answer, lost in thought about that patch of fungal mycelium. Those mycelia connected the roots of the ancient trees and the device core, drawing magical power uninterrupted for hundreds of years. And the chisel marks in the collapsed seal area were left hundreds of years ago, coinciding with the period of the device's construction. Were they made by the same person? Or the same group of people? He set his cup down. Let's wait for the analysis results from the alchemy workshop before discussing it. Alan shrugged and continued to tackle his second serving of roasted meat on the plate. That night, after returning to the dormitory, Alan washed his face and collapsed onto his bed, already snoring within minutes. The training log was spread out on the table, the latest page filled densely with insights from the 3-day trial in the secret realm. The last line, written in a crooked scrawl: successfully survived the secret realm trial, and even touched the ancient core. Feeling that he was another step further from catching up to his roommate. Below, a crooked smiley face was drawn. Luchin closed Alan's training log and placed it next to his pillow. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and opened the panel. The faint blue light screen unfolded in his mind. Fireball Technique Proficiency 921010000 Mastery. Ice Spike Technique Proficiency 724010000 Mastery. Wind Blade Technique Proficiency 568010000 Mastery. Earth Spike Technique Proficiency 3841000 Initiation Lightning Strike Technique Proficiency 2200100 Mastery. The Fireball Technique was less than 800 times away from perfection. The Ice Spike and Wind Blade techniques were progressing steadily. The Earth Spike technique had just been initiated yesterday, with a long way to go before mastery. But the fourth system was opened. He closed the panel, lay back down, and closed his eyes. The moonlight outside filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the corner of the table where the Silver Champion badge lay. The emblem of the 5 elemental systems glimmered softly in the moonlight. Tomorrow, training continues. After the secret realm trial ended, many people suddenly appeared in the academy. They were not freshmen, but second and third-year students, along with a few faces in senior robes that he had never seen in the cafeteria before. They could sit at the table for an entire noon with a cup of pumpkin juice, casually glancing around, as if waiting for someone to show up. Alan said that these people were here to inquire about the secret realm. He lowered his voice, broke a piece of bread, and handed a portion to Luchin. In the past 2 days, at least 4 groups have come to ask me what was in the secret realm. I told them I was just along for the ride, but they didn't believe me and asked who the team leader was. I told them to guess for themselves, and they stopped asking. They really did stop asking. It's as if the name Luchin itself was enough of an answer. Luchin did not respond. He was eating bread at a steady pace, just like usual. He had no interest in these. What concerned him was another matter: the analysis report from the alchemy workshop. The 5 mycelium samples and a complete set of core devices brought back from the secret realm had been submitted 3 days ago, and the results were only coming out this afternoon. The analysis time exceeded the normal cycle by twice. Either the samples were too complex or something required additional verification had been discovered. After the afternoon's independent training class, Gray asked him to come to the office. On the desk lay the analysis report, covered with the red urgent stamp of the alchemy workshop, with several creases along the edges from being flipped repeatedly. Gray didn't let him look at the report right away, but first asked a question. Did you see any text or markings on the core of that device in the secret realm? No. The surface of the core is smooth without any engravings or runes. What about the mycelium pipelines? There are none either. The arrangement of the pipelines is very orderly, but there are no distinctive symbols. Gray remained silent for a moment before pushing the report over. The alchemy workshop conducted a reverse analysis of the components. The mycelium is not a natural organism. It is a parasitic fungus catalyzed by magical power with a structure that has been artificially modified. The method of modification is not from the modern school of alchemy. The regularity of the pipeline arrangement closely matches the pattern layout of latest-stage alchemy from the Starlight era, and the magical transformation runes inside the core are structured in a 7-layer nested format. Standard alchemy from the Starlight era only used up to 5 layers of nesting. The technology of 7-layer nesting has never been successfully replicated by modern alchemy. This device was made by the Royal Alchemy Workshop of the Starlight era and not by ordinary craftsmen, at least at the level of Royal Chief Craftsman. Luchin looked down at the report. The cross-sectional diagram of the 7-layer nested runes is printed on the second page of the report, with each layer's direction corresponding precisely to the arrangement of the outer mycelium pipelines, showcasing extremely high accuracy. Any mistake in a single layer would cause the entire magical transformation cycle to collapse. Is there any connection between the collapse of the seal in the geothermal zone and the device in the ancient tree area? The analysis results of the excavation marks at the edge of the collapsed seal just came out. Gray pulled out another report from the folder which had an enlarged image of a small rock face, where the bottom of the excavation marks contained minute traces of magical crystalline powder, and the composition was completely consistent with the magical catalyst used in the 7-layer nested runes inside the device core. The same person or the same group of people first excavated the outer layer of the seal in the geothermal zone, then buried a magical collection device in the ancient tree area. The seal was not their goal, it was merely an obstacle. What they wanted was the substance beneath the seal. But the excavation was interrupted before completion for reasons unknown. Now something is continuing the excavation. Luchin placed the two reports side by side on the table and remained silent for a moment. Is it possible to find out who it is? Most of the archives of the Royal Alchemy Workshop were destroyed when the Empire collapsed, and the surviving portions are scattered across the royal archives of the 3 major kingdoms. The Academy can only access a small portion. However, there is one person who might have clues. The Alchemy Research Institute of Aslon Academy preserves the most complete literature on starlight alchemy in the continent, and their chief alchemist specializes in the study of 7-layer nested runes. Gray opened a drawer and took out a piece of stationery. The ink on the paper was fresh, and the signature was stamped with the emblem of Aslon Academy. Aslon Academy sent an invitation yesterday asking us to send a team of students to participate in a joint alchemy seminar. Officially, it is an academic exchange, but in reality it is because the discovery of the device in this secret realm has alarmed their research institute. The 7-layer nested runes are a core secret of Royal Starlight Alchemy, with less than 3 pages of documentation available in the existing literature on the continent. They want to see the device in person. I have already agreed on your behalf. We will set off in 2 weeks. Luchin looked at the invitation letter, neither saying thank you nor okay. He simply asked one question. What other forces are participating in the seminar? Gray's lips twitched slightly. That was the closest expression to satisfaction that could be seen on his face. Good question. Aside from us, Aslon has also invited the representative of the trainee knights from the Wilt Kingdom's Magical Knight Order, a special alchemy consultant from the Mercenary Guild, as well as the Church. The Church did not send priests. Rather, they sent members of their Magical Research Institute. The Church rarely participates in such academic meetings, and their proactive involvement, this time, is likely aimed at the 7-layer nested runes. Who understands, who does not, who wants to understand? Understood. Lu Chun walked out of the office with 2 reports in hand. The corridor was very quiet, with only his footsteps echoing on the spiral staircase. He put the reports in his backpack and pushed open the tower door. It was drizzling outside, fine as mist. The lights were on in training room No. 3. Alan was already practicing harder. Through the window, he could see his fireball flickering in and out of brightness inside the room, the spiral rotation speed steadier than before entering the secret realm. Luchin stood under the eaves for a moment before stepping into the rain. In 2 weeks they would depart. Before that there was still one thing to do. The fireball technique was just a few hundred repetitions away from perfection. He would be able to break through tonight. As the door to training room No. 3 swung open, Alan was engaged in rapid-fire practice at the training target. 3 fireballs struck the same bullseye, in succession, the scorch marks overlapping denser than when he had struck the earth-scaled lizard in the secret realm. He withdrew his hand and turned to see Lu Chun entering, a broad smile spreading across his face. You arrived just in time. I was practicing a new technique. Look at this. He raised his hand and unleashed another fireball, this time with a spiral rotation speed that was twice as fast as usual. The fireball flew through the air, tracing an almost straight trajectory before striking the bullseye and exploding into a small burst of sparks. Spiral acceleration. I adjusted the ratio of the outer and inner layer rotation speeds, enhancing the penetration power slightly. By how much did you adjust the rotation speed? 3 layers inside, 2 layers outside. Previously it was 4 layers inside and 2 outside, which was too stable and lacked penetration. Alan shook his hand, a faint red hue still visible from the overload of magical circuits. I noticed it during the encounter with the earth-scaled lizard. When the fireball hit its bone plate, it only left a scorch mark, and it ignored me completely. After returning, I have been adjusting this ratio. Now with 3 inside and 2 outside, the penetration power has improved by about 10%. While it's still not enough to penetrate the mutated types, it should be effective against ordinary 4th-tier creatures. It's more than just 10%. Lu Chun walked up to the target, reaching out to touch the depth of the scorch mark on the cracks on the surface of the stone slab were deeper than those left by Alan's previous fireballs. The edges of the cracks were neat. They were not blown apart, but had been pushed open from within due to the penetration force. Your spiral fireball has reached the threshold of mastery. Once the rotation speed stabilizes further, the power will increase significantly after breaking through to mastery. Alan's eyes brightened. Really? Then I'll push harder these 2 weeks. By the way, did you manage to analyze that core from the secret realm? It's been analyzed. Lu Chun walked over to his designated target area, retrieving 2 reports from his backpack and placing them on the bench. Royal alchemy from the era of starlight with 7 layers of nested runes. The device's manufacturer was at least of royal chief level or higher. There are fewer than 3 pages of documented records regarding this technology in the existing literature of the continent. Alan whistled softly. So we brought back a national treasure from the secret realm. Pretty much. That's why Awaken Academy sent us an invitation yesterday asking us to send a student team to participate in the joint alchemy seminar. It's not just academic exchange. They are very interested in this device and want to see a sample in person. Besides us, they also invited representatives from the Wilt Kingdom's Magical Knight group, a special alchemy consultant from the Mercenary Guild, and the Magical Research Institute from the Holy See. The Holy See is coming too. Don't they just chant scriptures? They have a Magical Research Institute. Moreover, they actively requested to participate this time. Alan fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand to test the adjusted spiral acceleration fireball. The fireball traced a beautiful arc through the air, striking the bullseye with a scorch mark that was slightly deeper than before. Alright, let's go to Awaken and show them that Greenwill's creations are not something just anyone can handle. He spoke of let's go as casually, as if he were saying the cafeteria has honey bread today. Lu Chun said nothing. He walked to the target in the center of the training room, raising his right hand. Since returning from the secret realm, his proficiency with the fireball technique had been stuck at the peak of mastery, just a step away from perfection. The magical circuit had already adapted to the rhythm of spiral release, with the interval for switching between clockwise and counterclockwise spirals compressed to less than half a second. But mastery is not perfection. Mastery is honing a skill, while perfection is making it instinctive. He took a deep breath and began to release. This was not an ordinary spiral fireball. It was a rapid alternation of clockwise and counterclockwise spirals, first clockwise, then counterclockwise, then clockwise again. Each release was controlled to intervals of less than 0.3 seconds, with the spiral rotation speed cranked to the maximum, disregarding magical consumption. He was not here to practice technique tonight. He was here to rack up numbers. 1 shot, 2 shots, 5 shots, 10 shots. The scorch marks on the training target layered upon each other, and the surface of the stone slab began to show fine cracks from the repeated heating. Lu Chun did not stop. As he released fireballs with his right hand, he noted every deviation in rotation speed and fluctuations in magical consumption with his left hand in his notebook. His handwriting was hasty, but not a single piece of data was missed. Alan practiced his spiral acceleration for a while before stopping, leaning against the wall and watching him. He did not ask, how much longer do you plan to practice? Nor did he say you should rest early. He simply pulled out a piece of dry food from his backpack and placed it beside Lu Chun's water bottle before continuing his own practice. The sounds of fireballs exploding in the training room continued until late at night. When Lu Chun's final fireball extinguished in his palm, the number on the panel jumped to 1000. Perfection. In that moment, the magical circuit within him automatically adjusted the magical distribution for the fireball technique. It was not a sense of violent breakthrough, but a light, natural fluidity. The spiral rotation speed, which had previously needed to be deliberately suppressed, could now be adjusted freely. He could speed up or slow down at will. The switch between clockwise and counterclockwise spirals no longer required a half-second interval. 0.1 seconds was enough. The minimum magical output could instantaneously produce a fireball of standard power with magical consumption reduced by more than half compared to mastery level. If he exerted full force, the penetration power would be at least twice that of the mastery level. He stood in the center of the training room, surrounded by shards of targets that had been repeatedly scorched in a ground covered in scorch marks. Alan had already fallen asleep against the wall, still clutching the piece of dry food he hadn't finished. Lu Chun picked up Alan's training log from the ground and flipped to the latest page. It was densely filled with tonight's data on the spiral acceleration rotation speed ratio tests, with the last line reading confirmed 3 inside, 2 outside. Next, try 2 inside and 3 outside, and see if the power can increase further. He gently placed the log beside Alan's backpack and then turned off the lights. The training room was engulfed in darkness, with only the moonlight seeping in from outside, illuminating the 2 rows of training targets that had been repeatedly scorched. Tomorrow they would go to Awaken. Before that, he had acquired his first perfected spell. Early the next morning, Lu Chun did not go to the training room. He headed to the library not to search for information, but to borrow Gray's personal notes. Gray mentioned in a private training class that he had recorded tactical analyses of the annual inter-academy competitions in an old notebook placed on the third shelf to the left in his office. Lucien asked if he could borrow it. Gray was silent for a few seconds, then tossed him the key. Third shelf to the left. Don't disturb the other shelves. The archive room on the top floor of the library was separated from Gray's office by a locked corridor. Lucien used the key to unlock the door and found the notebook in the location Gray specified. The cover was made of deep brown leather, the edges worn white with the years inked on the spine, ranging from 1267 to 1285 in the starry era spanning nearly 20 years. He opened the first page, and the handwriting was as neat as Gray's current corrections on training logs. The first half of the notes was an analysis of the competitors in the inter-academy competition. Each person's magical attributes, favored tactics, and weaknesses were recorded clearly. Rhaeg Velt's father, at the time the ace competitor of Velt Academy, proficient in both fire and earth magic and skilled in martial arts, occupied an entire 3 pages. Lucien paused at a description about him. Rhaeg Velt father, dual attribute of fire and earth's great. In melee mode, the magic consumption rate is approximately 2% of the total magic reserve every 10 seconds, with a brief interruption when switching to spellcasting mode. The interruption occurs between the dantian and the right arm, lasting about 0.8 seconds. Quick successive shots can disrupt its rhythm. In the finals of the inter-academy competition, the 67th round. Confirmed. Even the opponent's magic consumption rate was calculated to 1 decimal place. He flipped a few pages forward, and his gaze stopped at a line that had been crossed out and rewritten. Students with affinity for 5 elements. Entrance test. Fire and water, both grade. The content following was crossed out, but beneath the scratches several words could still be faintly discerned. Has transitioned to independent training, personally guided by him. That year was 1275 in the Starry Era, exactly 11 years ago. This meant that before him Gray had trained another student with multi-element affinity. Did this person appear in the inter-academy competition? What happened to them later? The notes provided no answers. The following page was torn out, leaving only jagged edges of paper. Lucien flipped to the recent years in the notes. The last few pages were about the Alchemy Research Institute of Awaken Academy. Gray wrote on it, 7-layer nested runes. Iselin's current chief alchemist has restored it to the 5th layer. The principles for the 6th and 7th layer rune combinations have yet to be broken through. Their research on the magic conversion runes of the Starry Era far exceeds that of any academy in the 3. This seminar is nominally for academic exchange, but the actual purpose is likely to reverse engineer the 6th and 7th layer rune combinations from the core of the device. If we bring a complete sample of the 7-layer nested core, they will become the only academy on the continent to master all 7 layers of rune technology. Lucien closed the notebook. He wiped the dust off the spine, returned it to its original position on the shelf, locked the corridor door, and returned the key to Gray. Gray took the key and asked, "Did you read it all?" "Yes." "What happened to that student from 11 years ago?" Gray's fingers paused on the key for a moment. Then he placed the key in the drawer and closed it. "Graduated. Now serving in the military of the Orlan Kingdom." He did not continue, and Lucien did not press for more details. After leaving Gray's office, Lucien headed to the alchemy workshop. Lena had been there all morning. She was redoing the magic decay tests on the fungal samples brought back from the secret realm, currently transcribing the data into her well-worn notebook. Next to her lay the publicly available alchemical literature from Awaken Academy, open to the page on the 7-layer nested runes, which she had circled several times in red ink. "What are you researching?" "The 7-layer nested runes. The publicly available literature from Awaken only covers the first 5 layers. They do not have the data for the 6th and 7th layers themselves. Or rather they do, but it's not public." Lena did not look up. "They invited us to the seminar, likely hoping to see the true rune structure of the core device. After all, the core in their hands is only a sample, while we possess a complete data chain. If it were just academic exchange, there would be no need to specially invite the church and Velt." "Exactly. So the real focus of this seminar is not academic, it's intelligence. Whoever obtains the complete analytical data of the core first will grasp the core technology of the Starry Royal Alchemy." She set down her pen and looked at him. "How much are you planning to reveal at the seminar?" "Not revealing, just showcasing," Lucien replied. "Let them see the brilliance of the core. As for the arrangement of the runes and the magic conversion formulas, those are Glenwill's trump cards." The corners of Lena's mouth twitched slightly. She closed the literature on the table, tucked her pen back into her sleeve, and stood up. "I'll go prepare the luggage." In the evening, Lucien made final magical adjustments in the training room. He released the basic magic of the 5 elements from beginning to end. The instantaneous casting speed of the fireball spell was noticeably faster than the other 4 elements, while the ice spike and wind blade were steadily progressing in the later stages of mastery. The earth spike, just over 400 after its initiation, and the lightning strike hovering in the middle of mastery. The switch between clockwise and counterclockwise spirals had been compressed to under 0.1 seconds. The double spiral fireball could now maintain both clockwise and counterclockwise rotational forces in his right hand simultaneously without needing to set the clockwise rotation first before switching to the counterclockwise. He withdrew his magic, glanced at the panel, then turned it off, picked up his backpack, and walked out of the training room. The moonlight spilled onto the corridor, and the light in training room 5 was still on. Rain was also practicing. He did not disturb him. Early tomorrow morning the airship departs. Awaken Academy Joint Seminar. All parties would be present. He needed to prepare all the details, not for an academic exchange, but to assess all the forces interested in the 7-layer nested runes. Who wants to learn, who wants to steal, who wants to destroy? Gray's notes had already given him half the answers. The other half he would have to find at Awaken. As the magic airship ascended, the 5 towers of Greenwell Academy gradually shrank in the morning mist. Luchin sat by the window flipping through the excerpts from Glaine's old notes. He only copied the parts related to Awaken. The known research progress of the 7-layer nested runes, the list of main members of the Awaken Alchemy Research Institute, and the line Glaine wrote on the last page. If they obtain a complete core sample, the balance of alchemy on the continent will be broken. The handwriting was heavier than the previous ones, with the pen tip nearly piercing through the paper. Alan sat next to him, pressing his face against the porthole, and let out a suppressed exclamation as he looked at the clouds below. Looking down from above, the land below has turned into a grid, piece by piece. He turned to see Lu Chun studying the notes, and instinctively lowered his voice. Are you still researching that 7-layer rune? We're almost at Awaken, and you should take a break. I've already taken a break. I only slept for 3 hours last night. 3 hours. Alan repeated this number, and then shook his head. You call 3 hours a break? He pulled out a piece of bread wrapped in oil paper from his backpack and handed it over, freshly baked this morning from the cafeteria. I took 2 extra pieces for you. Lu Chun took the bread and took a bite. The sweetness of honey melted in his mouth, exactly like the piece Alan had given him on the first day of school. Lena sat across the aisle with 3 different documents spread out in front of her. One was the publicly available alchemy basics from Awaken Academy. 1 was the list of participants announced by the Mercenary Guild for this conference, and the last was her own compiled comparison chart of the 7-layer nested runes. The 3 documents were placed side by side on her lap, her gaze rapidly switching between them, her right hand holding a pen jotting down notes in her notebook, while her left hand's fingertips unconsciously tapped the armrest of her seat. Rain sat behind her, his lightning armor not deployed, but arcs of electricity flickered faintly at his wrist. He had his eyes closed, breathing evenly, not asleep. He was meditating to adjust the state of his magical circuits. Baron was sitting at the very back. He leaned the training slate he had carried back from the secret realm against the porthole and pressed his palm against the surface of the slate, practicing magical penetration. The slate was now covered with deep and shallow handprints, the edges worn smooth. The airship crossed the border of the Orlon Kingdom and entered Iseland's airspace. The terrain below changed from plains to rolling hills, then transformed into vast reflective rice fields. Alan started to press his face against the porthole again. So much water. There are rivers everywhere. Aren't they afraid of flooding? Awaken has a network of waterways. A third of the country is wetlands and canals. Therefore, they excel in alchemy and magical device manufacturing. The network terrain is not conducive to large-scale agriculture and animal husbandry, but water-driven magical hammers are far more efficient than those driven by manual labor and magical beasts. Awaken has the highest density of alchemy workshops among the 3 major kingdoms, with a standardized alchemy workshop every 50 miles. How do you know everything? You were sleeping during geography class. I took notes. Alan moved his face away from the porthole, staring at the 3 documents on Lena's lap, and the densely written notebook, remaining silent for a while. Then he turned to Lu Chun and lowered his voice. Does she have the entire Academy's library in her head? Most likely just the geography volume and the basics of alchemy. Lu Chun stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth. No need to worry too much. She said she hasn't finished memorizing the medical volume. Alan's expression briefly twisted. After the airship passed through a layer of low clouds, Awaken Academy appeared ahead. It was not a heavy stone structure built against the mountains like Greenwell. Awaken Academy was built in the middle of a lake. The entire academy was surrounded by a ring of circular waterways. The white marble buildings sprawled across the surface of the lake, with canals running through the campus and bridges connecting various areas. Glowing alchemical lamps floated on the lake's surface, shining with a faint golden glow even during the day. The airship landed at the docking area on the south side of the academy. The moment the gangway was lowered, warm, humid air rushed into the cabin, carrying a faint floral fragrance, completely different from the mixed scent of grass and magical potions in Greenwell. The reception staff were already waiting at the docking area dressed in white robes with golden trims, wearing polite smiles. The leader was a tall woman with the alchemical array badge of Awaken Academy pinned to her left chest. Welcome to Iceland, everyone from Greenwell Academy. I am Isabel Lynn, the coordinator for this seminar. Her gaze swept across everyone's faces and finally landed on Lucian. Mr. Lucian, Miss Celine Awaken asked me to convey. She is looking forward to seeing you at tomorrow's seminar. And she hopes you won't just showcase this time, but reveal a bit of the formulas. Alan whispered beside him. She even guessed how much we are going to present. Lena closed her documents and put the notebook into the side pocket of her backpack. Baron came over from the back row carrying the slate. The edge of the slate gently bumped against the armrest in the aisle, and Isabel glanced at the slate, but did not ask. Rain was the last to step off the airship, the arc on his wrist flickering one last time before extinguishing. As Lucian descended the gangway, the wind from the lake blew past, carrying floral scents, and the faint sound of magical hammers from the alchemy workshops in the distance. All factions had already arrived. The Vilt Knight Order, the alchemical advisors of the Mercenary Guild, and the Church's Magical Research Institute. Tomorrow's seminar is the real beginning. The welcome banquet of the Awaken Academy was held in the Waterside Banquet Hall. The entire building was constructed on a man-made island in the middle of the lake, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with floating alchemical lamps illuminating the water's reflection. A white tablecloth covered the long table, with silver candlesticks burning, with smoke-free magical flames casting a soft and perfectly balanced light. Alan stood in front of the dining table, with a plate confronted by a row of unfamiliar southern dishes, his expression resembling that of someone facing a very tough decision. What is this green sauce? It smells both sour and sweet. What about that golden fried roll? What is it? He picked a bit of everything, stacking his plate like a small mountain. Baron stood beside him, silently piling his own plate into another small mountain. Lucian did not go for food. He stood in a corner of the banquet hall, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of pumpkin juice that he had barely sipped. He was observing. There were approximately 40 people in the banquet hall, divided into several distinct groups. On the left were the alchemists from Awaken Academy, dressed in white and gold robes with alchemical array badges pinned on their chests, the largest group occupying the best positions near the buffet table. On the right near the window sat representatives from the Weird Kingdom's Magic Knight Corps, not in armor, yet maintaining the rigid posture characteristic of soldiers. A few of them had sleeves that subtly revealed patterns of lightning elemental magic circuits. A few individuals in casual attire with Mercenary Guild badges hanging from their waists were quietly conversing at a round table, their speech rapid, as if debating some technical detail. Then there was one person, sitting alone in the corner near the patio door, dressed in a gray robe without any badge and holding no wine glass. He appeared to be around 50 with gray hair and a thin face, his fingers folded on his knees, quietly resembling a statue. From his position, he could see the entire banquet hall. That person is from the church. Lena had unknowingly walked up beside him. She didn't carry a plate, only a glass of water in one hand, while gripping a notebook in the other. Isabel just mentioned to Baron. The representative sent by the Church's Magical Research Institute is named August. Not a cleric, but a researcher. It is said he has been specializing in the reverse analysis of ancient alchemical runes, and has been studying the stellar ruins for over a decade. He has sat alone all evening. Since we entered, he hasn't spoken to anyone. He hasn't eaten either. He's just sitting there. Lena opened her notebook, which contained a diagram of guest movements drawn in shorthand, with each line representing a person's trajectory. August's line was extremely short. He walked from the entrance to his corner seat, and then remained still. He chose the spot with the best view, allowing him to observe all groups at once. He is not here to socialize, he is here to observe. Or rather, waiting for something. Alan walked over with his small mountain of food. Are you talking about that gray-robed old man? I walked past him earlier wanting to greet him, and he just glanced up at me. Just one glance. I felt a chill down my back. It wasn't killing intent, but rather, it felt as if he was looking through me at something else. Quite strange. He stuffed a golden fried roll into his mouth, mumbling, "This is delicious." Lucian withdrew his gaze and began scanning the Weirter Knight core table. Gray's notes had mentioned Reg Weirter Academy's top contender, dual-element rank adept in both magic and martial arts. The notes contained 3 whole pages of data about his father, calculating even the mana consumption rate to the first decimal place. But Reg himself was not present tonight. There was no one from Weirter representing him. Reg didn't come, he murmured. How do you know? You don't even know him. There is a description in the notes. Blonde hair, half a head taller than his peers, with an old scar on the back of his left hand. He is not among this group. Lucian paused, but the person standing at the end of the table with the dual-element emblem on his right shoulder, he should be a former subordinate of his father. Just then Celine Awaken walked over from the main table. She wasn't wearing the standard alchemist robe tonight, but a deep blue dress, yet the magical amplification necklace around her neck still revealed her identity. She held 2 drinks. One was a deep red wine, and the other a light golden liquid with tiny bubbles. Lu Chun, Lena, Alan. She nodded to each in turn, then pushed the glass of light golden drink towards Lu Chun. This is a specialty of Iceland fermented honey wine with a touch of magical lemon juice. It's not strong but quite refreshing. You can think of it as pumpkin juice with some alcohol content. Lu Chun took the glass, but didn't drink it immediately. The coordinator mentioned you are looking forward to tomorrow's seminar. That is true. However, I am more curious about your performance tonight. Celine took a sip of the red wine, her gaze passing over the rim of the glass towards the gray-robed old man in the corner. Since you entered, you haven't eaten a single thing. You've been observing. Observing everyone. The alchemists of Iceland, the knights of Weirder, the consultants of the mercenary guild, and that unusually quiet representative from the church in the corner. Was it Professor Gray who taught you? Partially. What about the other part? Habit. Celine's lips. She placed the red wine on the windowsill and handed over a small leather pouch she had unfastened from her waist. This is an improved version of the magical perception amplification potion. The formula is somewhat different from what I gave you during the last Inter-Academy tournament. Stability has increased, but effective duration has shortened. The effect lasts for 1 hour, doubling the range of magical perception. The side effect is that you will feel especially hungry once the potion wears off. Consider it my personal sponsorship, not from Awaken Academy. The condition is, at tomorrow's seminar, if you demonstrate the core principles of the magical conversion device, I want a front row seat. She paused, lowering her voice, and after the demonstration, privately answer me one question. I assure you it won't involve your core technology, just a hypothesis regarding the material of the rune carriers. Lu Chun looked at her for a few seconds before taking the pouch. Celine nodded and turned back to the main table. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply on the stone slab, identical to her steps when she walked towards the center of the arena during the last Inter-Academy tournament. As the banquet concluded, Alan stuffed the last golden fried roll into his mouth. Baron was carrying his stone slab, never parting with it, even during the banquet, followed behind. Lena's notebook had gained several more pages of shorthand marking the position changes and conversational partners of each guest in the diagram of movements. Lu Chun walked last, and as he reached the entrance of the banquet hall, his peripheral vision swept over the corner. August was still sitting there. He had a glass of water in hand, but the rim was dry. He hadn't drunk it either. He was just staring in the direction of the entrance. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and exited the banquet hall. The alchemical lamps on the lake gently swayed in the night breeze, scattering the light into countless shards upon the water's surface. The venue for the joint seminar is set in the central circular alchemy laboratory of Awaken Academy. In stark contrast to last night's waterside banquet hall, this place lacks floor-to-ceiling windows and floating alchemy lamps. The circular walls are embedded with magical isolation runes, and the floor is paved with fireproof and explosion-proof obsidian tiles. Above the central display platform hangs a 1-meter diameter magical sensing crystal ready to record any fluctuations in magical energy at any moment. Celine sits in the left side of the front row, clutching a notebook with a magical amplification necklace around her neck, shimmering with a faint golden light under the illumination. Beside her are 2 alchemy mentors from Iceland, and next to them is the alchemy consultant from the Mercenary Guild, a middle-aged man with a gray short beard with a tattered rune manual spread out before him. The representatives of the Viert Knights sit on the right side. They are not wearing armor, but the dark uniforms still bear metal shoulder pads engraved with the silver sword emblem of Viert. Leading them is a female knight in her 40s whose right shoulder armor, in addition to the silver sword emblem, is engraved with a very small dual-element symbol for fire and earth. August sits in the corner of the last row. Dressed in gray robes, he is quiet with no documents before him, his hands folded on his knees. In the same position as last night, in the same posture, Lu Chun stands before the display platform. Before him are more than 20 alchemists from the 3 great kingdoms and the church, each pair of eyes focused on the sealed bottle beside him. The faint blue light sphere at the bottom is slowly rotating, its glow soft and steady. This is the core of the ancient alchemical device collected from the ancient tree area during the Secret Realm trial. Preliminary analysis results show that the magical conversion rune inside the core adopts a 7-layer nested structure. The mycelium conduits are responsible for drawing magical energy from the external environment, which is injected into the core after undergoing gradual conversion through the 7 layers of runes, and then the core distributes the magical energy to the entire mycelium network. Even in a dormant state, the device maintains an extremely low cycle of magical energy, with a cycle period of about 2 to 3 hours. During the dormant period, the mycelium's toughness will significantly decrease. He pressed the magical activation button on the side of the display platform. The sensing crystal cast a beam of faint blue light, enlarging the cross-sectional image of the device's core onto the entire circular wall. The arrangement of the 7-layer nested runes is clearly visible. Each layer of runes corresponds precisely to the layout of the mycelium conduits, exhibiting extremely high precision. A murmur of suppressed discussion arose in the venue. The two mentors from Izarin leaned forward simultaneously. The consultant from the mercenary guild began to rapidly flip through the rune manual. Celine bit down on her pen, frantically recording in her notebook. The female knight from the Viert Knights focused intently, her lips silently moving, as if memorizing the flow of magical energy through each layer of runes. August remained still. He simply watched. Regarding the identity of the device's creator, it has currently been confirmed to be related to the Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop. The magical conversion efficiency inside the core is approximately 3 times that of modern alchemical standard runes, with the main difference being the composite conversion structure of the 6th and 7th layers. These 2 layers of runes do not enhance magical energy, but are solely responsible for stability regulation. Remove them, and the conversion efficiency of the first 5 layers is not much different from modern runes. After the presentation, the QA session began. The mentors from Izarin took turns asking questions from the material age of the rune carriers to the catalysis method of the mycelium, with increasingly detailed inquiries. Lu Chun answered one by one, but whenever the specific arrangement order of the 7-layer nested runes and the magical conversion formula was involved, his responses became extremely brief, not yet fully confirmed. Further experiments are needed. Not convenient to disclose. Celine rolled her eyes secretly from below the stage. Her pen had already etched several deep grooves into her notebook. At the end of the meeting, Lu Chun put away the core bottle, preparing to leave through the side door. August was already standing in the corridor. He held no notebook, no recording crystal, no recording tools whatsoever. Just one very simple question. Mr. Lu Chun, regarding the toughness changes of the mycelium during dormancy, what method did you use to test it in the secret realm? Fireball technique. Using a controlled power spiral fireball to scorch the edges of the mycelium, observing the rate of contraction. Only the fireball technique. Yes. August nodded slightly. No further questioning, no doubts, just a nod. Then he turned and left down the corridor. The gray-robed figure turned a corner at the end of the corridor, disappearing beyond the faint golden glow of the alchemy lamps. Lena approached from behind, clutching her well-worn notebook, and spoke softly. What he asked was only using the fireball technique. Not using the fireball technique, but only using. He knows we have used other methods on the mycelium, or rather he suspects we should have. He is testing whether we have discovered the mycelium's reactions to elements beyond fire. Last night's banquet, his guests' movements were 0, yet today his understanding of the presentation content far exceeds what he should know. His eyes were not looking at the presentation, they were verifying. Verifying what? Some theoretical model he already knew in advance. She flipped her notebook to a new folded page, which depicted the only moment August leaned forward in the entire room. Just as the cross-sectional image of the 7-layer nested runes was projected onto the wall. He has seen the 7-layer nested runes before. Not a similar structure, but the same one. He knows that device, or at least its core structure. Lu Chun looked at the empty, faint golden light at the end of the corridor. He has been in the secret realm. Or the person who created that device, related to the church. The corridor was quiet for a moment. In the distant circular laboratory, the mentors from Izarin were still intensely discussing the magical conversion efficiency of the 7-layer nested runes, their voices muffled as they traveled through the walls. Lu Chun tucked the core bottle into the inner side of his backpack. Let's head back. We will review the seminar's content tonight. That night, Celine arranged to meet Lu Chun at the pavilion in the center of the lake. The pavilion is one of the quietest places at Acylon Academy, a round structure built on an artificial island in the middle of the lake, surrounded on all sides by water, connected to the shore by a narrow wooden bridge. Floating on the water on either side of the bridge are alchemical lamps, their pale golden light swaying gently in the night breeze, casting the pavilion's silhouette into a flickering form. As Lu Chun walked onto the bridge, Celine had already arrived. She was not sitting on the stone bench in the middle of the pavilion, but standing at the edge, leaning against the railing, clutching the notebook she had brought from the seminar. The magic amplification necklace around her neck shimmered with a pale golden glow under the alchemical lamps, forming a stark contrast to her deep blue casual attire. So different from the aristocratic young lady who had gracefully held a glass of red wine at last night's banquet. Did you not bring the core vial? I left it in the dorm. Baron and Rain are keeping an eye on it. Cautious, Celine nodded, skipping the pleasantries and directly opening her notebook. I have just one question. Regarding the material of the rune carrier, was the mycelium sample you collected in the secret realm based on a natural rock substrate or an artificial material? Lu Chun did not answer immediately. He sat down on the stone bench and took out the sample data organized by Lena from his backpack. Sample number collection location composition analysis magic power decay curve. Each item was marked in a different colored ink, the handwriting neat, as if printed. The substrate is natural rock, but there is an artificial magic isolation membrane coated on the surface of the composition analysis shows that the membrane contains a high purity of magic crystal powder mixed with an organic adhesive that we have yet to fully analyze. The membrane thickness is approximately 0.3 millimeters, and the coating process is extremely uniform. Modern alchemy has not yet achieved such precision. Has a biological source analysis been done on the organic adhesive? It has been done, but it wasn't our work. It was additional testing conducted by the Awaken Alchemy Workshop during the sample borrowing period. Lu Chun pulled out the supplementary report from the Alchemy Workshop from his backpack. The results show that the organic adhesive contains remnants of fungal spores that can only grow in specific environments within the secret realm. This fungus has been extinct since the collapse of the Starlight Empire. Celine took the report, glanced through the data, and quickly sketched a simple comparison table in her notebook. On the left side were the data from the Starlight Era magic isolation membrane samples preserved by her own academy, and on the right were the secret realm sample data provided by Lu Chun. Each column of data aligned under her pen, coding thickness, purity of magic crystal adhesive composition, and fungal spore morphology. Her pen paused. It matches perfectly. She turned the notebook towards Lu Chun. The device you discovered uses the same kind of magic isolation membrane as the Starlight Royal Relic that my great-grandmother participated in restoring. Both have a coating thickness of 0.3 millimeters, and the purity of the magic crystal powder is also completely identical. My great-grandmother specifically wrote a note in her restoration journal. The Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop has a notable feature in the manufacturing process of the isolation membrane. The coating is not applied with brushes, but flows naturally using a magic suspension liquid. Therefore, their isolation membranes never have brush marks, only the extremely fine ripples left by the fluid's natural solidification. Which relic did your great-grandmother participate in restoring? The Awaken Royal Archives, 3 floors underground. It preserves the last batch of royal alchemical literature and physical samples salvaged from the ruins of the Starlight Empire during the early days of Iseland's founding. When I was young, I asked her why those stones emitted light, and she said it wasn't the stone's own light, but the legacy of the starlight. She closed the notebook and looked at Lu Chun. What you found in the secret realm is the genuine product of the Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop, not a counterfeit. The thickness of the isolation membranes in counterfeits is usually thinner by 0.05 to 0.1 millimeters because the organic adhesive cannot completely simulate the fluidic properties of fungal spores in an artificial environment. Only genuine products can achieve a uniform coating of 0.3 millimeters. Lu Chun remained silent for a moment. The wind blew across the lake's surface, breaking the light of the alchemical lamps into countless fragments, which then slowly gathered together. Celine leaned against the railing, arms crossed, her gaze drifting over the lake towards the distance. Tonight she did not hold a glass of red wine or engage in pleasantries. She simply flipped to a new page in her notebook, which was already densely filled with excerpts from her great-grandmother's restoration notes. Professor Gray should have mentioned the difficulty of restoring the 7-layer nested runes to you. She said, Awaken has only restored up to the 5th layer. We have spent over a decade estimating the structure of the 6th and 7th layers, trying every possible angle combination, each one falling just short. It's not a problem with the runes themselves, it is the material of the rune carrier. My great-grandmother wrote a passage on the last page of her restoration, notes the 7-layer runes are not carved into existence, they grow from the symbiotic ore itself. The ore is alive, and only then can the runes have layers. Dead stones can only bear 5 layers. The 6th and 7th layers do not require a more precise carving tool, but rather a piece of living ore. This passage of hers has been dismissed as fanciful within the family. It's not fanciful, Lu Chun said. The mycelium in the secret realm is alive. The crystals are also alive. They draw magic power from the ancient tree roots and grow by themselves. The 6th and 7th layer runes cannot be restored by modern alchemy because they are not formed under sculpting tools, but grow naturally within the magic power cycle. With each pulse of magic power delivered by the mycelium, a layer of the rune grows. The 7-layer nested runes correspond not to 7 carved marks, but to 7 different flow rates of magic power cycles within the mycelial network. With each pulse of magic power delivered by the mycelium, a layer of the rune grows. The 7-layer nested runes correspond not to 7 carved marks, but to 7 different flow rates of... Thank you. This answer is worth a vial of the improved magic perception amplification potion. She walked to the entrance of the pavilion, paused for a moment without looking back. There's one more thing. About the church, August's Magic Research Institute does not only study ancient ruins. Their research focus is tracing the magical residue of ancient relics. In other words, they can reverse trace the magical characteristics of the maker from the magical residue of a room. If he extracts magical residue from the core, he does not need to obtain the complete core. A fragment is enough to trace back to who the maker was, or to find out what that thing still digging at the seal in the secret realm is. Luchin stood up. When did you find out about this? This afternoon. I asked someone to check the public research records of August in the church. All of his paper titles in the past 5 years involve magical residue tracing and locating starlight. The latest submission date was last month with the title, A Model for Tracing Magical Residue Based on 7-Layer Nested Runes. Thank you for telling me all this. No need to thank me. The thing the church is looking for is likely the same as the device you discovered in the secret realm. She turned to look at Lu Chan. If they really trace back to the maker of the device, or worse to whatever is still digging beneath the seal, this seminar will not just be an academic exchange. On the walk back from the lakeside pavilion, Lu Chun couldn't stop turning Salin's last words over in his mind. If they truly trace the device's maker, or worse trace whatever is still digging beneath the seal, this symposium will no longer be mere academic exchange. When he pushed open the competitor's villa door, the common lounge lights were still on. Lina sat at the long table, 3 open documents and her notebook spread before her, pen in her right hand, while the fingertips of her left hand tapped the tabletop absent-mindedly. AI Lewin sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling a cup of pumpkin juice gone cold, his gaze distant, as if he had been waiting for them long enough to drift towards sleep. Lei-Yin leaned by the window, arms folded, arcs of electricity dancing silently along his wrists. What did Salin tell you? Lina asked. A comparative analysis of the rune carrier materials. Lu Chen sat opposite her and set his backpack at his feet. They keep the restoration records of the Xinghui Royal Alchemical Workshop in the AI Ceylon Royal Archives. Her great-grandmother took part in the related restoration projects. The magic isolation membrane found in the hidden realm, the thickness of the coating, the purity of the magic crystal powder, the morphology of fungal spores in the organic binder. 3 metrics all matched the authentic samples preserved in AI Ceylon. It was not a forgery, it was an original from the Xinghui Royal Alchemical Workshop. We had already roughly suspected that conclusion. Lina put her pen down. She would not have asked to meet you alone merely to confirm something we already suspected. She gave me some intelligence on Ao Gu Site. Lu Chun summarized the public research records Salin had found. Ao Gu Site's paper titles over the past 5 years, how his research focus had shifted from reverse engineering runes to tracing magical residues and locating Xinghui relics, and last month's paper, whose title contained both 7-layer nested runes and magic residue tracing. Magic residue tracing. Lina opened her notebook, found Ao Gu Site's name on the guest movement chart, and circled with red the time marked beside it. Exactly the moment when the cross-sectional imagery of the 7-layer nested rune was projected onto the wall during the symposium's demonstration. She tapped the pen tip on that timeline. He didn't choose that spot because he's a loner, he chose it because that angle faces the demonstration platform's side-mounted magic sensing crystal. From there one can simultaneously observe the core's magical fluctuations and the rune cross-section imagery, 2 data streams from one vantage point. He wasn't there to socialize, he was there to gather data. AI Lewin set down his pumpkin juice and sat up on the sofa. You mean he doesn't need to seize the core itself, or a single glance at the rune's magical fluctuation pattern would let him trace the maker? Yes. Lu Chun said, their technique can reverse trace a maker's magical signature from the residue left on a single rune. The data he collected tonight should be enough for him to track down whatever is still digging beneath the seal in the hidden realm. AI Lewin fell silent for a moment, then rose to his feet. What about the core? We have one more day of the symposium tomorrow. If the church starts focusing on the core will not leave our sight. Lu Chen said, while Luan is watching it in the dorms tonight. After the symposium ends tomorrow, the core will be sealed directly into the specialized sealing box the Academy brought. I will send Professor Goulet an encrypted message first thing tomorrow morning to inform him that the church is tracing this matter. He looked at Lei-Yin. Do you have any thoughts? Lei-Yin leaned against the window, the arcs on his wrists flickered for a moment. Then he spoke in a low, precise voice. If the church traces down whatever is beneath the seal, the thing that is knocking in the hidden realm, what will they do? Hard to say, but it will not be for purely scholarly reasons. The church's attitude towards studying chaos factors has always been ambiguous. Publicly, they call chaos a divine punishment, but privately, they have been collecting ancient relics related to chaos. If they find the source of chaos first, the initiative will no longer be ours. Lu Chen paused. And if the source of chaos truly relates to the chaotic power, the 6th force not belonging to the 5 elements, then it is the very thing the Xinghui Empire once marshaled the nation's strength to barely seal away. I do not know whether the church can control it, but I do know they will not abandon the attempt. Lei-Yin was silent for a moment. Then Baluin and I will take turns keeping watch tonight. As long as the core stays with us for one more day, there can be no mistakes. Good. Lu Chen stood and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Lina, prepare a concise summary of AO Gusi Tez papers for me tomorrow. I will attach it to the encrypted message I send Professor Goulet. AI Lun, sit to my right during the symposium tomorrow. If someone from the church approaches the core, disrupt them with a fireball spell. Do not strike anyone, strike the floor. I understand. AI Lun grinned. I'm good at hitting the floor. I learned that practicing on earthen armadillos in the hidden realm. As Lu Chen climbed the stairs, he heard AI Lun telling Lina in the common room. He hasn't smiled once today. Lina answered evenly, he's thinking. You'd better not disturb him. He pushed open his dorm door. A single low-wattage magical lamp burned in the room. Baluin sat by the window in a chair, a slate on his lap, and the sealing box at his feet. He was practicing magical permeation. The palm print on the slate had deepened another layer since daytime. Hearing the door, he glanced up, gave a curt nod, then bent his head again to continue his permeation practice. Lu Chen sat on the bedside and opened his notebook to a fresh page. He wrote the words, Ao Gu Si Te, magic residue tracing, drew a line to hidden realm seal, knocking, and another line to chaos factor, the thing beneath the seal. The three lines converged at the same point. If the church reaches that point first, the initiative will be lost. Salen had given him a hand, but the remaining road, he would have to walk himself. He closed the notebook and extinguished the lamp. Moonlight filtered through the curtain slit, identical to the moonlight that fell across the dormitories of Jelenwire Academy. There would be one final symposium tomorrow. On the final day of the joint symposium, dark clouds gathered over Acylon Academy. The alchemical lamps on the lake trembled in the wind more violently than during the previous 2 days, their pale golden light flickering, as if it might be snuffed out at any moment. Lu Chen skimmed through the files Lina had compiled through the night in the common lounge of the competitor's villa. She sat opposite him, at least 6 or 7 open documents spread before her, ink stains on her fingers and faint shadows beneath her eyes. She pushed a stack of bound papers across to Lu Chen. The cover bore no title, only a date and an analysis code. OMR Aogizit Modeo Research Institute. I've gone through Aogisite's papers for the past 5 years from start to finish. Titles, abstract citations, experimental methods, sample provenance. I dismantled and compared every item. The earlier papers focused on general methodologies for reverse engineering runes, but from Xinghui year 1283 to the present, there was a marked shift in research direction. Terms like magical residue, tracing, relic localization algorithms, and decay models for ancient artifacts appeared with nearly 3 times the frequency in the past 3 years. The paper he published this year, a model for tracking magical residue based on 7-layer nested runes, was not a sudden inspiration. It represented a research project that had matured over several years and finally reached the point of public disclosure. He had been tracing magical residue on 7-layer nested runes before. That's the problem. Lina flipped open her well-worn notebook and pointed to an analysis she had started. I aligned the sample data cited across all his past papers on a timeline and found that beginning in Xinghui year 1280, he repeatedly cited the same set of decay data for 7-layer nested runes. That dataset did not come from public literature. Prior to Xinghui year 1280, no public record on the continent contained a complete decay curve for 7-layer nested runes. No source anywhere. There were only 2 possibilities for where his data came from. Either he had directly collected fragments of 7-layer nested runes from a Xinghui relic, or someone had given those fragments to him. Lu Chen lowered his head to study Lina's analysis. Xinghui year 1280, several years earlier than the secret domain trials. If Aogizit had been tracking the magical residue of 7-layer nested runes since then, his purpose in coming to Acylon was surely more than mere academic exchange. He was cross-validating the core magical fluctuation data he displayed at the symposium against his own older dataset. He possesses another core fragment. Lu Chen said, not the intact core we have, but a piece of the core that has already fractured. But the magical residue on that fragment and the residue on our core originated from the same maker, or from the same source of power. Lina closed her notebook. If it's the same power source, then the maker may still be alive. Or at least his magical imprint can still be traced centuries later. That the residue could still be traced after centuries meant its concentration was extraordinarily high, beyond any known natural decay model. Only a magical circuit of St. Magus caliber or higher could achieve that concentration. Lu Chen slipped Lina's analysis into his backpack and paused. Or, he said, the maker himself might not be human. He was about to go downstairs when Balin came down the stairs. More precisely, Balin came down carrying the training slate, the stone slab that had accompanied him through the secret domain, now so saturated with mana that it had grown almost translucent. Deep brown veins of magical patterning ran through its grain, identical in hue to the palm imprints he had left in the ancient tree section of the domain. He said that Rian had kept watch the first half of the night, he had taken the second half, and in the early hours a boat had passed on the lake outside the window. It was not a student vessel. The bow bore the gray banner of the ecclesia. The boat hovered outside the competitor's villa for roughly a quarter of an hour, then rowed away. It did not land, and no one disembarked. It didn't dock. Lu Chun repeated the phrase. Yes. It just stayed there, as if waiting for something, as if confirmed. Balin unloaded the slate from his shoulder and set it against the wall. I don't think they came to steal. It felt like some kind of detection, perhaps a magical scan, perhaps something else. In any case, the boat stopped where it could see our dormitory windows. Lu Chun nodded. They know the core. Balin considered a moment. Then I want to attend the symposium today. He'll guard the core. As long as that thing stays with us, they'll keep the slate in the room all day. Lu Chun did not stop him. He patted Balin's shoulder and pushed the door open. Lena and Aylin followed. Salin sat in the first row on the left, exactly where she had yesterday, but she held no notebook. She had come empty-handed today. When she saw Lu Chun enter, she gave the faintest shake of her head. The motion was minimal, almost only a little, but the message was clear. She had asked someone to dig further into Aogasite's research records last night, and the results were not good. Aogasite sat in the last row in the corner, gray robes still in his hands clasped on his knees. The same seat, the same posture. But today there was an extra object before him, a fist-sized pale blue crystal orb resting on his lap. A faint current of light flowed within the crystal. Lena leaned toward Lu Chun and lowered her voice. That's the portable version of a magical residue tracer. Among alchemists they call it Zwigwangs. It is used to synchronously compare residual magical fluctuations within a target's close range. He had only watched with his eyes on the first day of the symposium. Today, he had brought the instrument inside. That meant he had already collected enough core fluctuation data and was now performing a close-range synchronous confirmation. If the Zwigwangs on his knee matched the fluctuation frequency of the core we hold, he would confirm that our core and his fragment came from the same power source. Lu Chun said nothing. He took the seat reserved for Jelenwire and pulled out the chair. This morning's agenda was the final free discussion. Iselin's tutors would stage defense-style questions about the core's magical conversion efficiency. The Mercenary Guild's advisor might raise sensitive issues regarding militarizing the mycelial network, and the representative of the Vilt Knight Order would most likely press again for disclosure of rune sequencing. Aogasite would continue to sit in the corner, but with every flicker of light within the crystal on his knee, he inched closer to the answer he sought. Balin kept watch in the dormitory with the core. Rian guarded the side door of the venue. Aylin sat to Lu Chun's right, his palm flexing on his knee, ready to hurl a spiral firebolt to the floor at a moment's notice. Lena opened her notebook to his left, pen poised above the paper. Lu Chun set his backpack at his feet and lifted his gaze to the central display podium. Sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but was mostly veiled by the clouds. The alchemical lamps on the lake still swayed. The final session of the symposium began. The open discussion commenced in the central exhibition area of the circular alchemical laboratory with no assigned seating. Any attendee could step forward to the demonstration podium and pose questions directly. Master Ethrin, the alchemical mentor from Ethrin, rose first. He held a handwritten list of questions, its edges worn thin from repeated folding. A faint crisp rustle echoed as he unfolded it. Master Lu Chun, regarding the thermal stability of the 7-layer nested runes. During your field tests within the labyrinthine sanctum, did the mycelial network exhibit any latency in magical energy transmission under elevated temperatures? More specifically, when ambient temperature exceeded the mycelium's activation threshold, did the magical conversion efficiency of the 6th and 7th rune layers plummet precipitously? We conducted such tests. Lu Chun stepped up to the podium and placed the core vial beneath the mana-sensing crystal. The mycelium's activation threshold lies at approximately 45 degrees Celsius. Beyond this threshold, the 6th layer's conversion efficiency declines by roughly 12% per 5-degree increment. The 7th layer's decay curve is steeper, approximately 20% per 5 degrees. Yet the 7-layer nested runes embedded within the core remain thermally impervious. The mycelium serves only as a conduit, not the rune's substrate. The runes are inscribed within the crystalline matrix itself, whose thermal resilience far surpasses that of the mycelium. So high temperature affects only the speed of mana delivery, not the structural integrity of the runes themselves. Precisely. Like a pump, the pipes soften under heat, but the pump remains fully functional. Celine scribbled furiously in her notebook, the sharp scratch of her quill cut cleanly through the hushed stillness of the chamber. Today she did not bite her pen as she had on the previous 2 days. Her left hand rested lightly on her knee, fingertips tapping unconsciously against the notebook's cover. Not in nervous rhythm, but in quiet, precise calculation, she was measuring how much time remained in the open discussion. A female knight of the Virith order stood. She wore the same dark uniform as before. Silver sword insignia upon her metal pauldrons caught the light with cold, unyielding brilliance. Her question, unlike Master Ethrin's, bypassed technical minutiae and struck straight at practical application. Master Luchin, have you performed precise measurements of the mycelial network's mana conduction velocity? If deployed in military-grade mana transmission networks, can this mycelium meet the instantaneous discharge requirements of arcane artillery? Its conduction velocity is triple that of copper wire, but it possesses one fatal flaw: it cannot withstand transient high-load surges. The mana spike generated during arcane artillery discharge would instantly sever the mycelial filaments. Thus it excels in mana harvesting and storage, not in weapon-grade transmission. The alchemical consultant from the Mercenary Guild, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed gray beard, rose immediately after. He pushed aside the well-thumbed grimoire before him, braced both palms on the table, and leaned forward slightly. Unsuited for weapon-grade transmission, but eminently viable for weapon-grade defense. If the mycelial network's self-regulating mana circulation system were integrated into a bestial defense line, could its autonomous regenerative capacity reinforce fortress-tier mana barriers? His voice was rough-laced with the pragmatic cadence of seasoned mercenaries, each query landing precisely along the razor's edge of military utility. Before Lu Chun could respond, his peripheral vision swept across the rear corner of the hall. A pale blue crystal sphere resting upon Augustus's knees began to glow. Not the faint flickering luminescence observed earlier, but a steady, unwavering azure radiance. Light seeped outward from the crystal's core, piercing the fabric of his gray robe to cast an almost imperceptible cerulean film across his interlaced fingers. When the light seeker locks onto a target, its glow shifts from intermittent pulses to continuous emission. It had confirmed this core and the shard in Augustus's possession shared the same arcane origin. Celine too appeared to notice the shift in the corner. She closed her notebook and spoke suddenly, tone light, almost casual, as if recalling an inconsequential footnote. Regarding rune substrate materials, I'd like to supplement with archival data from the Ethrin Royal Archives. She approached the podium and unfurled the family ledger she had brought. My great-grandmother's restoration log records one detail. The Starlight Royal Alchemical Atelier, when fabricating devices of this kind, often embedded a tracking filament within the mycelial network. This filament carries no mana-conductive function, yet it responds autonomously to external magic. In other words, should any faction present attempt magical residue tracing upon this core, the internal tracking filament would activate and relay the tracing signal back to the mother device hidden deep within the sanctum. The tracer believes they hunt prey, yet they themselves are being hunted. A bead of silence fell over the chamber. Several Ethrin mentors exchanged glances. The Virith Knight's brow furrowed, her deputy leaned in to murmur something, only to be silenced by a curt gesture. The Mercenary Guild consultant reclined slowly, fingers drumming once-twice on the tabletop, then resumed flipping through his grimoire, though the pages turned noticeably slower. Augustus did not move. His crystal sphere continued its steady pale blue luminescence, but the hands folded atop his knees tightened just slightly. It was an infinitesimal motion, detectable only to those who watched him without blinking. What Celine said was true, and yet not entirely true. It was an infinitesimal motion, detectable only to those who watched him without blinking. What Celine said, yet Celine deliberately described its function as reverse tracing, whereas in truth it merely passively recorded the magical signature of any tracer, without capacity for active countertracing. She elevated its real function, one tier upward, from passive recording to active deterrence. Augustus understood. He withdrew the crystal sphere, rose, and slipped soundlessly out through a side door. His gray-robed silhouette vanished around the corridor's bend, swallowed by the soft, golden glow of the alchemical lamps. The open discussion concluded amid the Mercenary Guild consultants' probing inquiry into the feasibility of large-scale mycelial deployment. As attendees dispersed, Celine and Lu Chen exited the chamber in measured succession. Only a few Ethrin mentors remained behind, still debating rune thermal stability, their voices muffled, resonant, drifting through the walls. How much of that tracking filament theory was factual? Aidance. Celine tucked her notebook beneath her arm. The faintest trace of a smile flickered at the corner of her mouth. The tracking filament exists. My great-grandmother's restoration notes confirm it. But it records passively. It cannot initiate reverse tracing. I phrased it as the prey tracing the hunter. And Augustus, upon hearing it, withdrew his crystal sphere. He didn't believe it wholly. No, nor dared he dismiss it entirely. Celine's expression softened, then hardened. The Holy See treats Starlight relics with one doctrine above all: better to assume their power than risk disbelief. So long as reverse tracing remains plausible, even theoretically, they will suspend aggressive pursuit. At least until they verify the filament's true nature, he will refrain from rash action. You still have time. How much time? Uncertain. Augustus does not retreat after a single warning. He'll seek verification elsewhere, consulting the Holy See's internal Starlight archives, contacting former Relic Hunter collaborators, or even petitioning the Ethrin Royal Archives for direct access to my great-grandmother's original restoration ledger. I'll delay releasing that original document as long as possible, though no longer than 2 weeks. Celine paused, then shifted tone. By the way, Lena requested your data. Lu Chen turned. Lena approached swiftly from the rear resource desk, arms laden with a thick stack of freshly printed transcripts, edges still faintly warm from the residual heat of copying magic. Complete verbatim record of today's open discussion, including every speaker's exact wording, vocal pauses, and logical linkages between successive questions. I'll cross-reference these against Augustus's behavioral patterns from the past 3 days. She added he departed too abruptly before the final round of discussion concluded. If not urgent, then he already obtained what he sought. And if he already obtained it, his next move lies beyond the scope of this symposium. Lu Chun accepted the stack, its warmth lingering softly against his palms. Outside, the alchemical lamps floating upon the lake swayed violently beneath gathering storm clouds. Several had dipped so low the wind pressed them nearly to the water's surface, their light fracturing into scattered shards across the rippling waves. He would depart tomorrow. Before then, he must integrate Lena's analysis into his encrypted dispatch to Gray. Celine's 2-week window may yet afford him time to uncover the next clue, provided of course that the Ethrin Royal Archives truly hold deeper records on the Starlight Royal Alchemical Atelier. After the free discussion dispersed, Lena intercepted Lu Chun in the corridor. What is the 2-week grace period that Celine gave you for? She was still holding the stack of freshly printed meeting minutes, the edges of the paper slightly warm, stained with ink that she hadn't wiped off her fingers. Before Lu Chun could respond, she spoke on his behalf. You need to investigate the original files of the Starshine Royal Alchemy Workshop, not the second-hand documents made public by Izerland Academy. Those are the originals salvaged from the ruins of the Starshine Empire that Celine's great-grandmother helped restore, located on the 3rd basement level of the Royal Archives. You need to clarify who the maker is before you find the next clue in August. Lu Chun nodded. He'll go tonight. Celine gave me a temporary borrowing letter, but she could only help suppress August's request for review. She cannot help me investigate. Only the holder of the letter can access the classified documents in the archives. You need an assistant. I need you to stay here, Lu Chun said. Tonight, all discussions regarding the 7-layer nested runes from the 3 days of the seminar need to be compiled and sent to Professor Gray in an encrypted message. Velt's interest in the militarization of mycelium networks, the mercenary guilds probing into fortress-level defenses, and the confirmation time of August's Light Seeker regarding the source of magical power. Each entry must be accompanied by data sources and analytical notes. This message must reach Greenvale ahead of us. If the Church takes action within 2 weeks, Professor Gray needs to be aware of all details in advance. Lena paused for a moment, then opened her notebook, tearing out a page and handing it to him. It was neatly written in small characters, listing all the questions she had recorded during the free discussion, along with the tone pauses and logical connections between the questions, with each question's possible true intention marked in red ink at the edges. The humidity on the 3rd basement level of the archives is very high, and paper documents are prone to moisture. Once you go in, first check whether the magical dehumidification array in the storage environment is still operational. If it has been out of commission for too long, the paper documents may have already become brittle, so be careful when turning the pages. She placed the page in Lu Chen's hand and turned to walk toward the contestant villa. After taking a few steps, she paused without looking back. 2 weeks. Celine's grace period is only 2 weeks. No matter what you find in the archives, you must return within 2 weeks. Otherwise, I will go find August myself. Lu Chun folded Lena's note and placed it in the side pocket of his backpack, walking along the lakeshore toward the Royal Archives. Ellen and Rain were guarding the core in the dormitory, and Baron had already moved the sealed box back to the 2nd floor of the villa before the seminar ended, using his stone slab to weigh it down. He said the earth magic patterns on the slab could shield most conventional detection magic. Even if the Church's gray flagship hovered outside the window, it wouldn't penetrate the magic barrier of the slab. Celine sent her personal assistant to guide him, a young girl with a ponytail holding a windproof alchemical. The two of them crossed the eastern corridor of the academy and turned into an old town that Lu Chun had never visited before. The cobblestone road beneath their feet changed from neatly arranged white marble to irregular grayish-blue gravel, with vines crawling up the walls of the buildings on either side. Some windows had lost their glass, leaving only empty frames that emitted a low moaning sound in the wind. This area is the old town from the early founding period of Izerland, and the Royal Archives were among the first buildings constructed. Later, the academy expanded toward the lakeside, and the old town gradually became uninhabited. The assistant stopped in front of an inconspicuous wooden door, unfastening a copper plate engraved with the emblem of the Royal Archives from her waist and pressing it into the groove on the side of the door frame. The door slid open silently, and a wave of dry, stale air rushed out carrying the scent of ancient parchment and magical dehumidifiers, so different from the floral fragrance that permeated Iserland Academy. The dehumidification array on the third basement level was just maintained last month, and the paper documents are in good condition. The assistant pulled out the copper plate and handed it to Lu Chun. This plate allows you to freely access the third basement, but you cannot take any original documents outside. There are writing desks inside, so you can copy any materials you need on-site. I will wait for you outside. Lu Chun took the copper plate and walked into the archives. The entrance to the third basement was a narrow stone staircase, and the further down he went, the stronger the scent of the magical dehumidifier became. At the bottom of the staircase was a heavy iron door embedded with a fist-sized magical sensing crystal. He pressed the copper plate against the crystal, and the iron door slowly opened inward. Beyond the door was a relatively small reading room. Stone walls, a low dome, and several rows of iron bookshelves lined against the walls with transparent magical shields covering the shelves. In the center of the reading room was a heavy oak table upon which sat an oil lamp that did not require magical power and a set of copying tools. The magical dehumidification array in the corner was operational, emitting a faint humming sound. Lu Chun walked to the bookshelf marked Starshine Royal Alchemy Workshop Restoration Records and took down the first volume from the top shelf. The cover was inscribed with ancient characters from the Starshine era indicating the start and end dates of the restoration records. Years 387 to 392 of the Starshine calendar, the 5th year after the collapse of the Starshine Empire. The era in which Celine's great-grandmother participated in the restoration project predates any known Starshine relics recorded in Gray's notes. Upon opening the first page of the volume, it was not a restoration note, but a letter. The letter had yellowed and become brittle, but the handwriting was still clear. The writer was the head of the restoration project, the assistant of the last court alchemist of the Starshine Empire. The recipient was Celine's great-grandmother. The letter mentioned that beneath the seal lay a final masterpiece of the Starshine Royal Alchemy Workshop. The seal must remain operational. Once the outer seal is broken, the device beneath will activate automatically. Once activated, it will seek out and connect to the nearest large source of magical power, beginning to execute its preset instructions. As for what the instructions were, no one knew. Lu Chun gently flipped to the next page of the letter. The main text of the restoration notes recorded the specific structure they discovered beneath the seal. Not natural rock layers, but an entire block of symbiotic or processed with precise magical techniques. Inside the ore was a complete magical circulation system, still operational to this day. The notes included a cross-section diagram of the symbiotic ore, the structure of which was almost identical to the core device he retrieved from the ancient tree area in the secret realm. He continued to flip through the pages. The latter half of the notes described an inscription found on the surface of the ore. The inscription was not the official script of the Starshine Empire, but an older internal cipher belonging to the Starshine royal family. The translated part contained only one sentence. The final key: he who embodies the 5 elements may open this door. Lu Chun folded a tiny corner next to this sentence. He closed the volume and began to copy the key parts. 2 weeks' time. August will investigate in the open while he investigates in the shadows. The archives had already provided him with what he was looking for. When he exited the royal archive, the alchemical lantern on the lake had already dimmed significantly. Lu Chun walked back along the stone path. The night breeze was cooler than it had been in the evening. He pulled down the cuffs of his robe, his fingertips still dusted with the paper residue from handling those ancient scrolls that hadn't been touched for centuries. His backpack contained the summarized restoration notes, letters from the last royal court alchemist assistant of the Xinghue Empire, cross-sections of symbiotic ore, and a line of coded text that had been translated and verified multiple times before finally being confirmed. Those who possessed the 5 elements as one can unlock this door. When he pushed open the door to the contestant villa, the lights in the common area were still on. Lena sat in her usual spot, her notebook worn at the edges spread out in front of her along with the meeting notes she had just printed that afternoon. Alan sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of pumpkin juice. Tonight's was warm, but he hadn't drunk much, and the rim of the cup had already cooled. Rain leaned against the window, arms crossed with arcs of electricity quietly dancing on his wrist. Baron's stone slab rested against the wall, a sealed box pressed beneath it. The pale blue glow of the ceiling core shone through the glass of the sealed container, casting a small, ever-changing patch of light on the ceiling. "What did you find out?" Lena asked. Lu Chun sat down at the long table and spread out his copied notes. "There is a restoration record preserved in the archive from the 5th year after the collapse of the Xinghue Empire. The leader of the restoration team was the assistant to the last royal court alchemist. They discovered a whole piece of symbiotic ore beneath the seal, which contained a complete magical circulation system. Its cross-section was almost identical to the core device we retrieved from the ancient tree district. The assistant mentioned in a letter to Celine's great-grandmother that an ultimate work of the Xinhui Royal Alchemical Workshop was sealed beneath. The seal must remain operational. Once the outer layers breach, the device below will activate on its own. After activation, it will seek and connect to the nearest large source of magical energy and execute its preset instructions. He flipped to the next page. The restoration team found an inscription on the surface of the or written in the internal code of the Xinhui royal family. The translated content revealed only one sentence. The final key: those who possess the 5 elements as one can unlock this door. The common area fell silent for a moment. Lena set down her pen, scrutinizing Lu Chen's copied inscription word by word, then quickly flipped open her notebook and jotted down a note. The internal code of the Xinhui royal family was only passed down among direct bloodlines, and a few high-ranking alchemists, even the nobles of that time, could not comprehend it. Only core members of the royal family could use such code. Alan put down his cup of pumpkin juice. The 5 elements is one. Doesn't that mean you are possibly the only living person on the continent who possesses all 5 elements as one? His tone was less of a question and more of a statement of a conclusion he had derived many times, yet as he spoke the last word his voice slightly rose, as if a belated thought had caught in his throat. He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide. Wait. When the royal family inscribed these words, were they waiting for someone? How could they know that hundreds of years later someone with all 5 elements would be born? Not waiting for someone. Rain turned from the window, the arcs of electricity on his wrist flickering, casting shadows on his profile. They were setting conditions. That door cannot be opened by just anyone. Only someone who possesses all 5 elements can open it. The Xinhui royal family buried a weapon beneath the seal, which can only be activated by someone with all 5 elements. They inscribed the runes not as a prophecy, but as a filter. Lu Chen nodded. At the end of the Xinhui Empire, the last owner of all 5 elements was the last crown prince. He entered the sealing core to reinforce the seal during the most intense wave of magical beasts and never came out again. The object beneath the seal was likely sealed by him personally. If the device was left beneath the seal by the crown prince, it must be related to his disappearance. Baron suddenly stood up from the wall. The device beneath the seal is waiting for someone to activate it. The thing still digging at the seal in the secret realm. The sound you said was coming from deep underground. Was it digging for this door? As he spoke, one hand pressed against the stone slab, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. The core you found in the ancient tree district was a collection device absorbing magical energy. The core found in the collapsing seal area was a locking device confirming the magical characteristics of the visitor. Behind that door at the deepest part of the seal there is a third, something that truly requires this key to unlock. It was rare for him to speak so much. After finishing, he seemed momentarily stunned, then sat back down, his palm resting on the surface of the stone slab, as if that training slab permeated with magical energy countless times could provide him with some answer. Celine mentioned something to me last night. Lu Chun flipped to the last page of his notes, his fingertip pointing to a line of small text written by Celine's great-grandmother at the end of the restoration record. She said that her great-grandmother wrote in the restoration notes, "The ore has life, only then do the runes have layers." Previously, I thought this sentence was just explaining the growth principle of the 7-layer nested runes. Looking back now, she may not have been talking about the runes. It was about the door itself. Lena closed her notebook and pushed the meeting notes from the afternoon aside. 2 weeks. The 2-week buffer period given by Celine means August won't be idle. He confirmed through Light Chaser at the seminar that the core and the fragment in his hand came from the same magical source, but what he really wanted to know was not the source of the magic, but the location of that door. If he also knew the content of the inscription, he would definitely trace who the one who possesses the 5 elements as one refers to. Fortunately, he doesn't know yet. However, although the results of your entrance examination are sealed in the final exam, you used 3 elements in front of the entire academy. The secret realm report, though encrypted, has been seen by more than one person. At this seminar, you showcased the 7-layer nested runes of the core in front of the 3 great kingdoms and the church. August is not a fool. He will piece these fragments together. He possesses magical residue tracing technology. As long as he gathers enough data, he will eventually 2 weeks, perhaps even shorter. All we can do is find the exact location of that door during this time and figure out what is beneath the seal. The last alchemical lantern on the surface of the lake was extinguished by the wind. Alan stood up, finished the now cold pumpkin juice in one gulp, and set the cup on the table. Then let's not sit around. Prepare as much as you can tonight, and we will head back to Greenville first thing tomorrow morning. Lu Chen packed his notes into his backpack. As the magic airship ascended, the white tower of Asilon Academy gradually blurred in the morning mist. The alchemical lamps on the lake's surface had all been extinguished, and the circular waterway reflected the leaden gray light of the sky. Unlike when they had set out, the return cabin was very quiet. Lena sat across the aisle, her notes from the 3-day seminar spread out before her. The pen in her hand had not stopped moving. She was compiling everyone's questions, speculations, silences, and exchanges of glances about the 7-layer nested runes into a comprehensive analysis report. Alan leaned against the seat beside her, his head tilted against the porthole, soundly asleep. He had deflected at least 4 attempts by the Mercenary Guild's advisor to pry information for Lucien during the seminar, each time laughingly diverting the conversation. Now exhausted, not even the jostle of the airship crossing through the clouds could wake him. Balin sat in the last row, a stone slab resting on his knees with a sealed box pressed against his feet. Since last night, the glow of the ceiling core had remained steady. Rain sat in the aisle seat at the front of the cabin, not asleep. The electric arcs of his lightning armor danced quietly on his wrist, his gaze sweeping periodically from the front of the cabin to the rear window, then returning to fixate on the end of the aisle. Lucien sat by the window, a transcription of restoration notes from the Royal Archives spread across his knees. He had read the passage about the ultimate work several times. Once activated, the device would autonomously seek out and connect to the nearest large magic source, then execute the preset commands. If that device is truly buried beneath the seal, if it is indeed waiting for a 5-element key, what are its preset commands? What exactly did the last crown prince of the Xinghui Empire do within the sealing core? As the airship landed at the docking area behind Greenwell Academy, Gray was already waiting. He did not bring an assistant, nor did he bring anyone else. Standing at the end of the stone path, he had his hands clasped behind his back. The wind tousled his gray hair, causing the hem of his robe to flutter slightly. Lucien descended the boarding ladder and handed over Lena's analysis report. The complete records of the seminar, including an analysis of the behavioral patterns of the church representative August, and detailed inquiries from Wirt regarding the militarization of the mycelium network. The 7-layer nested runes of the core of the mysterious device were confirmed to originate from the Royal Alchemical Workshop of Xinghui. The restoration records from the Royal Archives indicated that an ultimate work was sealed beneath the seal with the outer layer of the device inscribed with Royal Xinghui cryptic text. The cryptic text reads, "The final key, he who unites the 5 elements may open this door." Gray took the report, but did not open it immediately. He looked at Lucien, the silence stretching longer than usual. "He who unites the 5 elements." He said the Xinghui royal family would not leave this phrase without reason. If there truly is a device buried beneath the seal that can only be activated by a full S of the 5 elements, then this device must be related to the Crown Prince's disappearance. He folded the report and placed it into his pocket. What about the church? August confirmed that our core and the fragments in his possession come from the same source of magic. Celine temporarily held him back using the reverse tracing possibility of the tracking thread, but the buffer period is only 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, he will continue his investigation. He will find that door, and he will find me. 2 weeks. Gray repeated this time frame. He turned and walked toward the main building of the academy, his pace quicker than usual, with Lucien following behind. The two crossed the deserted main square in the morning. The bell of the tower just chimed. Upon pushing open the office door, Gray did not sit back behind his desk, as he usually did. He walked to the window and stood for a moment before turning around. "The church is looking for you. Wirt is assessing your value, and the Mercenary Guild wants to obtain the technology of the mycelium network from you. You are still just a student, but you are no ordinary student anymore. In this past year, I have taught you the proper and reverse spirals of the fireball technique, the wave propulsion of the water element, the laminar flow cutting of the wind element, and the pulsing compaction of the earth element. You have learned the efficient magic routes of 4 of the 5 elements. As for the remaining one, lightning, you should be able to understand it on your own by now. What I can teach you, I have already taught." He took out 2 documents from the drawer of his desk. The first was an encrypted message sent by Lucien yesterday, with Gray's annotations in red ink, densely filled with analyses and response suggestions regarding the church's movements. The second document Lucien had not seen before. It bore the red seal of the military of the Orlon Kingdom, the wax still fresh. "This is the mobilization order sent by the military yesterday. The beast tide has been increasingly active along the northern border recently. The military intends to mobilize a batch of elite academy students for frontline reconnaissance. The concentration of chaotic factors in the northern region of Wirt has already drawn the attention of the Joint Defense Command of the 3 nations. Originally, this mobilization order would not pertain to a first-year student, but you are no ordinary student. You have just returned from Acelon and had direct contact with the Chuch's Magical Research Institution. You understand the technical details and strategic value of the 7-layer nested runes. More importantly, according to the reconnaissance report, the area of abnormal chaotic activity in northern Wirt coincides with the location of the northern ruins recorded in ancient texts. Those ruins are highly likely to be another important stronghold of the Xinghui Royal Alchemical Workshop. If the device beneath the seal is related to the Crown Prince's disappearance, the northern ruins may very well hold the answers we need. Whether you go to investigate the Beast Tide or the Xinghui ruins, the decision is yours. But as for this mobilization order, I suggest you accept it. Lu Chun took the document. He did not ask when do we depart, nor did he ask how long will we be gone. He simply put the document into his backpack and asked one question. Lena Allen Rain Ballon, can they go with us? A slight movement appeared at the corner of Gray's mouth. It was the closest expression of satisfaction that could be seen on his face. They have already been arranged. The Wildfire Squad, all members assigned to the Northern Reconnaissance Mission. We depart in 2 weeks. After leaving Gray's office, Lu Chun did not return to the dormitory. He headed to Training Room No. 3. As he pushed open the door, the familiar stone floor, the magic absorption stones on the walls, and the 2 rows of training targets scorched repeatedly were exactly the same as before he set out for Acylon. He placed his backpack on the bench, walked to the central target position, and raised his right hand. The fireball spell had reached perfection. There was no need to deliberately control the spiral rotation speed, and the magic flowed from his dantian to his palm as smoothly as breathing. Positive spiral, negative spiral, double spiral. 3 modes switched seamlessly at his fingertips, with magic consumption reduced by more than half compared to the mastery level. Then came the ice spike spell. Water-type magic advanced in waves flowing from his arm's meridians to his fingertips, with each wave gathering strength for the next. The ice spike formed in his palm, its tip sharp and its sides smooth, released about half a second faster than before he went to Acylon. The laminar cutting of the wind blade spell was also more stable, with the speed gradient of the outer and inner layers precisely controlled at 3:1. The earth spike spell was the weakest. Having only recently started, the angle at which the stone pillars rose from the ground was still not precise enough. However, with the departure to the Northern Territory in 2 weeks, the practical value of earth magic in complicated terrains was much greater than in the arena. Mountains, frozen ground, and ruins all required earth magic to solidify their positions. He practiced for over an hour until his magic was exhausted, then sat down to meditate. Recovery, then continue training. After another hour, the door of the training room was pushed open. Lena walked in, holding a freshly organized analysis report, the edges of the paper still carrying the... She sat down on the bench, spread out the report, and without asking Lu Chun why he was training so late, got straight to... Celine's great-grandmother mentioned the ultimate work in the restoration notes. I cross-referenced it with the existing Starlight literature. At the end of the Starlight Empire, the Royal Alchemy Workshop's greatest masterpiece was a device known as the Final Seal. According to the literature, this device was not meant for attack. It was for sealing. The target of the seal was not the magical beasts, but the chaos factors themselves. The Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop dedicated the nation's resources to create this device, but before it could be activated, the Empire collapsed. The last Crown Prince took it into the core of the seal, and then vanished without a trace. She flipped to the last page of the report, pointing to a line of small text with her fingertip. If you find more clues about the final seal in the northern ruins, you might piece together a complete activation method. But one thing. Celine told me before she left that the church has been collecting blood samples from affinity users of the 5 elements in recent years. If August can't track down the location of your door, he might change direction and start with the affinity users. Although your entrance test results are sealed in the Academy's records, the teaching assistants who handled the test, the examiners who participated in the monthly assessments, and the logistics personnel of the Secret Realm trials, many have seen you unleash the 5 elements. As long as the church wants to investigate, they will always find traces. She continued, so while I'm away from the Academy for these 2 weeks, I need you to do something for me. Raise the security level of my entrance test record by 1 more level. Have all the teaching assistants and examiners who handled that record conduct a follow-up visit under the guise of an internal audit to confirm if anyone has privately contacted the church. If you find anyone who has leaked relevant information, notify Professor Gray immediately. Lena nodded, closed the report, and stood up. She walked to the door, paused for a moment, and did not look back. 2 weeks. There are less than 2 weeks left of the 2-week buffer Celine gave. Whether or not you find clues in the Northern Territory, the church will act again in 2 weeks. If you haven't returned by then, I will have a direct contact with August. Not as a student, but as an intelligence analyst for the Blazing Squad. After saying that, she pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded in the corridor, the rhythm unhurried, and each step steady. Lu Chun raised his right hand again, and continued practicing the pulse rhythm of the Earth Spike spell. After practicing for a while, the door of the training room was pushed open again. This time it was Ryan who entered. He did not bring any documents, and was not wearing training clothes, just his usual robe with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and the arcs of electricity on his forearms quietly flickering under the light. He walked to the target position beside Lu Chun, raised his hand to test a lightning strike, and another scorch mark appeared on the target center. Did Lena tell you about the church pursuing affinity users of the 5 elements? She did. Then do you know that if they can't find your entrance test record, who will they investigate next? Lu Chen stopped his earth spike spell and turned to look at him. Ryan withdrew his hand, the arc of electricity flickering one last time at his fingertip before extinguishing. Me? Ryan of the Cast family and Slevel Lightning Affinity user. Although I don't possess all 5 elements, blood samples from Slevel Affinity users are also of research value. Not just the Church, the Mercenary Guild, the Velt Knights, and even the intelligence departments of the Orlan military are collecting data on Slevel Affinity users. He turned to face Lu Chun, the light in his blue eyes as straightforward as during the final assessment, but with an added layer of something deeper, not fear, but determination. So this time to the Northern Territory, it's not just about you finding clues about the seal. I need to grow stronger too. Strong enough that even if the Church targets me, they won't dare to act recklessly. Strong enough that next time you're not around, I can shield you from things that shouldn't fall solely on your shoulders. Lu Chen remained silent for a long while. In the training room, only the faint hum from the magic absorption stones could be heard, along with the distant sound of lightning strikes from training room No. 5 outside the window. After a moment, he spoke up. How long can your lightning armor last in assault mode? About 3 minutes under high intensity. It can last about 15 minutes under low intensity. 3 minutes is not enough. The magical beasts on the battlefield in the Northern Territory won't come one by one like in the Secret Realm. They will charge in waves. 3 minutes of eruption won't kill one wave, and for the remaining time, you can only sustain with basic lightning strikes. Before we depart, it'll help you recalculate the magic consumption rate of your lightning armor. Not by lowering the power, but by optimizing the output curve. If the low-intensity duration can be extended to half an hour, and the high-intensity assault concentrated within 1 minute, the explosive power will actually be stronger. Ryan nodded, not saying thank you. He simply raised his right hand again, and the arc of electricity lit up at his fingertip. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by Alan's head peeking in through the gap. His hair was tousled by the wind, and he was clutching a notice he had just torn from the bulletin board, the edges still sticky with wet paste. You're all here. Something big has happened. The representative of the trainee knights from the Velt Kingdom's Magic Knight, Core, the female knight, who was sitting in the front row at the seminar, named Ella. She sent an urgent message through the Mercenary Guild's joint channel, saying the concentration of chaos factors at the northern border of Velt has sharply increased in the past few days, rising far beyond the normal cycle of magical beast tides. The reconnaissance team discovered an area near the border with a high concentration of chaos factors, precisely coinciding with the location of the northern ruins recorded in ancient texts. She asked if we were interested in going to take a look together. She said she wasn't interested in the ruins, but she was very interested in the Church's secretive activities in the north. If we were willing to cooperate, she could provide military passage for Velt and the latest reconnaissance intelligence from the northern border. The news brought back by Alan caused the 5 individuals to gather once more around the long table in the public lounge. Lena had already transcribed the original message sent by Ella through the Mercenary Guild's joint channel line by line into her notebook. The handwriting remained as neat as printed text with key data: the concentration of chaotic factors over the past 3 days, the geographical coordinates of the anomalous areas, and the eyewitness description of the detective devices set up by the Church, all circled in red ink. Next to these markings, she drew a small star, pressing her pen down hard enough to almost pierce through the paper. The concentration of chaotic factors at the northern border of Weird has dramatically risen in recent days, far exceeding the normal cycle of beast tides. Lena turned the notebook towards the others, her fingertip resting on the first red circle. At the current concentration level, a conservative estimate suggests that the probability of the beast tide reaching level A exceeds 30%. If the Church has indeed set up additional devices nearby, this probability would increase. This is not a coincidence, it is synchronization. The unusual activity of chaotic factors coincides too precisely with the location of the northern ruins. Either the Church is actively inducing the gathering of chaotic factors, or the ruins themselves have a natural attraction effect on them. Regardless of the possibility, we must pinpoint the exact location of the ruins before the Church does. Rain turned away from the window. He had been listening all along without speaking. The arcs of electricity on his wrist danced faster than usual. At that moment, he spoke, his voice low, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I've met that person, Ella. She sat next to the representative from Weird at the symposium and did not smile even once from start to finish. It's not seriousness, it's focus. Such a person would not ask for help unless she truly needed it. Moreover, her description of the Church's activities in the northern border is very specific. The number of people setting up the detection devices, their positions, and the rotation cycles. These are not guesses, they are direct eyewitness accounts. She must have been to the border herself. Lu Chun nodded, his fingertip resting on the edge of the blank area on the map. First, we should reply to Ella and accept the joint operation. Her reconnaissance intelligence and passage rights are the fastest way for us to enter the northern border. Lena, please cross-reference the chaotic factor concentration data from her message with the magic fluctuation frequency of the sealed secret realm. If the data matches, it indicates that the chaotic factors are not randomly dispersing, but are being actively attracted by some power. Then what we are looking for is not just a ruin, but the very source that attracts the chaotic factors. He took out the military requisition order from his backpack, the red seal, reflecting a dull glow under the light. All members of the Wildfire Squad are assigned to the Northern Border Reconnaissance mission, officially designated as the Northern Border Joint Reconnaissance Team. The operation will be led by the Mercenary Guild, with the Weird Knights providing passage rights, and Ella herself will serve as the liaison officer for the Weird side. I will serve as the squad commander. Lena will handle intelligence analysis. Baron will be responsible for defense positions, and Rain and Alan will provide assault and fire support. If there are any objections, please raise them now. Alan raised his hand, his expression very serious. I have an objection. Can I be the one to announce the good news the next time Ella sends a message? Every time I just finish reading the intelligence, you all start analyzing it, not even giving me a chance to feel excited. Lena continued to draw the map without looking up. You received the message. You knew earlier than all of us. You've already had your excitement. Alan thought about it carefully and felt it made sense, lowering his hand. Baron brought the stone slab from the wall to the table, pointing to the uneven magic penetration patterns on his slab. Some were old marks left by the ancient trees of the secret realm, while others were newly practiced during the last few days while guarding the core in the dormitory. The frozen soil layer in the northern border is very thick. Ordinary stone walls cannot stand firm on the surface. But if the wall is rooted deep into the frozen soil, and then continuously reinforced with earth-type magic, it can stand firm. Before we set off, I will extend the depth of the magic penetration on the slab a bit more so it can endure a few more rounds of beast charges. Rain added, the frozen soil hinders the conduction of earth-type magic. Low temperatures will decrease the activity of earth elements. Your previous penetration speed was practiced under normal temperature conditions, and it will be about 40% slower in the frozen soil. You need to adapt in advance. So I will start using ice-type magic to cool the slab for practice tomorrow. After Baron finished speaking, he carried the slab back to the corner and began adjusting the penetration rhythm. The deep brown patterns on the slab flickered with light beneath his palm. Lena had completed the initial map. She turned the map halfway and pushed it to Lu Chun. The terrain of the northern border of Weird was marked in several colors. The red circles indicated the anomalous points of chaotic factor concentration mentioned in Ella's message. The blue dashed lines represented the approximate distribution of the northern ruins recorded in ancient texts, and the gray shadow indicated the areas with the deepest frozen soil coverage. The three lines converged at a blank area marked as unexplored, with no place names, no contour lines, and no known geographical identifiers, resembling a torn page. She looked up at Lu Chun. The red, blue, and gray lines converge in the same area. Ella's intelligence, the records from the ancient texts, and the Church's activities in the northern border all point to the same place. If there is indeed something we need there, the Church must have already set its sights on it. They didn't send August here this time, not because they have given up, but because he is waiting for us in the northern border. Based on the timeline described by Ella, he must have entered that area at least 3 days before us. 3 days is enough for him to establish a detection network around the ruins. I will give you the map annotations and chaotic factor comparison data first thing tomorrow. Tonight I will encrypt and send the full message from Ella and the preliminary analysis to Professor Gray. On the return trip, he reminded me to report on the progress of our actions every 3 days. Lu Chun folded the map and put it in his pocket. Outside the window, the Academy bell tower just struck. The night wind blew the shadow of the old tree next to the training ground, causing it to sway against the outer wall of the dormitory, resembling a constantly shifting map. The departure is set for the morning 2 days from now. During these 2 days, Lu Chun has practically lived in the fireball spell has been perfected, and he has shifted his focus to the rhythm of switching between the 4 elemental styles. Ice Spike to block, Wind Blade to cut, Fireball to attack, and Earth Spike to break through. The 4 spells explode in succession on the training target, with the switching interval compressed from nearly a second in the secret realm to less than half a second. The Earth element remains the weakest link. The formation speed of the Earth Spike is significantly slower than the other 3 elements. However, he does not skip practicing this element, recognizing its key role in solidifying positions and altering terrain in the complex landscape of the frozen north. At the end of each combination practice, he deliberately adds an Earth Spike, even if its formation is slow and its angle off, to allow the magical energy circuit to gradually adapt to the pulsing rhythm. On the eve of departure, Lena delivered the cross-comparison results of the chaotic factor concentration data and the magical fluctuations of the secret realm seal to the training room. She highlighted the most critical conclusion with a red pin: the fluctuation curve of chaotic factor concentration in the anomalous area of the northern region of Werte closely fits the curve of magical leakage at the collapse point of the Secret Realm seal, with a compatibility of nearly 90%. This confirms that the chaotic factors are not spreading randomly, but are actively being attracted by some force. At the end of the report, she attached a sketch she drew of the cross-section of the frozen North's permafrost, depth of permafrost geothermal gradient, and the general distribution of the foundation structures commonly used in northern ruins, as noted in ancient texts, each item marked with its data source and credibility rating. Celine sent an encrypted message through the private communication circuit last night. Lena closed the report, her tone flat, yet precise. Augustus has applied for a long-term survey permit for the northern region within the church. The application date coincides with the second day after we left Acylon. She has added double encryption, making the source untraceable. If Augustus arrives in the northern region before us, his detection network should already be set up around the ruins. Lu Chun tucked the report into the side pocket of his backpack. What does Gray say? The encrypted communication has been sent. Routine reports every 3 days with immediate updates on any anomalies. Lu Chun nodded and continued practicing. The magic lights in the training room burned alone in the deep night until the direction of East Training Room No. 5 also lit up with thunder. Rain was also practicing intensively. Separated by a corridor and 2 doors, the two honed their magic in silence, neither disturbing the other. On the morning of departure, Baron arrived at the docking area an hour early. He stood the training stone board next to the ice magic array used for permafrost testing and adjusted the penetration depth of the stone wall technique. In a low-temperature environment, the activity of earth elements decreases, so he adjusted the penetration depth nearly half more than the standard at room temperature, ensuring the wall's base was anchored deep enough to stand firm on the frozen soil of the frozen north. Lena stood by the airship's gangway, her backpack filled with the chaotic factor comparison report, the terrain map of the frozen north, and her well-worn notebook. Alan climbed up the gangway with a large bag of honey bread made in the cafeteria at dawn, already mumbling about whether there would be hot soup in the frozen north. Rain was the last to arrive, the electric arcs of his thunder armor quietly flickering in the morning light. Lu Chun stood by the gangway watching as the distant spires of the 5 towers were bathed in soft golden light, just as he had seen on his first day of school from the carriage. He turned and boarded the airship. After ascending, the airship flew along the northern border of the Orlon Kingdom, with the terrain below gradually shifting from plains to rolling hills, then to vast stretches of exposed rock and frozen soil. Once they entered Werte's airspace, fine snow began to fall outside the window. Alan pressed his face against the porthole, his warm breath creating a small patch of white mist on the glass. Werte's outpost has arrived. It's much smaller than I imagined, just a few stone pillars, he said. The outpost was indeed small. A few low stone buildings huddled beneath a natural rock wall, their roofs covered in snow, and the smoke billowing from the chimneys was blown sideways by the northern wind. The airship landed on a makeshift docking area next to the outpost, and the moment the gangway was lowered, a rush of cold wind carrying snowflakes flooded into the cabin, the temperature dropping at least 2 degrees compared to Greenwell. Alan sneezed. Baron carried the stone board down the gangway, the soles of his boots crunching on the frozen gravel, and the initial gesture of the stone wall technique flickered in his palm. Lena tightened her robe and scanned the area around the outpost. Several makeshift defensive structures, a Werte silver sword flag fluttering in the wind, and a simple terrain map painted in white on the rock wall behind the outpost. A tall figure with blonde hair walked out from the main entrance of the outpost. Clad in dark knight uniform, the metal shoulder guard was engraved with the silver sword emblem, and the hilt of the long sword at her waist was wrapped in non-slip leather. Her steps were as decisive as in the seminar, and she quickly approached Lu Chun, nodding in greeting. The latest reconnaissance intelligence from the border has been compiled. The anomalous area expanded again last night, and the concentration of chaotic factors is still rising. The patrol team at the outpost discovered an abandoned casing of a church standard detection device at the edge of the anomalous area the evening before yesterday. It was not damaged, but was actively discarded, identical to the portable magical sensor Augustus carried during the seminar in Acylon. They have already detected something and no longer need to continue setting up, Ella said. The interior of the outpost appeared even more rudimentary than it did from the outside. A hand-drawn topographical map of the northern territories hung on the stone wall, its corners secured with thumbtacks embedded in the rough stone, seams with small flags of various colors marking several key coordinates. The red flag indicated an anomaly in the concentration of chaotic particles, the blue flag denoted the location of known ancient ruins, while the gray flag was placed at the edge of an uncharted blank area marked as unexplored. Lu Chun stood before the map, his gaze lingering for quite some time on the intersection of the 3 colored flags. Lena set up a portable magical analyzer beside him, inputting the reconnaissance data provided by Ella one by one. The instrument emitted a faint humming sound as the light screen continuously refreshed with new numbers. Without looking up, she spoke. The latest peak value of the chaotic particle concentration is approximately 10% higher than yesterday. The anomalous area is expanding outward, although the rate of expansion is not uniform. A small portion of the chaotic particles is converging toward a specific direction. It's not spreading outward. It's contracting inward like water in a sink flowing towards the drain. Lu Chen asked, can we lock onto the direction of the contraction? Yes, but we need more dense sampling point data. Currently, the monitoring points around the outpost don't have sufficient grid density. If we could obtain real-time reconnaissance data from the patrol teams, the accuracy would improve significantly. Lena paused for a moment and turned to Ella. Have there been any sightings of gray-robed individuals by the patrol teams near the edge of the anomalous area in the past couple of days? Last night, a patrol team reported seeing flames a few miles north of the anomalous area. It wasn't a monster attack. The flames were stationary and extinguished after a while. When they approached to investigate, the people had already left, leaving only a few remnants of campfires and fragments of detection devices embedded in the rock seams. Judging by the fragments, they were commonly used tracking locators by the Chuch's Magical Research Institute. The outer shell was intact, but the internal crystal core had been removed. They took the core data, leaving only the empty shell, Ella said. Lu Chen's gaze shifted away from the map. Where was the location of the empty shell? Ella walked to the map and pointed to the area just north of the gray flag. The terrain markings there were minimal, with only 2 dashed lines indicating a dried riverbed and a cliff lacking contour lines and place names. Lena input the new coordinates into the analyzer. The data curve on the light screen jumped slightly before beginning to refit. She stated that the frequency of the ceiling magic fluctuations measured earlier in the secret realm was almost identical to the contraction frequency of the chaotic particles in the northern territories, indicating that the seal was attracting the chaotic particles, or that the chaotic particles were actively converging toward the seal. The patterns of magical fluctuations from both resembled a lock and a key. The location of the Chuch's empty shell coincided precisely with the source direction of the contraction trajectory, indicating that Auguste had not found the ruins themselves, but rather the origin of the flow of chaotic particles. He traced back the direction of the chaotic particles' flow and discovered the location of that source. He found the entrance, Lu Chen said. A brief silence enveloped the lounge. Alan took out his water bottle from his backpack and took a sip, glancing at Lu Chen and then at the gray flag on the map. Just as he was about to say something, Ryan had already stepped up to the map, his fingertip pointing to a position slightly north of the gray flag, an electric arc flashing briefly at his knuckle. There should be marks left by the church near the entrance. If they are still present, we may need to engage directly. If they have withdrawn, at least there will be remnants of detection data left behind. I propose that the assault team conduct an initial reconnaissance to confirm the status of the entrance. Lu Chen nodded. Ryan, take the assault team to conduct the initial reconnaissance, while Baron sets up defensive positions at the edge of the anomalous area. If Auguste is still near the ruins, we need a solid fallback point. He looked towards Baron. Baron had already unloaded the stone slab from his shoulder, pressing his palm against its surface as the lines of earth magic slowly seeped into the stone. The frozen soil here is much harder than what the Academy simulated. The foundation of the stone walls needs to be driven deeper than usual, but it can hold. Lena asked Ella, can the Velt side provide real-time reconnaissance data from the patrol teams? It's already arranged. The patrol teams at the outpost will begin transmitting all mobile reconnaissance data to your analyzers in real time from now on. Additionally, we have reserved an emergency evacuation route south of the anomalous area for you. If the concentration of chaotic particles suddenly surges or an irresistible force is encountered, taking that route will allow for the quickest retreat back to the outpost. Lu Chen turned back to the map. The red, blue, and gray flags converged in the unexplored area, each flag representing a clue. The contraction trajectory of the chaotic particles, the location of the ruins recorded in ancient texts, and the distribution path of the Chuch's detection devices. The 3 clues pointed to the same point. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, picked up the portable magical analyzer from the table, and handed it to Lena. Let's set off. Target: north of the anomalous area, the source of the chaotic particle contraction. The wasteland of the northern region of Wired is starkly different from the ancient tree area of the secret realm. At least there are trees in the secret realm. Here there is nothing. The frozen ground stretches from underfoot to the horizon, with gray and white lichen clinging to the surface of the shattered stones, occasionally interrupted by clusters of dead shrubs trembling in the north wind. The sky is leaden gray, indistinguishable from clouds or fog. Snowflakes mingling with the wind strike the face. Not painful, but chilling to the bone. Lu Chen walks at the center of the group, while Lena's analyzer emits a brief alert sound every so often. The screen refreshes in real time with the mobile reconnaissance data transmitted from the patrol team, with each new sampling point lighting up a tiny dot on the luminous display. The concentration of chaotic particles is steadily rising, the curve of increase, so smooth it seems unnatural, more like a certain energy consistently and stably permeating outwards. In the center of the anomalous zone is a sampling point with an unusually high concentration, having exceeded the previous peak 3 times in a row, with a stable release source within the margin of error. It's the detection debris point from the church. Lu Chun marked the spot on the map. August took the core data from there, leaving behind an empty shell. By time estimation, he must have arrived at least 3 days before us. Now there are only 2 possibilities. Either he is already inside the ruins, or he is setting up some kind of continuous output device to maintain the operation of the detection network. Regardless of the situation, the magical residue he left behind is enough to allow the chaotic particles to continue gathering. The guide sent by Ella is a taciturn wired scout. He wears a patrol cloak trimmed with animal skins, his face mostly covered by the wind, hood revealing only a pair of eyes squinting against the glare of the snow. He says that the frozen layer starts to thin as one goes north from here, and one can occasionally see artificially chiseled stone surfaces beneath the rubble. Decades ago, the wired surveying team conducted preliminary investigations in this area, confirming the existence of large artificial structures underground, but at that time the magical detection technology was insufficient to penetrate the frozen layer, and the project was shelved. Later, people would come every few years during periods of chaotic particle activity, but none managed to delve deeper. This year, the concentration of chaotic particles is higher than ever before, and the frozen ground is softer than in previous years. As he speaks, he kicks a piece of rubble with the tip of his boot, revealing a straight cut on the surface of the rock beneath the edges, neat unlike a natural crack. He said this is the drilling mark left by the surveying team decades ago. They gave up after drilling less than 10 meters because the frozen ground was too hard. Now that the frozen ground is softer, it saves us the effort of digging. Lena crouches down to scan the cut. With a line of compositional data pops up on the display, residual traces of chaotic particles at the bottom of the cut highly matching the core sample from the Secret Realm seal, with the temperature rise rate of the frozen layer nearly 20% faster than surrounding areas. It's not natural thawing. Chaotic particles are heating the frozen ground from within. She stands up and closes the instrument lid. The thinning of the frozen ground isn't due to rising temperatures, it's the operation of the seal itself accelerating. Chaotic particles are seeping from within the ruins, forming tiny channels in the frozen ground, continuously thawing. These channels are equivalent to natural guiding paths, gradually channeling the chaotic particles from deep underground to the surface. They are not randomly diffusing, they are actively opening paths to the surface. The scout looks up at the sky. The lead gray clouds have lowered further, and larger snowflakes begin to mix with the wind. He says they are very close to the spot where the church discarded the empty shell. Beyond that is a completely unexamined area with nothing on the map except for a few dashed lines. If there are still people from the church, they should be camping just below that cliff. Lu Chun looks in the direction pointed out by the scout. On the horizon, a dark cliff outline vaguely appears, standing out starkly against the gray-white wasteland like a frozen black waterfall. At the base of the cliff, a few artificially leveled surfaces can be faintly seen, along with a few tiny bright spots. Not campfires, but bluish in color, flickering at a very regular frequency, indicating the magical residue scanner is operating automatically. The tents have been taken down, but the equipment remains. August is not there. He must have already gone inside. Rain's lightning armor arcs silently at his wrist as he retracts his gaze and asks if they should first go investigate. Lu Chun nods, confirm whether there are any guards, the model and operational status of the equipment, and do not touch anything. Rain replies affirmatively, his figure transforming into a lolling golden arc of lightning, disappearing between the gray-white lichen and rubble. Lu Chun turns back to the scout. Did you leave any positioning markers when you surveyed the ruins entrance below the cliff? The scout nods, pulling out a neatly folded old map from his pocket and pointing to a depression slightly to the west of the cliff, saying there is a natural rock crevice here. The drilling hole was directly above the crevice, and there should be artificially excavated space below, but at that time the frozen ground was too thick to dig through. He also mentions that a few days ago during patrol, he saw the church's people moving near the crevice, about 5 or 6 of them, with the leader wearing a gray robe and around 50 years old. Upon hearing the words, gray robe, Lu Chun remains silent, merely handing the map to Lena. Lena glances down, opens the analyzer, and begins comparing coordinates. Ellen stomps his frozen feet beside them, the white vapor from his breath being blown away in the wind. He says he just wants to know one thing, whether there is heating inside. Baron behind him unloads the slate from his shoulder, pressing a hand on the slate's surface, earth-type magic slowly seeping through his fingertips into the depths of the frozen ground. He says the frozen ground is harder than what the Academy simulated, but the underlying rock structure is very stable. If a defensive position needs to be preset near the entrance, the stone wall can hold. He pauses and adds, at least it can block beasts suddenly rushing out from the wind and snow. Lu Chun turns his gaze back toward the cliff. The church's gray-robed person is indeed no longer outside. All clues point to the same spot. The door is just below. He tightens the cuffs of his robe and steps toward the cliff. When Ryan returned to the camp, a thin layer of snow had already accumulated on his helmet and shoulder pads. He lifted the tent flap, bringing in a gust of cold wind laced with snowflakes. The campfire flickered as Alan hurriedly shielded the flame with his hand, as if that flame were his own child. The camp has been evacuated. The tents, the remnants of the campfire, and the base of the portable magical analyzer. Everything has been dismantled and taken away. However, they left a few automatically functioning residual magic scanners. Ryan squatted down, tracing a simple diagram on the muddy ground of the tent. The model of the scanner is the same as the one August carried during the Etherland conference, arranged in a circular layout around the entrance of the rock fissure at the bottom of the cliff. I circled to the side and observed for a quarter of an hour, but found no personnel on guard. The equipment was all operating automatically, and the indicator lights were flashing at normal intervals. No traps. Ella's voice came from the other side of the tent. She was sharpening her sword blade with a whetstone, each stroke steady and crisp, matching the tone of her question. No traps, but it's not completely harmless. The scanner continuously emits low-power magical detection waves into the rock fissure with a frequency ranging between 40 and 50 Hz. If someone uses high-power magic within the detection range, the device will trigger a level 2 alarm. Not an explosion, but a signal amplification, automatically launching a positioning beacon into the surroundings. Ryan pointed to several locations in the mud with his fingertip. The coverage area of the beacon signal is sufficient to envelop the entire cliff area. In other words, August does not need to leave anyone on guard. As long as someone uses high-level magic near the entrance, he will know about it himself. Lucha knelt down to examine the diagram. After a moment, he looked up. How large is the rock fissure opening? It is about 3 feet wide and tall enough for a person to walk straight through. The surface of the rock wall shows clear signs of artificial chisel marks, with the orientation of the chisel marks consistent with the ancient chisel marks in the area of the collapsed seal of the secret realm. The base of the chisel marks retain trace amounts of magical cutting marks. Not from a chisel, but from some high-precision magical cutting tool, and the cutting surface is quite new. Based on the degree of weathering, this rock fissure was originally a natural crack, temporarily widened into an entrance by the church using magical cutting tools. This is the place. Lu Chin stood up, tightening the cuffs of his robe. Lena, conduct a final cross-comparison of the latest chaotic factor data with the magical fluctuations of the seal of the secret realm to confirm the degree of correlation. Baron set up defensive positions around the entrance. How deep can the stone walls stand in the permafrost, just in case? Baron was already outside the tent. He unloaded the stone slab from his shoulder and pressed both hands against its surface. Earth-type magic seeped from his palms into the depths of the frozen ground, and the dark brown patterns on the stone slab shimmered slightly in the snowlight. The permafrost is harder than the Academy's simulations, but the underlying rock structure is very stable. The base of the wall can be anchored into the bedrock. I will expand the defensive circle to 30 steps around the entrance with 3 layers of staggered stone walls at the same angles as during the last expedition in the secret realm. If something truly bursts out from inside, at least it can withstand the first wave. Luchin walked towards Baron and stood beside him. Lena put away the analyzer and walked over as well. After a moment, Ryan and Alan returned to the team. The 5 of them stood at the foot of the cliff, the gray rock wall rising high, silently pressing down in the snowstorm. The entrance of the rock fissure was directly ahead, and the church's magical cutting marks still remained at the edge of the opening. Baron and Ella guard the perimeter. The base of the stone walls and the permafrost is driven deeper than usual. After the defensive circle is set up, conduct routine magical wave monitoring. If the scanner's level 2 alarm is triggered, Baron will send 3 short and 1 long seismic wave to the underground using Earth-type pulses, and Ella's patrol team will receive synchronized alerts. Lu Chun turned to Ryan and Alan. You two guard the inner side of the entrance. The scanner is sensitive to high-level magic, but basic magic, fireball and lightning strike, will not trigger the alarm when released at low power. If something comes out of the fissure, suppress it with low-power fireballs and lightning strikes, and don't let anything out of the opening. Lena and I will enter the main passage. The concentration of chaotic factors is most intense deep within the passage. The core of the seal is right there. He turned back toward the dark rock fissure. From deep within the fissure came the faint sound of low-frequency humming, characteristic of chaotic factors, almost perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the magical circulation of the fungal network in the ancient tree area of the secret realm. He tightened his grip on the staff, and stepped into the stone door that had been cut open by the church with magic. The air inside the fissure was warmer than outside, the chill of the permafrost isolated beyond the stone walls. The stone walls on both sides of the passage retained the magical drill marks left by the church's scanners, with a perfectly regular round hole every few steps, the walls of the holes smooth and crack-free. Lena scanned one of the drill holes with the analyzer, whispering that the depth of the hole was about 3 inches, with faint magical residue at the bottom, and the composition was the same as the magical sensing crystal used by August at the conference. He performed a full section detection using the scanner in this passage, leaving the drill holes as relay nodes. He was not looking for a path. He was setting up a signal relay station, transmitting the detection signal step by step from the surface to the depths of the main passage. Lu Chen nodded, saying nothing, and continued down the passage. After walking about 20 steps, the passage opened up suddenly. Before him stood a tall double stone door, tightly closed, its surface engraved with 7 layers of nested runes identical to those of the core of the seal in the secret realm. The groove in the center of the rune array emitted a faint glow, pulsing in sync with the low-frequency hum felt earlier at the entrance of the passage. About 5 steps to the left of the stone door lay a pile of campfire ashes, among which were buried several empty shells of portable magic bottles. Lu Chen crouched down to probe the ashes. It was cold, having been extinguished for at least an entire day. August had indeed entered, and he had lingered here long enough before going in, long enough to exhaust several magic bottles, long enough to scan every rune on the door. Lena directed the analyzer at the rune array on the stone door, and the data curve on the screen fluctuated sharply. She noted that the magical fluctuation frequency in the central groove of the runes was completely consistent with the core of the secret realm device that Lu Chen was carrying. This door and the device in the ancient tree area belong to the same system. There is no need for forced unlocking. Simply placing the core in the groove will cause the door to open automatically. She paused, put away the analyzer, and added, August also has a fragment. He knows how to open the door, so it has already been opened once. Lu Chen took a sealed bottle from his backpack. A light blue sphere of light slowly rotated at the bottom of the bottle, its glow pulsing in sync with the runes on the door like a heartbeat. He pulled the cork and placed the core into the groove at the center of the rune array. The 7 layers of runes lit up one by one, the light patterns spreading from the outer layer to the inner circle, each layer illuminating, accompanied by a dull vibration coming from deep within the stone walls of the passage. The stone door silently slid open inward, a cold, dry air, carrying the scent of aged stone dust rushing out. Behind the door was a bottomless staircase with ancient runes on the walls automatically glowing with a faint cold light. Lu Chen glanced back at Lena. The two silently checked the status of their magical circuits and the equipment they carried. Then Lu Chen took the lead, stepping across the stone door and onto the staircase, heading deeper into the ruins. The stone door silently slid shut behind the two. The glow of the 7-layered runes extinguished layer by layer, and the last flicker of phosphorescence shimmered in the groove, resembling a closing eye. Lu Chen did not look back as he descended the stairs. The stone steps were narrow, just wide enough for one person to pass, with ancient magical lamps embedded in the walls, every few steps their light extremely dim, barely illuminating the ground beneath his feet. The air was cold and dry, carrying the scent of aged stone powder and trace amounts of metallic oxidation. The concentration of chaotic factors steadily increased. With each descending floor, the low-frequency hum became clearer. Lena followed behind him, holding a portable analyzer. The data curves on the screen continuously flickered and refreshed in the darkness. She reported the data as she walked. The concentration of chaotic factors increases by about 0.5% with each descending level. Although the increase is slight, it is very stable. It is not a fluctuation but a gradient increase. This energy has a source, and that source is still functioning. The composition of the suspended magical particles in the air is changing. Calcium carbonate and silicate proportions are decreasing, while the proportion of artificial synthetic materials is increasing. This is not a natural cave. The entire ruin is a man-made structure. The stone steps ended at the 22nd level. Before them lay a short corridor extending horizontally, with light at the end brighter than that of the magical lamps on the walls. As Lu Chen emerged from the corridor, the stone slab beneath his feet suddenly became level and wide. Before him stood an extraordinarily vast hexagonal hall, its dome so high that it was almost impossible to see the top, and the 6 stone walls were inscribed with dense ancient starry characters. 5 giant pillars were evenly distributed in 5 directions within the hall, rising straight from the ground to the dome, their surfaces also engraved with runes. The arrangement of the runes mirrored the 7-layered nested structure. Each groove retained a faint blue glow. Fire, water, wind, earth, thunder. Lena pointed sequentially at the bases of the 5 pillars. Each pillar's base bore a corresponding elemental mark with varying magical fluctuations. She crouched before the central broken pillar, scanning the fracture with the analyzer. There is a broken pillar right in the center, and the break is very fresh, not hundreds of years old, likely just a few days. The fracture shows signs of high-temperature scorching, and the edges are smooth, consistent with the characteristics of magical cutting tools. The church did this. They damaged the central pillar. The runes that were originally inscribed on the pillar should have been those that controlled the activation of the entire seal. Auguste severed it. He is blocking the activation mechanism of the seal. No, that's not right. Lu Chen approached the broken pillar, his fingers hovering above the fracture, sensing a faint magical backflow. He is not blocking the seal. He is testing it, cutting one pillar to see if the other 5 will compensate automatically. If the seal has self-repair capabilities after cutting one pillar, the remaining 5 should redistribute the magical flow. He is confirming that the seal is still alive. He straightened up, scanning the densely inscribed runes along the walls. He stopped in front of the third wall. The text on this wall was different from the others. It wasn't carved into the surface of the stone wall, but written directly on the stone with some special ink, the strokes flowing smoothly, as if completed in one breath by the same person within a short period. Lena, this wall. Lena hurried over, and the scanning beam of the analyzer swept across the wall line by line. She stared at the translation results on the screen, remaining silent for a while before speaking. This is a seal maintenance log. The recorder was the assistant to the last court alchemist of the Starry Empire, the same person we saw in the restoration notes at the Royal Archives. The log states that the core of the seal is located directly below the hull and is in a waiting to be activated state. The activation condition requires a person embodying the 5 elements to perform a final synchronization. After synchronization, the seal will switch from the waiting mode to full activation mode, at which point the entire sealing apparatus will begin to execute its preset core functions. But he did not write what the core functions are. She turned to the next page of translation results, her voice dropping to an inaudible whisper. The second to last entry in the log is dated just before the collapse of the Starry Empire. The last entry's handwriting is different from the previous ones. More hastily written, the ink color also different, as if the same person returned here after many years to add it. The content contains only one sentence: the 5-element key has appeared, tracking in progress. The pursuer should go first. The hall fell silent for a moment. Lu Chun lightly tapped his fingers twice against his thigh, took out the signal amplifier from his backpack, and sent a short message towards the entrance. Baron, is the defensive position ready? Is there any anomaly at the entrance? Baron's reply came almost immediately. The position is ready. There are no anomalies at the entrance. He paused for a moment and put the amplifier back into his pocket. Auguste has been here, read these inscriptions, and then used a detector to lock onto the direction of the chaotic factor's contraction continuing downward. He knows that the 5-element key refers to me. He is tracking me, not my location, but my magical characteristics. Using the resonance of the magic between the fragment in his hand and my core, he is tracking step by step to the core of the seal, like a hound following a scent. What he left for me is not an open door, but a chase that has already begun. Whoever reaches the core of the seal first will be able to complete the synchronization. Lena has completed the dating of the hastily written record with the analyzer. She looked up the time since this note was added is about a week. Auguste arrived at least 3 days before us, but this entry was not written by him. The handwriting matches that of the assistant's original manuscript and is several hundred years old. When that assistant returned here hundreds of years ago and wrote the 5-element key has appeared, he was not tracking. But Auguste knows. He matched the assistant's record from hundreds of years ago with the pursuer he has in hand. So he left. Lu Chun said, taking the fragment and detection data, continued downward from here to the core of the seal. He tightened the cuffs of his robe and strode across the hall towards the next staircase entrance that was faintly visible behind the broken pillar. The two stepped over the scattered debris, their footsteps echoing in the vast hall for a moment before being swallowed once again by the low hum emanating from deep within the ruins. The staircase extended downward, and the darkness unfolded layer by layer beneath their feet. Descending from the Hall of Seals, the slope of the stone steps suddenly steepened. The ancient runes on the walls illuminated with a cold light dimmer than in the hall, flickering with an unstable frequency. Lu Chen walked down the soles of his boots, striking the stone steps, his footsteps compressed into a slender echo by the narrow stone walls on either side. The air grew increasingly viscous, the concentration of chaotic factors finally reaching a level perceptible without an analyzer. The magical circuit within him accelerated autonomously, the 5 elemental energies roiling restlessly in his dantian like 5 hounds sensing the scent of their kind. The concentration gradient is still increasing. Lena followed behind, holding the analyzer while reporting data as she walked. With every 10 steps it rises by about 0.5%. If this staircase leads directly to the core of the seal, the magical leakage from the seal itself exceeds any samples we measured in the secret realm by at least 1 order of magnitude. The suspended particles of magic in the air have been completely replaced by artificially synthesized materials. The proportions of calcium carbonate and silicate have dropped to single digits, leaving only the alchemical compounds unique to the stellar age. Luchin stopped. In front of him was the second stone door, larger than the entrance door. 7 layers of nested runes radiated outward from the recess in the center of the stone door, each recess glowing on its own. There was no need to retrieve the core from his backpack. He merely needed to press his hand against the center of the rune and inject the 5 elemental energies in turn. Fire, water, wind, earth. He paused when it came to the thunder element, his finger hovering above the recess. The thunder technique was the weakest among his 5 elements, with proficiency just surpassing the threshold of mastery, and its magical output precision was inferior to the other 4 elements. The injection amount for thunder element magic is not high, it only needs to trigger the recognition mechanism of the rune array. A low-power thunder strike will suffice, Lena said. Luchin's fingertip emitted a delicate arc of electricity, striking precisely at the center of the recess. The 7 layers of runes lit up one by one, and the stone door slid open silently. Behind the door was not a staircase, but a straight, narrow corridor approximately 30 steps long, with a faint blue light emanating from its end. The light did not come from magical lamps, but from symbiotic mineral crystal embedded in the stone walls on either side of the corridor. Each crystal emitted its own light, identical to the bioluminescence of the fungal carpet in the ancient tree zone of the secret realm. He is in the core area? Luchin lowered his voice. He arrived before us, but did not complete the synchronization. If the synchronization had been completed, the seal would have restarted and the concentration of chaotic factors should have decreased. The current rising concentration indicates that the seal is still in a standby state. He cannot break the door, he can only wait for us to arrive. Lena closed the analyzer. The central pillar has already been severed by him, but the door to the core area must be opened in person by a full-level practitioner of the 5 elements. The 2 of them passed through the narrow corridor. At the end was a circular stone chamber, the dome nearly connecting with that of the Hall of Seals, and embedded in the central floor was a massive symbiotic mineral, nearly 2 meters in diameter, far larger than any fungal crystal. This is the core of the entire sealing device. Beside the stone platform in front of the mineral stood a person clad in gray robes with gray-white hair, a lean face, and holding a crystal ball emitting a faint blue glow. August turned around. You are faster than I imagined. His voice was not loud, steady like when he asked questions at the seminar. The automatic scanners outside. You must have seen them. We saw them. Luchin stepped forward, stopping a few steps away from August. A circular layout, low-power detection waves that emit positioning beacons upon triggering. You left a monitoring network outside the entrance, but set no traps. Traps are useless against you. August placed the crystal ball on the stone platform, interlacing his hands on his knees as he sat down. The young lady beside you recorded all my behavioral patterns during the seminar. Any traps I set, she would analyze in advance. Rather than waste effort, it was better to leave the detection network for you to navigate. The facts have proven this. You followed the beacon signal all the way here. The other end of the navigation is you. Luchin said, you do not need to stop me, you need me to lead the way. Because only a full-level practitioner of the 5 elements can open the door to the core area. Correct. August nodded. I spent quite some time cutting through that central pillar. The high-temperature scorch marks on the cross-section, you should have seen them. But after cutting, I discovered that the seal's self-repair capability was stronger than I anticipated. The remaining 5 pillars redistributed their magical cycles within 3 minutes automatically, sharing the functions of the severed pillar. The seal is still alive. It has been waiting for someone. You saw that note in the maintenance log of the Hall of Seals. Luchin said, the last sentence written by the assistant. The key of the 5 elements has appeared, tracking in progress. The light chaser takes the lead. You matched his record with the light chaser in your hand. August's lips twitched. It was not a smile, but rather the expression of an old researcher when a student accurately recited the core argument of a paper. The assistant tracked a 5-element key hundreds of years ago. He failed, but his tracking method was not wrong. He used the predecessor of the light chaser, a primitive detector based on the principle of tracing magical residues. I spent considerable time restoring that method, and then spent a lot of time finding the first fragment. Then you displayed the core at Etherland, which allowed me to confirm that the 2 fragments came from the same magical source. On the last day of free discussion at the seminar, your light chaser locked onto the core's magical fluctuations. Locking on is the first step. The second step is tracing. The light chaser can reverse trace the magical characteristics of the creator from the magical residues, but the premise is that the target must continuously release magic within a certain range. When you showcased the core at the seminar, the magical fluctuations emitted by the core itself were strong enough, and the signal was very clear. But afterward you sealed it in a sealed bottle, and the signal was cut off. So you came to the northern border. Lena spoke, her tone as calm as when she was analyzing data at the seminar. You are not looking for relics. You are waiting for us. You know we would come. because the fluctuations of chaotic factors from the core of the seal would attract us. You preemptively buried detection devices in the permafrost not to find relics, but to track Lu Qin's magical characteristics. Completely correct. August turned to her. Your name is Lena, right? You recorded everyone's movements during the seminar, documenting everything from different angles. He paused, a hint of genuine admiration in his tone. If he had no analyst like you beside him, the detection network I set up would have locked onto him much faster. Lena did not respond to the compliment, merely continuing to ask, how many devices did you bury in the permafrost? 14. Arranged in a circular distribution covering the entire anomalous area. August calmly stated the number as if reading from an experimental report. Each one is equipped with an independent magical residue scanning module. As long as he uses any magic within the detection range, the scanner will automatically collect his magical characteristics and then transmit them to my light chaser through the beacon network. But after he entered the anomalous area, aside from using a wind-type signal once at the camp's perimeter, there was almost no unnecessary magical release. You told him that low-power magic would not trigger alarms. The scanner is sensitive to high-level magic, but the low-power release of basic magic does not trigger alarms. So you can track me because I am here, inside the ruins, releasing 5 elemental magic. Exactly. You used the core to open the first door and the 5 elemental magic to open the second door. Each release left a clear record on my light chaser. August picked up the crystal ball, and within the faint blue sphere appeared several newly recorded magical residue traces, among which the spectral characteristics of the 5 elements perfectly matched Lu Qin's magical circuit characteristics. Lu Qin fell silent for a moment. Then he sat down on the stone bench opposite August. In that case, we can skip the probing phase and talk business directly. You have been tracking me for so long, it cannot just be to confirm the performance of the light chaser. Correct. August placed the crystal ball back on the stone platform. You could say I have a request of you, or that we are using each other. No matter how you define our relationship, part of our goals overlap, and that is the key. Ultimately, the core of the seal requires a full-level practitioner of the 5 elements to complete the synchronization before it can be activated. I will not force you, nor can I, but I can exchange information for your cooperation regarding the truth of the chaotic factors and the true purpose of the final seal. Lena sat down beside Lu Qin, opening her notebook, the pen tip resting on the paper. Let us start with the first point, Lu Qin said. What exactly are chaotic factors? The circular stone chamber fell into silence for a moment. The symbiotic crystal embedded in the dome emitted a faint blue glow, casting a thin film of light over the folds of August's gray robe. He placed the crystal ball on the stone platform, his hands folded on his knees, and spoke. The chaos factor is not energy. The sulfur steam you measured in the secret realm and the polluted magical particles suspended in the frozen wasteland are merely its carriers. Chaos itself is a will. Before the world was born, it was the only existence. Later, the 5 elements differentiated from chaos, forming the orderly world you know. Chaos has not vanished, it has merely been pushed deep underground by order. It has a natural corrosiveness towards elemental creations, just as water seeps into sand, not out of malice, but out of instinct. He raised his hand and swept over the crystal ball. A light blue screen unfolded between the 3 of them, displaying layers of circular ripples that expanded outward from the center, only to be rebounded at a certain boundary. That was the chaos factor fluctuation model he had restored at the Chuch's Magical Research Institute, where each ripple represented a historical record of a beast tide. The intervals between the ripples grew closer, and the rebound amplitude increased. Each large-scale awakening of chaos corresponds to a beast tide. What you see in history books is the magical beasts attacking the borders and the 3 great kingdoms uniting to resist. This is not war, it is an immune response. The more the orderly world expands, the more intense the rebound from chaos. The Starlight Empire pushed magical civilization to the peak of orderly expansion, and the chaos rebound also reached its zenith. The Crown Prince entered the core of the seal, becoming part of the seal, pushing that rebound back. But he could only suppress it temporarily. The seal loosens every 300 years, and with each loosening, chaos draws closer to awakening. Lena lifted her head from her notebook. According to your theory, each appearance of a person with full S in all 5 elements coincides precisely with the loosening cycle of the seal. This is no coincidence. Of course not. August pointed to several locations on the ripple diagram, each marked by a tiny 5-colored light spot. Full S in all 5 elements is not a random talent. It is a stress response of the seal. When the seal loosens to a certain degree, it will give birth to a person who can control all 5 elemental forces simultaneously. This person is the key to the seal, and also the target of chaos. Every person with full S in all 5 elements in history has been targeted by chaos before achieving synchronization. Some died during beast tides, while others vanished before they could enter the core of the seal. The last one, The Crown Prince. He achieved synchronization, but he was skewed primarily fire and earth, with the other 3 elements weaker. His 5 elements were unbalanced, and the seal only activated halfway. So chaos is still present. Lu Chen said. The beast tide continues. The seal has waited so long for a person who perfectly embodies all 5 elements. Not perfection. August raised his head, his gaze shifting from the crystal ball to Lu Chen. It is balance. The magical power of the 5 elements must achieve precise balance within the same body. Not that each element can be used, but that each is equally strong. Your fire element is already perfect. The water and wind elements are close to perfection, while the earth and lightning elements are still in the mastery phase. Once you elevate the last 2 elements, you will accomplish what the Crown Prince could not. Lena's pen stopped on the paper. She stared at the line she had just written. Not that each element can be used, but that each is equally strong. And after a moment of silence, she looked up. You said you spent time in the secret realm. August did not deny it. He turned the crystal ball towards himself, and within the sphere appeared a scene familiar to Lu Chen, a gray-white carpet of fungal mycelium covering the roots of a giant tree in the center of an open area, with a faint blue glow shimmering on the surface of the mycelium. That is the ancient tree area of the secret realm. The edge of the image shows a section of mycelium that has been excavated with a clean break, made by someone using magical cutting tools. I found a fragment of the core device in the ancient tree area before you arrived. What you took was the complete core, while I took a piece of the symbiotic crystal cut from the mycelium network. The core is responsible for magical power conversion, while the fragment is responsible for magical power transmission. The 2 complement each other, but cannot operate independently. Without the sequence of runes in my fragment, you cannot decode the complete structure of the 7-layer nested runes. Without the magical power fluctuation data from your core, I cannot trace the location of the seal. So when you said our goals overlap, Lu Chen said, the overlapping part is greater than you think. What I want is inside the core of the seal. The highest masterpiece of the Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop. Not the 5 pillars nor the piece of symbiotic crystal. It is something sealed at the deepest part of the core. A crystal core that stores the complete original sample of the chaos factor. The Crown Prince sealed the only original sample at the deepest part of the core before the seal collapsed, and only someone who achieves synchronization of the 5 elements can break the seal to obtain it. What do you want that crystal core for? For research. August's tone was as calm as if stating a conclusion that had been verified countless times. Chaos can be guided by the magical power of the 5 elements. You confirmed this principle in the secret realm. Your core device is not precisely using the magical power of the 5 elements to constrain the chaos factor within the mycelium network, causing it to cycle. But that is merely guidance, not eradication. To completely eliminate the beast tide, one must fundamentally dismantle the will of chaos. I need the original sample in that crystal core to complete reverse research. Of course, when the time comes, the one standing before chaos will not be me, it will be you. After August spoke those words, the round stone chamber fell into a prolonged silence. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. He sat on the stone bench opposite August, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, the rhythm slow and steady, one after another. Lena understood this rhythm. He was calculating. Not numbers, but risks. Breaking down every possibility, assessing, ranking, and then selecting the optimal solution. You need me to open the door. Lu Chen finally spoke. You need the original sample from that crystal core. You need someone capable of achieving a 5-element synchronization to stand before the chaos. So you are tracking me not to capture me, but to ensure that when the door opens, I am on your side. To be precise, it is to ensure that when the door opens, we are on the same channel. August lightly traced his finger above the crystal ball, and a cross-section diagram of the entire ceiling core appeared on the light screen. The magical circulation of the 5 elemental pillars, the internal structure of the central symbiotic stone, and the minuscule area marked as unknown at the deepest point. The internal space of the ceiling core is divided into several layers. The outer layer is the 5-element pillar array, which you have already seen. The middle layer is the symbiotic stone responsible for magical transformation. The innermost layer, the place where the Crown Prince sealed the original sample, can only be entered by someone who has achieved 5-element synchronization. I cannot enter. Whether you believe it or not, I never intended to go in myself. My magical attribute is singlement leaning towards water, and I can't even activate the second pillar of the 5-element array. So you need me. What will you offer in exchange? Information. August sat up straight, his tone still steady, but his speech slightly faster, as if reading from a partnership draft that had been revised numerous times. First, the complete research results on chaos factors, including all my unpublished experimental data from the past 5 years. Second, the internal disagreements within the church regarding the research on chaos factors. Not everyone is like me, only wanting to study. There are some who advocate weaponizing chaos factors. I came to the Northern Territory not just for research. I also want to secure the crystal core before they do. Third, regarding the last crown prince of the Xinhua Empire, I have the last magical residue record he left within the sealing core. That record can tell you what conditions synchronization truly requires. Lina's pen paused on the paper. She glanced at August, and then turned to Lu Chun. The first and third points are what we need. As for the second point, if what he said about weaponization is true, then there are indeed divisions within the church. This could also explain why he chose to act alone instead of bringing an entire team from the Magical Research Institute. He fears leaking information. Not fear, August said. It has already leaked. Before I came to the Northern Territory, 2 encrypted files within the Magical Research Institute were tampered with. One file was a feasibility assessment of weaponizing chaos factors, and the other contained the location data of the Northern Territory's ruins. Combined, these 2 matters are enough for certain people to take action. I am a step ahead of them, but not by much. Lu Chun remained silent for a moment. His fingers paused on his knee. Then he stood up, walked to the enormous symbiotic stone, and pressed his hand against its surface. The magical energies of the 5 elements flowed from his palm in succession: fire, water, wind, earth, thunder. The magical circulation within the stone was triggered simultaneously by the 5 elemental magics, causing the entire stone to glow slowly, emitting a deep resonant hum. The light from the 5 elemental pillars flickered alternately, each flicker corresponding to a cycle of the magical circulation within the stone. And in the central area that was originally pitch black, the minuscule zone marked as unknown on the cross-section diagram, faint traces of pale blue light began to emerge. I can cooperate with you. Lu Chun withdrew his hand, the glow of the stone gradually dimming, and the faint pale blue light faded away, but the low-frequency hum lingering in the air continued to echo within the stone chamber. But there are a few conditions. First, all your research data, including unpublished experimental records and the Crown Prince's magical residue data, must be handed over to us before synchronization begins. Second, the time and method of synchronization will be decided by me. Not by you, not by the church, and not by any external pressures. Third, Lina must be present throughout. You may observe, but you cannot intervene. Fourth, if any abnormalities occur during synchronization, regardless of whether it is a chaos backlash or if your colleagues arrive, our cooperative relationship will be immediately terminated. At that time, I will prioritize protecting my teammates. Your crystal core will not be within my considerations. August looked at Lu Chun, remaining silent for a while. Then he extended his hand. That hand was thin yet strong, with calluses from years of holding a detector palm, facing up, fingers slightly spread. It was not a gesture for a handshake, but the standard gesture for mages to sign a magical contract, signifying that both parties guarantee the terms of the contract with their own magical circuits. Very fair. I accept all conditions. Lu Chun reached out, placing his palm against August's. The 5-element magical energies intertwined briefly between their palms, forming a thin magical contract line in the air, which then split into 2, each merging into the inner side of their wrists. Lina closed her notebook and stood up. The cooperation is established. I will analyze the Crown Prince's magical residue data next. Before he begins synchronization, I need to clarify what the so-called balance standard actually is. If it is merely the ability to release all 5 elements, he already meets the criteria. But the Crown Prince was also able to release all 5 elements back then. What he lacked was not the ability to release, but something else. It is the balanced distribution of magical circuits. August said. The Crown Prince's magical circuit was naturally biased towards fire and earth, while the circuit width of the other 3 elements was less than half of that of fire and earth. Synchronization requires the simultaneous infusion of 5 elemental magic into the sealing core, and the infusion amounts must be precisely equal. His water, wind, and thunder circuits are too narrow, and the infusion amount cannot keep up, relying solely on fire and earth to compensate. This compensation led to the sealing determining him as biased, resulting in only half of the synchronization being completed. He paused. You are different. Your magical circuits are naturally balanced across 5 elements, but your proficiency is uneven. Fire is complete while earth is just beginning. You need to elevate the last 2 elements as well. 2 weeks. Lu Chun said. I only have 2 weeks. The buffer period given by Celine is almost up, and the faction within the church advocating weaponization may appear in the Northern Territory at any time. In 2 weeks, I need to elevate the earth and thunder elements from the proficiency stage, at least up to near completion. Aoguzit handed the Crown Prince's residual magical record to Lina. It was a pale blue crystal shard the size of a fingernail embedded in the core bay of his pursuer device. When extracted, it still emitted a faint magical luminescence. Lina placed it into the analyzer and barely looked up. Data scrolled across the screen line after line. Her pen raced over the notebook, and her brow grew ever tighter. Lu Chun did not interrupt her. He sat on the stone bench and waited in silence. Opposite him, the vast symbiotic, or he had just once activated with five-fold magic, continued its slow internal circulation. Pale blue light flowed in waves along the seven-layer nested runes. Whenever the glow reached the edge of that tiny region marked unknown, on the cross-section it would brighten briefly only to be pushed back by some invisible barrier, dim, and begin anew. Like waves lapping a bank over and over. Lena finally looked up. She clenched the freshly finished analysis notes. Numbers densely filled the page. The Crown Prince's residual magical record shows that during synchronization, the real-time output deviations among the five elements where fire and earth outputs were similar, both above the baseline. Water and wind were low at 3/4 and 2/3 of the baseline respectively. Lightning was the weakest, under half. The seal determined he was skewed at the very beginning of his infusion and terminated the synchronization procedure. But he did not give up. He poured every remaining mode of magic into the sealing core, and at least shut the gate to the core chamber. We can still stand here because he bought this seal with his life. She flipped to a new page. Lu Chen's current proficiency levels in the five elements were marked there, each followed by a percentage comparing them to the Crown Prince's data. Your fire is perfected, roughly 10% stronger than the Crown Prince's. Water and wind are near completion, their gaps are within 5%. The problem lies with earth and lightning. Earth has barely passed the novice threshold, its output less than 1/4 of your fire. Lightning sits in the mid-adept range, only about 1/3 of fire. At that ratio, synchronization would not flag you as skewed, nor declare you perfectly balanced. It will wait, waiting for you to raise the final two elements, or until your magic is exhausted. Once synchronization begins, it cannot be voluntarily stopped. So what you must do now is not open the gate immediately, but shore up your two weakest elements. 2 weeks, Lu Chen said. Earth from novice to near complete, lightning from mid-adept to complete. How many repetitions per day, at minimum? Lena bent her head to calculate, wrote the number in the corner of her notes, tore the page off, and handed it to him. Lu Chen glanced down. The number was not small, but it did not exceed his estimate. He folded the slip, put it in his pocket, rose, and walked toward the 5 towering pillars at the center of the hall. He said nothing more, raised his right hand, and began practicing earth. Awaken sat on a stone bench in the corner, the crystal orb on his lap, as motionless as a statue. From that moment, the sealing hall contained only the sound of magic being released. Lu Chen stood between the 5 pillars and started with earth. The pulsing cadence of the earth spike technique remained at a novice frequency. Slow, blunt, the intervals between pulses were too long, and the stalagmites that rose from the ground collapsed into piles of rubble almost as soon as they formed. He memorized the numbers Lena had given and began adjusting again and again. The pulse intervals shortened, the thrust of each pulse increased. Each surge of power pressed into the ground deeper and more solid than the last. He trained until his magic was spent, sat cross-legged to meditate and recover, then resumed. Periodically, Lena reported the metrics. How much the deviation had dropped, how much formation time had shortened, how much structural stability had improved. After each report, she noted a line in her notebook and returned her gaze to the analyzer. Awaken and Balin visited once the next evening. Balin shouldered his slab and stood at the hall's entrance, transferring his stone wall technique's permeability practice from the slab to the frozen soil at the threshold. The sealing hall's floor was not frozen earth, but symbiotic or earth magic could not permeate it. But he was only there to assist, using earth pulses to provide an external calibration for Lu Chen's resonance, as they had done in the ancient tree zone. Awaken set a pack of honey bread on the bench, glanced at the sweat-darkened patch on Lu Chen's back, and hesitated. Without looking up, Lena said, "Tell him not to overdo it. He won't listen. Ask him when he'll rest, and he'll say when his magic is exhausted. Save your breath." Awaken opened his mouth, closed it, and turned away. At the doorway, he did not look back. He only called, "Eat the bread while it's warm." On the 5th day, earth broke through to adept. When stalagmites rose, they no longer crumbled. Coarse rock textures were clearly visible, and formation time was compressed to 1/3 of what it had been at the novice stage. Lu Chen did not stop. He moved on to train lightning. The penetrative pulse of the lightning strike technique, the lightning route's efficient method, requires compressing magic into a razor-sharp, piercing burst in an instant. Its release is faster than the spiral burst of the fireball technique and demands greater precision than the laminar cut of the wind blade. He stood before the lightning pillar and unleashed bolt after bolt. Arcs detonated from his fingertips, then died away and detonated again. The magical circuits in his arms went from soreness to numbness, and then back to a rekindled heat. By the 8th day, lightning neared completion. The release speed of lightning strike had been compressed to the level of a perfected fireball, and its penetration had more than doubled. Lena closed her notebook and announced that the final data check was complete. The output deviations of the 5 elements had all shrunk into single-digit percentages. The fire set the baseline, a water deviated by less than 5%, wind, less than 3, earth, just over 7, lightning 4%. All met the standard. Lu Chun withdrew his hand. The runes on the 5 pillars flickered once in unison at that last lightning strike, then returned to stillness. He went to the bench, took the packet of bread Iluan had left, and peeled back the greaseproof paper. Honey-filled exactly like the piece Iluan had shoved into his hand on the first day of enrollment. The bread had cooled, but it was still sweet. Synchronization begins tomorrow. What the Crown Prince could not finish would fall to Lu Chun. In the circular stone chamber sealing the core, the runes on the 5 elemental pillars began to glow one by fire, water, wind, earth, thunder. 5 beams of light flickered alternately in the order of the 5 elemental sequences. Each time they illuminated the massive symbiotic, or in the center emitted a deep, prolonged hum. Lu Chun stood directly in front of the, or rolling the cuffs of his robe up to his elbows. Lean-ass Analyzer was positioned at the edge of the stone platform with the screen continuously refreshing the 5 elemental magical fluctuation, curves 5 differently colored lines slowly dancing on the light screen. The deviation values of the 5 elements are all within 10%. We can begin. Lu Chun extended his right hand, pressing it against the surface of the ore. The touch was slightly cool, comparable to the surface temperature of the core in the ancient tree area, but the magical circulation within the ore was more vast and complex than any starlight relic he had ever encountered. The 5 elemental magical energies flowed in sequence from his palm, and a gear-like vibration emanated from within the ore as 7 layers of nested runes began to illuminate from the outermost layer. It was no longer the previous dim light. It was a blazing, burning radiance, and every layer that lit up caused the entire hall to tremble. The runes are responding normally. The 5 elemental magical energies are being synchronized and absorbed by the magical circulation system within the ore. The seal has recognized the full S characteristics of the 5 elements. Synchronization program initiated. Lean-ass voice was low, each word clear and steady, indistinguishable from her usual data reporting. August sat on a stone bench in the corner, a crystal ball resting on his lap, his hands clasped over his robe. He had mentioned that synchronization was a bidirectional reading between the seal and the synchronizer. As the seal confirmed the balance of the 5 elements, the synchronizer would also sense what lay deep within the seal. The Starry Empire had suppressed chaos for hundreds of years. Its accumulated will was more immense than any magical beast and could not be confronted directly. Instead, it maintained the 5-element cycle, using its magical circuit as a stabilizer to keep the fluctuations of chaos within the seal's tolerable range. Lu Chun closed his eyes. Waves of chaotic energy surged from deep within the ore one after. That power was heavy, cold, and extremely ancient. It was not magical energy, nor an element, but a pure will that had been suppressed for far too long. It did not hate him, nor did it fear him. It was merely confirming whether the person before it was the key. The 5 elemental magical energies began to circulate automatically within his body. Fire spiraled up from his left arm, water surged forward from his right arm, wind swirled in layers within his chest, earth pulsed down along his legs, and thunder pulsed through his spine. The 5 magical pathways operated simultaneously within his body without interference. The seal was constructing a buffer layer between his magical circuit and the chaotic factors, and all he needed to do was maintain this cycle under the impact of chaotic will until the seal fully activated. The energy fluctuations inside the ore suddenly intensified. Lu Chun's fingertips sank into the surface of the ore, and the back of his robe was instantly soaked with sweat, as if his magical circuit had been filled with molten iron. He did not let go. The magical circuit's load is at 73% and still rising. 79%, 84%. Lean-ass voice remained steady, but her pen stopped on the paper. Then the load value stabilized at 86%, and the 5-element cycle began to automatically adjust its flow rhythm, dispersing the overloaded magical energy into different circuit branches. Load stabilized. The 5-element cycle has entered a self-regulating state. He is beginning to adapt. August fell silent for a moment. Not everyone can do this. It was only him. The Crown Prince's magical circuit was biased. The fire and earth elements were too broad, while the water, wind, and thunder elements were too narrow, leading to an inability to withstand overload. But Lu Chun's 5 elements were naturally balanced, and the overloaded magical energy would be automatically diverted. Lu Chun did not hear what they were saying. His consciousness was being pulled deep into the ore, passing through 7 layers of nested runes, through the layers of chaotic factors that had accumulated for centuries, finally stopping in the center of an endless gray void. There stood a person. His golden hair had faded to gray-white, his robe tattered, and he leaned on a broken magic wand, facing away from Lu Chun, looking at a swirling mass of black chaos in the void. The last Crown Prince of the Starry Empire. The Crown Prince turned around. His features were blurred, eroded by centuries of chaos, until only a silhouette remained, yet his voice was still clear. You finally came. The seal told me that a person with balanced 5 elements would come to take my place. I have been here guarding for a long time. long enough that I can no longer remember the seasons outside. I could only prevent the seal from completely collapsing using my own magical circuit to maintain the last barrier. But you are different. Your 5 elements are balanced. You can accomplish what I could not. Complete the synchronization and fully activate the seal. He turned slightly, revealing the swirling black chaos behind him. Faintly visible in the depths of the chaos was a tightly closed stone door engraved with the markings of the 5 elemental elements. That was the ultimate seal. Once synchronization was complete, the seal would fully activate, permanently locking that door. Behind the door was the source of chaos, the primordial chaotic will that existed before the birth of the world. Once the door was locked, there would be no more magical beast, tides, no more leakage of chaotic factors. Lu Chen stared at the door in silence for a moment. He recalled the countless mornings spent in the training room of the Eastern Academy, thought of Gray's notes, and remembered those words: "Those who unify the 5 elements can open this door." Then he asked the Crown Prince if he had known that this day would come. The Crown Prince shook his head. Not knowing, believing that one day a person with balanced 5 elements would stand before this door. That person's magical energy deviation values must all be within 10%. The earth and thunder elements could not be weaker than the fire element by more than 10%, and all must reach a proficiency close to perfection or above. Lu Chen showed him. His earth element had just surpassed the peak of mastery. The thunder element was close to perfection with a deviation value of less than 7%. He met the criteria. The Crown Prince was silent for a long time. Then he released the broken wand and took a step back. Then it will be left to the next key holder. His figure began to dissipate layer by layer, turning into faint golden light points from the edges inward, the last remnants of light, slowly merging into the stone door. The 5 elemental markings on the door suddenly illuminated. The final stage of synchronization had begun. Lu Chen opened his eyes. The light in the ceiling hall was gradually dissipating. The runes on the 5 elemental pillars were retreating from a fierce brightness to a faint blue glow. In the center, within the massive symbiotic, or the last cycle of magical energy, had just completed its final loop, emitting a faint sound akin to the afterecho of a pendulum coming to rest. His hand still rested on the surface of the, or his fingertips slightly warm, while the back of his robe was soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin, damp and cool. The concentration of chaotic particles is decreasing. Lina's voice came from beside the stone platform, steady as ever, but each word was lighter than usual, as if afraid of startling something. The peak has passed, and it is now on the decline. The rate of decline is faster than expected. It is not the seal suppressing it. Chaos is contracting on its own. The seal has fully activated. Auguste stood up from the cornerstone bench, the crystal ball on his knee rolling to the ground without him picking it up. He walked to the symbiotic, or extending his thin fingers half an inch above its surface. The residual fluctuations of chaotic particles were diminishing at a perceptible speed, like waves of sea water retreating during low tide, each wave weaker than the last. Fully activated, he repeated the phrase, his voice low, carrying the weight of exhaustion and relief from long suppression. What the Crown Prince did not complete, you have achieved. Lu Chen did not respond. He was feeling his internal magical circuits gradually settling from their sync. The 5 elemental energies had been drawn away by the seal, now slowly recovering, yet his body did not feel hollow, instead it felt quite smooth. The minor injuries accumulated during the special training. The dull pain left by earth element pulses on his arm, the burn marks from lightning element arcs on his fingertips, were all smoothed over in that moment, when synchronization was completed by the returning magical energy of the seal. He tried to gather a small fireball at his fingertips, the spiral rotation steadier than before, almost requiring no deliberate control. Lina noticed this as well. She quickly jotted down a note in her notebook, speculating that after synchronization the seal would channel some magical energy back into the synchronizer's body, equivalent to a natural repair of the entire magical circuit. Not a speculation. Auguste bent down to pick up the crystal ball, wiping the surface of dust with his sleeve. The Starlight Royal Alchemy Workshop deliberately left a return channel when designing the final seal. The synchronizer provides magical energy, and the seal returns no more than 30% of the energy as compensation for circuit repair after confirming balance. This is a bidirectional contract. The seal needs 5 elemental keys, and the keys also need to be repaired. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light suddenly illuminated the interior of the symbiotic ore. It was not the light from the 5 elemental pillars, nor the glow from the 7-layer nested runes. Rather, it was a pure light rising slowly from the depths of the ore directly beneath the stone door guarded by the Crown Prince for over 800 years. The light passed through layer after layer of rune structures, breaking through the surface of the ore. It was a crystal only the size of a thumb, but the internal light was purer than any crystallization of symbiotic or seen before, with the faint blue light evenly circulating on the surface, resembling a miniature star slowly rotating. The crystal core floated automatically in front of Lu Chun, hovering in midair, trembling slightly, as if waiting for something. Primitive sample. Auguste's voice was extremely low, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. This is the original sample sealed by the Crown Prince. The completely pure form of chaotic particles. An original sample that has not been contaminated by any elements. All the magical residues we tracked with the pursuer ultimately pointed to it. Lu Chun extended his hand, and the crystal core gently landed in his palm. Its touch was not cold, but rather slightly warm, as if it had been held in someone's hand for a long time. He looked down at the glowing crystal core in his palm, remaining silent for a while. He used it as an exchange. He left the crystal core here as a reward for completing the synchronization. But what he truly wanted to leave was not the core itself, but what lies beyond that door. Auguste raised his head. Behind the door is the source of chaos. Lu Chun said, that door sealed the source of chaos, and once the seal fully activated, that door would be permanently locked. The Crown Prince guarded this door for over 800 years, not because it could still be opened, but because he was informing every potential synchronizer of the cost of sealing the door. What is the cost? Not magical energy. It is memory. The Crown Prince infused his most essential essence into the core of the seal as the final calibration standard of synchronization. Not magical circuits, not blood samples, but the original imprint of magical cognition. The synchronizer must contribute the most core mastery of magic, leaving it forever in the seal. The seal does not require your life, it requires your memory. Lena's pen tip paused heavily on the paper, the ink spreading out slightly. Auguste remained silent for a while, then reached out carefully to take the crystal core from Lu Chun's palm, placing it into a sealed bottle he carried with him. He did not speak, merely tightening the bottle cap gently. The third clause of the cooperation agreement. The time and method of synchronization will be decided by me. Lu Chun withdrew his hand. I have already made my decision. The door is sealed, the chaotic particles will no longer leak, and the source of the beast tide has been severed. The ultimate creation beneath the seal is neither a weapon, nor a technology, nor anything that can be used. The Crown Prince made himself the final key to the seal, permanently locking the source of chaos behind that door. What he could not finish, I will complete for him. Lena closed the analyzer and stood up. Baron and Alan are still guarding the entrance on the ground. We should go up now. She walked beside Lu Chun, handing him the staff. Lu Chun took the staff, its body gleaming faintly in the clean air after the chaotic particles had receded. The three of them passed through the narrow corridor, climbed the stone steps, and walked past the broken central pillar of the ceiling hall, ascending along the path they had come. The first stone door silently slid shut behind them, and the light of the 7-layer nested runes extinguished layer by layer. The wind in the frozen earth wilderness had unknowingly ceased. As Lu Chun emerged from the crevice, a fissure appeared in the leaden gray clouds overhead. A ray of sunlight spilled through the crack in the clouds, landing on the rocky platform below the precipice, which had been flattened by tools of magical power. The sunlight illuminated the remnants of snow on the surface of the broken stones, reflecting tiny points of light. The chaotic particles lingering in the air were slowly dissipating, but the oppressive, muffled, low-frequency hum had completely vanished, replaced by a lighter, refreshing sensation reminiscent of the tranquility following a rainstorm. Baron's stone tablet stood motionless right in front of the crevice entrance, flanked by 3 layers of staggered stone walls. He himself sat upon the stone tablet, hands pressed upon its surface, while earth magic slowly permeated. Seeing Lu Chun emerge, he jumped down from the stone tablet, glanced up and down at him, then turned to shout behind. All 3 of them have come out. Alan's head peeked out from behind a stone wall. He was still gripping a fireball that he hadn't had time to release, which extinguished with a pop at his fingertips, leaving a thin wisp of blue smoke. You've been down there for quite a while. I almost thought you got lost in there. No, you definitely wouldn't get lost. I almost thought you got into a fight with the church down there. He's following you out too. Lu Chun saw Auguste emerge from the crevice right behind him. His words faltered, and his finger instinctively raised again, reigniting the fireball in his palm. How did he come out as well? A collaborative relationship, Lu Chun replied. The synchronization is complete. The seal has been activated, and the chaotic particles are receding. He's here to collect research samples, and the samples have been obtained. Alan glanced at Lu Chun, then at Auguste, and the fireball in his hand gradually extinguished. A collaborative relationship. Fine. Since the captain said so, I won't ask further. But could you give me a heads up next time there's such a collaboration? I almost blasted a fireball over just now. Lena stepped out from behind Lu Chun, her hair dusted with the stone powder from deep within the ruins, but the notebook in her hand had already turned to a new page. The peak of chaotic particles has passed, and the rate of dissipation is stable. The driving force behind the border beast tide has been severed, and it is expected that beast activity will return to normal levels within a few days. She said to Ella, who stood at the edge of the stone wall, still gripping the long sword that had been polished countless times. After hearing Lena's data, she didn't ask further, merely nodded, and turned to say a few words to the communications soldier behind her. The soldier ran off, the sound of his boots crunching on the frozen stones gradually fading. After the chaotic particles recede, the activities of border beasts will significantly decrease. This joint reconnaissance mission can be declared a success. Ella inserted the long sword back into its sheath at her waist, her movements crisp and decisive. What are your plans next? Return to the academy to report. Professor Gray is still waiting for news. The faction within the church advocating for weaponization won't let this go easily. The research data August brings back may become a bargaining chip for them in the internal struggle at the Magical Research Institute. The headache from here on out is his. Ella's lips moved slightly. It was an expression she had never shown at the. She said that the military of Wilt would also receive a complete mission report, and Lu Chen's name would be included in the report. I hope our next meeting won't be during the next beast tide outbreak, but rather in a situation where we don't have to carry weapons. After speaking, she extended her hand, and Lu Chen shook it. Her grip was as firm as her swordsmanship. Lu Chen approached Baron. You defended the position on the frozen earth for a day and a night. Thank you. Baron lifted the stone tablet from the ground and slung it over his shoulder, breaking into a grin. He mentioned that the stone walls in this frozen earth would require diligent practice, as the resistance to penetration was significantly greater than that of the Academy's tablets. Next time you come, let's see if we can drive the walls deeper. Alan chimed in. The honey bread is all gone, completely finished. I gave the last piece to Baron. There isn't even a cafeteria in this northern region, so when I get back, I'll head straight to the cafeteria for a meal. As he spoke, he hastily packed his backpack and water bottle scattered near the stone wall. Lena closed the analyzer, placing the notebook and instrument back into different compartments of her backpack. She asked him, will the sealed memories affect your future magic? The fireball spell is still intact. Lu Chun raised his right hand, and a fireball ignited in his palms, spinning steadily, its brilliance indistinguishable from when he was training. What was taken by the seal was cognition, not skills. It's like you remember how to ride a broom, but you don't recall who helped you the first time you rode one. Lena lowered her head in silence for a moment, then wrote a line in her notebook, synchronization complete. Sealed memories. Crown Prince, seal the door. She closed the notebook and looked up at Lu Chun. After returning, I will compile all the data from this mission into a formal report. Encrypt and send it to Professor Gray. Understood. And you'll need to reimburse Alan for his bread money once you get back? Got it. Lu Chun turned around, facing the frozen earth wilderness and the widening crack in the clouds, with his back to the permanently sealed stone door below the precipice. The sunlight had already illuminated more than half of the wilderness. Let's set off. He stepped forward, his boots crunching on the broken stones and remaining snow producing a delicate sound. Behind him was the sealing core guarded by the Crown Prince for over 8 centuries, and ahead lay the path home. The beast tide had ended. Tomorrow there would be much to do. The airship returning from the Northern Territory descended at Greenwell Academy during the evening. The stone path of the docking area was bathed in a warm orange hue by the setting sun. The pointed tops of the 5 towers stood quietly in the twilight, identical to how they appeared when he left. As Lu Chun walked down the gangway, Gray was already waiting. He did not bring an assistant or anyone else. Alone, he stood at the end of the stone path, hands clasped behind his back, his gray hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. You're back. You're back. Gray's gaze swept over Lu Chun, then scanned the others behind him, Lena, Alan, Ryan, and Baron. Each of them looked a little thinner and weighed down, not with silence, but with a palpable heaviness. He nodded, refraining from saying anything like you've worked hard, and simply turned to lead them towards the main building of the academy. Submit your mission report tomorrow. The cafeteria has saved dinner for you tonight. He paused, honey bread just baked. Alan's eyes lit up. As the door to Gray's office closed behind them, the clock tower outside chimed 6 times. Lu Chun sat down in the chair opposite the desk, while Gray did not return to his desk, but leaned against the windowsill, arms crossed. He recounted the most critical aspects of the Northern Territory mission from beginning to end. The seal had fully activated, the chaotic factors were receding, and the source of the beast tide had been severed. The Crown Prince's phantom faded, leaving the last step of sealing to Lu Chun. Augustus obtained the original sample crystal core, and both parties signed a magical contract. Research data would be fully shared, and the faction within the Holy See advocating for weaponization was temporarily suppressed, though it remained uncertain for how long. When Gray heard Augustus' name, his eyebrows twitched slightly, but he did not interrupt. Upon hearing about the sealing, his fingers gripping the edge of the windowsill tightened slightly, the knuckles turning pale in the dusk. How long did he guard that door? Over 800 years. Gray fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting past Lu Chun to the training grounds outside the window. The lights were still on in the window of training room No. 3, the spot where he had taught Lu Chun the spiral fireball on that first morning. What did he say to you? He said he believed that one day a person with balanced affinities in all 5 elements would come to that door. He said to leave the door to the keys that would come later. The keys that will come later. Gray repeated these words. He turned around, picked up the teacup from the windowsill, the tea inside, already cold, but he still took a sip. He knew he was not the last key. He sealed the door for so long, not waiting for someone, but for someone more suitable than himself. You achieved. Lu Chun remained silent. Gray set down the teacup. What did the seal take from you? A part of my memory. The fireball technique remains. I just can't recall some details from practicing the fireball technique, like how many times I practiced one night in the training room, or which morning someone helped me correct the spiral rotation speed. Unimportant details, Gray said, his tone as steady as usual. The important things are all remembered, Lu Chun replied. The light outside dimmed further. A faint aroma of baked bread wafted from the direction of the cafeteria, mingling with the crisp evening air of late autumn seeping through the window cracks. Lu Chun stood up, took out the report filled with data from the Northern Territory mission from his backpack, and placed it on Gray's desk. Then he walked to the door, suddenly stopping without turning back. The Crown Prince guarded the seal for over 800 years. The Holy See will not record this matter. The Xinghui Empire has long vanished, and history books will only state he was the last Crown Prince without mentioning what he did. Only a few of us know what lies beyond that door. Gray did not respond. I believe someone should remember for Lu Chun said. The silence in the office stretched over several breaths. Then Gray spoke. His voice was not loud. Each word seemed to have been carefully retrieved from a distant place. At your age, I also knew a student with affinity for all 5 elements. He never graduated. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because no one told him how to take the last step. Today someone completed the last step for the Crown Prince. Lu Chun stood at the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. What was that student's name? His name was Alan Gray. He was my younger brother. Gray lifted the teacup from the windowsill, resting the rim against his lips, yet did not drink. His gaze fell upon the silver ring on his left hand's ring finger, the surface reflecting a faint glow in the dusk. He remained silent for a moment, then set down the cup. The spiral fireball I taught you was something he discovered on his own back then. He said that the spiral convergence could enhance the penetration power of the fireball. At that time, the Academy did not have this training system. He found the correct spiral rotation speed after months of trial and error. Later, his magical circuit encountered problems, not due to the spiral fireball, but because he attempted to synchronize alone. When the seal began to loosen, lacking the balance of 5 elements, the circuit could not withstand it. So from the day you came to test, I knew you would walk a path further than his. Lu Chun did not speak. He stood at the door for a long time. The clock tower outside chimed 7 times. He released the doorknob and turned facing Gray. Then he sincerely bowed to Gray with great respect. As he straightened up, Gray was looking at him, a faint curve still at the corner of his mouth, but there was a thin glow at the edge of his eyes. He did not let that glow spill over. He simply picked up the teacup again and nodded at Lu Chun. Lu Chun pushed open the tower door. The cafeteria's lights spilled through the window onto the stone path where Alan was standing at the cafeteria door, waving at him, holding a half-eaten honey bread and mumbling something. The evening breeze gently blew, carrying the sweet scent of honey bread mixed with the crisp air of late autumn, wafting from the direction of the cafeteria all the way to the foot of the tower. He stepped forward, walking towards that area of light. Early the next morning, Lu Chun was awakened by the alluring scent of toasted bread from the cafeteria. It was no dream. Alan was already dressed and sitting by the bed, holding an oiled paper bag with a steaming honey-filled bread. You skipped dinner last night and went to sleep, so I brought you breakfast. The cafeteria aunt heard we returned from the northern border and specially added more honey, saying that there's barely a decent blade of grass in the northern border and we must not have eaten well. He stuffed the bread into Lu Chun's hand, already shoving half of another piece into his mouth, mumbling, I think she's... Lu Chun took the bread and took a bite. The sweetness of the honey melted in his mouth, the softness of the dough and the perfectly warm heat reminded him of the piece Alan had given him on the first day of school. He leaned against the headboard, not in a hurry to get out of bed. Alan was still chattering about how the cafeteria aunt had given him 2 extra pieces of bread and how Baron had scared the kitchen aunt by eating 3 bowls of thick soup. Lu Chun listened, occasionally responding, and when Alan finally paused to catch his breath, he got up and headed to the washroom. He closed the door, opened the panel. A light blue holographic screen unfolded in his mind. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel. Fire. Fireball Technique Proficiency 100, 001, 0000 Perfect. Flame Explosion Technique Proficiency 872, 410000 Mastered. Water. Ice Spike Technique Proficiency 100, 001, 0000 Perfect. Ice Sealing Technique Proficiency 689, 110000 Mastered. Wind. Wind Blade Technique Proficiency 100, 001, 0000 Perfect. Storm Technique Proficiency 710, 310000 Mastered. Earth. Earth Spike Technique Proficiency 970, 110000 Mastered. Earthquake Technique Proficiency 2140100000 Mastered. Lightning Strike Technique Proficiency 983410000 Mastered. Lightning Web Technique Proficiency 4520100000 Mastered. At the bottom of the panel, a new line appeared. Current magic level Mage Mentor, level 6. Next level required full mastery of all 5 advanced magic types. The basic 3 types were already perfected. The Earth and Lightning types had also reached the peak of mastery during the special training in the northern border, just a few hundred repetitions away from perfection. His mage level stood firmly on the threshold of Mage Mentor. While his peers were still struggling as junior mages, he had already touched the threshold of Great Mage. Lu Chen looked at those numbers, silently calculating the training volume required next. Earth Spike Technique was still 299 repetitions short, and Lightning Strike Technique was 166 repetitions short. A matter of 2 or 3 days. He turned off the panel, washed his face, and pushed the door open. Alan was already dressed in his robe waiting for him at the door. You took a long time washing your face. You didn't fall asleep in the washroom, did you? No, I was thinking about the training plan. Another training plan. Alan chuckled, picking up another piece of bread from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. Finish eating, and let's head to the training room. I wanted to tell you last night, my spiral fireball can now maintain a stable inner 3 to outer 2 rotation ratio, but I can't seem to adjust it to inner 2 and outer 3. You help me take a look. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately. He looked at Alan's hands, which had developed calluses from repeatedly casting fireballs, and recalled the name he had heard last night in Gray's office. Alan Gray. Gray's brother, the young mage who had independently developed the spiral fireball and attempted synchronization during the loosening of the seal. He had no blood relation to the Alan in front of him, merely sharing the same name. But when Gray corrected Alan's spiral rotation, did he ever think of another Alan? The inner 2 and outer 3 rotation ratio is not meant for penetrating. A higher outer layer rotation means that when the fireball flies out, its trajectory will deviate, but the explosion range will be larger. This ratio is suitable for area suppression. What you actually needed when dealing with the Shadow Wolf pack in the secret realm was this. Not single-point penetration, but area suppression. He lifted the covers and picked up his robe from the bedside. Let's go to the training room. The door to training room 3 was open. Bar and slate was propped against the wall, and the deep and shallow permeation patterns on the stone wall had nearly doubled since they set off. Alan stood in front of the central target, his right hand spinning a fireball, the outer rotation speed slowly climbing. Lu Chen stood beside him, using wind-type magic to sense the changes in the fireball's rotation speed. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Delina walked in carrying a stack of freshly bound reports and nodded at Lu Chen. The official report for the Northern Border mission has been finalized, and the encrypted message was just sent to Professor Gray. He included a note in the reply. Within this week, formal documents will be issued. The entire Liao Yuan team is granted formal mercenary status in advance. Not an internship, but formal. Alan's fireball wobbled in his palm, almost slipping out. Wait, formal mercenaries? You mean the kind that can accept or rank missions, can be listed in the mercenary guild, and can receive full commissions? We've barely been in school for a year. He turned to look at Lu Chen, the fireball still hovering in midair. Do you know what this means? From now on, the rewards for our missions won't be internship allowances, but full commissions. I can pay off the rent on my family's fields next year. Lena leaned against the doorframe of the training room, flipping to the last page of the report. Professor Gray also mentioned in the postscript that this early grant of formal status was mainly due to the high quality of the chaotic factor data we provided during the Northern Border mission, which allowed the alchemy advisor at the Mercenary Guild to bypass the usual internship period after review. Additionally, a formal letter of thanks has also been sent by the military of the Weirdert Kingdom, signed by Ella Weirdert. She closed the report. Did you think she would write a letter of thanks when you shook hands with her in the Northern Border? I didn't expect it. But she did say she would include my name in the mission report. Baron poked his head out from behind the slate. With formal mercenary status, can we apply for better equipment for missions? My slate is nearly filled with frozen earth permeation data. I want to swap it for a bigger one. Ryan walked over from the other side of the training room, his hands still tinged with the faint glow of electricity, saying that formal mercenary status could unlock advanced training grounds at the Mercenary Guild, which have a special electromagnetic environment for lightning types. He wanted to try it out. Lena opened her notebook and began to outline everyone's upcoming training plans. Alan's area suppression required at least 3 different rotation ratio switching practices. Baron's stonewall root depth needed to be recalculated according to the types of magical beasts for formal mercenary missions, and Ryan's new optimization plan for his lightning armor required coordinated testing with Lu Chen's wind-type signals. After she finished writing the last note, she looked up at Lu Chen. Your earth and lightning types are just a few hundred repetitions away from perfection. Can you break through today? Lu Chun lowered his gaze to his hands. The numbers on the panel still glimmered in his mind. Earth Spike Technique 9701, Lightning Strike Technique 9834. Just a little short. If not today, then tomorrow. Once the repetitions reach the required amount, they'll naturally be perfected. He spoke in a very calm tone, just like when he was reporting data. No one knew what he had seen in the washroom earlier, nor did anyone know that the numbers on that panel were accurate to the single digits. All Alan knew was that he trained every day before dawn. Lena only knew that his magic output deviation had shrunk to single digits during the special training, and Baron only knew that his Earth type had just begun in the ancient tree area of the secret realm and was now approaching perfection. That was enough. The panel was his personal secret. The meaning behind those numbers he had already proven to everyone with his actions. The magic lamp in Training Room 3 flickered alone in the deep night. Baron and Rain had already left. Half an hour ago, Lena closed her notebook and mentioned that the documents for formal mercenary qualifications would be delivered to Gray's office first thing tomorrow morning. She needed to verify some data in advance. Alan leaned against the long bench in the corner of the training room. He had originally planned to accompany Lu Chun for the last set, but fell asleep with his head tilted within a quarter of an hour, still clutching half a piece of uneaten honey bread. Lu Chun stood in front of the central target, gazing down at his hands. The numbers on the panel quietly illuminated his mind. Earth Spike Technique 9901, Thunder Strike Technique 9934. Only a few hundred repetitions remained until perfection. Since returning from the northern region, he had been stacking numbers daily, pushing Earth and Thunder systems from the peak of mastery toward completion. Each pulsation and penetrating surge left deeper marks in the magical circuitry. This afternoon, Lena asked him, "Can you break through today?" He replied that if he couldn't today, it would be tomorrow. Now, with some time left before tomorrow, he didn't want to wait. He raised his right hand, channeling earth magic from his dantian into his legs, and then through the soles of his feet into the ground. The rhythm of the pulsation no longer required deliberate control. Each wave of pulse pressed deeper than the last. As the stone spikes rose from the ground, they no longer collapsed at the angles, with rough rock textures clearly visible, tips straight, and structures stable. First shot, second shot, 10th shot, 50th shot. With each release, the numbers on the panel would flicker. 9902, 9903, and 9950. The numbers moved forward one by one, not fast, but undeniably sure. As his arms began to ache, he paused to catch his breath. The recovery period for his exhausted magic had already been compressed to a very short time, but continuous high-intensity releases still burdened his body. He did not continue stacking Earth Spike Technique, but switched to Thunder System. His left arm hung down to rest while his right hand lifted, and the pulse of Thunder Strike exploded into arcs of electricity at his fingertips. The efficient path of the Thunder System required compressing magic into a sharp penetrating pulse within a very short time, demanding a higher level of precision than the laminar cutting of Wind Blade Technique. During his special training in the northern region, he had already compressed the release speed of Thunder Strike to nearly the level of perfection of Fireball Technique. Now what he needed to do was precisely hit the same target for the last 100 times. 1 shot, 2 shots, 50th shot. 9984, 9985. The numbers on the panel continued to flicker. He switched back to Earth System, continuing to stack the last several dozen repetitions of Earth Spike Technique. The rhythm of the pulsation and the rhythm of the thunder pulse alternated within his body, with two magical circuits flowing like two different streams of water, converging and separating at the dantian without interference. This was the unique advantage of a full steer mage in all 5 systems. Single-element mages could not imagine what it felt like to operate two magical circuits of different elements simultaneously. 9988. 9989. Earth Spike Technique. Perfection. The label on the panel changed from mastery to perfection. The foundational earth magic, the last of the 5 systems, had finally reached perfection. He took a deep breath and reconcentrated Thunder Strike in his right hand. The arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, and the precision of the penetrating pulse had reached the level of thought-locking. As long as his gaze was fixed on the target, the Thunder Strike could hit accurately. 9999. He held his breath for the final shot. 1000. Perfection. The labels for all 5 foundational magics on the panel transformed into the same word. Immediately, a line of text at the bottom of the panel illuminated itself, shining brighter than usual. Current magic level, Mage Mentor, level 6. Next level requirement, all 5 high-level magics perfected, all 5 foundational magics perfected. The mage level stabilized at the peak of Mage Mentor, with only the barrier of perfecting all 5 high-level magics remaining before reaching the threshold of Grand Mage. He turned off the panel and stood in the center of the training room, surrounded by fragments of targets that had been repeatedly burned and scorch marks on the floor. Moonlight poured in through the window, illuminating the 2 rows of training targets, just as it had on the first night of enrollment. Alan turned over on the bench mumbling a dream phrase, probably something like bread. The honey bread in his hand rolled onto the floor, but he remained asleep. Lu Chen walked over to pick up the bread and placed it beside Alan's backpack, then opened his notebook to a new page. He wrote at the top all 5 foundational magics perfected. The next stage, high-level magic. Fire explosion technique, ice seal technique, and storm technique were perfected, while earthquake technique and thundernet technique still had a long way to go. He closed the notebook and turned off the lights in the training room. Tomorrow continue. Elemental magic proficiency panel fire system fireball technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection fire explosion technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection water system ice spike technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection ice seal technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection wind system wind blade technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection storm technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection earth system earth spike technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection earthquake technique proficiency 21401000 mastery thunder system thunder strike technique proficiency 100, 001, 0000 perfection thundernet technique proficiency 45201000 mastery current magic level mage mentor level 6 next level requirement all 5 high-level magics perfected. Early the next morning, when the door to training room No. 3 was pushed open, Gray was already standing inside. He had his hands clasped behind his back facing the 2 rows of training targets that had been repeatedly scorched, not turning around despite the sound of footsteps. Lu Chen walked in the cuffs of his robe still stained with the stone dust splattered during last night's training. Fragments that had burst forth during the completion of the earth spike technique, which he had not had the time to clean up. All 5 basic elemental systems have been perfected, Gray stated not as a question. I just broke through last night. The earth spike technique and the lightning strike technique at the same time. Gray turned around. His gaze swept across Lu Chen's face before landing on his hands. The fingers bore the faint marks of electric burns and the intricate patterns left by the permeation of earth magic. He fell silent for a moment before speaking. What is your current magic level? Magic mentor. Level 6. Gray's eyebrows twitched slightly. He had seen countless talents and had taught more than one student with multiple elemental affinities, but since recorded history fewer than 3 had entered the rank of magic mentor within a year of enrollment. His fingers clasped behind his back unconsciously tapped lightly on his wrist, a habitual motion when he was calculating something quickly. Do you know what level your peers are at now? Mostly junior mages. A few talented ones have reached intermediate. Your roommate Alan has fire elemental a level affinity and practices until late at night. He has just managed to touch the threshold of intermediate mage. Rain cast lightning elemental's level is second only to you in talent among this cohort of freshmen and has just recently broken through to intermediate mage. To reach the level of junior mage at this point in time is already considered excellent. Intermediate mage is a genius while advanced mage is a monster. You are 2 entire ranks above the monsters. He paused. Do you know what this means? It means that if they find out I'm a magic mentor, no one will dare to spar with me in the training room anymore. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Gray's mouth again. He shook his head and handed over the formal mercenary qualification letter. This is a document jointly issued by the 3 Great Kingdoms mercenary guilds. Your name and the names of all members of the Wildfire Squad are on it. From today onwards, you can accept the level missions, move freely across kingdoms, and access high-level magical literature within the mercenary guild. Lu Chen took the document. Suddenly, a dull thud came from the direction of the door behind him. Someone had bumped into the doorframe. Alan peeked his head around the corner, clearly having stood outside for quite a while. He was gripping half a piece of honey bread, which had been squished out of shape with honey oozing from his fingers and dripping onto the ground completely unaware. Wait, magic mentor. You. A magic mentor. He stuffed the bread into his backpack and strode encircling around Lu Chen. Every morning, when I open my eyes, you are already in the training room. Every night, when I close my eyes, you are still in the training room. I thought you just had a higher endurance than me. Turns out you are a magic mentor. Do you know what level I am now? Intermediate mage. Intermediate. I just broke through yesterday. I was so happy that I treated Baron to a bowl of pumpkin juice to celebrate. Intermediate mage is already quite decent among peers. Then what about you? Professor Gray just said, 2 ranks higher. I thought you were at most an advanced mage, but you skipped advanced and went straight to magic mentor. Alan scratched his head, his voice lacking jealousy, only filled with the kind of confusion of, is my roommate even human? How much strength did you actually use when we practiced together? It depends on what we are practicing. About 30 for basic magic. In combination training it might reach up to 50. 30. Alan repeated this number, then plopped down onto the bench. I train hard until late at night every day, and you think I am making quick progress. But you only used 30 of your strength against me. 30. He buried his face in his palms, letting out a muffled groan, then suddenly raised his head. What about Rain? Does Rain know? He doesn't know yet. Alan fell silent for a moment, then jumped up from the bench, rushed to the training room door, and shouted down the corridor, Rain, come here for a moment. I have good news and bad news. The good news is you are not the strongest among the freshmen. The bad news is he is 2 entire ranks stronger than you. Lena happened to be walking down the corridor carrying a stack of documents, sidestepping to avoid the echo caused by Alan's loud shout. She walked up to Lu Chun and handed him the documents. Wilter's military passage document stamped with the silver sword seal of the Wilter Knights. There was also a short letter signed by Ayla. The passage has been approved. The Knights' training ground has a spot. The investigation records regarding the northern ruins in the Wilter Royal Archives have a portion with a high encryption level. I can't help you with that. You'll have to find a way yourself. Lena spoke as calmly as usual once Lu Chun finished reading the letter, but the question she asked betrayed her. When did you become a magic mentor? After completing the synchronization in the northern region. The ceiling backflow repaired the damage to my magic circuit, and once all 5 basic elements were perfected, my level automatically jumped up. Lena nodded and wrote down a line in her notebook. Her pen hovered over the paper for a moment before she looked up. Level 6. You still need 2 more high-level spells to reach perfection. Once you finish practicing all of them, you should be able to break through to Great Magic Mentor. At that point, you will be just 1 step away from Sacred Magic Mentor and 2 steps away from the God of Magic. Alan turned from the doorframe, his expression having shifted from reluctance to a complex kind of pride, as if the fact that my roommate is a magic mentor brought him a sense of glory as well. So in the future, when our team goes out on missions, can we report you as a magic mentor directly at the Mercenary Guild? Let those old mercenaries who look down on academy students see what level our Wildfire Squad's captain is. Let's not report it for now. Keep a low profile. Every time you say to keep a low profile, it ends up causing a bigger disturbance. Alan rolled his eyes, then pulled out another piece of honey bread and took a bite. Forget it. After all, I am your roommate. The higher your level, the tastier the bread I get to share. Lu Chun did not respond. He stored the documents in his backpack and walked to the target in the center of the training room, raising his hands again. Left hand earthquake technique. Right hand lightning web technique. Earth magic surged into the ground with pulsating pressure, each pulse deeper and heavier than the last. Lightning magic detonated in arcs at his fingertips, each strike hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. The numbers on the panel still glowed quietly in his mind. Earthquake technique 2140, lightning web technique 4520. There was still a long way to go. Once these 2 techniques also break through to perfection, the bottleneck of being a magic mentor will naturally loosen. The next level is Great Magic Mentor. On the 3rd day of high-level magic training, Lena brought a new message during dinner time. She placed the analyzer on the edge of the dining table, the pale blue light on the screen, still lit, displaying a recently decrypted diplomatic letter. The seal of the Etherland Royal Archives was stamped at the end, and the signature was sealed. The Wilt Royal Archives have opened a batch of investigation records regarding the first northern ruins after the collapse of the Starry Empire, and Seelan has applied for joint access rights. She needs our original data for cross-comparison. The rate of decay of chaotic factors collected from the northern mission and the magical power fluctuation curves before and after the synchronization completion. In exchange, she can share all the documents regarding the final seal from the Wilt archives with us. Lena projected the full message onto the light screen, her fingertip tracing a segment. She said this data contains the last manuscript left by the Crown Prince before entering the sealing core. The manuscript mentioned a term, Source of Chaos. Alan, dipping his bread into the thick soup, froze mid-bite upon hearing Source of Chaos. Wait, didn't the Crown Prince seal himself in the core for over 800 years? Did he write a manuscript before entering? Before entering the sealing core, he conducted a final field investigation in the northern ruins of Wilt. The manuscript was written after he completed the investigation and was sent to the Etherland Royal Archives at that time. Seelan's great-grandmother participated in the restoration of the manuscript, so Etherland kept a copy. The original is in Wilt. Seelan only has the right to access the copy. We need to go to Wilt to examine the original in person. Did she mention the specific content of the manuscript? She only mentioned one thing. The Crown Prince wrote at the end of the manuscript, under the seal, not only chaos exists. There is a door and there is a source. The source lies deeper. Lena turned off the light screen and put away the analyzer. Seelan said she had repeatedly verified the translation of this sentence. The original text used the Starry Royal cipher, and the term source specifically refers to a certain position in the cipher, not an abstract concept. The Crown Prince already knew the location of the source of chaos before entering the sealing core. He simply didn't have time to go there. So the Crown Prince only sealed the overflow of chaos, not the source itself. The overflow passage was sealed. Lu Chen said, the source still lies deeper. The Crown Prince wrote in the manuscript, there is a door and there is a source. We sealed the door, but we haven't found the source. Baron lifted his head from across the table, unusually taking the initiative to speak. So sealing means for us to go to Wilt again. No. It's that the Wilt Royal Archives happen to have the information we need, as she wants to use this as a favor to exchange for our data. The joint access rights of Etherland were also obtained with her help. She mentioned in exchange. Lena closed her notebook and looked at Lu Chen. What do you think? Lu Chen remained silent for a moment, then lifted his pumpkin juice and took a sip. Reply to Sealan and accept the collaboration. Organize the decay rate data of the chaotic factors from the Northern Mission and the synchronization magic power fluctuation curves and encrypt and send it to her. At the same time inform her, we will go to Wilt. Besides checking the original manuscript of the Crown Prince, I have another purpose. The training field of the Wilt Knights has the best electromagnetic amplification environment on the continent. I still need a few thousand more practices for my lightning net technique, and training there would be much more efficient. How many practices have you done for the lightning net technique now? Alan asked. Over 4,000. I still need more than 5,000 to reach perfection. And for the earthquake technique? The remaining two are over 4,000 and over 2,000 respectively. I've just reached proficiency in the fireball technique and haven't opened any high-level magic yet. Lena, do you think his progress is normal? Not normal. Lena replied without looking up, her tone as flat as reporting data. By the standards of a magus, the average proficiency for high-level magic should be between 3,000 and 5,000. He has 3 techniques perfected, 1 at mid-proficiency, and 1 just past proficiency. His progress is severely lopsided. But it's skewed towards the upper limit, not the lower limit. So that means once he practices these 2 techniques to perfection, he can break through to Archmage. Theoretically, yes. After perfecting all 5 high-level techniques, the magical circuit will automatically undergo a comprehensive upgrade. At that time, his level will jump from Magus to Archmage. Alan stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, chewed for a while, before swallowing, then stood up and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Before you go to Wilt, push the earthquake technique up a bit. At least don't let the knights see that our captain's high-level magic is still just at proficiency. I've already adjusted the pulsation frequency of the earthquake technique. The remaining issue is just the number of practices. Lu Chen also stood up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. The lightning net technique can be accelerated in the electromagnetic environment in Wilt, and the earthquake technique can be practiced in the frozen earth ruins. Both techniques can be pushed simultaneously. Raynor walked in from the training room door. The electric arcs of his lightning armor danced quietly on his wrist, evidently just finishing extra training in the Eastern training room. If we go to Wilt, I can accompany you to practice in the Knight's electromagnetic training field. My lightning net technique is also still at the proficiency stage, so it's perfect to train together. Moreover, the passage document from Ella states that we can bring a training partner. She probably anticipated that you would do this. He walked over and placed the Wilt military access document in front of Lu Chen. In the remarks section of the attachment page, Ella neatly added a line. The lightning training field has been reserved, and the electromagnetic amplification room can accommodate 2 people training simultaneously. It is recommended to bring a training partner. Lu Chen looked down at that line, saying nothing. Lena had already opened her notebook and started planning the itinerary for Wilt. Baron quietly mentioned something about practicing stone walls on the frozen ground in Wilt, while Alan was already calculating what local specialties he could buy and bring back with the full commission from the Mercenary Guild. Lu Chen raised his right hand again, and the electric arc flickered at his fingertips. The location of the source of chaos had already been known to the Crown Prince 900 years ago. He didn't have time to go. Now it's Lu Chen's turn. The magical airship heading to Weirut landed on the military docking area west of the Night Order headquarters. As the cabin door opened, a cold wind filled with snowflakes rushed in, the temperature significantly lower than that of Greenville, but much better than the freezing wasteland of the north. At least the wind carried the scent of pine needles and forged charcoal, not the thick, decayed stench of chaotic factors. Alan was the first to rush down the gangway, looking up at the massive gray stone complex of the Night Order headquarters. This place is even more extravagant than the White Tower of Asilon. Look at that training ground. The outer wall is several stories high. As he spoke, he pulled out a small notebook from his backpack filled with a list of Weirut's specialties copied from documents within the Mercenary Guild, with the top line reading Frostrock, goat jerky, and beer brewed from glacier spring water, marked with a star beside it. Are you here for training or for shopping? Lena followed behind him down the gangway, her analyzer already scanning the magical energy concentration in the surrounding environment. A bit of both, of course. Can't let the full commission of a formal mercenary go to waste. I also checked the market price of Frostrock goat jerky. It's nearly half cheaper than in Orlan. Lena did not respond. She was observing the data flashing on the analyzer's screen. The environmental magical energy concentration at the headquarters of the Weirut Night Order was slightly higher than that of Greenville, with a noticeably elevated proportion of lightning elements, and a faint hint of ozone lingered in the air. In the distance, arcs of electricity occasionally leapt from the top of the tower, striking the lightning rod, and leaving a fleeting golden crack on the gray-white canopy of the sky. Ella emerged from the watchtower beside the docking area. Today she wore the formal uniform of the Night Order Darkwool fabric, the silver sword emblem on her metallic shoulder guards gleaming brightly, and the hilt of her longsword was wrapped in non-slip leather identical to her attire from the north. Her blonde hair was shorter than when they last met, but her footsteps remained brisk and decisive. You arrived half an hour earlier than scheduled. She stepped in front of Lu Chun, sizing him up. The battle in the north didn't wear you down. Your complexion is better than when you were on the frozen land. The ceiling backflow has repaired the magical energy circuit. Indeed, your magical energy fluctuations are significantly stronger than last time. What level are you now? Magus. Level 6. Ella's eyebrows lifted slightly. She didn't gasp like Alan but remained silent for a moment, then said something that surprised Lu Chun slightly. When I first entered school last year, I heard that Greenville had a freshman with all S grades in 5 elements. At that time I thought he was just another talented newcomer. In less than a year you've already caught up to me. Are you also a Magus? I broke through half a year earlier than you. Ella turned and walked towards the main entrance of the Night Order headquarters, gesturing for them to follow. However, I focus on dual cultivation of wind and fire forced up by Weirt's dual cultivation system. You are balanced across 5 elements, much more solid than I am. The electromagnetic amplification training room is ready, a dual-person compartment, and I reserved the one with the highest power for you. The person in charge of the lightning training ground heard you were coming and specifically increased the electromagnetic field strength for this afternoon. I suggest you don't set it to the highest right away. Adapt to the environment first, or your magical energy circuit might be interfered with by the electromagnetic field. Rain stepped up from the back of the group. His lightning armor automatically activated at his wrist, the electric arcs shining brighter in the electromagnetic field than usual, with a noticeably increased jumping frequency. The highest power electromagnetic amplification room. Can it simulate a thunderstorm environment? Not simulate. It directly draws lightning. The lightning rod at the top of the tower will channel natural lightning into the training room, controlling the discharge intensity and frequency through a runic array. You can practice lightning magic inside, and the electromagnetic field will naturally enhance your magical energy's penetration power. But the cost is that magical energy consumption is several times faster than usual. Most people can't last half an hour. We are not most people. Rain said this in a flat tone as if reporting data. Ella glanced at him, a slight movement at the corner of her mouth. She pushed open the heavy ironwood door of the Night Order headquarters, and the hall behind the door echoed with the distant rumble of thunder from the training ground. A few members of the Night Order passing by saw Ella leading a group of young mages in Greenville robes, and couldn't help but take a second glance. One of them caught sight of the silver champion badge on Lu Chen's robe cuff, and whispered something to his companion. Ella led them through the hall, and turned into a corridor paved with dark gray stone slabs. At the end of the corridor was a heavy iron door engraved with Weirt's silver sword emblem, and below it was a line of small words, Lightning Training Ground Electromagnetic Amplification Room. Embedded in the iron door was a fist-sized magical energy, sensing crystal glowing faintly in sync with the fluctuations of the indoor electromagnetic field. Celine's message just arrived this morning. Ella stopped in front of the door, took a key card from her waist, and inserted it into the groove beside the door. She said the access password for the original manuscript of the Crown Prince in the Weirut Royal Archives will be sent tonight. Before evening you can soak in the training ground. I have a patrol task this afternoon, and I'll take you to the archives when I return tonight. The iron door slid open silently. Behind the door was a spacious circular training room, its walls embedded with dense runic arrays, and a long skylight in the dome allowed a view of the lightning rod at the top of the tower flickering with golden arcs against the gray-white sky. Rain was the first to step inside. The moment he entered the training room, his lightning armor automatically unfolded, electric arcs spreading from his shoulder blades to his arms, filling the air with an even stronger scent of ozone. He turned around and looked at Lu Chun. Care to practice a few rounds with me? First, adapt to the environment. Lu Chun stepped into the training room and stood in the center, raising his right hand. The magical energy path of the lightning net technique activated within him, pulses penetrating a high-level lightning technique that required compressing magical energy into a net-like arc to form a covering strike in the target area. The concentration of lightning elements in the electromagnetic amplification room far exceeded the outside, As soon as he released the lightning net technique, the coverage area of the arcs was several times larger than usual, but the magical energy consumption doubled as well. The numbers on the panel flickered in his mind. Lightning net technique 4520, still over 5,000 times short of perfection. Earthquake technique 2140, even further off. However, in this training room, the efficiency of the lightning net technique could double. He raised his hand again, releasing a second lightning net. The arcs bounced repeatedly between the runic arrays, illuminating the entire training room in a flickering light. Rain also released a lightning net beside him. The two electric nets intertwined in the air, partially canceling each other out, but colliding at the edges to produce brighter sparks. Ella leaned against the doorframe, watching the two train, saying something to Lena with a tone tinged with a subtle sense of emotion. These two lightning users in your team. One is an S-level genius, and the other is a magus with all S grades and 5 elements. If it were anyone else, just standing in this training room would have already led to a chaotic magical energy circuit due to electromagnetic field interference. They are using the highest power thunderstorm as their training partner. Lena did not answer, merely writing a line in her notebook. She closed the notebook and looked up at the two intertwining arcs of lightning in the training room. At the top of the electromagnetic amplification room's tower, the lightning rod struck down the first natural lightning of the day, and the entire training room suddenly brightened with the lightning. Lu Chen's third lightning net was unleashed. Its coverage area expanded further, and the penetration power of the arcs was nearing the level he had achieved before perfecting the lightning strike technique during his special training in the north. Still over 5,000 times short. He needed to push the lightning net technique to perfection while also going to the royal archives to check the original manuscript of the Crown Prince. The location of the source of chaos was known to the Crown Prince 900 years ago. He didn't have the chance to go. Now it was Lu Chen's turn. In the evening, Era appeared at the door of the electromagnetic amplification chamber, as scheduled. She was still wearing her patrol uniform with a few unmelted snowflakes on her shoulder armor, and the hilt of her sword at her waist was slightly whitened from the cold. She glanced at the two intertwining bolts of lightning still sparking in the training room, then raised her hand and knocked on the doorframe. The access code for the Royal Archives has arrived. Celine's efficiency was faster than I expected. Lu Chun retracted his hand, the last arc of electricity dissipating after bouncing around the runic array. Rain also came to a stop, the glow of his lightning armor slowly retracting back to his shoulder blades. As the two exited the training room, Alan happened to stroll over from the direction of the cafeteria, holding a steaming mug of ale in one hand and a piece of freeze-dried rock goat jerky wrapped in oil paper in the other. Are you done with practice? I just took a turn in the cafeteria and found that the roasted meat here is cheaper than in the academy cafeteria, so I brought you a portion. He divided the jerky among Lu Chun and Rain, then turned to Era. The archives have heating, right? Yes, but food and drinks are prohibited in the reading room. Alan silently placed the mug of ale on the windowsill of the corridor, stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth, and then caught up. The Vilt Royal Archives were located in the eastern wing of the Night Order headquarters, separated from the training area by a completely enclosed corridor. Old magical lamps from the Starlight era were embedded in the walls on both sides of the corridor, their dim light barely illuminating a foot in front. Era walked ahead, pushing open the heavy ironwood door at the end of the corridor, revealing a circular reading room with an extremely high dome. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes with leather covers, and the air was permeated with a mixture of the scent of parchment pest-repellent herbs and a slight hint of magical dehumidifier. In the center of the reading room stood a long table on which lay an unrolled scroll written in ancient Starlight script, an original document. The paper was yellowed and brittle with a few repaired cracks along the edges, yet the writing remained clear. Before entering the core of the seal, the Crown Prince conducted a final field survey at the northern ruins of Vilt. This manuscript was written after the survey concluded and sent to the then Etherland Royal Archives. Etherland preserved a copy while we hold the original. Celine should have already sent you the full text of the copy, but there's a detail in the original that was omitted in the copy, or rather intentionally overlooked. Era carefully flipped the scroll to the last section, her fingertip hovering above a familiar phrase. The translation of this coded message only states, "There is a gate, there is a source." The ink of that line in the original was slightly lighter than the main text, and the handwriting was more hasty, as if it were a last-minute addition, with the edges of the characters slightly blurred, indicating it had been rolled up before the ink had dried. Coordinates buried with the body within my remains. The reading room fell silent for a moment. Alan poked his head in from the doorway, asking in a hushed voice, "My remains? Did he bury something in his own grave? Wasn't he in the core of the seal? How could there be a grave? It's not actually a reference to real remains." Era carefully rolled the scroll back up and placed it back on the shelf, Before entering the core of the seal, the Crown Prince used a portion of his magical power to create a mark sealing the detailed coordinates of the chaotic source within that mark left in some abandoned outpost at the deepest part of the northern ruins. That so-called remains is simply the vessel for the mark. So if we find that mark, we can locate the chaotic source. Alan pressed on. In theory, yes. However, that ruin is located north of the Vilt northern border in a tri-jurisdictional disputed area, and passage rights need to be approved separately. I can help expedite the application, but it will still take a few days at the earliest. Luchin quickly noted down the contents of the scroll in his notebook and closed it. That works out perfectly. The lightning net technique is still about 5,000 completions away from perfection. After mastering the lightning net in the electromagnetic amplification chamber, he'll go to the frozen earth ruins to practice the earthquake technique. Once both advanced techniques have been upgraded, well set off. What's your current progress in the lightning net technique? Alan asked. Over 4,500. The earthquake technique is over 2,000. The earthquake technique is still just over 2,000. Alan counted on his fingers. Fireball technique, 1,000 ice spike technique, 1,000 wind blade technique, 1,000 earth spike technique, 1,000 lightning strike technique, 1,000. You have all 5 fundamental elements perfected. The advanced magic fire explosion, ice seal, and storm are all perfected. The lightning net is close to 5,000 while the earthquake technique is just over 2,000. You call this being a mage. Specialized. Alan's voice rose slightly. You have 3 perfected techniques, one nearly 5,000 and one just over 2,000, and you call that specialized. Those apprentice knights from the Vilt Knight Order in the adjacent training room are grateful if they can release advanced magic steadily. Who are you comparing yourself to? To a god of magic. Alan opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He took a sip from the mug of ale that had cooled on the windowsill and turned to Lena. Does he always report data to you in this tone? Always. Lena did not look up. Her analyzer pointed at the residual magical fluctuations in the scroll's storage position, completing the final scan. You get used to it. Rain leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed, suddenly speaking up. The Crown Prince waited in the core of the seal for hundreds of years. He never had the chance to reach the chaotic source. Now that the mark's location has been established and the passage rights are being processed before you head to the source, make sure to master both advanced techniques. Not for show, but because we have no idea of the dangers on the chaotic source side. Being at the peak as a mage is not the same as being a great mage. I know. Lu Chun packed his notebook into his backpack. So in these few days I need to push the lightning net and earthquake techniques higher. Era, help me apply for passage rights while I train here. By the time the approval comes through, I should be nearly done with both advanced techniques. How close is nearly? Alan asked. Lightning net perfected. Earthquake technique, at least at the proficient high tier. Alan paused for a moment, then raised his mug of ale and shook it at Lu Chun. Then when both techniques are perfected, I'll treat you to a glass of Vilt Glacier Ale. The full commission of a formal mercenary doesn't spare this drink money. Haven't you already bought several pieces of jerky with your commission? That was a local specialty. This is celebratory ale. 2 different matters. Lu Chen's lips moved ever so slightly. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the door of the reading room. Era leaned against the doorframe watching his silhouette and whispered to Lena beside her, he didn't come to Vilt to train. He's here to stack his cards before setting off. Was he like this the last time in the Northern Territory? Lena closed her analyzer and stuffed her pen into her backpack. Always. You get used to it. On the 11th day after arriving at Viert, Lu Chen's mastery of the Thundernet technique surpassed 9,000. The natural lightning in the electromagnetic amplification chamber was guided by the lightning rods into the rune array, illuminating the entire training room with flickering light. Rain stood opposite him, fully armored in lightning gear with 2 thunder nets repeatedly intertwining in the air, where arcs of electricity collided and exploded into large golden sparks. Your coverage area of the thunder net is now larger than mine. Rain retracted his hand, shaking off his fingers that were tingling from the electric arcs. I just broke through to the pinnacle of proficiency yesterday, still over 3,000 away from perfection. You started the Thundernet technique after me, but now you've surpassed me. Rain added, the electromagnetic field in this training room naturally amplifies lightning techniques. Practicing here for a day is equivalent to 5 days outside. But not everyone can endure 11 days here. The apprentice knights of the Viert Knights Order can barely last half a day before needing to come out to rest, as their magical circuits are interfered with by the electromagnetic field. My circuit is naturally balanced across the 5 elements, so the electromagnetic interference does not significantly affect me. Rain fell silent for a moment. How much longer until you become a grand sorcerer? After perfecting the Thundernet technique, it will be nearly done. I still need less than 700 more repetitions. Suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the door of the training room. Alan pushed the door open, clutching a document stamped with the red seal of the Vier military, his face alight with that kind of excitement that had been building up for a while. The passage rights have been approved. The tripartite shared governance of the disputed area. Alan said it was a few days faster than expected as the activity of magical beasts in the disputed area has significantly decreased after the northern beast tide receded, simplifying the approval process. He handed the document to Lu Chun and then dropped onto a bench in the corner of the training room. She also said that the departure time is set for the day after tomorrow. Use these 2 days to wrap up your remaining training. By the way, how much longer until your ThunderNet technique is perfected? Less than 700. That's fine, 2 days is enough. What about the earthquake technique? Over 5,000. Alan's expression twisted briefly. Over 5,000. Do you call that just a little more? The gap in your earthquake technique is significant. You only have one more high-level spell that has just reached the proficiency stage. The earthquake technique does not need to be perfected before departure. Proficiency is sufficient. Sufficient. Alan stood up from the bench and walked over to Lu Chun. You just said in the previous chapter, well set off after both high-level spells have broken through, and now it has changed to proficiency, is enough. When did you change the standards? The passage rights were approved faster than expected. There isn't enough time to fully master the earthquake technique, but after perfecting the ThunderNet technique, my level will automatically rise to Grand Sorcerer. Going to the Northern Ruins being a Grand Sorcerer provides an extra layer of security. Grand Sorcerer, are you sure you can break through tonight? I can. Alan watched him for 2 seconds, then turned and walked to the center of the training room, gathering a spiral fireball in his palm. The rotation speed was minimized, the outer flames clinging tightly to the inner layer without a hint of tremor. Alright then, I want sleep tonight, I'll practice with you. The earthquake technique requires an external seismic source for calibration, and my spiral fireball can provide a stable vibration frequency, making it more efficient than practicing alone. Lena said so. You have to wake up early tomorrow. What does my waking up early have to do with you? You practice your earthquake technique, and I'll launch my fireballs. Anyway, I can sleep anywhere. Did you forget the time in the secret realm when I just slept against the wall in the training room? Lu Chun stopped refusing and raised his hands again, with the earthquake technique in his left hand and the ThunderNet technique in his right. The two magical circuits alternated within him. Earth's pulse compressed and injected into the ground from his feet, each pulse deeper and heavier than the last. The lightning pulses exploded into arcs at his fingertips, each one hitting the target with precision. Alan's fireball exploded in the training room all night. He minimized the rotation speed, keeping only the outermost layer of spiral flames striking the ground to produce vibrations at a fixed frequency. Lu Chun closed his eyes to feel that vibration frequency, matching it with his own earth magic pulse. After each release of the earthquake technique, the residual vibrations of the stone slab would overlap with the vibrations of Alan's next fireball, calibrating his pulse rhythm. Outside the window, the sky gradually shifted from deep black to gray, then from gray to a fish belly white. The mastery of the ThunderNet technique finally jumped to 10,000. Perfection. The labels for high-level magic of all 5 elements on the panel lit up. Fire explosion technique perfected, ice sealing technique perfected, storm technique perfected, earthquake technique proficient, ThunderNet technique perfected. Immediately a line of text at the bottom of the panel jumped out on its own, shining brighter than any previous breakthrough. Current magic level, Grand Sorcerer, level 7, next level requirement, all high-level magic of 5 elements perfected and complete. An overall upgrade of the magical circuit. The magical circuit within him automatically completed the overall upgrade in that instant. Fires, spirals, waters, waves, winds, laminar flow, earths, pulses, lightnings, bursts. 5 high-level magical routes interconnected within him simultaneously, as if 5 pipes that had previously operated independently were suddenly connected to a larger circulation system. The total amount of magical power more than doubled, and the recovery speed of magical power also stepped up a level. The minor circuit damages repaired during the synchronization seal in the northern region were completely smoothed out during this upgrade. He looked down at his hands. The arcs at his fingertips were still jumping, but the feeling of overload and soreness had completely disappeared. Did you break through? Alan's voice came from the corner of the training room. He leaned against the bench, his robe draped over him, still holding half a piece of frozen rock antelope, jerky, his eyes half open, clearly just awakened by the surge of magical energy. I broke through. Grand Sorcerer. Alan stuffed the jerky into his mouth, chewed a couple of times and mumbled, I said you could break through, then tilted his head and fell back asleep. Lu Chun walked over and covered Alan with the robe that had slipped to the ground. He picked up his notebook and flipped to a new page, writing at the top, ThunderNet technique perfected. Level breakthrough to Grand Sorcerer. Next step, earthquake technique. Then head to the northern ruin. Outside the window, a crack opened in the lead gray sky of Vierda, ray of morning light shining on the lightning rod atop the Night Order's tower, the tip glinting with a faint golden sheen. Grand Sorcerer. Rain's voice came from the doorway of the training room. He had just finished his morning training still in his lightning armor with arcs quietly dancing on his shoulder. You have risen a full 2 tiers. When the Thundernet technique is perfected, let's have a match. You're not slow either. You should be able to break through to perfection within 2 months. 2 months. Rain repeated the word, the corner of his mouth moving slightly. When you come back from the source of chaos, I should be about ready to break through too. Don't use being a grand sorcerer to pressure me. I want. By then I might not even still be a grand sorcerer. Rain fell silent for a moment, then turned and left the training room. Then it's even more necessary to have a match. In the corridor, a brief conversation occurred when he met Baron. Baron, carrying a stone slab to practice stone walls in the frozen earth ruins, asked upon seeing Rain's expression, did he break through again? Rain's reply was short, but Baron's deep voice, saying, Grand Sorcerer, still came through the crack of the training room door with a tone of simple satisfaction, as if he had just added another layer to the stone wall he set up in the frozen earth. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and looked down at his own hands. The earthquake technique was just over 5,000, still half away from perfection. But the magical circuit of the Grand Sorcerer had already been established, and the pulsing frequency of the earthquake technique would automatically accelerate under the news cycle. He could still practice the remaining repetitions on the way to the northern ruins. Setting off the day after tomorrow, the prince's mark was still waiting for him in the northern ruins area. The location of the source of chaos had been known to the prince for over 900 years, but he had never had the chance to go. Now it's Lu Chen's turn. As Ella pushed open the door to the training room, Lu Chun had just finished adjusting the cuffs of his robe. Lena followed closely behind, cradling a stack of freshly printed documents, the edges still warm with ink. The final procedure for the passage rites has been approved. Ella handed over a map stamped with the 3-party seals. The abandoned outpost at the northern end of the disputed area where the Crown Prince conducted his survey back then. The coordinates have already been marked on it. The map was recalibrated by Lena based on the original survey records from the archives, boasting a precision far superior to the original. Lena spread the documents out on the bench. The top sheet was a satellite magical scan of the northern ruins with several known ruins marked in blue circles. The abandoned outpost surveyed by the Crown Prince was circled in red at the northernmost point of the disputed area, surrounded by dense annotations of her comments. The Crown Prince spent the least amount of time at the abandoned outpost, yet the residual magical energy left behind was the strongest. He used a portion of his own magical power there to create a mark, referred to as the skeleton in the original document. The magical fluctuation frequency within the mark is nearly identical to that of the sealing core of the northern region. If the coordinates of the chaos source are sealed within this mark, you only need to trigger the resonance again near the mark for the coordinates to unlock automatically. What are the conditions to trigger the resonance? Lu Chen asked. All 5 types of magical power must be injected into the mark simultaneously. The amount injected does not need to be large, but it must be precisely balanced. The deviation must be within 10%. Lena paused. Your current balance of the 5 elements is more stable than during the resonance in the northern region. You have reached mastery in one high-level magic and are nearly proficient in another, reducing the deviation to within 5%. Alan sat up from the bench, rubbing his eyes. The robe he wore slipped to the ground, and he still clutched the oil paper from the frozen rock antelope jerky in his palm. Wait, are you already discussing matters after departure? He yawned, bending down to pick up his robe and draping it over his shoulders. Lu Chun has just broken through to become a grand mage. At least give him a moment to breathe. I stayed up with him practicing the seismic spell all night. Is no one going to ask if I'm tired? You slept for 2 hours, Lena replied, not even looking up. 2 hours is hardly enough. I was even casting fireballs in my dreams to help him calibrate the seismic frequency. That means your spiral fireball has already reached muscle memory. That's quite an improvement. Alan paused for a moment, then grinned. Indeed. I can now control the rotation ratios even with my eyes closed, switching between inner 3 outer 2 and inner 2 outer 3 at will. But speaking of which, Lu Chen, what level are you at now? Grand Mage with 4 advanced magics perfected and 1 nearing mastery. I haven't even unlocked advanced magic yet. Is the gap getting wider? Your fireball technique is not far from perfection. Lu Chen replied. Advanced magic requires basic magic to be perfected first. Focus on fully mastering the spiral fireball, and the rest will come naturally. How long will it take to fully master it? With your current training volume, about 2 months. 2 months. Alan stuffed the jerky into his mouth, chewing a couple of times, while mumbling it over, as if marking a starting line in his mind. All right, while you're at the northern ruins, I'll push my fireball technique to perfection at the Welt training ground. By the time you return, I want to smash you with a perfected fireball. When did you last say you would smash me with a perfected fireball? After the monthly assessment finals. I missed that time. This time it won't miss either. That may not be the case, Alan grinned. Lu Chen's gaze returned to the map. The abandoned outpost marked in red was approximately 2 days' journey from the Welt Knights' headquarters, separated by a stretch of uncharted frozen soil and a dried-up ancient riverbed. He looked up at Ella. What is the current level of monster activity in the disputed area? After the monster wave in the northern region subsided, most monsters retreated below the frozen layer. The remaining monsters on the surface are mostly low tier and do not pose a threat. The problem lies with the abandoned outpost itself. Ella pointed to an area covered in gray shadows on the map. The outpost is located at the northernmost point of the disputed area, surrounded by complex terrain, uneven thickness of frozen earth, and there may be unexplored cavities underground. The Crown Prince only stayed here for a very short time before leaving. The survey records did not mention the reason. There may still be residual chaotic factors in the cavities. Lena flipped open her notebook. If the concentration of chaotic factors near the mark is abnormal, your resonance may be interfered with. Confirm your high-level magical status before departure. Lu Chen closed his eyes and opened his panel. A pale blue light curtain unfolded in his mind with the data for the 5 types of magic lighting up line by line. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel: Basic Magic, Fireball Mastery, Ice, Spike Mastery, Wind Blade Mastery, Earth Spike Mastery, Thunderstrike Mastery. All 5 types are perfected. Advanced Magic: Flame, Burst Mastery, Ice, Seal Mastery, Storm Mastery, Lightning Net Mastery. Seismic Spell 5100 Proficient. The line at the bottom of the panel glowed steadily. Current magic level: Grand Mage, a level 7. Next level requirement: all 5 types of advanced magic must be perfected and complete 1 overall upgrade of the magical circuit. The seismic spell still lacks nearly half of what is needed. However, the magical circulation for a Grand Mage has already been established. I can practice the remaining times on the way. He turned off the panel. Then let's stick to the plan. We set off early tomorrow morning and will reach the abandoned outpost in 2 days. Find the mark, unlock the coordinates, and then... Lu Chen paused, his gaze falling once more on the area covered in gray shadows on the map. Then go to the chaos source. Ella nodded, rolled up the map, and handed it to him. Get a good rest tonight. Even a Grand Mage needs sleep. She paused at the door, looking back at Lu Chen. By the way, during your time in Welt, someone from the Knights has been inquiring discreetly. A 5-element All-S who broke through to Grand Mage in less than a year cannot keep a low profile. I've already had people clear out the bystanders around the training room, but you should still be cautious. After all, the church managed to track down the northern region last time. They can certainly find their way to Welt this time as well. Understood. Lu Chen packed the map into his backpack, rolled his robe sleeves back up, and walked to the center of the training room. Outside, the lightning rod of the Welt Tower stood quietly in the dusk. There was still an entire night before departure. The seismic spell could be pushed further. Alan stood up from the bench, gathering another spiral fireball in his palm, the flames quietly swirling at his fingertips. Shall we continue? On the morning of departure, fine snow began to fall in white. The lead gray clouds hung low, and the lightning rod atop the high tower appeared faintly amidst the flying snow, occasionally sparking an arc of electricity that tore a narrow golden crack in the sky. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the docking platform, his backpack containing Lena's calibrated map, a sealed vial of medicine sent by Selin, and the empty bottle of the last mana restoration potion he used during last night's training in earthquake magic. Alan stood beside him, tightly wrapped in his robe, with a wool scarf unique to white around his neck. The smell of frozen rock goat jerky wafted from the folds of his scarf. He had gone to the cafeteria last night to replenish his stock. Maps, permits, mana restoration potions, seal core supplies. All accounted for. He counted on his fingers, and then patted Lu Chen's backpack, saying, "We just need to finish earthquake magic. What time did you practice until last night? I got up for water in the middle of the night, and you weren't there. Earthquake magic is almost at 6,000. Just 4,000 more. You're getting close. Once I perfect my fireball technique, it'll also advance to a higher tier. By then our team will have 2 Grand Magisters, though the other one is still a long way off. You're going to be on the road for at least several days. Remember to practice earthquake magic on flat ground outside, and don't try it on frozen soil. There are too many underground cavities. If it collapses, you should be careful at the white training ground too." The rotational speed of the inner 2 and outer 3 layers of the spiral fireball was adjusted quite well compared to last time, but the outer layer's speed was slightly higher by a few degrees, which would increase the explosion radius beyond your expectations. If you can't control it, you might blow a hole in the training room ceiling. If that happens, it's on you. After all, you're the... Alan smiled broadly, but then suddenly became serious, saying, "Seriously, when you came back from the north, you told me that what was taken from the seal was just insignificant details. This time at the source of chaos, don't leave anything important behind." Lu Chen looked at him. His hands, which had developed calluses from repeatedly casting fireballs, were unconsciously gripping the edge of his scarf, turning his knuckles pale. I still owe you for the bread. Alan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He loosened his scarf and took a step back. All right, then I'll wait for you to return the favor. Interest is calculated daily. Lena approached from the other side of the docking platform, holding the finalized task schedule. Her analysis screen was filled with detailed terrain data from White to the northernmost point of the disputed area, thickness of the frozen soil, distribution of cavities, residual heat sources from magical beasts, and the concentration gradient of mana around the abandoned outposts. The latest mana scan results from the northern ruins show that the mana concentration at the abandoned outposts is gradually increasing abnormally. The mark left by the Crown Prince likely has an automatic adsorption effect on the surrounding environment. It actively absorbs external mana to maintain its operation. If the mana reserves inside the mark are sufficient, triggering the coordinate unlock will be smooth. But if it has consumed too much mana to maintain operation, you will need to inject extra mana to complete the trigger. Your 5-element output deviation rate was 7% during the synchronization in the north. After pushing earthquake magic up, it should compress to under 5%, which is completely sufficient. The back of the map marks the emergency evacuation route. If there are signs of the Church's activity near the outpost, return the way you came. Has the church been to White? Uncertain. But Ayla received news last night that fresh campfire traces were found at the border watch station in White south of the disputed area. The fuel used was compressed mana charcoal commonly used by the Church's Magical Research Institute. There aren't many of them, probably 2 to 3 people, likely colleagues of August. This means that the faction within the church advocating for weaponization is already aware that we have found the Crown Prince's mark. Be careful at the abandoned outpost. We are on standby for support at any time. Rain stepped forward. He wasn't wearing a scarf, and his robe sleeves were rolled up to his elbows with arcs of electricity quietly flickering around his wrists. I've copied the training files from the electromagnetic amplification chamber. The complete data for your lightning net technique is used as a reference, which is more efficient than my own training plan. By the time you return, I should be close to a breakthrough. The key to mastering the lightning net technique from peak proficiency to full mastery is the compression ratio of the last wave of penetrating pulses. If you shorten the pulse interval to 2/3 of the original, the precision will increase significantly. I've been adjusting this in the amplification chamber for the last few days. Ray nodded. He extended his hand and shook Lu Chen's briefly with a firm grip. Grand Magister, I'll catch up to you. He then released his hand and turned back to Baron's side. Seeing Lu Chen approach, he took the slab off his shoulder and extracted a small piece of permeation crystal from the pattern where the slab touched the frozen soil, handing it over. The surface of the crystal was covered with intricate earth magic patterns, glistening with a deep brown hue in the morning light. This is from practicing on frozen soil. Take a piece with you in case you need to erect a wall on frozen soil over there. This can help your earth magic permeate quickly into the frozen layers. It penetrates much faster than doing it from scratch. The thickness of the frozen soil in the disputed area is uneven. In an emergency, a faster permeation speed is needed to erect walls. Lu Chun took the crystal. It felt heavy in his hand with a much higher density than ordinary rocks, and it still retained the warmth of Baron's palm. Thanks. Baron smiled broadly, shouldering the slab again and stepping back to the edge of the docking platform. Lu Chen put the crystal into his backpack and turned to step onto the gangway. As he reached the door, he glanced back. Lena was standing at the edge of the docking platform, holding the analysis device. Alan waved to him from under his scarf. Rain's wrist arched with a flicker of electricity, and Baron stood like a silent stone statue with the slab. He withdrew his gaze, and the door closed behind him. Outside, the lead-gray sky of White was stirred into a flurry of snow by the propeller, and as the airship took off, the lightning rod atop the Knight's Tower was struck by a bolt of natural lightning, illuminating the entire docking platform brightly, as if sending him off. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel: Basic Magic: Fireball, Ice Spike, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Lightning Strike. All perfected. Advanced Magic: Flame Burst, Ice Seal, Storm, Lightning Net. All perfected. Earthquake Magic at 5,800 proficient. Current magic level: Grand Magister, level 7. Next level requires all 5-element advanced magic to be perfected and a complete upgrade of the mana circuit. Looking down from the porthole, the grayish-white lichens clung to the surface of the gravel like a rash, with a few clusters of dead shrubs occasionally protruding from the crevices, trembling in the north wind. In the distance, a few broken stone pillars could be vaguely seen on the horizon, skewed and embedded in the permafrost remnants of a defunct mining site from the Starshine era. "We've reached the disputed area," came the pilot's voice from the cabin communicator. Those stone pillars ahead mark the abandoned mining site, and further north lies the uncharted zone. There is a stretch of open land near the mining site suitable for landing. However, small magical beasts occasionally roam this area. Although the remnants of the northern beast tide pose no threat, safety should still be prioritized. Lu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked to the cockpit door. After we land, you should head back. I'll stay at the mining site for half a day to practice my earthquake technique before continuing north. Half a day? You're going to practice the earthquake technique alone in this desolate wilderness? The pilot turned to look at him, his tone laced with disbelief. Do you have any idea how far the nearest outpost is from here? I know my limits. The earthquake technique requires an open space. The permafrost at the mining site has a uniform thickness with few underground cavities, making it perfectly suited for practice. Practicing the earthquake technique in the Weirut training grounds would shatter the floorboards, but there's no need to worry here. All right, you are the Archmage, so it's your call. The pilot shook his head and steadily landed the airship on the stretch of open ground at the edge of the mining site. As the cabin door opened, a gust of cold wind laden with snowflakes rushed in. Lu Chun descended the gangway, the sound of his boots crunching on the frozen gravel echoing starkly in the desolate ruins. The stone pillars at the mining site appeared even more massive than they did from the porthole, each thick enough to be embraced by two people. Their surfaces were pockmarked from countless years of erosion by wind and snow, with remnants of cutting marks left by magical mining tools from the Starshine era at the base. A thin layer of snow covered the surface of the permafrost, crunching underfoot. He set his backpack down next to a toppled stone pillar and stretched his wrists. Earth magic surged from his dantian into his legs, then through the soles of his feet into the ground, pulsing and compacting, each wave of pulse penetrating deeper and heavier than the last. Although both the earthquake technique and the earth spike technique belong to earth magic, their magical conduits are entirely different. The earth spike technique condenses magic into a stone spike that thrusts upwards from the ground, while the earthquake technique disperses magic into a wave of vibrations, causing the entire ground to tremble beneath one's feet. Today he aimed to practice that very rhythm of diffusion. The first wave of the earthquake technique was unleashed. The ground trembled slightly, not much, but several fine cracks appeared on the surface of the permafrost. The numbers on the panel flickered. The second wave followed. The range of vibrations expanded, and several rocks tumbled down from the tops of the pillars. The third wave. The pulse rhythm became increasingly steady, and the cracks on the permafrost radiated outward from his feet, each line straight and uniform. What are you doing? A sudden voice from behind startled Lu Chen, causing him to withdraw his magic and turn around. A figure emerged from behind a stone pillar, clad in a tattered fur cloak, shouldering a pickaxe with several streaks of permafrost dust on his face. His attire didn't resemble that of an outpost soldier, but more like a wanderer struggling to survive in the wilderness. Practicing magic, Lu Chen replied. You call that practicing magic? For a moment there, I thought an earthquake struck. The ground was shaking like a sieve. The wanderer unloaded the pickaxe from his shoulder and jabbed it into the ground. Are you from the Weirut Knights? No, wait, your uniform doesn't look like it. A mercenary. Also unlikely, mercenaries wouldn't venture alone to an abandoned mining site to practice the earthquake technique. I'm an academy student. An academy student. The wanderer gave him a once-over, his gaze lingering on the silver champion badge on the cuff of his robe. Which academy produces a student capable of practicing the earthquake technique to this extent? You're an Archmage. How did you figure that out? No need to explain. I've spent half my life in the Weirut mining site, seen countless mercenaries and knights, and anyone who can shake the ground like that without flinching is at least an Archmage. How old are you? 18, 20, 16. The wanderer fell silent for a while. He jabbed the pickaxe into the ground and sat down on a pile of gravel at the base of a pillar, pulling out a piece of dry, tough, frozen rock goat jerky, and began to chew. A 16-year-old Archmage. Among all the mercenary leaders I've known, the highest is just a mage. You've reached Archmage status at such a young age. Did you start practicing magic in the womb? That makes sense. Someone like me can only cast third-rate fireballs my whole life, unable to even kill a magical beast. You geniuses are different, born with strength affinity, right? Sort of. Where are you training now? Training. The wanderer chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm not fortunate enough to train. I'm a native miner from Weirut. When I was young, my magical affinity was measured at E rank, not even close to the academy's threshold. I've spent my life mining at the site, earning a living solely through brute strength. This abandoned mining site once produced high-purity magical crystal stones, but it has long been exhausted. I only come here occasionally to try my luck, hoping to find some residual ore. Lu Chun looked at the dry jerky in his hand. The meat of the frozen rock goat is very tough, unseasoned, making it hard to chew and not satisfying hunger. How much can these residual ores sell for? Not much. If lucky, I might dig up a few pieces in a month, trading them for some beast skins and jerky, barely enough to survive the winter. Now that winter is getting longer, the places in the northern Weirut where one can stay are dwindling. The wanderer stuffed the last bit of jerky into his mouth, stood up, and brushed the debris off his hands. You can continue practicing. I've been here for decades and have never seen a mage of your caliber. Practice well, and remember us ordinary folks when you battle magical beasts. He shouldered the pickaxe again and turned to walk deeper into the ruins. Luchin called out to him, "Wait a moment. Do you have a communication device? I have an old magical communicator that still works." "Why? Remember this name, Alan White Greenwell. Your old communicator can reach the mercenary guild. Finding a job there is certainly more stable than searching for residual ores in the ruins. The guild is currently expanding its logistics staff, prioritizing those with mining experience." The wanderer paused for a moment, stuck the pickaxe into the ground, and pulled out the worn, shiny old communicator from his pocket. "Why are you helping me?" "No particular reason. I just happen to know someone who can help you." Luchin raised his hands again, channeling earth magic anew. The wanderer stared at him for a moment, then tucked the communicator back into his pocket and vanished between the ruins of the stone pillars. The sound of his footsteps faded gradually, ultimately swallowed by the north wind. Luchin shifted his gaze back to the earthquake technique, refocusing his attention. The pulse from his feet injected into the ground, and the cracks on the permafrost continued to extend outward. Before leaving this mining site, he aimed to push the earthquake technique to a higher level. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel: Basic Magic: Fireball, Ice Spike, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Lightning Strike. All fully mastered. Advanced Magic: Flame Burst, Ice Seal, Storm, Thunder Web. All fully mastered. Earthquake Technique Proficiency 6020 Proficient. Current Magic Level: Archmage, Level 7. Next level requirement: all 5 advanced magics mastered, and a complete upgrade of the magical circuit. The north wind of the frozen earth ruins finally ceased before nightfall. Luchin completed the last earthquake spell beside a stone pillar at the edge of the excavation site, and the numbers on the panel jumped to over 7,000. He slung his backpack back over his shoulder and continued northward towards the abandoned outpost marked on the map. The further north he went, the thinner the snow became. It wasn't due to rising temperatures. Rather, the residual magical energy in the ground was gradually increasing, melting the snow into thin ice. The faint magical aura in the air became increasingly clear. It was not the elemental fluctuations of the frozen earth, but something much older. Luchin had sensed a similar aura during the synchronization sealing in the northern territories. Before the prince's phantom dissipated, the remnants of magical energy shared the same source as this aura. He quickened his pace. As the abandoned outpost appeared on the horizon, the sky darkened. It was the ruins of an ancient fortress from the Starshine era. The main structure long collapsed, leaving only a few broken stone pillars and a section of a half-buried wall. The surface of the remaining wall was engraved with fragments of 7 layers of nested runes. The magical fluorescence in the grooves long extinguished, yet the patterns of the runes remained clear, and one could feel the faint residual magical fluctuations with a fingertip. Before setting out, Lena had recalibrated the coordinates based on the archive's survey records, marking the core position directly at the center of the outpost beneath the only intact stone pillar. Luchin approached the stone pillar. The pillar was thicker than those at the excavation site, its surface densely engraved with ancient Starshine characters, most of which had been eroded to obscurity by the elements, but the inscriptions at the base of the pillar remained legible. The prince anchors himself here, sealing the coordinates. Future generations may activate it using the 5-element synchronization. He crouched down, placing his palm on the surface of the inscription. The 5 elements of magical energy flowed sequentially from his palm. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning. The light of the 5 elements ignited in the grooves of the inscription in the exact order he had witnessed when opening the stone door at the sealing core in the northern territories. A crack opened in the frozen earth at the base of the pillar. The fissure was narrow, just wide enough for a person to enter sideways. A frigid, dry airflow surged from the crack, carrying the remnants of magical fragrance left behind from centuries ago. Luchin set his backpack beside the stone pillar, taking only the permeation crystal given by Baron and Lena's portable analyzer before squeezing into the crack. Below was a narrow stone staircase with no magical lamps on the walls, but fragments of symbiotic ore embedded in the stone emitted a faint blue glow. The staircase was short, and after walking for a few dozen steps he reached the end. The end opened into a tiny stone chamber, with a low ceiling, bare walls, no runes, and no decorations. In the center of the chamber lay a stone coffin. The lid was not closed. Inside the coffin there was no corpse, no bones, only a faint golden light quietly hovering at the center of the stone coffin. The shape of the light vaguely resembled a human figure with limbs, a torso, and a head. Not true skeletal remains, but a mark formed from the last portion of the prince's independent magical energy. Before entering the sealing core, he had separated part of his magical energy to remain in this abandoned outpost, preserving the precise coordinates of the source of chaos. Lu Chen stood still before the stone coffin. The faint golden light pulsed slightly as he approached like a candle flame stirred by the wind. He gently pressed his palm against the surface of the light. The 5 elements of magical energy flowed simultaneously. Fire's spiral, water's wave, wind's laminar flow, earth's pulse, and lightning's pulse. The routes of the 5 high-tier magical energies operated within him at the same time, with the deviation being firmly held within single digits by the magical circulation of a grand magus level. Inside the faint golden light, a star map slowly emerged, centered around the northern ruins of Wirte, extending northward, passing through the disputed area of shared governance, crossing the frozen wasteland, and finally stopping at a region marked as unexplored in the far north. There were no known geographical markers, no remnants of the Starshine Empire, only a line of extremely fine ancient Starshine characters. The source of chaos lies behind this door. The door is sealed, the source is not extinguished. Future generations tread carefully if you arrive. The coordinates were fully unlocked. The star map slowly rotated in the light for a moment before transforming into a fine golden thread, vanishing into the inner side of Lu Chen's wrist. It lay parallel to the magical contract markings left during the synchronization in the northern territories. The faint golden light within the coffin gradually dimmed, starting from the edges of the human shape layer by layer, turning into specks of light and dissipating. He deeply bowed to the stone coffin. Then he straightened up, exited the stone chamber, and made his way back up the staircase to the surface. The night wind rushed back into his collar, carrying the unique, dry cold of the frozen earth and the faint sounds of distant glacier fractures. He stood beside the stone pillar, opened the panel to take a glance. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel, Basic Magic, Fireball, Ice Spike, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Lightning Strike. All completely mastered. High-tier Magic, Fire Explosion, Ice, Seal, Storm, Lightning Web. All completely mastered. Earthquake Spell at 7,100 proficient. Current Magic Level, Grand Magus, Level 7. Next level required mastery of all high-tier magic in the 5 elements and completion of an overall upgrade of the magical circuit. The earthquake spell increased by a few hundred. On the path between the excavation site and the abandoned outpost, he would casually release an earthquake spell whenever passing through a patch of frozen earth. Once his magical energy was exhausted, he would meditate, and upon recovery, continue on. Over 7,000, less than 3,000 left until mastery. He turned off the panel, and the new golden thread on the inner side of his wrist flickered faintly under the moonlight. The coordinates were already etched within his body parallel to the contract markings from the synchronization in the northern territories. Both markings radiated warmth. The prince had guarded the sealing core for over 800 years, sealing the location of the source of chaos within his magical remnants, waiting for someone capable of achieving synchronization of the 5 elements to come and retrieve it. Now he had the coordinates, and the earthquake spell was still a bit short. He found a flat boulder at the edge of the frozen earth ruins and sat down, not lighting a fire, merely wrapping his robe a bit tighter. Tomorrow he would continue on his journey. Before reaching the source of chaos, the earthquake spell must be perfected. Continuing north from the abandoned outpost, the frozen earth gradually gave way to glaciers. The shattered stone and frozen ground beneath his feet transformed into a smooth layer of ice, producing a faint crackling sound as the soles of his robe boots pressed down. The air became increasingly thin, with each breath bringing a sharp sting of ice crystals. The sky was no longer the leaden gray of Viert, but rather a pale, almost transparent blue. In the distance, a colossal ice wall loomed on the horizon, its height comparable to the 5 towers of Greenwood Academy, with a surface as smooth as a mirror reflecting the unique pale sunlight of the far north. The surface of the ice wall was etched with dense ancient characters of starlight, each stroke embedded with symbiotic mineral powder, emitting a faint blue glow under the sunlight. Identical to the 7 layers of nested runes on the core gate of the northern seal. A golden thread on the inside of his wrist faintly warmed up. The coordinates pointed directly beneath the ice wall, where the source of chaos lay hidden. Lu Chen stood in front of the ice wall for a moment, then took out the permeation crystal given by Baron and pressed it against the icy surface. Earth magic flowed from his palm into the crystal, deep brown magical patterns, slowly seeping into the ice layer like tree roots penetrating the frozen ground. Moments later, the surface of the ice wall cracked open, a fine fissure just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. He retracted the crystal into his backpack and squeezed through the gap. The ice layer silently closed behind him. Inside the ice wall lay a naturally formed underwater core. The ice walls on either side were embedded with fragments of symbiotic minerals far more numerous than those in the underground stone chamber of the abandoned outpost, each glowing of its own accord, casting the entire corridor in a ghostly blue. The ice surface beneath his feet was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of the minerals on the ice walls. With each step, the reflection wobbled beneath him. At the end of the corridor was a vast underwater dome. Suspended in the center of the dome was a massive symbiotic mineral over 2 meters in diameter, larger and purer than the one at the core of the northern seal. Its internal glow was no longer pale blue, but an extremely deep, nearly inky dark blue. Within the depths of the dark blue, countless tiny light points were slowly moving like fireflies trapped in amber. Chaos particles. These were not the purified form constrained by the 7 layers of nested ruins. They were primordial chaos particles untransformed by any magic. They moved slowly within the symbiotic mineral, and each collision stirred up faint gray ripples on the surface of the mineral. Beneath the mineral stood a person, dressed in gray robes with gray-white hair, a thin face, and holding a crystal ball that emitted a pale blue glow. August. He heard footsteps and turned around, his expression identical to the one at the core of the northern seal. Without hostility or surprise, only a calmness of having awaited this moment for so long. You arrived faster than I expected. It seems you have acquired the coordinates of the Crown Prince. The straight-line distance from the abandoned outpost to here is not far, but with the complex glacier terrain to arrive in such a short time means your wind-based acceleration technique must be perfected. It has been perfected for quite some time. Lu Chen stopped a few steps in front of him. How did you find your way here? Without 5-element resonance, it would be impossible to unlock the coordinates in the sarcophagus. Indeed, it cannot. But I have a copy of the Crown Prince's manuscript. He mentioned this ice wall in the manuscript. It's not a coordinate, but a landmark description. Using the description from the manuscript, I tracked the magical fluctuations of the symbiotic minerals with the light chaser, taking nearly a month to pinpoint this glacier. The research on the crystal core has progressed faster than you anticipated. I have isolated the basic fluctuation patterns of the chaos particles from the original sample. The data shows that chaos itself is not evil, it is an undifferentiated primordial force. It can be guided by 5 elemental magics, coexist with order under specific conditions, and even be transformed into a completely new form of power. The method you used to constrain the chaos particles with 5-element magic last time in the northern region has been included in my paper draft. You didn't come here just to validate the data in your paper. Your colleagues are a step behind us. They are probably still wandering near the abandoned outpost. You intentionally led them to the southern part of the disputed area. August's lips barely moved. I knew you would guess when I left the packaging of the compressed magic carbon near the southern outpost. They advocate weaponizing chaos particles, while I advocate studying symbiosis. If they find this symbiotic mineral first, they will dismantle it into a weapon-grade chaos energy extraction device, rather than studying its balanced structure. I cannot confront them directly, so I can only lead them in circles in the southern part of the disputed area. But I need to confirm one thing before you arrive, whether the concentration of chaos particles within this mineral has exceeded the carrying limit of the northern seal. If so, you cannot directly constrain it using the same resonance method as last time. What were the test results? Exceeding. By a significant margin. August turned the crystal ball towards the direction of the mineral. A comparative data set jumped out on the light screen inside the sphere, comparing the carrying limit of the chaos particles at the northern seal core with the concentration of chaos particles within this symbiotic mineral. The latter exceeded the former by a full order of magnitude. The northern seal only sealed the channels of chaos overflow. This mineral connects to the source itself. To constrain its sealing is not sufficient. You need reconstruction. Transform all the chaos particles within this mineral into a constrained state, allowing them to coexist with the powers of order within the 5-element framework. What is needed for reconstruction? Perfecting the earthquake technique. Once all 5 elemental high-tier magics are perfected, your magic circuit will automatically complete an overall upgrade, transitioning from a Grand Magus to a Holy Magus. Only the 5-element magic output at the Holy Magus level can cover the entire transformation surface of this mineral. How proficient are you with the earthquake technique now? Lu Chen closed his eyes and opened the panel. The proficiency of the earthquake technique had increased a notch on his journey north. It's approaching 8,000. Still over 2,000 away from perfection. 2 days. Given your training speed, 2 days should be enough. After 2 days, you will perfect the earthquake technique, meet the standards for all 5 elemental high-tier magics, complete the overall upgrade of your magic circuit, and step into the Holy Magus level. By then, you will be able to reconstruct this mineral, not to seal it, but to transform it. Transform the chaos particles from their primordial form entirely into a constrained state, allowing them to coexist with the powers of order within the 5-element framework. Once the reconstruction succeeds, the tide of magical beasts on the continent will come to a complete end, not suppressed by sealing, but because chaos itself will no longer overflow. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in front of the symbiotic mineral. He did not require a tent or a campfire. Although the temperature inside the glacier was extremely low, the magical fluctuations emitted by the symbiotic mineral were sufficient to maintain the normal operation of his magic circuit. He raised his hands, the pulses of the earthquake technique flowing from his feet into the ice layer, each pulse being reflected back by the symbiotic mineral deep within the glacier, forming a more stable calibration frequency. The numbers on the panel began to rise incrementally. Elemental Magic Proficiency Panel: Basic Magic: Fireball, Ice Spike, Wind Blade, Earth Spike, Lightning Strike. All perfected. High Tier Magic: Fire, Explosion, Ice, Seal, Storm, Lightning Net. All perfected. Earthquake Technique 7910, Proficient. Current Magic Level: Grand Magus, Level 7. Next level requirement: all 5 Elemental High Tier Magics perfected, and a complete overall upgrade of the magic circuit. Still over 2,000 increments away from perfection. Deep within the glacier, amidst the humming of the symbiotic mineral, he continued to release the earthquake technique. The icy dome beneath had no distinction between day and night. The dark blue glow of the symbiotic ore illuminated the icy walls, while the chaotic particles moved slowly within the ore, each collision stirring faint gray ripples. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ice surface, his hands alternating as he released the earthquake technique. Pulses surged from his feet into the ice layers, reflecting back from the ancient rock striated deep within the glacier. Each vibration was clearer than on the frozen ground. He had been practicing here for a full 2 days. August sat not far away on an icy step, an old notebook spread across his knees, scanning Lu Chen's magical fluctuations with the light seeker at intervals. In the gaps between scans, he would lower his head to write something in the notebook. Your magical output curve is more stable than yesterday. The pulse frequency of the earthquake technique had converged from its initial fluctuate state into a very narrow range, with a deviation of less than 3%. Without raising his head, August continued, given the current growth rate, it is expected to reach perfection. If you don't mind, I would like to collect a set of synchronized output data from the 5 elemental high-level magic before your breakthrough to serve as an appendix to the thesis. You should have seen that paper on the magic residue tracing model at the seminar. It needs to be supplemented with complete samples of the 5 elemental high levels. Sure, Lu Chen replied without turning back, continuing to release the earthquake technique. What was the conclusion of your paper? The conclusion is that when the magical circuit of a 5 elements level mage reaches the level of a holy mage, there will be a spontaneous overall upgrade. Not a quantitative change, but a qualitative transformation. The basic 5-element perfection is the entry level, while the high-level 5-element perfection is the key. Once all 5 high-level elements are perfected, the magical circuit will automatically undergo an overall upgrade, stepping from Great Mage to Holy Mage. This process is irreversible. Once the upgrade is complete, your magical circuit will no longer comprise 5 independent routes, but rather a complete closed-loop system capable of simultaneously operating 5 elemental magics. In other words, you can now alternate attacks with 5 elemental magics, but once you step into the realm of the Holy Mage, you will be able to release 5 elemental magics simultaneously without needing to switch between them. This has only been recorded among the 5 elements level mages in the continent's 1,000-year history, with the first-generation Starshine Emperor being the only one to achieve it. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. How long have you been researching this topic? For over a decade. Initially, just a theoretical model, I later obtained the first piece of a 7-layer nested rune fragment, confirming the feasibility of synchronized output for 5 elemental magic. Later at the Etherland seminar, I saw the core you presented, confirming the consistency between the model and the August closed the notebook. I began analyzing your proficiency growth curve even before the synchronization in the northern border. Normal mage's magical circuit growth follows a logarithmic curve. Rapid growth in the early stages, slowing down later. However, your growth curve is linear, even showing an accelerating trend at certain stages. This does not conform to any known magical circuit growth models. What are you trying to say? I want to say that you possess something that does not belong to this world. It is neither the magical circuit nor the affinity for the 5 elements, but a mechanism that precisely transforms effort into growth. I do not need to know what it is, but that data analyst beside you probably noticed it long ago. During your special training in the northern border, your daily training volume was precise to single digits, and the intervals between breakthrough nodes were remarkably consistent, with no stagnation periods ever occurring. This growth pattern cannot be explained by talent. He opened the notebook to a page filled with Lu Chen's daily magical release counts, deviation curves, and breakthrough time nodes during his time in the northern border, each item precise to the hour. You started observing early on. I am a researcher. Observation is my job. I want to ask you what this mechanism is, but I have a request. After this reconstruction is completed, allow me to collect a complete set of your magical circuit data as a control group for the thesis. Sure, but there is one condition. Go ahead. Before the paper is published, all data involving my personal magical characteristics must be anonymized. Once the transformation of the chaotic particle constrained state is successful, the faction within the church advocating for weaponization will not relent. I do not want them to find any details about my magical circuit in your paper. Reasonable. I will have Lena conduct a desensitization check on all sample data before publication. That girl's rigor is on par with any senior researcher at the Mage Research Institute. I have seen the analysis notes she made during the synchronization in the northern border, and each data point included error ranges and source traceability. August closed the notebook and picked up the light seeker again. Continue. How much more do you need for your earthquake technique? Lu Chen closed his eyes and opened the panel. Earthquake technique at over 9,700. Only 200 more to perfection. He rolled up the cuffs of his robe to his elbows and raised his hands again. The rhythm of the pulsation was no longer something that needed deliberate control. Each pulse surged from his feet into the ice layers, and the vibrations reflected back from the rock strata deep within the glacier perfectly overlapped with the next pulse, achieving greater calibration precision than at the mining site. One pulse after another. The numbers on the panel jumped up one by one. The deep rumble of the earthquake technique echoed within the icy dome, intertwining with the faint ripples of chaotic particles colliding within the symbiotic ore. 9,990. 9,991. 9,999. The final pulse. Earthquake technique, perfected. All 5 elemental high-level magics were perfected. The 5 high-level magical routes within his body were simultaneously connected. Fire's spiral, water's waves, wind's laminar flow, earth's pulsation, and thunder's pulse. The 5 previously independent routes automatically connected into a complete, closed loop at the moment of perfection. The total amount of magical energy doubled again, and the recovery speed of magical energy reached an unprecedented level. No need for switching intervals. 5 elemental magic could be released simultaneously in the same instant, independent, yet responsive to one another. The line at the bottom of the panel suddenly lit up, its brilliance more dazzling than any previous breakthrough. Current magic level Holy Mage, level 8. Next level requirement, complete the transformation of the chaotic particle constrained state. He opened his eyes. On August's light seeker screen, 5 differently colored magical output curves were pulsing simultaneously, not alternating, but synchronized. The 5 colors intertwined, casting a brilliant display of light and shadow against the icy wall. Holy Mage. August's voice was very soft, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. All 5 elemental high levels are perfected. The magical circuit has completed its overall upgrade. You have achieved it. After a millennium, besides the first generation Starshine Emperor, you are the second 5-elements level mage to step into this realm. He looked down at the data curve on the light seeker screen, remaining silent for a while before looking up. Now we can reconstructing this, or transforming the chaotic particles from their original state into the constrained state. Lu Chen stood up from the ice surface and walked towards the enormous symbiotic ore. The chaotic particles within the ore were still moving slowly, each collision stirring faint gray ripples on the surface of the ore. He pressed his palm against the surface of the ore. 5 elemental magics of Holy Mage level surged simultaneously. Fire, water, wind, earth, and thunder, all 5 high-level perfected magics released at the same instant. No need for switching intervals, no need for deviation calibration. The 5 magical routes were already a whole. The chaotic particles within the ore began to be enveloped layer by the 5 elemental magics, and the gray ripples gradually turned from chaotic and disordered movement into an orderly cycle upon contact with the 5 elemental glows. The transformation into the constrained state has begun.